Chapter 1529. The Duel 2. Most importantly, the mastery of fire control is essential. Only by accurately regulating the temperature within the alchemical cauldron can one successfully concoct the elixir. This principle bears a striking resemblance to a chef sautéing ingredients. If the flame is too low, the dish will remain undercooked, while an excessive flame risks charring it. The heat must be precisely calibrated for the meal to exude its delectable aroma. The art of fire control serves as the ultimate test of an alchemist's spiritual prowess. Without adequate cultivation, even the most refined alchemical skills would prove futile. Enough with the idle chatter. Will you accept the challenge or not? Daniel exclaimed. Mo snickered derisively. Yes, I shall see just how capable you are. Out of respect for your youth, I shall grant you the first move. Proceed. Very well, then watch closely. Daniel responded without hesitation, gesturing with her sleeve as an ice-blue cauldron soared from a ring, crashing heavily to the ground and shattering several azure bricks. What a splendid cauldron! Mo, possessing an eye for quality, instantly recognized that this cauldron was anything but ordinary, though he was unaware that it was a fragment of the renowned xianxiaaudiobooks, the #1 cauldron on the fire cauldron rankings. Nevertheless, the extraordinary luminescence emanating from the Kuan-Ding compelled him to exclaim in admiration. Indeed, it is a remarkable cauldron. The quality is unparalleled. I have never encountered one like it before. Which one from the fire cauldron rankings does it belong to? Ding Tianxing gazed at the imposing cauldron before him with considerable astonishment. Daniel chuckled softly, retorting, "Care to take a guess as to which one from the fire cauldron rankings it is?" Ding Tianxing shook his head. "I cannot fathom. This cauldron, with its ice-blue hue, bears some resemblance to the Liuji Tianqing Ding, which ranks 3rd on the fire cauldron rankings, yet its color is not as deep. Moreover, to my knowledge, the Liuji Tianqing Ding already has an owner, a figure of considerable prowess, making it virtually impossible for anyone to wrest it from her grasp." Mo regarded the Kuan-Ding with a low murmur before sneering once more. "What good is a fine cauldron? If you think merely presenting a superior cauldron will secure your victory over me, you are sorely mistaken. That is certainly not the case. I simply wish to enlighten you, a frog at the bottom of the well." While Daniel spoke these words, her mind contemplated that despite Mo's arrogance, his alchemical abilities were undeniably formidable. Even he could not recognize the Kuan-Ding, suggesting she could use this cauldron specifically for her alchemical endeavors moving forward. Cease with your theatrics and make your move." "Very well, I shall oblige you." Daniel flicked her finger, sending a wave of chilling true energy surging into the Kuan-Ding. Such powerful cold energy. As Daniel unleashed her finger, the temperature in the vicinity plummeted to freezing point, startling everyone present. Gu Gang remained dismissive, pondering how strong spiritual energy mattered little. Alchemy necessitated pure yang fire. In the next moment, the temperature in the main hall suddenly soared. A plume of eerie blue flame erupted from the Kuan-Ding, a swift transformation from ice to fire occurring in an instant. Blue flames. Heavens, how is this possible? How can such frigid energy possibly catalyze such a blazing flame? The spectators, witnessing this spectacle, wore expressions of disbelief akin to having seen a ghost. Though most present were not alchemists, they understood that individuals with a pure yin constitution or those practicing cold cultivation techniques could never catalyze pure yang fire, let alone become alchemists. The bizarre, eerie blue flame before them shattered their preconceived notions, trampling them underfoot. Compared to the astonishment of the crowd, Mo's internal shock was beyond articulation, his eyes bulging like copper bells. "No, this cannot be. It is impossible." Chapter 1530. The Gamble 3. As an alchemist, he understood better than anyone that ice and fire are fundamentally incompatible. How could a female cultivator practicing an icy, cold technique possibly catalyze the pure yang fire? Gazing into the Kuan-Ding, where a faint azure flame flickered, Mo suddenly had an epiphany and hurriedly leaned closer to the cauldron, reaching out to touch it. The bone-chilling cold that met his hand sent him into a fit of laughter. "Ha ha ha, so that is how it is. I wondered how you could achieve this. And it turns out to be like this." Seeing Mo acting almost maniacally, Daniel felt a chill run down her spine. Could it be that this old fellow recognized the Kuan-Ding? This cauldron was of immense significance. If he truly recognized it, he could not be allowed to leave here alive. A glint of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. Have you discovered something? She probed cautiously. Mo&I replied with a smile. Of course. My discerning eye and vast knowledge allow me to see through the mysteries. My master once told me of a wondrous technique known as the ice extreme fire transformation, capable of reversing yin and yang, converting icy spiritual energy into pure yang fire for the purpose of alchemy. Though my master never practiced this technique, he analyzed the ancient texts and concluded that its essence lies in the principle of extremes producing opposites. You, possessing a pure yin body, cultivate spiritual energy that is the coldest of the cold, while this cauldron is also of yin nature. Yin upon yin leads to an extreme reversal, resulting in the catalysis of pure yang fire. Am I not correct? Upon hearing this, Dan Yao exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, extremes produce opposites. There is no absolute yin or yang. The old yin gives birth to lesser yang, and the old yang transforms into lesser yin. When things develop to an extreme, they will inevitably transition in the opposite direction. Mo&I chuckled, though you may not master the ice extreme fire transformation. Your ability to think along the lines of the predecessors who created this technique, forging this peculiar cauldron to catalyze the pure yang fire, is quite remarkable. Unfortunately, your spiritual power still lacks the requisite strength to compete with me in controlling fire. Oh, is that so? Dan Yao smiled gently, her fingertips brimming with energy. A vast and overwhelming yin spiritual force surged forth like a river bursting its banks, rapidly sweeping across the room. A spirit platform expert. The voices around her were infused with awe. Mo&I's complexion instantly turned ashen, as if he had just lost a beloved relative. The formidable strength of this icy spiritual energy was nearing the realm of divine void, manifesting like an endless ocean, with waves crashing one after another. If one were to evaluate her alchemical prowess based on this level of cultivation, she was undoubtedly at least a 7th-tier high-ranking alchemist. And the 8th tier was likely within her grasp. A 7th-tier alchemist? You are also a 7th-tier alchemist? Ding Tianxing exclaimed, his voice hoarse with disbelief. Though his understanding of alchemy was not as profound as Mo&I's, he recognized that controlling fire was fundamental to alchemy and a key determinant of an alchemist's rank. With such potent yin spiritual energy infused into the cauldron, even with some loss during the transformation, it would still reach at least the 7th-tier level. The 3 siblings from the Ding family, led by Ding Xiaohu, looked utterly thunderstruck, their eyes wide in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that Dan Yao, possessing such formidable cultivation, was also terrifyingly accomplished in alchemy. A 7th-tier alchemist at such a young age was, if not unprecedented, certainly a rarity. If the ancient masters at the center of the central domain's Dan Tower were to learn of such a prodigy, they would surely be clamoring to take her as a disciple. Chapter 1531. You are not a 7th tier. Mo&I, this old rascal, arrogant and overbearing. He had finally met his match. Ding Tianxing couldn't help but smirk at his misfortune. At this moment, Mo&I's face was as pale as if he had been doused in white paint. After breaking through to 7th tier, his fire control had become even more formidable. Yet, facing the blazing flames in the Kuan Ding, he felt as powerless as a house cat before a tiger. What terrified him even more was that this feeling of helplessness did not stem from an ancient being who had lived for thousands of years, but rather from a young woman scarcely 300 years old. A 7th-tier high-ranking alchemist? No, I refuse to believe it. Mo&I trembled, his eyes filled with malice. With a furious roar, a pitch-black alchemical cauldron spun forth from his ring, followed by a surge of dark golden flames that shot into the cauldron. You are far too young to possess such high alchemical abilities. Dare to deceive me? I shall dismantle your stage. Mo&I's pure yang energy surged forth, igniting a firestorm within the cauldron, which then swept towards Dan Yao. You may not be able to, but that does not mean others cannot. Should you seek humiliation, then I shall oblige. Dan Yao retorted mockingly, her voice calm as she commanded, Fire net, go. As her words fell, the azure flames within the Kuan Ding transformed into an enormous blue fire net, swiftly unfurling to envelop the incoming firestorm. Boom. The blue fire net enveloped the firestorm. Waves of heat radiating outward, forcing Ding Tianxing and the others to retreat repeatedly. Under this overwhelming heat, the surrounding wooden tables and chairs spontaneously ignited, turning to ashes in the blink of an eye. As the blue fire net continued to contract, the firestorm gradually collapsed. Mo&I's face flushed with rage as he desperately channeled his energy into the cauldron, trying to amplify the firestorm's force. Ridiculous. Dan Yao shook her head, lightly tapping the Kuan Ding. The azure flame within the cauldron surged in intensity, and the fire net grew increasingly solid and resilient. With a series of hissing sounds, the firestorm shattered, and the cauldron erupted into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Puff! The shockwave from the exploding cauldron rebounded, striking Mo&I, the wielder. He was sent flying backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily against the wall. "Master!" Gu Gang cried out in alarm. The Ding family siblings watched in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. With a single move, she had effortlessly defeated a 7th-tier alchemist. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, who would have believed that this feat had been accomplished by a delicate young girl? You are not a 7th tier. You are an 8th-tier alchemy emperor. Moni stammered in horror, his shock distorting his aged features. If the world had a network, capturing this moment as a meme would surely make it go viral. Though Moni had just broken through to 7th tier, his fire control techniques, honed by his sect's secret methods, rivaled those of mid-tier and high-tier 7th-tier alchemists. In such circumstances, for Dan Yao to defeat him with a single move could only mean one thing. She was not a 7th-tier alchemist, but an 8th-tier one. Only an 8th-tier alchemist, a full rank above him, could so effortlessly vanquish him. What? An 8th-tier alchemy emperor? At that moment, the expressions of everyone present froze in disbelief. Chapter 1532, Surrender. Gazing at Dan Yao, their eyes were filled with shock, their expressions blank, as they struggled to comprehend the magnitude of what they had just witnessed. It is well known that the 6th-tier alchemist represents a watershed moment in the field of alchemy. Only those who reach the 6th tier are considered the elite of the alchemical world. Above the 6th tier lies the 7th tier, the realm of emperors, followed by the 8th tier, the domain of emperors, and the 9th tier, the sanctified. Achieving the status of a 7th-tier alchemist is already a remarkable feat, let alone that of an 8th tier. In an era where 9th-tier alchemists are nearly extinct, 8th-tier alchemists reign supreme in the alchemical realm, wielding absolute authority and formidable charisma. Such a level of alchemist, even in the renowned apothecary paradise, the Dan Tower, represents the pinnacle of existence. Those who attain this rank are invariably of advanced age. To find a slightly younger middle-aged individual is akin to an arduous quest. The woman before them, adorned with a mask, appears so youthful. How could she possibly wield such formidable alchemical prowess? Yet, the unwavering conviction of her opponent, Mani, leaves no room for doubt. Initially, the identity of a 7th-rank alchemist had already astonished them. Now, with a sudden elevation to the 8th-rank alchemist, it feels surreal. Ding Xiaolan and Gu Gang, who harbor grievances against Dan Yao, tremble with fear, their legs quaking incessantly. Oh heavens! What has she done? How dare she offend an 8th-rank alchemist? Is she courting death? To such a superlative existence, extinguishing her would be as effortless as crushing an ant. She need not even lift a finger. Merely uttering a word could summon a throng of formidable beings from the Ling Tai and Shun Su realms eager to aid her. At this moment, Mani is engulfed in both astonishment and dread, regretting his choices to the core. Had he known this woman was an 8th-rank alchemist, even with tenfold courage, he would never have dared to provoke her. However, he cannot fathom how the Ding family, a relatively mediocre clan, could be intertwined with such an eminent figure. With a gentle flick of her sleeve, Dan Yao dispels the ethereal fire within the Kuan Ding. She casts a cold, sidelong glance at the prostrate Mani. Well, do you yield? Mani, ashen-faced, struggles to rise and bows towards Dan Yao. Your alchemical skills are truly transcendent. I am in awe. Dan Yao furrows her brow. Do you think that merely breaking through to a 7th-rank alchemist grants you license to act recklessly, to hold all in disdain? Little do you know, there are realms beyond your own, and people beyond your reckoning. It is time you learned a lesson. Mani's face oscillates between red and pale. Yet he dares not retort, forcing a smile. I concede, I am outmatched. I shall abide by our agreement, and offer my services to the Ding family in alchemy, without charge. He understands he has gravely offended Dan Yao. To pacify her wrath, he must submit and adhere to their pact. Otherwise, should she persist in this matter, her influence as an 8th-rank alchemist could easily render him without a grave. Dan Yao snorts. To accept defeat is commendable. Very well, let this matter rest. Though Mani may not be exceptional, his humble acceptance of defeat is noteworthy. And his insight is impressive. He even recognizes that the ice extremity fire transformation method can assist those cultivating cold spiritual power in alchemy, and has discerned the principles behind the Kuan Ding igniting. He is indeed a talent. She bears no deep-seated enmity towards this old man, and sees no need for absolute annihilation. Chapter 1533, The Jasmine Scent in Blood. Mani feels as if he has been granted a reprieve from death, and hurriedly expresses his gratitude. Dan Yao glances at the cowering Gu Gang and tells Mani, your disciple requires strict discipline. He should not exploit your name to bully the weak. Today, you were fortunate to fall into my hands. Should he provoke a powerful figure in the future, he may not know how he meets his end. Indeed, I shall return and enforce strict discipline, ensuring my unworthy disciple does not err again. Mani nods fervently, casting a kindly gaze at his plump apprentice. His eyes seem to convey, you little rascal, You nearly caused me great trouble. Just wait until we return. In stark contrast to the gloomy atmosphere surrounding Mani and his disciple, the Ding family cannot conceal their elation. They have unexpectedly acquired a complementary alchemical tool, a 7th-rank alchemist. An opportunity many families would covet. Ding Tianxing bows to Dan Yao, smiling. Thank you for your generous favor, esteemed alchemist. Dan Yao waves her hand. No need for such formality. Ding Xiaohui understands that Dan Yao has set this wager as a means of repaying a debt of gratitude, and she feels a mixture of emotion and appreciation. Noticing Mani and his disciple lingering, Dan Yao finds them a nuisance and gestures for them to withdraw. Upon hearing her, Mani and his apprentice hastily exit. The power of an 8th-rank alchemist is profoundly intimidating, and in Dan Yao's presence, they feel an overwhelming pressure. They eagerly wish to depart. Once they have left, Dan Yao turns to the 4 members of the Ding family and says, Xiaohui, accompany me for a stroll. Ding Xiaohui, momentarily stunned, stands still. Ding Tianxing gently nudges his daughter. What are you dawdling for? Go on. Ding Xiaohui, still dazed, follows along. The two wander into the rose garden. Surrounded by vibrant crimson blooms, Dan Yao gazes at the flourishing deep red roses and suddenly speaks. Xiaohui, I must depart from here. You are leaving? Ding Xiaohui struggles to comprehend. Yes, I have lingered here long enough. It is time for me to go. As Dan Yao speaks, she notices the reluctance in Ding Xiaohui's expression and smiles. My silly sister, there are no eternal gatherings in this world. Parting and reuniting are the norm. However, before I take my leave, I wish to impart this wisdom. Do not be overly kind-hearted. In this treacherous world, excessive kindness can lead to a short life. One must harbor no ill will, yet remain vigilant against others. She pauses, lowering her voice, especially towards those closest to you. Ding Xiaohui, taken aback, asks, those closest to me? Why? Because the human heart is inscrutable. Sometimes, the one who wounds you most deeply is the one you hold dearest. Dan Yao, observing Ding Xiaohui's innocent and bewildered expression, sighs. Suddenly, she grasps Ding Xiaohui's hand, revealing an unexpected silver needle. Ding Xiaohui feels a sharp sting and cannot help but exclaim, Sister Shangwan, what is this? Dan Yao presents the bloodied silver needle before Ding Xiaohui. Take a good whiff. What do you discern? Ding Xiaohui contemplates. Aside from the metallic scent of blood, what else could there be? Yet seeing Dan Yao's serious demeanor, she leans in to sniff. Upon doing so, Ding Xiaohui is taken aback. How can there be a hint of jasmine in my blood? Dan Yao suddenly sneers. You and Ding Xiaohu, Ding Xiaolan are siblings from the same mother. How is it that their cultivation talent is so exceptional? Chapter 1534, The Black Heart Constriction Powder. Her gaze intensifying, Dan Yao locks eyes with Ding Xiaohui. Yet you, after years of arduous training, remain merely a low-tier condensed infant realm practitioner. Have you never questioned whether there is something wrong with your body? Something wrong with my body? Jasmine scent in the blood? Ding Xiaohui lowers her head in contemplation, her brow suddenly twitching as she stammers. Could it be that my lack of progress in cultivation, to the point of being rendered a waste, is all due to? Indeed, Dan Yao nods emphatically. Someone must have drugged you in your youth, rendering your efforts fruitless against your peers. No, Ding Xiaohui gasps. If my progress has been so slow, my father must have consulted countless alchemists in my early years. If I had been drugged, why has it not been discovered all these years? Dan Yao explains. One alchemist might overlook it, perhaps having been bribed. If so many alchemists remain silent, it only indicates that the substance within your body is extraordinary. I was fortunate to have read a tome, Secrets of All Medicines, which allowed me to discern that you have been administered the Black Heart Constriction Powder. Black Heart Constriction Powder? Ding Xiaohui murmurs. What is that? The Black Heart Constriction Powder is a rare drug extracted from the Black Heart Demon Soul Flower. Once prepared, it is colorless and odorless, its effects gradual. Upon entering the body, it slowly erodes and constricts the meridians. For practitioners, the meridians are akin to drainage pipes on the ground. The wider the pipes, the smoother the drainage, and the less likely it is for stagnation and flooding to occur. Similarly, the broader the meridians, the more seamlessly the vital energy circulates, thereby accelerating the cultivation process. This is why, since ancient times, countless individuals have pursued the elixirs and rare treasures that cleanse the marrow and expand the meridians, striving to widen their pathways and hasten their progress. However, your meridians have been rendered exceedingly narrow by the sinister Blackheart Meridian Contracting Powder, resulting in your slow cultivation. I have toiled for years, yet have not achieved even a fraction of what my peers have accomplished. I once believed it was due to a lack of talent, only to discover that I was a victim of malice. No wonder, no wonder. Ding Xiaohui's almond-shaped eyes turned blood red, as if bleeding. Her teeth chattered audibly. I have always been kind-hearted, never offending anyone. Who could be so malicious as to harm me to this extent? As the third miss of the Ding family, Ding Xiaohui has never exhibited arrogance nor spoken harshly to anyone. Her expression has always been as gentle and serene as a blooming lily. Yet, the difficulty in her cultivation and the ridicule of being deemed worthless, both overtly and covertly, has been an indescribable anguish in her heart. The Blackheart demon soul flower is not only poisonous, but also emits an unbearable stench, reminiscent of a latrine. Once this foul odor enters the body, it is diluted by the blood and instead emits a fragrance akin to jasmine. However, the pollen extracted from this flower is difficult to integrate with the blood to exert its efficacy within the human body. It requires the blood of someone with the same lineage as a catalyst. The same bloodline? Ding Xiaohui's delicate face instantly drained of color. It is her. It is indeed her. Unable to contain herself, she burst into tears. Why? Why must you treat me this way? Dan Yao sighed softly. It is out of jealousy. Out of hatred. Such enmity born from sibling rivalry is often the most terrifying. Since Dan Yao awoke from her injuries and first laid eyes on Ding Xiaohui, she knew that someone had administered the Blackheart meridian contracting powder to her. This peculiar poison requires the blood of a close relative to activate its effects. Thus, only Ding Tianxing, Ding Xiaohu, and Ding Xiaolan could accomplish this. Although Ding Xiaohui lacks talent, Ding Tianxing dotes on this young girl immensely. Ding Xiaohu also cherishes his younger sister greatly. Only Ding Xiaolan, the eldest sister, constantly undermines her, speaking with sharp words. Yet, despite Ding Xiaolan's bitterness, she is still Ding Xiaohui's biological sister. How could she bear to inflict such harm? Furthermore, the Blackheart meridian contracting powder is an extremely obscure secret medicine, quite rare. Even seasoned alchemists may not be aware of its existence. From where could she have procured such a substance? However, after a period of careful observation, Dan Yao ultimately identified Ding Xiaolan as the true culprit. Ding Xiaolan's ruthless behavior stemmed from jealousy and resentment. Ding Tianxing and his late wife had 3 children in their lifetime. The eldest, Ding Xiaohu, the second, Ding Xiaolan, and the youngest, Ding Xiaohui. Although Ding Tianxing loved all 3 children, he did not treat them equally. Dan Yao recalls a saying she once heard while living in the countryside: rely on the eldest. Favor the youngest. The second is the least favored. This phrase undoubtedly cuts to the heart of a family's most subtle awkwardness and conflict. While it is said that having many children brings blessings, in reality, when there are too many, it becomes challenging to shower each one with affection, leading to a hierarchy of preference. The eldest is the pillar of the family, receiving the most attention. Hence the saying that a big brother is like a father and a big sister is like a mother. Many elders rely on their eldest son for support in their old age, showering him with the most care and resources. The third child is not necessarily the thirdborn, but rather the youngest child, the baby of the family. Being the youngest, parents naturally tend to pamper him more. They also expect the older siblings to care for him, sharing treats and joys with the youngest. In contrast, the second child, caught between the eldest and the youngest, often finds themselves the most pitiful, like a shadow with little presence. Parental attention is bestowed upon the eldest, while affection is reserved for the youngest, leaving the second child overlooked. Growing up neglected, the second child either becomes embittered and cynical or develops a sensitive, self-deprecating nature, quick to anger. Dan Yao had privately inquired with a long-serving servant in the Ding household and learned that Ding Xiaolan had enjoyed her parents' affection and her brother's care before Ding Xiaohui's birth. However, once her sister arrived, everything that once belonged to her seemed to be snatched away in an instant. Unfortunately, her competitive and strong-willed nature could not endure such neglect and disregard, leading her mindset to twist further and further, becoming increasingly harsh. In truth, Ding Xiaolan is also a pitiable figure. Yet, no matter how aggrieved or resentful she feels, it should never justify inflicting such poison upon her own sister. After all, it is her parents who failed to treat them equally, not Ding Xiaohui. Being born as the youngest child was not a choice she made. Dan Yao gently grasped her arm and spoke softly. I know you have always respected her as your elder sister, but some individuals may not reciprocate sincerity with sincerity. I merely wish to enlighten you before I depart, for I cannot bear to see you remain in ignorance your entire life. Ding Xiaohui wept silently, and after a long moment, she finally managed to compose herself, choking back her sorrow. I understand. I shall no longer grieve for someone like her, for it is simply not worth it. Dan Yao affectionately stroked her hair and said, It is wonderful that you can think this way. Are my father and brother aware of this matter? Ding Xiaohui inquired. They do not know. This is an internal affair of your family, and as an outsider, I have no right to interfere. I merely could not bear to see you live your life as a fool, which is why I felt compelled to speak. It is best that they do not know, or else this family may truly fall apart. Ah, you are still so kind-hearted. Ding Xiaohui took a deep breath. What has happened has already transpired. What use is there in pursuing it further? Moreover, so many years have passed, and much evidence has vanished. Even if I were to mention the Blackheart Meridian Contracting Powder to my father and brother, they may not believe me. She could easily turn the tables and accuse me of slandering her. Dan Yao sighed. Indeed, the Blackheart Meridian Contracting Powder is exceedingly obscure. Even top-tier alchemists may not be aware of its existence. It would be difficult for anyone to believe the truth. I share this information with you in hopes that you remain vigilant against her. As for the misdeeds she has committed, divine justice will eventually prevail, and there is no need for you to dirty your hands. It is not that Ding Xiaolan is merely sharp-tongued. Her nature is cruel and domineering. If she does not learn to restrain herself, she will inevitably bring disaster upon herself. She has caused me such suffering that I genuinely fear encountering her. I might not be able to resist the urge to slap her fiercely. If I were in your position and someone dared to harm me so, even if she were my own sister, I would never let it go. The calamity she has wrought is hers alone, and while you are justified in seeking retribution, you must also realize that, given your current strength, you are no match for her. Charging forth blindly will only lead to your own humiliation. Upon hearing this, Ding Xiaohui felt as deflated as a punctured balloon, her spirit waning. Indeed, the Blackheart Meridian Contracting Powder has corroded my potential over the years. Even if I were to train relentlessly for 1,000 or 10,000 years, I could never hope to rival her. Ding Xiaohui's expression grew sorrowful as the night, yet her eyes shone with a bright hatred like a blade. Dan Yao smiled gently and said, "Your innate talent for cultivation is remarkable. Had it not been for the influence of the Blackheart Meridian Contracting Powder on your meridian flow, your current strength would surely rival that of your brother. However, do not lose heart. I possess a method to help you recover." Ding Xiaohui's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What method? Dan Yao retrieved a blood-red petal from her ring and whispered, "This is a petal from the 9 petals flower of true blood and affection. If you consume it and allow it to meld within you, it will cleanse your marrow and forge an unparalleled physique for cultivation. Subsequently, you can re-establish your foundation and ascend step by step. In a few years, your prowess will undoubtedly surpass that of Ding Xiaolan. At that point, you may exact whatever vengeance you desire upon her." The mention of the 9 petals flower of true blood and affection left Ding Xiaohui nearly gasping in astonishment. She quickly shook her head. "No, this treasure is far too precious. I cannot accept it." "What is precious or not? It is merely a petal," Dan Yao remarked. Observing Ding Xiaohui's hesitation to accept, she channeled her inner energy, transforming the petal into a streak of red light, and, taking advantage of Ding Xiaohui's unpreparedness, flicked it into her mouth. "Sister Shengguanyu, listen to me. After I depart, you must swiftly refine the medicinal properties of this flower and not squander my goodwill." At this, Dan Yao pointed her finger at Ding Xiaohui's soul. An arcane script materialized in Ding Xiaohui's mind. "This is a set of movement techniques I cultivated in my early years, named the 1,000 Illusions and Fragrant Steps. I know you are kind-hearted and abhor conflict. I leave this technique for your protection in times of peril." Ding Xiaohui gazed at Dan Yao, her hands icy as if she had been gravely ill, yet her palms remained warm. She grasped Dan Yao's hand with deep emotion, tears streaming down her face. "Sister Shengguan, thank you. I do not know what merit I cultivated in my past life to receive such sincere affection from you." Dan Yao smiled gently. "A drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude. You treat me well, and naturally, I shall reciprocate in kind. It is merely a matter of exchanging sincerity for sincerity." Ding Xiaohui laughed through her tears. "You and I share no blood relation, yet you can be so heartfelt." "While my own sister," Dan Yao interjected with a chuckle. "Silly girl, why ponder so much? Living your life well is the truest principle." She paused, a hint of sorrow in her voice. "I must take my leave. This farewell may stretch into eternity. Take care of yourself. Do not be overly kind. And do not let your sister scheme against you any longer." "Yes, I will remain vigilant. Until I surpass her in strength, I will not confront her." "That is good. Take care." With a light step, Dan Yao leaped into the air and transformed into a streak of spiritual light, drifting away gracefully. As Ding Xiaohui watched her figure fade, a wave of melancholy washed over her. Shortly after leaving the Ding residence, Dan Yao sensed someone was tailing her. Greedy, fervent gazes lurked behind her, unyielding in their pursuit. Although these individuals were all ravenous for the pure Yin body, they dared not act recklessly. During the final competition among the 3 great families, Dan Yao had displayed an unimaginable ghostly movement technique, evading even Guan Zhihao, who had forcibly elevated his cultivation to the spirit platform realm. Should they attempt to strike, not only would they fail to capture her, but they might also allow her to escape. The Purine body was an invaluable treasure, rare as a comet in a millennium. To let this woman slip away due to a moment's negligence would be a monumental loss. Dan Yao discerned their thoughts with a cold smile in her heart. "Escape? Huh, it is you who should be fleeing." Those who dare covet the lady shall soon learn what a nightmare truly is. With that thought, Dan Yao shot forward with haste, swiftly soaring into the distance. The group pursuing her realized their cover was blown as she accelerated and hurriedly chased after her. Under Dan Yao's playful guidance, they pursued her into a secluded valley, where they could no longer suppress their urge to attack. Dozens of figures launched a simultaneous assault, whipping up a tempest of wind as they encircled Dan Yao. Weapons drawn with lethal intent aimed at her vital points. Foolish and unaware of your impending doom. Faced with their onslaught, Dan Yao's eyes glinted with murderous intent. With a flick of her fingers, the nine heavens' mysterious maiden needle, born of blood and divine transformation, shot forth. Swish, swish, swish. Before the dozen figures could even utter a cry, their bodies fell lifelessly, eyes wide open in shock, unwilling to close. Those lurking in the shadows gasped in horror at this spectacle. They had not anticipated Dan Yao's ruthlessness and the peculiarity of her methods. The vast valley was suddenly steeped in an atmosphere of oppressive silence. Suddenly, the sharp sounds of hidden weapons shattered the stillness as another wave of greedy figures emerged, all prepared to strike. The purine body is best utilized by the nefarious for extraction, draining the essence to enhance their own strength. However, with so many eyes upon her, and with Dan Yao's needle technique so enigmatic, even if they were to capture her, a sudden strike could result in their own demise. Rather than risk such peril, it would be far wiser to simply kill her and drain her purine blood. This blood was also a vital ingredient for alchemy. Indispensable for many precious elixirs, selling it to alchemists would yield a handsome profit. Driven by greed, these individuals lost their rationality, oblivious to the grim reaper lurking nearby. Having witnessed the previous group fall to Dan Yao's needle, they understood her skill and dared not approach directly. Thus, they continued to launch hidden weapons in an attempt to eliminate her. Countless projectiles rained down like a tempest. Yet, when these weapons struck Dan Yao's back, it was as if they collided with a substance both incredibly soft and yet indestructibly hard. Not only did they fail to pierce her skin, but they also ricocheted violently back. The cries of agony resounded incessantly, echoing like the wails of tormented souls from the depths of hell. What a bizarre technique. The reputation of the purine body is well deserved. Amidst the cries of the wicked, a chilling laugh rang out. Dan Yao turned to see two figures gradually materializing. One was none other than Xianxia, the head of the Guan family, while the other was a diminutive figure with a youthful face and white hair, barely 3 feet tall. Xianxia, so it is you, you old fool. Upon seeing the newcomer, Dan Yao's pupils constricted slightly, her voice icy. What? You too covet my purine body? Haha, of course not. No matter how fine the purine body, it can only be enjoyed by the fortunate, and this esteemed gentleman by my side happens to possess that fortune. Xianxia said with a smile, gesturing to the diminutive figure. Him? Dan Yao glanced over, only to discover that the figure boasted a cultivation of the 4th realm of spirit platform, prompting a laugh from her. With this little runt, and you, an old decrepit. Do you truly think you can contend with me? You insolent little wretch, who are you calling a runt? The youthful-faced, white-haired dwarf retorted angrily. He had practiced sinister arts, becoming twisted and deformed, forever unable to regain his normal height. He loathed being called short more than anything else. And this little wretch had dared to strike his sore spot. I'm calling you that, you little dwarf. Dan Yao was not one to hold back against those seeking trouble. Do you know who I am, to dare speak to me in such a manner? Do you seek death? The dwarf shouted angrily. I do not know, nor do I wish to know. You do not know? Then allow me to enlighten you. I am the infamous 5 Poisons Boy. The 5 Poisons Boy. Dan Yao blinked, smiling. I've never heard of you. The 5 Poisons Boy, it turns out, is an elder from the esteemed Wan Poison sect located in the Central Domain. He is a 7th-tier alchemist, yet his prowess in the art of poisoning surpasses his alchemical skills, having perfected his toxic techniques to an extraordinary level. Numerous powerful beings have fallen victim to his lethal toxins, rendering him a fearsome figure known for his notorious reputation in the Central Domain. Ah, you haven't heard of me, have you? Well then, allow me to demonstrate my might. Chapter 1539, Do Not Approach. The 5 Poisons Boy clasped his hands, a cold smirk gracing his lips as a pitch-black serpent staff materialized before him. With a swift strike against the ground, a noxious black poison beam erupted from the serpent's mouth, hurtling towards Dan Yao with ferocious intensity. Such trivial tricks are hardly worth my concern, Dan Yao thought with an icy glare, her delicate hand sweeping forth as a vibrant crimson blood transformation needle shot out, colliding with the black poison beam. Bang! The two forces collided, and the black poison beam was punctured by the needle. The residual force of the blood transformation needle surged forth, aimed directly at the 5 Poisons Boy. The 5 Poisons Boy gasped in astonishment, hastily wielding his serpent staff to unleash several black beams, which ultimately deflected the impending strike. How can this be, seeing that Dan Yao not only neutralized his attack with a single needle, but also possessed such formidable residual power? Guan Shanyu involuntarily gasped in shock, exclaiming in disbelief. The Five Poisons boy was equally taken aback. After engaging with Dan Yao, he sensed that her spiritual energy surpassed his own, indicating she was at least a fifth-tier practitioner. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would not have dared to believe that this masked maiden possessed such terrifying abilities. What struck him further with dread was that the age-testing device from the previous competition had determined her age to be between 200 and 350 years. The notion that a woman aged 2 to 300 could cultivate to above the fifth tier was utterly inconceivable. No, this is impossible. At your age, even with the purine body, you could not have broken through to the spirit platform realm. Guan Shanyu shouted. What you deem impossible for yourself does not apply to others. You two old fossils dare to covet my purine body? If you seek death, then let me oblige. A fierce and ruthless glint danced in Dan Yao's eyes. She was well aware that Guan Shanyu harbored resentment towards her due to their previous confrontation. And lacking the confidence to subdue her, he had resorted to luring the Five Poisons boy with the temptation of her purine body to join forces against her. Since you can manage the initial move, do not blame me for going all out. What do you intend to do? Do not approach. My poison does not discriminate. As Dan Yao slowly advanced, the Five Poisons boy could not suppress a shiver. At the spirit platform realm, every advancement brings about a transformative change in strength. Although the Five Poisons boy was adept in the use of poison, the powerful beings who had perished by his hand were all below the fifth tier. Once one's cultivation surpassed the fifth tier, his toxic arts would hold little sway. The woman before him had already exceeded the fifth tier, and even with his poison, defeating her would prove exceedingly difficult. Indeed, the poison of the Five Poisons boy can even kill spirit platform practitioners. If you wish to survive, you should retreat while you still can. Guan Shanyu gazed into Dan Yao's icy eyes, trembling uncontrollably. Poison? I am already impervious to all toxins. What have I to fear from you? Dan Yao chuckled coldly, her overwhelming aura radiating forth without reserve. Under this tremendous pressure, both the Five Poisons boy and Guan Shanyu felt as though an immense mountain weighed down upon them, rendering them utterly powerless and filled with horror. This little vixen's cultivation is even more formidable than we had anticipated. Such terrifying pressure cannot possibly belong to a mere fifth-tier practitioner. Chapter 1540, A Forceful Annihilation. Clearly, she is a half-step into the divine void realm, perhaps even infinitely close to it. At this moment, Dan Yao had just broken through to the 8th tier of the spirit platform, and though there remained a considerable distance to the divine void realm, the two old men mistook her strength for proximity to that realm solely due to the overwhelming density of her Mingyu power, which surpassed that of her peers by several folds, creating this illusion. Nevertheless, her current strength was sufficient to sweep aside all practitioners beneath the divine void realm, excluding Xianxiang. Guan, my younger brother, let us engage this little vixen, the Five Poisons boy shouted. Agreed. The two men's faces contorted with malice as they roared in unison, one raising his palm while the other swung his staff, flanking Dan Yao from both sides. Dan Yao did not flinch nor evade, instead bracing herself against their attacks with her physical form. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as an incredibly gentle yet exceedingly strong force emanated from Dan Yao's body, causing their arms to tingle with numbness. The two stared in horror as their palm strike and serpent staff met Dan Yao's shoulder and left arm, yet they could not even break the skin. What formidable defensive capabilities! What technique have you cultivated to possess such powerful protective energy? A smirk of derision danced upon Dan Yao's lips. With such meager skills, you dare to covet my purine body. You are truly courting death. As she spoke, Dan Yao's slender hand shot forth, seizing Guan Shanyu's arm with a vice-like grip. Guan, retreat quickly. The Five Poisons boy's voice trembled in fear upon witnessing this scene, as he shouted while stepping back. Fortunately, the Five Poisons boy was diminutive in stature, and he wielded a long serpent staff rather than internal energy. However, Guan Shanyu's luck was not as favorable. Hearing the Five Poisons boy's warning, Guan Shanyu's expression shifted as he attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Dan Yao's hand, sharp as a blade, swiftly severed Guan Shanyu's arm, followed by a powerful palm strike to his chest. Guan Shanyu let out a blood-curdling scream, spewing forth a torrent of blood as his body was sent hurtling backward. Dan Yao's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as she flicked her finger. A blood transformation needle, propelled at astonishing speed, tore through the air and plunged directly into Guan Shanyu's heart. As Guan Shanyu's pupils dilated in shock, his life force extinguished, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. You vile creature, how cruel you are. The Five Poisons boy gazed in terror and resentment as he witnessed Dan Yao swiftly take Guanshan life. I never anticipated that this pure Yin woman could be so ruthless, rivaling even my own cruelty. I do not initiate conflict unless provoked. You sought this fate for yourselves. With him dead, you, Shorty, shall not escape either. Descend into hell. A bloodthirsty smile curled at the corners of Dan Yao's lips. As her alabaster hands surged with chilling spiritual energy, it eventually coalesced into a massive icy hand that struck fiercely towards the Five Poisons boy. Five Poisons soul-severing slash. A torrent of spiritual energy erupted violently from the Five Poisons boy, which he then channeled into his serpent staff. The staff glowed ominously as a purple-gray toxic substance spewed forth from its mouth, transforming into a crescent-shaped blood blade. The blood blade whistled through the air, its lethal toxic aura saturating the valley as it descended with lethal intent. Boom. The icy hand descended with ferocity, colliding with the blood blade in a thunderous clash. The seemingly deadly blood blade was shattered under the immense force of the icy hand, which then bore down upon the Five Poisons boy. No. The Five Poisons boy cried out, his eyes widening in terror as he was struck by the icy hand. Chapter 1541, Lingming City. In an instant, the Five Poisons boy, along with his serpent staff, was encased in ice, which then shattered, scattering blood-tinged ice fragments across the ground. After the demise of Guanshan and the Five Poison boy, the spatial rings they wore were seized by Dan Yao. Within these rings, she discovered numerous exquisite and rare medicinal herbs, thus striking a windfall. Having successfully dealt with those who harbored avarice towards her pure Yin body, Dan Yao smoothly exited the city of Yanba. A little over a month passed, and Dan Yao wandered through the southern part of the central domain, traveling while honing her skills. Occasionally, she encountered arrogant and troublesome cultivators, but she refrained from showing them any courtesy. If they were so foolish as to seek their own demise, she would grant them that wish, delivering them directly to the afterlife with a swift needle. The only vexation for Dan Yao was the vast expanse of the central domain, which was indeed larger than the combined territories of the east, south, west, and north. Without resorting to tearing through the fabric of space, she found herself flying for half a month and still had not exited the southern region. The reason for her prolonged search was her quest for a location to concoct the Broken Void pill. Although classified as an 8th-grade high-tier elixir, its complexity rivaled that of genuine 9th-grade pills. The tribulation that would ensue upon its refinement was unimaginably terrifying, attracting the covetous eyes of formidable beings. What troubled Dan Yao further was that the Broken Void pill concealed numerous enigmas, and for many years, no one had succeeded in producing it to forge a master of the divine void realm. If word got out that she had mastered the method of refining the Broken Void pill, the consequences would be dire. After all, in an age where the ascendant realm was the limit, the divine void realm represented the pinnacle of cultivation within the Tianxian continent. Such immense temptation would draw powers far beyond the likes of Guanshan and the Five Poison boy. Dan Yao's current strength was insufficient to confront these ancient monsters who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. Thus, she needed to find a desolate place, ideally devoid of life for thousands of miles around, to ensure the safe crafting of the Broken Void pill. Unfortunately, after months of searching, she had yet to find her ideal location. One day, Dan Yao arrived in a city named Lingming City. Aware of her status as an outsider in unfamiliar territory, she realized that wandering aimlessly like a headless fly would be unwise. Therefore, she intended to purchase a map to seek out the most suitable location for alchemy. Upon entering the city, she deliberately suppressed her cultivation to the initial stage of the Heavenly Monarch, a level that for her age, marked her as a prodigy. Yet not excessively extraordinary. After meandering through the streets for a while, Dan Yao successfully located a shop specializing in maps and various tidbits of information. The shop's decor appeared rather simple, even somewhat crude, yet the aura emanating from the owner and staff was formidable. With a sweep of her consciousness, she discerned that the owner was a mid-stage Heavenly Monarch, while several of the clerks were of the Earth Sovereign level. Having roamed the southern region for an extended period, Dan Yao had gathered a general understanding of the cultivation situation in the central domain. Though it was the domain with the highest cultivation levels, densest spiritual energy, and deepest foundation among the 5 major territories of the Tianxian continent, it also exhibited severe polarization, where the strong remained robust and the weak languished. If one were to liken the cities of the past to modern times, the central domain resembled the ultra-first-tier cities like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. In such cities, the wealthy were exceedingly affluent, while the impoverished were starkly destitute. Similarly, those at the zenith of cultivation within the central domain were truly beyond imagination. The spiritual platform realm, a pinnacle sought by cultivators from the 4 other domains, was utterly inconsequential in their eyes. However, such power was but a minority. The vast majority of cultivators were destined to remain trapped within the heavenly monarch and spiritual platform realms. Only a select few, endowed with extraordinary talent and fortuitous circumstances, held the hope of breaking into the divine void realm, entering the elite echelon of the central domain. Thus, the owner, possessing heavenly monarch strength, could be considered a notable figure in his own right. If the owner himself wielded such power, one could only imagine the formidable capabilities of the shop's backer. In truth, regardless of the place, the trade of information is one of the most lucrative yet perilous industries. Those who engage in such dealings are invariably individuals of power and influence. Miss, what brings you to our humble establishment today? Upon noticing Dan Yao's elegant attire, the owner welcomed her with a beaming smile. Dan Yao wasted no time and stated directly, I would like a detailed map of the southern region, and if you have a map of the entire central domain, that would be even better. The entire map of the central domain? The owner was taken aback by her request. He had not anticipated that a female cultivator would wish for such a comprehensive map, fully aware of the vastness of the central domain. Did she think she could traverse the entire region alone? The owner's murky eyes discreetly assessed Dan Yao, and he was taken aback once more. Initial stage of heavenly monarch. Remarkable. To have broken through at such a young age is no small feat. However, he thought it somewhat arrogant for someone of her cultivation to seek to roam freely. He surmised that such talent must have been nurtured by a powerful sect, yet she remained naive regarding the dangers of this vast domain. Despite his reservations about her overconfidence, the shopkeeper understood that as long as one could pay the price, he would do business regardless of the circumstances. Suppressing his astonishment, he cheerfully replied, We have both regional maps and the map of the entire central domain. However, the latter is more challenging to produce and thus comes at a higher price. Which one would you prefer? Dan Yao replied nonchalantly, I'll take both. The regional map and the central domain map were akin to a national map and a world map. The regional map covered a smaller area with intricate details, pinpointing every city, region, and even every street. In contrast, the central domain map, while encompassing a large area, only vaguely outlined the various regions and the territories of the major powers, lacking precise location markers. Considering her need to locate a site for refining the broken void pill, while also heading north to meet with Wan Mei Ling and Xiang Yang, it was evident that she required both maps. All right, miss, here are the maps you requested, crafted meticulously by our store's cartographer. However, the shopkeeper retrieved two exquisite scrolls, one gold and one red, and presented them before Dan Yao. This is the fee for these two maps, he grinned. Dan Yao shot him a glance and asked, what is the price? A flat rate of 100 premium spirit stones. Dan Yao gasped at the quotation. 100 premium spirit stones? Was he suggesting she should be robbed? One premium spirit stone equated to 1 million inferior spirit stones. Doing the math, that amounted to a staggering 100 million. Goodness, this old fellow was truly attempting to fleece her like a lion. Dan Yao could not help but roll her eyes. Despite having slain numerous members of the Xiang clan and dispatched many who coveted her pure Yin body, amassing a considerable fortune, she still found his audacity astounding. However, no matter how affluent one may be, it should not be squandered so recklessly. Dan Yao's voice turned icy. Shopkeeper, asking for 100 top-tier spirit stones. Do you not find that utterly absurd? Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper immediately retorted in a grave tone. Miss, your words are misguided. These two maps were painstakingly drawn by our store's employees, who traversed the central domain through numerous hardships. I assure you, every location depicted on this map corresponds exactly to its real-world counterpart. Any inaccuracies would warrant 100-fold compensation. If we were to consider only the maps of the southern region, the price would indeed be reasonable. Yet, given the vast expanse of the entire central domain, teeming with formidable beings and notorious for its treachery, a moment's carelessness could lead to one's demise. Only those who have attained the spirit platform realm can navigate these lands freely. The endeavor of creating a comprehensive map of the entire domain is fraught with challenges. Thus 100 top-tier spirit stones is hardly excessive. Dan Yao, understanding the formidable task of crafting a complete map of the central domain, still felt that 100 top-tier spirit stones was indeed exorbitant. She could not allow herself to be treated as an easy mark. Noticing her hesitance, the shopkeeper pondered for a moment and proposed, I am aware that 100 top-tier spirit stones is a steep price, but the costs of map production are substantial. You cannot expect our store to incur losses on this transaction. Even if I were to agree, our benefactor would certainly not. However, our store is open to trades. If you possess any enticing treasures, we could gladly exchange for the two maps. After a brief silence, Dan Yao retrieved a specially crafted small jade vial from her ring and handed it over. Take a look at this. The shopkeeper accepted it, curious, and uncorked the vial. Instantly, a rich surge of fire elements mixed with an intense chill emanated forth. This. The shopkeeper's pupils dilated in shock. Lava heart essence? Danielle nodded. Indeed, you have a keen eye, shopkeeper. The lava heart essence, one of the 5 great spiritual liquids, is an indispensable ingredient for crafting several rare and precious elixirs, sought after like gold dust. Where did you acquire this? The shopkeeper inquired, unable to contain his astonishment. Danielle smiled. Do not concern yourself with my source. I only wish to know if this is sufficient to exchange for the 2 maps. The lava heart essence, a specialty of the southern region, is monopolized by the royal family, making it exceedingly difficult for local cultivators to obtain even a small amount, let alone those from the central domain. While cultivators from the central domain may possess greater strength, acquiring this essence would necessitate a journey through a spatial transition station to the northern region, then a transfer to the western region, before finally reaching the southern region. The arduous journey from the central to the southern domain is self-evident. Furthermore, the 4 regions are bound by celestial rules. Cultivators from other domains venturing into the central domain risk falling prey to malevolent forces, while those from the central domain entering the southern region face restrictions that could lead to their own demise at the hands of local cultivators, adding a layer of peril. Thus, the challenge of obtaining lava heart essence rivals that of producing a complete map of the central domain. Naturally, its value in the eyes of cultivators from the central domain becomes exceedingly lofty. While the lava heart essence is indeed a rare treasure, its applications are limited primarily to the crafting of a select few obscure elixirs, thus somewhat constraining its overall worth. You see, the shopkeeper remarked, his gaze sharp as he regarded Danielle. This limitation on its utility does affect its value. Danielle, with a subtle smile, reclaimed the small jade vial containing the lava heart essence and replied lightly, Shopkeeper, do not underestimate the worth of the lava heart essence. As one of the 5 great spiritual liquids, it is only found in the distant southern region. You must recognize how scarce and precious it is. Although its applications are not extensive, it is irreplaceable. Just as you mentioned, it is only utilized in a handful of rare elixirs. Despite its rarity, when needed, it is indispensable. It is akin to a coffin, often unused, yet when a loved one passes, regardless of its cost, one must procure it for the burial. This irreplaceability is enough to drive alchemists to spend exorbitantly to acquire it. You must be fully aware of its immense value. She shot a glance at the shopkeeper. Your attempts to diminish the value of the lava heart essence are merely a ploy to compel me to offer more treasures in exchange. Let me be clear, this is all I have. If you wish to trade, then let us proceed. Otherwise, I doubt I shall find another vendor for such maps nearby. The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Danielle's resolute stance, leaving no room for negotiation. After a moment of silence, he grudgingly clenched his teeth. Very well, let us proceed with the exchange. Danielle smiled. Was that so difficult? You wasted my breath. She added, let us first examine the maps. Once confirmed, you shall receive the essence. The shopkeeper handed her the 2 scrolls. As she unfurled them, she observed that the regional map mirrored her route precisely, while the central domain map was equally detailed and accurate. Nodding in satisfaction, she handed over the lava heart essence. Having successfully acquired the maps, Danielle felt no inclination to linger further and turned to leave. Suddenly, the shopkeeper called out, Miss, wait. Danielle turned back. Frowning, what is it? Miss, I noticed you appear weary from your travels, and your accent suggests you hail from afar. Surely, you came here seeking the Spirit Clarity Spring? What? The Spirit Clarity Spring? It exists here? Danielle exclaimed, nearly doubting her own ears. The shopkeeper, puzzled by her astonishment, asked, You were unaware? Danielle shook her head. I happened upon this place by chance. How could I have known? Ah, I see. However, judging by your reaction, you must be quite intrigued by the Spirit Clarity Spring, am I correct? The shopkeeper observed Danielle with a glint of cunning in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, Danielle replied nonchalantly, I cannot say I am intrigued. I merely heard an elder mention it in passing, never expecting it to be located here. Though she spoke with indifference, her heart raced with excitement. The Spirit Clarity Spring, the legendary spring she had only heard of in tales, was indeed situated in Lingming City. No wonder the name felt familiar when she entered the city. This was the site of the Spirit Clarity Spring. The Spirit Clarity Spring, also known as the Earth's spiritual liquid, is famed for its extraordinary properties, surpassing even that of the lava heart essence and pure gold water. Only by gathering all 5 elemental spiritual liquids could one hope to marginally compare. This liquid contains the purest energy of the earth, a rare and extraordinary essence. While it may not significantly enhance a cultivator's power, it offers a 30% increase in the chances for countless half-spirit platform cultivators attempting to break through to the spirit platform realm, and even in the event of failure, There is no risk of energy backlash or dropping in cultivation level. The odds of success for a half-spirit platform cultivator attempting to break through to the spirit platform realm are exceedingly low. Even prodigies like Dan Yao and Xiang Yang, who practice unparalleled techniques, must rely on the aid of a breaking spirit pill for rapid advancement. Although soaking in the spirit clarity spring offers only a 30% chance, far less reliable than the breaking spirit pill, it is sufficient to drive countless half-spirit platform cultivators to madness. Yet, it is not merely the prospect of aiding half-spirit platform cultivators in their breakthrough that excites Dan Yao. After all, she had successfully transcended to the spirit platform realm years ago and still possessed a breaking spirit pill. Thus, the allure of breaking through to the spirit platform holds little attraction for her. What truly captivates Dan Yao is not the Lingming stone spring, but rather the Lingming jade essence nestled deep within the spring's core. This extraordinary substance, the Lingming jade essence, is a remarkable treasure formed over millennia from the condensation of the Lingming stone spring, its potency surpassing that of the spring water by 100-fold. While the world recognizes the Lingming stone spring as a precious resource for cultivation, aiding individuals in transcending to the spirit platform realm, few are aware that the true gem lies within the center of the spring, the Lingming jade essence. The Fire Dan Divine Scroll has mentioned that the Lingming jade essence is the essence of the Lingming stone spring. Consuming this substance allows it to meld within one's body, not only rendering an individual immune to the resistance of medicinal pills for a lifetime, but also enabling complete absorption. It is a well-known adage that all medicine carries a degree of toxicity. Regardless of the type of pill, excessive consumption inevitably leads to resistance. However, by taking the Lingming jade essence, one can entirely evade such consequences, consuming as much as desired without the risk of diminishing effects or backlash. Even more astonishing is that individuals possessing this unique constitution can achieve a 100% absorption rate of breakthrough pills, guaranteeing a successful transcendence. Pills like the Breakthrough Lord pill and the Spirit Breaking pill may assist in breakthroughs, yet the probability of success is not absolute. Even the finest quality Spirit Breaking pill, when crafted to perfection, offers merely an 80% chance of success. Yet, for those who have previously consumed Lingming jade essence, the likelihood of a successful breakthrough escalates to a full 100%. Though Dan Yao has gathered the necessary materials to concoct the Breakthrough Void pill, she harbors doubts about its efficacy in propelling her directly to the God Void realm. After all, the God Void realm represents the pinnacle of cultivation sought by countless practitioners across the continent, and achieving such a leap is no simple feat. The acquisition of Lingming jade essence would ensure a guarantee of success. Chapter 1546, Purchasing Information. Dan Yao was initially apprehensive that even if she succeeded in refining the Breakthrough Void pill, it might not lead to a breakthrough. After all, her and Xiang Yang's cultivation time is still short, incomparable to the deep reserves amassed by ancient practitioners over thousands of years. To recklessly consume the Breakthrough Void pill in pursuit of rapid advancement could lead her into perilous realms of obsession and madness. Now, however, with the prospect of Lingming jade essence, her worries have dissipated. Observing the fervor in Dan Yao's gaze, the shopkeeper's smile deepened. The Lingming stone spring is indeed a treasure for cultivation, aiding individuals in transcending to the spirit platform realm. Even those lacking the requisite cultivation can greatly benefit from it. Are you interested? Such a rare entity would undoubtedly capture the attention of any rational mind. And I am no exception. Dan Yao did not conceal her covetousness for the Lingming stone spring, replying with a subtle smile. However, acquiring such a precious resource is bound to be no easy task. Indeed, it is not easy. Yet where there is a will, there is a way. With determination, it is not insurmountable. I happen to possess some insider information, though I am uncertain. The shopkeeper grinned like a cunning fox. Dan Yao couldn't help but chuckle at his demeanor. She was bemused by this old fellow's apparent benevolence in divulging information about the Lingming stone spring, only to realize it was likely for the purpose of selling his so-called insider news. Nonetheless, this opportunity held significant importance for her and was not to be missed. She had only seen references to the Lingming stone spring in the Fire Dan Divine Scroll, with no details on its location or how to access it. Some treasures appear and vanish like fleeting shadows. If she did not seize the opportunity, she might miss out entirely. With this thought in mind, Dan Yao retrieved an orange-red pill from her spatial ring, smiling as she said, "This is the Yuhua pill, a mid-grade 6th-tier pill. Consuming it will elevate the cultivation of any practitioner below the spirit platform realm by a level with minimal side effects. Share everything you know, and it shall be yours." The Yuhua pill? The shopkeeper's murky old eyes sparked with excitement, his voice betraying his eagerness. "Such a precious pill. Where did you acquire it? Do not inquire about its origin. If you desire it, divulge all your knowledge, and it will be yours." Very well, I shall speak. The Lingming Stone Spring is located 40 miles west of Lingming City, atop Lingming Mountain. However, the spring is imbued with a unique spirit and does not manifest in its watery form. It instead transforms into a stone hidden within the mountain. Even those at the God-void realm, with the keenest perception, would struggle to discern its presence. Only during the blood moon night, which occurs once every 999 years, will the spring reveal its true form under the crimson moonlight, marking the moment when the Lingming Stone Spring is at its most potent. To immerse oneself in its waters, one must seize the opportunity. The blood moon night? Dan Yao's eyes narrowed. When will the next blood moon night occur? The shopkeeper replied, in 20 days. However, Lingming Mountain is shrouded in a naturally occurring nine-palace bewildering array, and the summit is perpetually cloaked in mist. Even for those skilled in flying with swords, ascending is no easy task. Yet, I possess a detailed map of Lingming Mountain, which records the points of the bewildering array. With it, you can ascend to the peak effortlessly. Chapter 1547, The Lecture. Saying this, the shopkeeper produced a beautifully crafted silk scroll and handed it to Dan Yao. She unfurled it, smiled, and said, "Thank you, shopkeeper." After storing the scroll in her ring, Dan Yao handed him the Yuhua pill. The shopkeeper was overjoyed, his aged face beaming with delight. Upon exiting the shop, Dan Yao sought additional information regarding the Lingming Stone Spring, confirming the shopkeeper had not deceived her, and a smile graced her lips. The blood moon night heralding the emergence of the spiritual spring is a rare opportunity. Having encountered it, how could she let it slip away? After wandering for a while, Dan Yao began to feel fatigued and sought a place to rest, sensing several formidable auras both within and outside Lingming City. She wished to avoid unnecessary trouble and sought out an ordinary inn for a few days. However, just as she aimed to evade complications, trouble approached her. "Beautiful lady, where are you headed? Why not find a place to indulge with this young master? If you serve me well, I shall reward you with a few pills to maintain your youthful beauty." A young man clad in extravagant garments blocked her path. His lecherous gaze roamed over Dan Yao's waist and chest, a depraved smile curling at his lips. He had happened to pass by and was instantly captivated by her allure. Though obscured by a mask, his seasoned eye for beauty discerned that she was undoubtedly a breathtaking enchantress. Amidst the peonies, even a ghost is charming, having encountered such beauty. How could I let her slip away? Though the young man was merely at the Earth's sovereign realm, his lineage was extraordinary. The two bodyguards trailing behind him were formidable figures at the mid to late stages of the celestial monarch realm, showcasing the might of his backing. Upon hearing his lewd words, Dan Yao's exquisite visage darkened. The passers-by, witnessing the scene, dared not intervene, casting sympathetic glances at her before discreetly retreating. "Beautiful lady, come along with me obediently. If you are compliant, I guarantee you a life of luxury," the young man leered, exuding an air of self-importance. "Get lost." Dan Yao detested such lecherous scoundrels who, emboldened by their connections, bullied others. Her gaze turned frigid, her eyes filled with a chilling, murderous intent. If it were not for her being new to this place and her desire to avoid trouble, she would have long since struck down this scoundrel for missing the opportunity of the spirit Brightstone Spring. Such a fiery temper, so vigorous and spicy. This young master finds it quite appealing. It was once believed that beauty lies in a lovely smile or tears resembling pear blossoms. Little did one know, when a true beauty becomes enraged, her allure can rival that of a city's charm. Before Dan Yao revealed her true visage, she merely bellowed the word "scram," and it sent shivers through the entire body of the elegantly dressed man. Instead of showing even a hint of fear in response to Dan Yao's rebuke, the man grew even more exhilarated, his gaze fixated on her with an intensity that seemed to undress her with his eyes, as if he could not wait to pounce on her. With a smirk, he proclaimed, "Since the beauty desires a wild game, I shall oblige. Adai air. Seize her and bring her back to my bed. Remember to be gentle. If you harm even a hair on her head, I shall hold you accountable." "Yes." Upon hearing the command, the two guards named Ada and Air swiftly moved forward, prepared to abduct her in broad daylight. The onlookers, witnessing this disgraceful act, furrowed their brows, inwardly cursing the man for his shamelessness in attempting to forcibly take a virtuous woman. Yet, judging by the fierce tone of the female cultivator, she was likely no ordinary opponent. A grand spectacle was about to unfold, seeking death. As the man continued his harassment, even Dan Yao, with her good nature, could no longer contain herself. She raised her delicate hand, intending to deliver a lesson the man would never forget. Just then, a sharp voice rang out, "Desist in your arrogance." Instantly, the gaze of the multitude turned toward the source of the command. Dan Yao followed suit and saw a young woman clad in a pale blue, flowing gown approaching gracefully, with enchanting peach blossom eyes, a delicate nose, and lips like vermilion. Her figure was slender, her skin as white as snow, exuding a beauty akin to the blossoms of spring. However, her exquisite face bore a chilling demeanor, as if encased in a layer of frost that had persisted for a millennium, rendering her unapproachable. The beauty of her alabaster skin was not diminished by her aloofness. Rather, it lent her an air of ethereal coldness. As Dan Yao's spiritual sense swept over her, she couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. The young woman appeared to be a few years her junior, yet her cultivation had already reached the brink of the spirit platform realm, with signs of imminent breakthrough. Dan Yao had only managed to advance so swiftly due to the assistance of her system, but this girl had achieved such prowess without similar resources, which was indeed impressive. However, Dan Yao understood that this rapid advancement was likely due to exceptional talent coupled with abundant resources. Had Shui Ling and Qi Ming been afforded the same opportunities, they would probably have already entered the spirit platform realm. The aura she radiated bore a striking resemblance to Dan Yao's Mingyu skill. Could it be? Oh, yet another beauty. My, what fortune I have today. The elegantly dressed man's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of such beauty, his wicked grin widening. Impertinence. The young woman, incensed by the man's insolence, swiftly closed the distance between them. A series of sharp slaps echoed, reminiscent of firecrackers, landing on the man's face. His countenance swelled grotesquely, resembling that of a pig, rendering him unrecognizable even to his own mother. You dare strike me? Do you know who I am? He stammered, clutching his throbbing face, a mix of shock and fury evident in his expression as he shakily pointed a finger at her. I strike you because you deserve it, she replied coldly, her sleeve flicking as a dark rose flew and lodged itself atop the man's golden crown. A black rose. Typically, roses are predominantly red or pink, with rare occurrences of blue or purple. As for a black rose, it was unheard of. Yet now, this black rose perched upon the man's head exuded an otherworldly and mysterious beauty. Witnessing this spectacle, many in the crowd gasped, their faces contorting in shock. Ada and Aer, the man's henchman, stood frozen as if struck by lightning. Black blood rose. Aer widened his eyes, his voice hoarse. You are from the Immortal Water Palace. The young woman smiled and nodded, well observed. I am indeed Chao Jiner of the Immortal Water Palace. Upon hearing her confirmation, the onlookers, especially the men, paled significantly. The Immortal Water Palace was one of the most formidable and fearsome superpowers in the Tianxian continent. It was said that once targeted by the Immortal Water Palace, few could escape, save for the likes of the Xiang clan and a handful of titans like the Dan Tower. Women from this sect were known for their volatile tempers and disdain for men. To offend the deranged women of the Immortal Water Palace was to invite a fate worse than death, no matter how far one might flee. Dan Yao felt a chill run down her spine upon realizing the identity of this woman. The Mingyu skill had become fragmented due to the previous master Yunmei, and subsequent leaders had been unable to restore it, resulting in the creation of the Hanyu skill, which was a fusion of the incomplete methods with the Immortal Water Palace's techniques. The similarity in their auras indicated that this woman had likely cultivated the Hanyu skill. Given that the Immortal Water Palace was located thousands of miles away from the Spirit Bright City, what could have brought her here? Could she also be seeking the Spirit Brightstone Spring? Young Master, run. She is from the Immortal Water Palace. Ada and Aer shouted in unison, each preparing to attack the young woman. They were not ignorant of the terrifying reputation of the Immortal Water Palace. Once marked, there was nearly no escape. With their meager strength, they stood no chance against the woman before them. However, as the guards of the elegantly dressed man, they had no choice. If their master fell, they would not only meet their demise, but their families would suffer the same fate. What is this Immortal Water Palace? The elegantly dressed man, evidently sheltered by his family, was oblivious to the dangers, completely unaware that the Immortal Water Palace was known for punishing heartless men who mistreat women. There's no time to explain. Young Master, flee. But before he could finish, Aer was struck by a powerful blow from Chao Jiner. He let out a horrified scream, spewing a mouthful of blood as he stared blankly at the gaping wound in his chest, his ribs shattered, intestines spilling forth, blood pooling around him. His eyes widened in terror, and soon, they lost their luster as he collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. Such a gruesome scene left the onlookers trembling, their faces drained of color. What a cruel method. The Immortal Water Palace truly lives up to its fearsome reputation, beautiful yet merciless. I'll fight you. Upon witnessing Aer's death, Ada was consumed by rage, his aura surging as his bones cracked, ready to unleash a deadly move to take down his opponent. However, Chao Jiner merely snorted coldly. Before he could execute his ultimate technique, she flicked her finger, and a nine heavens mysterious maiden needle pierced his forehead, sealing his fate. Devilish woman. You devilish woman. The elegantly dressed man, paralyzed with fear, stared in horror at the lifeless bodies of Ada and Aer. his face paling as he beheld the blood-soaked ground. He trembled uncontrollably, his legs shaking, and when he met Xiao Jiner's radiant smile after her lethal deeds, he nearly fainted. Do not come any closer. My father is the patriarch of the foremost family in Lingming City, and my aunt is the wife of the city lord. If you dare to kill me, they will assuredly not spare you. The man in fine clothing trembled in fear, stuttering as he spoke. However, Xiao Jiner merely chuckled. Do you dare to threaten me? Oomph, do you truly believe I am afraid? Chapter 1550. Men who bully women deserve death. She scoffed derisively. Do you think that your father's position as patriarch and your aunt's status as the city lord's wife can protect your wretched life? Oomph, let me inform you. There is no power in this world that my immortal water palace fears. No, you cannot kill me. It would bring you no benefit. Spare me, and I shall give you anything you desire. The man in fine clothing shook uncontrollably, persistently begging for mercy. I desire nothing but your life. Xiao Jiner's voice was as frigid as ice, her gaze upon the man akin to that of a mortuary. All men deserve death. Those who bully women deserve it even more. You are simply unfortunate to have crossed my path today. With that, her palm flipped over, delivering a lethal strike to the man's vulnerable area. You fancy teasing women, do you? Allow me to render you a eunuch, neither man nor woman. The man emitted a horrifying scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Silence. Xiao Jiner frowned, delivering another strike to the man's crown. With a dull thud, the man's skull shattered, his body freezing and bursting under the force of her strike. Vivid crimson blood flowed unabated onto the cobbled street, staining the stones a deep red. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, carrying the nauseating scent of blood. The onlookers gaped at Xiao Jiner, their expressions akin to those witnessing a vengeful specter from the underworld. The initial awe had been eclipsed by profound terror. Many male cultivators trembled uncontrollably, their hearts pounding violently. They were acutely aware that the immortal water palace harbored a profound disdain for men, mercilessly inflicting double the suffering upon them. Yet, witnessing Xiao Jiner publicly slay 3 men with such ferocity genuinely startled them. Thank you for your assistance. Dan Yao approached Xiao Jiner, sincerely expressing her gratitude. Although her power surpassed that of Xiao Jiner, who had chosen to aid her without knowledge of her true capabilities, such kindness was indeed worthy of acknowledgement. Xiao Jiner, however, coldly replied, No need to thank me. I merely detest those foul men who bully women. I had no intention of helping you, so do not flatter yourself. With that, she vanished like a fleeting green rainbow, drifting away into the distance. Dan Yao chuckled softly, shaking her head. Such a proud temperament. She then casually sought out a tavern, securing the finest celestial suite for herself. 18 days swiftly elapsed, and with 2 days remaining until the blood moon night, Dan Yao resolved to arrive early at Lingming Mountain to avoid any unforeseen delays, thus requesting the tavern keeper to cancel her room. In a flash, she transformed into a streak of blue light, swiftly darting westward. Mingwe Mountain is a renowned and extraordinary peak in the southern region of the Central Domain. It is deemed extraordinary not only for its summit housing the Lingming Spring, a terrestrial spiritual treasure, but also for the perpetual fog that envelopes the mountain, making navigation exceedingly difficult. The intricacies of the 9 palaces' bewitching formation are particularly convoluted. A moment's carelessness could lead one to be ensnared within its confines. Having signed in through the system for many years, Dan Yao had acquired numerous arcane techniques, including the art of Qimen Duanjia. This art is profoundly intricate, and while the 9 palaces' bewitching formation is not considered a superior array, unraveling it is not particularly challenging. However, the formation atop Mingwe Mountain is naturally occurring, not man-made. Despite its exquisite craftsmanship, true natural ingenuity cannot be replicated by human hands. Chapter 1551, Mingwe Mountain. Therefore, even with her thorough understanding of the Qimen 5 elements, Dan Yao found it challenging to devise a solution. Fortunately, the map provided by the tavern keeper guided her. As long as she followed the route step by step, albeit with some additional time, she could reach the summit. The miraculous effects of the Lingming Spring hold tremendous allure for cultivators below the spirit platform realm, especially for the younger generation, whose physical capabilities naturally surpass those of the elderly. Undergoing transformation through the Lingming Spring would ensure that even if their current cultivation level does not suffice to break through to the spirit platform realm, their future achievements would be boundless. Thus, various factions are determined to seize the opportunity presented by the Blood Moon Night to nurture their younger members. Logically, such a precious resource as the Lingming Spring should have long been monopolized by one or several major factions. For instance, the blood of the Blue Blood House was controlled by 3 prominent families for many years. Had it not been for the Ding family lacking a combat quota, Dan Yao would not have easily acquired the 9 petals flower of true feelings. Yet, to this day, no faction has managed to claim the Lingming Spring exclusively. The reason lies in the spring's uniquely strategic location, situated in the buffer zone between various major factions. Each faction aspires to monopolize it. Yet none can prove that this opportunity belongs solely to them, resulting in a stalemate and mutual restraint, rendering the Lingming Spring a wild resource. However, though it remains unclaimed, entry is not permissible for just anyone. According to the tavern keeper, the Lingming Spring has limited energy, allowing only 5 individuals to enter at a time. With more seekers than available resources, conflict is inevitable. Mingwe Mountain stands tall and perilous, a rare sight among the world's mountains. Dense clouds shroud the entire peak, obscuring the path. Even with the map's guidance, Danielle spent several hours reaching the summit. Standing atop the mountain, she gazed downwards, sensing numerous auras converging towards the peak, densely packed and causing her brows to furrow. She understood that the opportunity presented by the Lingming Spring was of immense significance, and many individuals would surely be drawn to it. However, when her senses detected the overwhelming tide of cultivators, one wave crashing over another, she was taken aback. With hundreds of thousands of cultivators vying for 5 spots to enter the Lingming Spring, the odds were akin to winning the lottery. Nevertheless, she felt little concern. The spring's waters, though exceptional, are most effective for those below the spirit platform realm, and few realize that the most precious resource is the Lingming Jade essence. Hence, those powerful beings surpassing the half-step Divine Void and Divine Void realms are unlikely to participate, as long as these old monsters are absent. Competing with her cultivation level at the 8th layer of the spirit platform would be as easy as child's play. Danielle smiled gently, finding a relatively quiet spot at the mountain's peak to sit and circulate her internal energy, absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Snow Spirit Fairy, it is a pleasure to meet you once more. From a nearby massive rock, a man clad in black robes, shrouded in dark energy, materialized. His eyes glowed with a sinister green light, and his aura morphed into various menacing patterns, creating an eerie presence. Danielle closed her eyes in meditation, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Blood Moon Knight. Just then, she sensed a familiar aura approaching her direction, soon followed by a group of male cultivators. Their voices tinged with fear and animated chatter. Look, look, the people from the Immortal Water Palace have arrived. What? The Immortal Water Palace? How could such a formidable presence come here? You must be mistaken. How could I be mistaken? Recently, a female cultivator was harassed by that debauched young master of the Yang family, and this female cultivator from the Immortal Water Palace, named Xiao Jiner, witnessed it and subsequently killed him. Indeed, I too have witnessed it. That woman is truly ruthless. First, she severed the vital essence of the young master of the Yang family, and then with a single strike, she caused his body to explode, leaving him utterly dismembered, a fate most tragic. TSK, such a fierce lady. The young master of the Yang family is indeed unfortunate to have encountered the deranged women of the Immortal Water Palace, who harbor a deep-seated animosity towards men. A few male cultivators whispered amongst themselves, their voices tinged with a mix of sympathy and schadenfreude for the hapless young master. At that moment, a sharp voice interjected. Unfortunate? He brought it upon himself. Who told him to provoke women in public? This outcome is merely his due retribution. The speaker was a fiery-tempered middle-aged female cultivator, whose disdain for lecherous men, who viewed women as mere playthings, was palpable. Upon hearing this, Danielle couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. As she had anticipated, Xiao Jiner had come specifically for the Spirit Ming Stone Spring. The Immortal Water Palace and the Xiang clan were sworn enemies. Anything that piqued the interest of the Immortal Water Palace would inevitably draw the Xiang clan into the fray. Conversely, if the Xiang clan desired something, the Immortal Water Palace would undoubtedly resort to sabotage, ensuring that their nemesis gained nothing. Now that the disciples of the Immortal Water Palace were converging upon the Spirit Ming Stone Spring, one had to wonder if the Xiang clan would also send individuals to this place. What if? But what is there to fear? When troops arrive, we shall meet them. And when water comes, we shall bury it in soil. With her current strength, as long as no formidable foe at the 5th level of the Divine Void realm appeared, none would be able to do her harm. Even if, by the slightest chance, the Xiang clan dispatched a 5th level Divine Void powerhouse who recognized her identity, there was no need for her to tremble. This was not a spatial passage. If she could not defeat them, she could simply flee. What was so daunting about that? With these thoughts, Danielle once again calmed her mind, silently circulating her qi. On the opposite side of the mountain peak, Xiao Jiner stood upon a sheer cliff, the mountain winds lifting her garments, resembling pear blossoms blooming against the snow, exuding an undeniable elegance. Beside her stood a middle-aged beauty veiled in a scarf, attentively observing the surroundings. Elder Shui, with the emergence of the Spirit Ming Stone Spring, has the Xiang clan sent any young talents? Xiao Jiner inquired coolly. None, replied the middle-aged beauty, Elder Shui, with a smile. The waters of the Spirit Mingstone Spring are exceedingly soft. While they greatly benefit ordinary cultivators or those who practice in-cold techniques, the Xiang clan's cultivation methods, rooted in the bridal garment divine skill, are inherently fierce and yang in nature. How could they possibly absorb the essence of the Spirit Mingstone Spring? That is reassuring. Our immortal water palace's cultivation methods stem from the water. The purer and more ethereal the water, the greater the benefit to our cultivation. Once I absorb the power of the Spirit Mingstone Spring, I shall break through to the spirit platform realm and become a true powerhouse among the younger generation. As she spoke, a hint of a smile graced Xiao Jiner's cold visage. Indeed, those who can break through to the spirit platform realm have invariably undergone thousands of years of arduous training. Yet you, in merely a few hundred years, can achieve this with such astonishing swiftness. Not only our elders, but even during the establishment of the immortal water palace, when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had not yet undergone transformation, few could accomplish such a feat. Once you successfully break through to the spirit platform realm, you can vanquish a few despicable, formidable traitors. And your master, along with your uncles and senior brothers, shall jointly petition the palace master to designate you as the holy maiden, destined to inherit the position of palace master. Elder Shui chuckled, pausing before continuing. Though the Spirit Mingstone Spring may be detrimental to the Xiang clan's cultivation, the enmity between the immortal water palace and the Xiang clan has persisted for years. If they learn of your intent to utilize the Spirit Mingstone Spring to break through to the spirit platform realm, they will likely send someone to interfere. However, you need not worry. While the Xiang clan is indeed troublesome, our immortal water palace is not to be trifled with. At worst, we shall engage in a battle of spells. Xiao Jiner nodded. As long as I can successfully break through this time, I shall relish in dealing with that despicable group of men from the Xiang clan. But the men of the Xiang clan are not so easily dealt with. As your protector, your master repeatedly cautioned me before our departure to exercise utmost caution in Lingming City and to avoid acting impulsively. Furthermore, your master mentioned that the traitor who fled the Xiang clan has secretly returned to the central region. The traitor who escaped the Xiang clan? You mean Xiangyang? Xiao Jiner's delicate face shifted slightly as she spoke softly. Indeed, it is he. It is rumored that after years of wandering, he has comprehended the cultivation methods of the bridal garment divine skill. Should he return to the Xiang clan and divulge this secret, it would spell utter disaster for our immortal water palace. Is it truly that severe? The bridal garment divine skill has been passed down since ancient times, yet no one has ever truly mastered it. Even the ancestor of the Xiang clan, who inadvertently acquired its power, ultimately fell to the third-generation palace master, Green Wild Fairy. How could that young man, Xiangyang, possibly unravel the mysteries of the bridal garment divine skill? A flicker of unusual light danced in Xiao Jiner's eyes as she spoke. Elder Shui hesitated. Regarding this matter, even the palace master is uncertain if Xiangyang has truly grasped the intricacies. However, it is better to be safe than sorry. If that young man indeed knows the cultivation methods of the bridal garment divine skill and is extracted of the utmost secrets by Xiang Banshan, should he master the bridal garment divine skill and break through to the transcendence realm, our immortal water palace would face annihilation. The palace master and the elders are closely monitoring this situation. Should Xiangyang's whereabouts be discovered, they will act immediately to retrieve him. If retrieval is impossible, they shall eliminate him directly, for we cannot allow this secret to fall into the hands of the Xiang clan. Xiao Jiner frowned slightly. Previously, I seem to have heard my master mention that Xiangyang has a disciple of the immortal water palace by his side, and the palace master intended to contact this sister to assist in bringing him back to the immortal water palace. Wouldn't that suffice? Elder Shui shook her head. There is no such disciple of the immortal water palace. That person is an impostor. What? An impostor? How could that be? Xiao Jiner was taken aback. Every disciple of the immortal water palace is registered. When the Xiang clan learned of this news, the palace master dispatched individuals to investigate thoroughly, and no disciples have left the central region. Moreover, after the lesson from the seventh holy maiden, Yunmei, the disciples of the immortal water palace view the men of the Xiang clan as if they were a flood or a fierce beast. Who would dare associate with a man of the Xiang surname? But I heard that during her confrontation with the Xiang clan, that person employed techniques that men could not use. This technique is a closely guarded secret of our immortal water palace. If she is not a disciple of the immortal water palace, how could she possess such an extraordinary skill? Xiao Jiner inquired, puzzled. I am not entirely certain about this either. In any case, that person is definitely not a disciple of the immortal water palace. It is highly likely that the Xiang clan deliberately released her as a smokescreen to deceive us, regardless of whether or not she is. Anyone who dares to impersonate the immortal water palace must not be overlooked. Dan Yao observed Xiao Jiner's movements intently upon her arrival. She vaguely noticed that Chao Jiner and Elder Shui perked up their ears upon hearing the name Xianxia. When she heard Elder Shui assert that she was an imposter, she couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Had it been earlier, when she had learned the immortal water palace's secret techniques without proper instruction, she would indeed have been a fraud. However, after the events at the Cloud Peak Heavenly Palace, she had received the true teachings of Yunmei, thus qualifying as half a disciple of Yunmei. Yunmei was the seventh holy maiden of the immortal water palace, and as a half-disciple, she could also be considered a disciple of the immortal water palace. If one were to delve into lineage, she would indeed be a generation above Chao Jiner. To not overlook me would imply an intention to usurp my master and annihilate my ancestors. Dan Yao smiled faintly and continued to meditate. 2 days swiftly passed. Today was the 15th day of the month, the night of the full moon. However, unlike previous occasions, this night's full moon was extraordinarily unique, heralding the rare blood moon that occurred once in a millennium. As the sanguine full moon was about to rise, the ethereal energies of the surrounding world suddenly became agitated. The moment Dan Yao sensed this fluctuation, she swiftly opened her eyes, a gleam of brilliance gliding through them. The Lingming Stone Spring was about to manifest, wasn't it? With the continuous unrest of the celestial energies, the dense mists enveloping Lingming Mountain gradually dispersed. At the same time, a wave of crimson energy surged forth from the horizon, sweeping across the land with overwhelming force. In that instant, whether it was the cultivators atop the mountain or the unfortunate souls ensnared at the foot of the mountain by the Nine Palaces enchantment, all felt an eerie, feminine power imbued with the essence of blood. The softest element in the world is water. Such a peculiar and gentle energy could only emanate from the waters of the Lingming Stone Spring. Gazing at the tumultuous crimson energy rolling in the sky, even Dan Yao, with her years of extraordinary experiences, could not help but marvel at the wonders of creation. The richness of this sanguine energy stirred the desires of the assembled cultivators. The Lingming Stone Spring symbolized the hope of transcending the spirit platform realm. Even in the mystical central domain, those at the spirit platform were among the most formidable. Whoever could break through this level would not only gain immense power, but also elevate their family and sect to unprecedented heights. Observing the eager young talents around her, Dan Yao felt a surge of passion. The younger generation of the central domain constituted the core group of geniuses across the entire Tianxian continent. She was curious to see just how much of a disparity existed between herself, a rural cultivator from the eastern domain, and these so-called prodigies from prosperous cities. Just as Dan Yao's thoughts flickered, the crimson energy vanished, and a full moon hung in the sky. This round moon, devoid of its usual brilliance, was filled with an unusual scarlet hue, reminiscent of burning flames and flowing blood. The blood moon cast rings of red light upon Lingming Mountain, revealing all disguises. "Look, the Lingming Stone Spring has appeared," someone in the crowd exclaimed. Everyone turned to follow the direction of his gaze and beheld, beneath the illumination of the blood moon, a large pit emerging amidst a thicket of dense thorns at the mountain's peak. A faint silver light radiated from the pit, harmoniously blending with the sanguine moonlight, creating an exquisite yet melancholic scene. Boom! The gathered cultivators, unable to contain their excitement, transformed into streaks of light, rushing madly towards the thicket. Elder Shui, the Lingming Stone Spring is protected by an ancient prohibition left by a great being from the bygone era. Only cultivators under 1,000 years of age can pass through. You guard this spot, and I shall handle the rest, Chao Jiner instructed Elder Shui. Elder Shui nodded, understood. Exercise caution, Chao Jiner affirmed with a nod, her figure gliding like willow catkins in the wind as she swiftly joined the throng. Her incredible speed and grace left the male cultivators present in awe. The immortal water palace, renowned for millions of years, truly possessed unmatched swiftness. Just when Chao Jiner believed she had outpaced everyone and was about to be the first to taste the spring, a blue figure darted past her like a shooting star, swiftly overtaking her. Chao Jiner was momentarily stunned, about to discern who had surpassed her when a dark figure, akin to a specter, flashed before her, pursuing the blue silhouette. How could it be her? Chao Jiner gasped in surprise. This blue figure was none other than the woman in blue she had encountered previously, who had slain the arrogant youth from the Yang family. She appeared to be of similar age, yet her speed was astonishing. And what of that black-clad individual? How could they possess such a ghostly agility? The immortal water palace, founded by women, emphasized lightness and elegance in its techniques. Especially in aerial maneuvers, they were unparalleled, with few rivals among their peers. How could these two be faster than her? Could they possibly be cultivators of the spirit platform realm? Just as Chao Jiner was astonished, Dan Yao also sensed the unusual presence behind her. This peculiarity stemmed not only from the bizarre agility, but also from an insidious aura emanating from the individual, filling her with revulsion. She heard the voice behind her. Sinister and low, what remarkable speed. In the time since we last met, the snow spirit fairy's cultivation has advanced considerably. The voice was barely audible, yet its clarity pierced Dan Yao's ears. Snow spirit fairy? Dan Yao's body trembled, and she lowered her voice to demand, "Who are you? And how do you know my identity?" The figure in black chuckled, "So quickly forgotten, it truly saddens me." Upon hearing that laugh, Dan Yao's heart quaked as she exclaimed, "You are Murong." He finally remembered. "Indeed, it is I." The figure in black removed their hood, revealing a pale, bloodless, yet handsome face. Murong Yuan. It turned out to be this persistent specter. No wonder the aura of evil was so potent. Ever since Dan Yao embarked on her journey, she had only sensed such formidable malevolence from Murong Yuan. "How did you end up here? Aren't you afraid of being discovered by those malevolent cultivators as an outsider?" Dan Yao inquired. Murong Yuan replied with a smile, "What is there to fear? I would rather have more company." Dan Yao was taken aback at first, but soon grasped the implication. When it came to wickedness, none could compare to him, who practiced the art of devouring the flesh and soul of his kin. It was fortunate that the cannibalistic evil cultivators of the central domain had not encountered Murong Yuan, for if they did, they would undoubtedly be devoured whole. The four great domain cultivators who had previously ventured into the central domain had nearly all fallen victim to the clutches of these evil cultivators. Yet you managed to turn the tables. Quite impressive, indeed, Dan Yao remarked coldly. "What can I say? I am the god of evil. I was just lamenting my inability to find any supplements, and now they have come knocking at my door. I can only graciously accept," Murong Yuan said, his scarlet tongue licking his lips with a wicked grin. "After so many years apart, I wonder how much your cultivation has progressed." Dan Yao retorted dismissively, "What? Do you wish to test it out? You, a defeated foe? That is indeed my intention." Murong Yuan laughed, his fingers shooting out as a jet of black energy surged toward Dan Yao. Dan Yao elegantly waved her sleeve, and a torrent of spiritual energy coalesced into an invisible water shield. Bang! The black energy collided with the water shield, emitting a hissing sound before vanishing without a trace. Such formidable feminine energy. Murong Yuan's expression shifted slightly as he quickly flicked his fingers, unleashing several more jets of black energy. Dan Yao's flowing sleeves danced like a celestial being, effortlessly neutralizing the attacks. The two engaged in a fierce aerial duel, exchanging dozens of blows in mere moments. The spirit platform realm. Dan Yao nearly exclaimed in astonishment. It had only been a few years since they last met, and this fellow had actually broken through to the spirit platform realm. Not only had he transcended, but he had also surged to the third level of the spirit platform. "I did not anticipate your cultivation to have advanced so significantly," Dan Yao murmured softly. "Ha ha, did you not see this coming?" Murong Yuan laughed heartily, his voice lowered. "Since I attained the demonic arts, you are the first to confront me directly without schemes or ambushes. In no time, I shall defeat you and make you my demonic queen." Though he spoke lightly, his heart was filled with trepidation. He had thought that after years of arduous cultivation and having devoured the true essence of several evil cultivators from the central domain, he would at least be able to match Dan Yao, if not defeat her. Unbeknownst to all, this confrontation appeared to be evenly matched on the surface, with neither party gaining the upper hand. However, Murong Yuan understood all too well that Dan Yao was deliberately concealing her true abilities, avoiding unnecessary complications. Each of her attacks merely grazed him like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Had she unleashed her full power, he would have already faced utter defeat. With a cold smile, Dan Yao declared, "To defeat me? Dream on. I allowed you to escape last time, but this time, fortune shall not favor you." With a flourish of her hands, her long sleeves danced like a frenzied serpent, seemingly slow yet swift as they coiled towards Murong Yuan. "I have matters to attend to, and I cannot afford to indulge you any longer. Until next time." Murong Yuan chuckled, his form transforming into a streak of black light as he swiftly retreated, ultimately vanishing into the throng of approaching figures. Dan Yao, both astonished and bewildered, was taken aback by his sudden departure. The official contention for the Lingming Stone Spring had only just commenced. How could he simply flee? No, it was clear that his cultivation had surpassed the Lingtai realm, rendering the spring unnecessary for his advancement. Could it be that he was after something else? Suddenly, piercing screams erupted from the crowd, shattering Dan Yao as contemplation. Her heart quaked at the maliciousness of the fiend. It became evident that he had not come for the Lingming Stone Spring, but rather to target the young cultivators of the central domain. These prodigies, meticulously nurtured by various sects at great cost, possessed essence and vitality far more nourishing than the spring itself. It was lamentable that these young talents, eager to absorb the spring's energies for their own breakthroughs, remained oblivious to the fact that they were the prey in another's eyes. As Chao Jiner and her companions swiftly closed in, Danielle hastily activated her stealth technique, darting towards the large pit. Upon reaching its edge, she was suddenly assailed by waves of searing heat. Gazing intently, she beheld the pit's perimeter engulfed in raging flames. The sight bore a striking resemblance to the gates of hell she had encountered during her travels in Turkmenistan in her past life. At the heart of the pit lay a silver pool, roughly a yard in diameter, its waters bubbling and roiling like quicksilver, a most peculiar sight. The roaring flames enveloped the silver pool, two utterly antithetical substances coexisting within the pit, starkly delineated, prompting awe at the wonders of nature. As recorded in the Fire Dan Divine Scroll, the Lingming Stone Spring resembled quicksilver, yet bore none of its toxicity. Surely, this was it. Danielle's consciousness swept across the silver pool as she murmured softly, just as she prepared to dive in ahead of the others to seize the Lingming Jade essence. An elderly female voice suddenly rang out. What an impressive young lady. To arrive here so swiftly is truly remarkable. Startled, Danielle turned towards the voice. The endless flames in the pit began to writhe, transforming into a fire dragon. Amidst the flickering light, the fire dragon morphed into a white-haired old woman clad in red. Standing before Danielle, with the appearance of the old woman, flames surged forth, instantly obscuring the Lingming Stone Spring at the center. A being of the divine void realm? As Danielle scanned the figure, she realized that the woman's aura far surpassed her own, indicating she had indeed entered the divine void realm. Noting the harmonious blend of the old woman's presence with the flames, Danielle's thoughts shifted, and she smiled, saying, Esteemed elder, you must be the guardian spirit beast of the Lingming Stone Spring, am I correct? Such treasures of heaven and earth are invariably protected by extraordinary beings. A barrier, left by some ancient power, surrounded the Lingming Stone Spring, preventing cultivators over 1,000 years of age from entering. Given the woman's apparent age and formidable strength, she must surely be an ancient entity who had existed for over 10,000 years. If she were not the guardian of the Lingming Stone Spring, how could she possibly be here? The white-haired old woman cast a curious glance at Danielle, chuckling. You possess keen insight to discern that I am the guardian of the Lingming Stone Spring. No wonder you are so young yet possess such formidable cultivation. Your praise is undeserved, esteemed elder. I merely relied on my experience to deduce, Danielle replied with a smile. I understand that as the guardian, you would not easily allow outsiders to enter the spring, lest it be tainted. However, there lies something I desperately seek within, and I must enter. Might I inquire what constitutes passing your test? To her surprise, the white-haired old woman merely shook her head with a smile. No need for that. Feel free to proceed. Oh, this is quite unexpected, Danielle exclaimed, taken aback. Why is that? The old woman smiled warmly. You are the first to arrive here. According to the rules I have established, the first to reach this point is exempt from the trial and granted direct entry into the spring. Therefore, you may go ahead. The delightful news came so swiftly that it left Danielle momentarily speechless. She had anticipated a challenging ordeal to gain entry into the spring. Yet this old woman had discarded all convention and granted her immediate access. Little did Danielle know. The notion of being the first to arrive and being exempt from the trial was merely a fabrication of the white-haired old woman. There was no such rule. The old woman had made this statement because she was the essence of the fire from Lingming Mountain and was particularly sensitive to extreme yin and cold energies. Upon her first glimpse of Danielle, she sensed within her a formidable treasure of extreme yin, though she could not immediately discern its nature. The oppressive aura it emanated instilled a deep-seated fear within her. Should this young woman choose to engage in combat, the old woman knew she would be unable to withstand it. Rather than confront such a challenge, it was more prudent to grant the young woman a favor. Then I express my gratitude, esteemed elder. Danielle bowed respectfully. With a gentle smile, the white-haired old woman gestured, and the endless sea of flames parted. Danielle turned and stepped inside, just as she was about to enter the spring. The old woman called out, The spiritual energy of the Lingming Stone Spring has yet to reach its zenith. Wait until I have completed the trials for the remaining 4. And then you may enter together. Yes. Realizing that disregarding the wisdom of the elderly often leads to misfortune, Danielle perceived that the old woman harbored no malice towards her. Thus, she saw no harm in complying with her request. Suspended within the pit, the soft glow of the flames isolated her from the surrounding energies. Within, she could see those outside, yet they could not see her. Shortly after Danielle's entry, Chao Jiner and the others arrived in succession. In stark contrast to Danielle's fortuitous journey, Chao Jiner and her companions encountered far less favorable circumstances. The white-haired old woman proclaimed, Whoever can withstand 3 of my strikes shall gain entry. Unbeknownst to this group, the old woman was the guardian of the Lingming Stone Spring. Her cultivation unfathomable. They beheld her aged visage, appearing as if she were on the verge of decay, and each stepped forward to challenge her. The outcome was dire. Many could not withstand even a single strike and were reduced to ashes by the old woman's flames. It was only at this point that they began to grasp the gravity of the situation, determined to seize this opportunity. Xianxiadrama resorted to the secret arts of Xianxiaaudiobooks Palace, barely managing to endure 3 strikes from the old woman, thereby securing her entry. After a round of eliminations, 4 more young cultivators successfully passed the old woman's trial and entered the fiery depths. Among them were 2 males and 2 females. One male had a severed arm and wore a green robe, while the other, clad in somber black, exuded an aura of menace. The 2 female cultivators were Xianxiadrama, draped in flowing azure, and another dressed in a pale yellow gown, her oval face exuding grace and elegance, embodying the demeanor of a refined lady. Such impressive skills. How could they have arrived here ahead of us? Xianxiadrama scrutinized Dan Yao from head to toe, her heart filled with astonishment. Who was this female cultivator? Previously, she had been subjected to public ridicule, and Xianxiadrama had dismissed her as insignificant, only to discover that she was indeed a remarkable figure. Dan Yao smiled gently. You are not lacking either. The Immortal Water Palace is renowned throughout the ages, and those who emerge from there are certainly not mere trifles. Xianxiadrama chuckled lightly, an undercurrent of coldness in her tone. As long as you know. Unbeknownst to her, Dan Yao was wholly focused on the Lingming Jade essence, not wishing to stir up trouble. Hence, she had refrained from killing the lecher who had harassed her in public. She mistakenly believed that Dan Yao was intentionally concealing her prowess and treating her as a mere plaything, which is why her words were so sharp. Sensing the malice in Xianxiadrama's tone, Dan Yao could not be bothered to engage in a debate and replied coolly, We are both female cultivators. Why must we make things difficult for one another? As long as you do not provoke me, I shall not trouble you. That is for the best. Xianxiadrama retorted icily. As their conversation unfolded, a vast and powerful surge of energy suddenly erupted from the silver pool. Such formidable energy. Has the spiritual aura of the Lingming Spring reached its peak under the influence of the blood moon? The expressions of the 4 individuals shifted dramatically upon witnessing this spectacle. This is a rare opportunity. Let us enter. The ancient voice of the white-haired crone drifted slowly from the flames. With a splash, as soon as the crone's words fell, Xianxiadrama activated her true energy, shielding her body, and leaped into the silver pool first. As she did, a vortex of spiritual energy swiftly formed on the surface of the pool. Clearly, she was rapidly absorbing the essence from the spring, pushing towards a breakthrough in the Lingtai realm. The other 3, witnessing the astonishing speed at which Xianxiadrama was absorbing energy in the vortex she had created, were both astonished and apprehensive that she might claim their share. They promptly jumped into the pool like dumplings. With the entrance of the 3, the vortex on the pool's surface expanded dramatically, an immense influx of energy rushing into it. Dan Yao understood that the true treasure was not the flesh and bones in the spring, but the Lingming Jade essence, which resided at the very bottom of the pool. So she remained calm. She extended her consciousness downwards, observing the 4 of them entering a state of breakthrough, fully immersed and oblivious to their surroundings. Seizing this moment, she decided to retrieve the Lingming Jade essence. Without hesitation, she dove into the pool and swiftly descended towards the deepest part. The depths of the silver pool were unlike any ordinary pond. Rather than becoming muddier as one descended, the water grew increasingly translucent, while the pressure intensified. Such intense cold. Upon reaching a depth of 1,000 meters, Dan Yao suddenly felt an overwhelming chill piercing through her flesh and bones. Had she not cultivated a technique attuned to the coldest of energies, she would have surely been trembling uncontrollably. Nevertheless, this frigid aura proved beneficial to her cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Dan Yao allowed her true energy vortex to circulate, opening all her meridians as she continuously absorbed the energy from the spring. She plunged deeper, consuming the icy energy as she descended further, 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters. By the time she reached 10,000 meters, the spring water had become nearly colorless, and the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. Despite the Lingming Jade essence being located at the deepest point, she had not anticipated that this pool would be even deeper than the sea. After descending over 10,000 meters, she still saw not a single shadow. Feeling a twinge of fear in the pitch-black environment, Dan Yao summoned her snow spirit sword, which flew from her heart and emitted a soft blue glow, illuminating the depths of the water. With the light from the sword as her guide, she continued her descent. After nearly another 2,000 meters, a purple-gold orb, roughly the size of a man's fist, was suspended in the water. A torrent of rich spring water surged from behind the orb, and despite the onslaught, the orb only grew brighter. The Lingming Jade essence. Upon sighting it, Dan Yao immediately recognized it as the Lingming Jade essence described in the Divine Fire Pill scroll. Her heart swelling with joy, After searching for so long, she had finally found it. Although it was still some distance away, she could sense the abundant and pure energy radiating from it. Having descended so deep, she realized time was of the essence. The Lingming spring was intricately tied to the blood moon. If she could not leave before the blood moon vanished, she risked becoming trapped in the silver pool until it reappeared 9,900 years later. By then, it would be far too late. Determined not to delay, she swiftly snatched up the purple gold orb and stashed it in her spatial ring, hastily swimming back along the path she had come. Approaching within 3,000 meters of the pool's edge, she suddenly heard a shrill voice. How do you know the Lingming jade essence is at the deepest point of the spring? Who exactly are you? Dan Yao's pupils constricted slightly at the sound, and she looked up to see Chao Jiner holding a white jade Buddha hand, her face a mask of astonishment. At that moment, the white jade Buddha hand emitted a faint purple glow. As Chao Jiner drew closer, the purple light intensified, enveloping them like a vast expanse of purple mist. Realizing the implications, Dan Yao deduced that Chao Jiner was not merely here to break through the Lingtai realm. More importantly, she sought the Lingming jade essence. The white jade Buddha hand, if her assumptions were correct, was a tool specifically designed to locate the Lingming jade essence. One could not help but admire the profound depth of the immortal water palace for being aware of the secrets of the Lingming spring. Quickly tell me how you know about the Lingming jade essence. Chao Jiner demanded again. Why should I tell you? Who are you to me? Dan Yao rolled her eyes, responding with irritation. You may choose not to speak, but the Lingming jade essence does not belong to you. Hand it over, and I might offer you some compensation, otherwise. Otherwise what? Dan Yao retorted coldly. The Lingming jade essence is something I painstakingly acquired. How could I possibly give it to you? If you want it, catch up to me first. With that, Dan Yao propelled herself forward like an arrow, swiftly swimming upstream. Don't run, Chao Jiner shouted, channeling her energy with all her might, pursuing her like a darting fish. Though Dan Yao possessed profound cultivation and superior spiritual power, she was not accustomed to swimming in water. In contrast, Chao Jiner, as a disciple of the immortal water palace, had trained in water since childhood, giving her a significant advantage in speed. As Dan Yao's true energy circulated, she swam faster and faster, while Chao Jiner utilized her advantage in the water to relentlessly pursue her. Despite being astonished by Dan Yao's speed underwater, Chao Jiner did not fall behind. The two burst forth from the water's surface, Dan Yao unaffected by the spring's influence, moving with the speed of lightning. However, as they left the water, Chao Jiner lost her advantage. Initially, they were separated by several zhang, but soon that distance grew to dozens, then hundreds of zhang. As Dan Yao appeared poised to vanish from sight, Chao Jiner grew frantic and called out, Elder Shui, quickly intercept that masked woman. Elder Shui stood not far from the large pit, and upon hearing Chao Jiner's urgent plea and seeing Dan Yao dart past her, she swiftly stepped forward to block Dan Yao's path. Please, halt. Dan Yao narrowed her bright eyes slightly and said slowly, What do you want? Nothing much. Just hand over that object, and I will let you leave. Elder Shui replied calmly. Although she was unaware of the specifics, she had a fair idea that the Lingming jade essence must have fallen into the hands of this mysterious female cultivator. Or else Jiner would not have called out so urgently. Not a chance. Dan Yao flatly refused. The young girl must ensure her tone remains humble when addressing her elders. For arrogance serves no beneficial purpose. Humph, spare me your pretense. Once something has entered my possession, it shall not be relinquished. How could Dan Yao not perceive that the woman before her is a formidable being at the first level of the divine void realm? Were it anyone else of the spirit platform realm, they would undoubtedly tremble in fright before such a powerful opponent, one whose cultivation surpasses theirs by an entire realm. Yet, she remained unfazed. She had faced divine void realm cultivators before. With her current strength, Dan Yao had no reason to fear anyone below the 5th level of the divine void realm. Is that so? Elder Shui chuckled coldly. Let me assure you, anything coveted by my immortal water palace shall inevitably be obtained. Immortal water palace? Another member of the immortal water palace? Seeing her attire, could she be an elder of that esteemed sect? The crowd of cultivators atop the mountain gasped in astonishment upon hearing Elder Shui's words. Compared to the younger disciples, the elders held a far greater significance within the sect, as many had risen through the ranks from youthful practitioners, forming the backbone of the organization. Given the might of the immortal water palace, if this middle-aged woman were indeed an elder, she would be at least a half step into the divine void realm, if not a powerhouse of the divine void itself. How audacious for this masked woman to speak so brazenly to a member of the immortal water palace. Did she have a death wish? I am curious to see how you intend to handle me. Dan Yao's voice remained calm, yet resolute. At that moment, Chao Jiner appeared, having observed Dan Yao's unwavering composure in the face of Elder Shui's pressure. Astonished, she suddenly smiled at Danielle. Sister, there is no need for such hostility in your words. I can sense the chill emanating from you. You must be practicing a rather cold and sinister technique. Am I correct? Danielle acknowledged with a slight nod. Indeed, the heart technique practiced by my immortal water palace leans towards the yin and cold. While the spirit bright jade essence is indeed a rare and chilling treasure that could greatly enhance one's cultivation. Absorbing such a vast amount of the essence from the spirit bright stone springs in a short time, coupled with the jade essence, may lead to an imbalance, posing a risk of catastrophic failure. With a gentle smile, Xianxiaaudiobooks continued, thus, this spirit bright jade essence holds little significance for you. But it is of great importance to me. To be candid, I have a senior uncle who was afflicted by the heavenly spirit fire in her youth. The fire's poison lingers within her meridians, clashing with her inherent cold spiritual power, leaving her in a constant state of torment. I have come to procure the spirit bright jade essence to alleviate her suffering. If you could grant me this favor, I, Xianxiaaudiobooks, would forever be in your debt. Upon hearing this, Danielle shook her head. I am sorry, but this spirit bright jade essence is of paramount importance to me. I cannot part with it. Xianxiaaudiobooks' smile faded, her charming visage darkening. If you refuse my goodwill, do not blame me for being ungracious. With her words, a formidable aura of the spirit platform realm erupted from her, forcing the surrounding cultivators to retreat. Danielle's smile remained unchanged. Oh, you have swiftly broken through to the spirit platform realm. Indeed, impressive. However, if you believe you can bully me into surrendering the spirit bright jade essence, you are sorely mistaken. You shall soon discover what is possible and what is not, Xianxiaaudiobooks retorted. Danielle glanced at both Xianxiaaudiobooks and Elder Shui. Are you both intending to confront me together, or will it be one at a time? Xianxiaaudiobooks sneered, how arrogant. When Elder Shui made her name, your ancestors were likely not yet born. Do you truly believe you are worthy of her attention? So, you wish to engage in a one-on-one duel? Danielle raised an eyebrow. Yes, should you win, this matter will be settled. But if you lose, you must relinquish the spirit bright jade essence unconditionally. Now, that is intriguing. Danielle smiled, a hint of cunning in her expression as she cast a sideways glance at Elder Shui. She proposes we compete, with the outcome determining the fate of the spirit bright jade essence. Is her word binding? I hope that should she lose, you won't come seeking trouble from me. Though she was not afraid of the combined might of Elder Shui and Xianxiaaudiobooks, she preferred to keep her capabilities under wraps to avoid unnecessary complications. If a duel could resolve the matter, she welcomed the opportunity. Elder Shui furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before nodding. Very well. I will leave the resolution of this matter to you two. If you win, we shall no longer pursue the spirit bright jade essence. However, if you lose, you must surrender it. Before we proceed, we must establish some ground rules. During the duel, both parties must rely solely on their own abilities, engaging openly without resorting to sneak attacks or underhanded tactics. Should anyone violate these terms, they shall be deemed the loser. Elder Shui held considerable confidence in Xianxiaaudiobooks' abilities. This girl was a standout among the younger generation of the Immortal Water Palace, and her recent breakthrough to the spirit platform realm had only magnified her strength. Coupled with her mastery of various secret techniques from the Immortal Water Palace, even those at the 4th or 5th levels of the spirit platform realm would find it challenging to best her. Agreed, Danielle replied. Xianxiaaudiobooks drew a slender, sharp azure sword, its blade elongated and reminiscent of a tranquil autumn stream. Are you frightened? What is there to fear? I shall accompany you to the end. Danielle retorted with unwavering resolve. The two stood poised for battle, the air crackling with tension as the surrounding cultivators retreated, their eyes fixed on the two formidable young female cultivators, eager to witness who would emerge victorious. Xianxiaaudiobooks pointed her sword at Danielle. I am curious who has granted you the audacity to act so arrogantly, but if you think this will allow you to provoke the dignity of the Immortal Water Palace, you are sorely mistaken. Her tone was chillingly cold, yet it bore the pride and arrogance of a direct descendant of a mighty sect. Indeed, as a favored daughter of heaven, she possessed such confidence. Regrettably, she had encountered a prodigy tenfold more extraordinary than herself, destined for a dismal defeat. Paying no heed to Xianxiaaudiobooks' taunts, Danielle remained composed, her gaze as tranquil as a still lake, her spiritual energy coiling inward in a unique manner that rendered her cultivation level inscrutable to those below the 5th level of the divine void realm. At this moment, Elder Shui remained oblivious to the fact that Danielle was an extraordinary genius capable of matching a divine void realm cultivator in a contest of strength, mistakenly perceiving her merely as a practitioner with slightly swifter movements than the average individual. Seeing Danielle's calm demeanor, Xianxiaaudiobooks' brows knitted tighter in frustration. As a young prodigy accustomed to being the center of attention, she detested being so blatantly disregarded. especially by someone of similar age who feigned profundity with an air of disdain. Prepare yourself. Xiao Jiner flicked her autumn water sword, unleashing her spiritual energy in a billowing wave, the chill emanating from her causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. That is not the spirit bright essence. It is the cold jade technique. Observing the frigid aura emanating from Xiao Jiner, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the technique she herself practiced, Dan Yao recognized that Xiao Jiner had indeed mastered the cold jade technique. The cold jade technique evolved from the remnants of the spirit bright essence technique, embodying the essence of ultimate cold. If mastered to its pinnacle, a single strike could freeze a 1,000-mile radius, its power rivaling that of the Xian clan's 9 transformations of mysterious fire. The fact that Xiao Jiner could cultivate this technique spoke volumes about her status within the immortal water palace. Regrettably, her cultivation remains insufficient, preventing her from fully unleashing the might of this technique. As Dan Yao was assessing her own abilities, Xiao Jiner executed a swift dance with the autumn water sword. Countless chilling sword energies erupted forth like a tempest, and in the blink of an eye, they surged towards Dan Yao. A mere display of petty skills. Dan Yao chuckled lightly, her sleeves fluttering as she effortlessly neutralized the incoming sword energies. Xiao Jiner's expression shifted slightly. She drew her sword with a swift motion, summoning a tempest of sword energy that swirled violently. Dan Yao furrowed her delicate brows, and with a graceful hand akin to a blade, she plunged directly into the storm of sword energy, seeking death. Xiao Jiner scoffed coldly at this audacity. The sword energy dispatched by her autumn water sword was not only extraordinarily sharp, but also imbued with a chilling inner force. Even a practitioner of the same level in the spirit platform realm would suffer grievous injuries if caught unawares. This woman, far from attempting to defend herself, dared to thrust her hand into the storm, essentially courting her own demise. Clang! Just as Xiao Jiner believed Dan Yao's arm would be shattered amidst the tempest, a series of metallic clangs echoed, reminiscent of a heavy blade striking unyielding black gold armor. In that moment of astonishment, Xiao Jiner felt an overwhelming force emanating from the autumn water sword. The shock left her arm tingling, nearly causing her to lose her grip on the sword. Staring in horror, she beheld Dan Yao's hand, exquisitely sculpted like jade, piercing through the tumult of sword energy. The razor-sharp, bone-chilling sword energies failed to mar even an inch of her skin. What an astonishing defensive technique! The onlookers, comprised of various cultivators, were captivated, their eyes wide with disbelief. Elder Shui, observing nearby, felt a chill run down his spine. He mused that while the protective techniques of various sects differed, they were invariably practiced by men, whose tougher skin could withstand years of rigorous training to forge an indestructible physique. In contrast, women, with their delicate skin, were less inclined to endure the hardships of such training, fearing the toll it would take on their beauty. Thus, unless among those rare women whose dantians were damaged and could not harbor spiritual energy, none would willingly pursue such arduous and aesthetically damaging martial arts. The masked young woman before him not only exhibited extraordinary resilience, impervious to blades, but also possessed remarkably fair and tender skin. What kind of technique was this, that it could achieve such feats? All present were intensely focused, fearing that Xiao Jiner might suffer a loss. With such meager skills, does she truly believe she can defeat me? Dan Yao slowly shook her head, a hint of derision gracing her lips. Infuriating. Xiao Jiner seethed with rage and shouted. Green serpent strangle. The autumn water sword was swiftly retracted, and 2 flowing cloud sleeves soared forth, manifesting countless phantoms that surged towards Dan Yao's vital points. The green serpent strangle was a lethal technique conceived by a former elder of the Xianxia Palace, who, upon witnessing a massive green python ensnaring and suffocating prey many times its size, drew inspiration from that encounter. This technique, imbued with a fierce power beneath its chilly exterior, was nearly impossible to evade. Once ensnared, the green serpent strangle would mercilessly fracture bones and sever tendons, leading to death. However, the essence of this technique remained true to its origins, for it was indeed a creation of the Xianxia Palace, and thus bore the hallmarks of their martial arts. Dan Yao had long mastered the true teachings of Yunmei, and her familiarity with the techniques employed by the disciples of Xianxia Palace surpassed even that of the current palace master, Hanxing Xianji. Extending 2 fingers, Dan Yao pinched the myriad phantoms of the flowing cloud sleeves, infusing her finger strength with true energy. With a crackling sound akin to thunder, the flowing cloud sleeves erupted, scattering into fragments. This spectacle left the onlookers awestruck, gasps of astonishment echoing throughout the crowd. The prowess of the Xianxia Palace's ultimate techniques was renowned, even if none had witnessed it firsthand. Xiao Jiner, a rising star of the younger generation and recently ascended to the spirit platform realm, unleashed techniques that were among the most formidable in the central domain. Among the crowd were seasoned cultivators escorting their disciples to seek opportunities, and they felt a chill of apprehension at the sight of Chao Jiner's lethal maneuvers, believing they could not withstand such power. Never did they imagine that Dan Yao could so effortlessly dismantle them. At such a tender age, her strength was indeed fearsome. Although Dan Yao showed restraint out of respect for the Yunmei legacy, not striking with lethal intent, the shockwave from the destruction of the flowing cloud sleeves still impacted Chao Jiner, sending her stumbling back several paces, breathless and disheveled. She could scarcely regain her composure. Her enchanting eyes filled with disbelief. You. Dan Yao noted the sudden pallor that overtook her expression and felt a surge of unease. Chao Jiner's voice, now hoarse and shrill from shock, demanded, "Who taught you that last move? Speak, or you shall find no rest in death." Dan Yao feigned ignorance. Laughing lightly, "What are you talking about? I don't understand at all." Chao Jiner glared at her like a sharpened arrow. "Do not pretend. That move just now was clearly from my Xianxia palace." Her voice rose sharply. "How dare you steal the techniques of my Xianxia palace?" The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. Xianxia Palace not only harbored a deep-seated animosity towards men, but was also notorious for its ruthless enforcement of its martial arts. Apart from its own disciples, no one was permitted to learn the techniques of Xianxia Palace, not even a single move. If an elder from Xianxia Palace were to perish outside, and their techniques were discovered by other cultivators, practicing them in secret was absolutely forbidden. Failure to comply would result in relentless pursuit until there was no escape, neither in the heavens nor the earth. "Jiner, what are you saying?" Elder Shui exclaimed in surprise. Though she had been intently observing the duel between Dan Yao and Chao Jiner, the dazzling phantoms conjured by the green serpent strangle and Dan Yao's rapid counter had unfolded so swiftly that she had not realized Dan Yao had employed a technique from Xianxia Palace. Chao Jiner trembled as she spoke. "Elder Shui, this woman has stolen our sect's techniques. According to our sect's rules, no one outside the sect is permitted to touch the arts of Xianxia Palace, not even a single move. Quickly, apprehend her." Hearing this, Elder Shui moved with astonishing speed, suddenly lunging towards Dan Yao. The strike came so swiftly that it caught her entirely off guard. Upon seeing the formidable display of spiritual energy emanating from Elder Shui's claw, Dan Yao recognized the gravity of the situation. Lacking the time to counter directly, she swiftly bent her waist, evading to the side. Indeed, it was a technique of my Xianxia Palace. Elder Shui's countenance darkened immediately, and she barked, "You have quite the audacity to steal the techniques of my Xianxia Palace. Speak. How do you wish to die?" Though Chao Jiner spoke with conviction, accusing Dan Yao of thievery, Elder Shui was a person of reason. Unwilling to condemn the innocent and mistakenly harm the virtuous, she had merely sought to test Dan Yao's abilities. This trial, however, had indeed revealed Dan Yao's true capabilities. In the myriad techniques of various sects, regardless of how intricate and clever, when faced with such a sudden grasp, there were only two responses: to confront head-on or to retreat. Yet, the unique techniques of Xianxia Palace did not engage directly nor retreat. Instead, they would bend to the left or right to evade. Due to the exceedingly soft and ethereal nature of the cultivation practiced at the Immortal Water Palace, it is akin to the fluidity of water itself, which assumes no fixed form. When a basin of water is splashed, no one can guarantee the pattern it will form upon hitting the ground. Thus, when the disciples of the sect evade their enemies' attacks, their movements become as elusive as water, shifting unpredictably left and right, up and down, rendering them nearly impossible to grasp. Dan Yao, possessing remarkable wisdom and extraordinary talent, has seamlessly integrated the teachings of Yunmei into her own studies through diligent research and practice during this time. This has led her to inadvertently employ the unique techniques of the Immortal Water Palace during combat. It is akin to someone striving to master Mandarin. Even if they articulate their words with utmost precision, others can easily discern their regional accent. Stealing knowledge? This is the supreme skill of our sect. Why would I resort to thievery? Dan Yao boldly acknowledged upon realizing Elder Shui had discerned the truth. What supreme skill of your sect? To steal knowledge and then act so shamelessly? Your audacity knows no bounds. Chao Jiner retorted scornfully. Supreme skill of your sect? Elder Shui inquired, catching the implication in her words. So, you claim to be a disciple of the Immortal Water Palace? Dan Yao nodded affirmatively, adding silently, "My husband counts as half a son-in-law, hence half a disciple." Elder Shui gazed at Dan Yao with profound scrutiny. "I have resided in the Immortal Water Palace for over 13,000 years, and I am familiar with all the disciples here. How is it that I have never encountered you?" Chao Jiner sneered. "Humph, of course, the elder has never seen her. She's merely a female impostor." Dan Yao smiled slightly. "You have not seen me because my master left the Immortal Water Palace many years ago. Not only you, but even the current palace master, the Cold Star Fairy, would be unaware of her. Upon hearing this, both Elder Shui and Chao Jiner were taken aback. Chao Jiner, with an air of mockery, responded, "If even the palace master does not know her, could it be that your master has a higher status than the palace master? Would that not make me call you grandmaster?" Elder Shui frowned in contemplation. Initially, they were skeptical of Dan Yao's claim of being a disciple of the immortal water palace, believing she might be a young and gifted individual taken under the wing of an elder during their travels, merely imparted a few techniques. However, upon hearing her state that her master had departed the palace long ago, even the current palace master was unaware of her. They immediately deemed her words to be mere fabrications. The current palace master, known as the Cold Star Fairy, has wielded authority over the immortal water palace for over 76,000 years. In contrast, Elder Shui herself was only a couple of hundred years younger than the esteemed patriarch of the Xiang clan, who was about to celebrate his 90th birthday. In the vast expanse of the continent, the number of individuals surpassing her age could be counted on one hand, and they are all titanic figures of immense renown. Such formidable beings would never take a mere girl as a disciple, even if, by some remote chance, they did take one. They would never impart the techniques of the immortal water palace. This young girl, bold enough to steal from her own sex techniques, and now daring to impersonate a fellow disciple, truly has a brazen spirit. Dan Yao replied with a cheerful demeanor, "In terms of lineage, I indeed hold the title of your grandmaster, but considering our similar ages, I fear you might inadvertently age me. Let us forego the formalities of titles." "Very well. You are becoming increasingly audacious." Chao Jiner seethed with fury, declaring, "You shameless counterfeit. If I do not teach you a lesson today, those petty folk will think they can trample on the dignity of the immortal water palace." Dan Yao maintained her smile. "If you do not believe me, that is beyond my control. The previous bout has yet to determine a victor, so let us continue." Chao Jiner formed hand seals, chanting incantations. A continuous flow of spiritual power, as relentless as the tide, surged forth from her body, coalescing into threads that intertwined to form a small net. This net, icy blue in hue, emanated a chilling aura that froze the very earth beneath it. Ice Dew Net. As the azure net took shape, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. It is said that this Ice Dew Net was created by a remarkably gifted female predecessor of the immortal water palace, specifically designed to counter the Xiang clan's Red Lotus Flame Hand. This net, formless and intangible, is purely a manifestation of spiritual power, wielding a might that surpasses even the most formidable techniques. Despite its relatively small size, the net can expand or contract at will. Once ensnared, the more one struggles, the tighter it binds, with its chilling essence infiltrating the body, shattering meridians and piercing flesh. Truly a technique that leaves one between life and death. Even more formidable, the use of the Ice Dew Net grants the wielder a surge of potent energy, temporarily elevating their strength beyond their usual capabilities. However, due to its treacherous nature, employing this technique severely depletes one's vitality, rendering them incapable of further combat. Thus, it is not to be used lightly. To her surprise, Chao Jiner had resorted to this very technique. "Few can compel me to unleash this move. Even if you perish, there will be no regrets." Chao Jiner uttered each word with chilling severity. Under the influence of the Ice Dew Net's frosty aura, the observing cultivators felt as if their blood were on the verge of freezing. Chao Jiner, as the user, experienced a breakthrough in her cultivation, ascending from the first to the fourth tier of the spirit platform. "Is that so? Then let us see," Dan Yao replied. Although she had inherited Yun Mei's teachings, the fact remained that Yun Mei was the 7th generation saintess, separated from the present by a millennium. The lethal technique of the Ice Dew Net, however, was passed down from the 22nd generation ancestors of the immortal water palace, and thus, Dan Yao found no records regarding it within her inheritance. Yet, an old adage rings true: sheer force can overcome 10 techniques. Even without the knowledge of a counter, if one's cultivation is sufficiently robust, one can still dismantle an attack through brute strength. "Go." Chao Jiner flicked her sleeve, causing the Ice Dew Net to expand dramatically, swiftly enveloping Dan Yao with the force of a tempest. "Transform ice into sword." Dan Yao's gaze shimmered, a brilliant blue light surging from her palm. The blue light churned violently, and the terrifying malevolence intensified the already frigid atmosphere around them, rendering it even more piercingly cold. A nearly transparent ice sword materialized before her. Utterly malevolent essence. Elder Shui, observing from the sidelines, was overtaken by shock. As a formidable practitioner who has entered the divine void realm, she recognized the terrifying nature of the spiritual power Dan Yao was unleashing. Cold Jade Art? Yes, it must be the Cold Jade Art. In this world, no other technique could produce such a pure and chilling essence. I cannot believe she has mastered our sect's most profound heart technique. The cultivation techniques of the heavenly profound continent are divided into internal and external arts. External arts are oriented towards practical application, and those with exceptional talent can observe and learn during battles. However, internal arts, which cultivate true essence and spiritual power, must be taught by someone or acquired from texts to be learned. The heart technique of the cold jade art is not recorded in written form, but passed down orally from generation to generation. If she were not a disciple of the immortal water palace, how could she have learned it from a revered predecessor? With just this one glance, Elder Shui was convinced that Dan Yao was indeed a disciple of the immortal water palace. Elder Shui hastily transmitted her thoughts. Jiner, show some restraint. The immortal water palace strictly prohibits internecine conflict among its disciples. Should you strike too hard, the palace master will surely be displeased. Chao Jiner, however, remained undeterred, pushing her spiritual power to its zenith, commanding the ice dew net to encircle with full force. Facing the encroaching ice dew net, Dan Yao did not even flinch. She merely pointed her finger at the ice sword. The ice sword erupted in a flurry of sharp, chilling ice blossoms, and with a single stroke, she cleaved forth. The sword energy rent the fabric of space, causing the heavens and earth to shift, as delicate white snowflakes cascaded down like a silent symphony. Such a spectacle left the onlookers in awe, their senses overwhelmed. Suddenly, a thunderous clash erupted as the sword energy collided with the icy mist net, unleashing a terrifying tempest of energy akin to a volcanic eruption, resonating with earth-shattering roars. The sword energy hissed ominously, while the icy mist net exploded into a myriad of ice-blue shards, which transformed back into pure energy, scattering in all directions. Each fragment of energy was a manifestation of Chao Jiner's intrinsic spiritual power, wielding formidable lethality. Several cultivators who had ventured too close were struck by the shards. Their cries of agony silenced before they could escape, reduced to nothingness. Chao Jiner, unable to withstand the onslaught of the sword energy, was sent hurtling backward like a tattered straw, crashing violently against a nearby rock, from which she immediately spewed a mouthful of blood. Hiss! Witnessing the grievous state of bloodied Chao Jiner, the gathered cultivators collectively inhaled sharply, their expressions filled with disbelief. With such meager abilities, you dare to challenge me? Truly a foolhardy endeavor. Dan Yao sneered icily, her gaze piercing through the pallor of Chao Jiner's face, laden with mockery. You! Chao Jiner struggled to catch her breath, another spurt of blood escaping her lips. Her pearly teeth clenched tightly, her enchanting eyes locked onto Dan Yao with a fierce intensity. Since her debut, she had never encountered such a devastating defeat. You have lost. According to our prior agreement, you are no longer permitted to trouble me, Dan Yao declared coldly. Chao Jiner's chest heaved with indignation, her voice hoarse as she retorted, Indeed, I have lost, and I lack the right to demand the spirit-bright jade essence from you. However, your act of surreptitiously learning the techniques of the Xianxiaaudiobooks palace cannot go unaddressed. She commanded sharply, Elder Shui, seize her and bring her back to the Xianxiaaudiobooks palace for judgment. Dan Yao's expression shifted, a disdainful smile curling her lips. What? Do you intend to bully the weak with your might? Elder Shui, why do you hesitate? Capture this woman. To her surprise, Elder Shui shook his head. I'm afraid I cannot lay a hand on her. Why? Chao Jiner inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Elder Shui explained, she is a disciple of the Xianxiaaudiobooks palace, rightfully practicing our techniques. I have no grounds to detain her. Elder, you must be mistaken. How could she possibly be one of our disciples? Chao Jiner insisted. There can be no error. She has just defeated you using the cold jade technique, which is an exclusive method of our sect. It is utterly impossible for an outsider to have learned it. After so many exchanges, did you not notice? Chao Jiner fell silent, for she indeed sensed that Dan Yao's spiritual energy bore a striking resemblance to her own, yet it was several times more powerful and refined. Yet, being publicly vanquished by this woman was a bitter pill to swallow. Elder Shui, perceiving the turmoil within her, adopted a stern demeanor. Tell me, what is the third rule of the 18 prohibitions of the Xianxiaaudiobooks palace? Chao Jiner replied in a low voice, one must not harm fellow disciples. Elder Shui's expression hardened. If you are aware of this, why did you strike with such ferocity? Chao Jiner stammered, unable to defend herself. The rules of the Xianxiaaudiobooks palace were rigidly enforced, particularly against infighting among sisters. To fight to the death over a man, disregarding sisterly bonds, was the gravest of transgressions. Should such an act occur, the punishment could range from years of solitary confinement to the stripping of one's cultivation and expulsion from the palace. Elder Shui's voice rose in anger. I noticed her cultivation method and used my divine sense to urge you to show mercy. Yet you chose to ignore the words of your elder and struck with malice, committing a further offense against the seventh rule, which is disrespecting your superiors. In addition to harming a fellow disciple, what do you believe your punishment should be? Chao Jiner hastily knelt, Disciple acknowledges her mistakes. Please, elder, quell your anger. I shall reflect deeply upon this and beg that you do not inform master. Elder Shui's ire did not abate. With a sigh, he stated, your master is occupied with her cultivation and has asked me to oversee your guidance. When you err, I too bear the burden of responsibility. Return and transcribe the 18 prohibitions 1,000 times, then meditate in isolation until your master emerges from her retreat. You are not permitted to leave. Yes, I accept my punishment, Chao Jiner replied, though a sense of indignation brewed within her. Yet, recalling her master's severity, she had no choice but to concede. Elder Shui then turned to Dan Yao, smiling apologetically. Perhaps I have been ignorant, failing to recognize your true identity. This child, Jiner, has been somewhat spoiled. Her nature is not inherently bad. I hope you can show her some leniency and not hold her actions against her. Just moments prior, Dan Yao had wielded her sword to shatter the icy mist net. Elder Shui had discerned that she was at least at the 8th or 9th level of Ling Tai, perhaps even on the cusp of the divine void realm. It is said that a master begets an exceptional disciple. Such youthful prowess far surpassed her peers, indicating that her master was undoubtedly a high-ranking figure within the Xianxia palace. Should matters escalate further, and if the other party were to pursue this grievance relentlessly, reporting it to the palace master, the repercussions for Jiner would transcend mere reprimands. Enough, I have matters to attend to and do not wish to linger on this issue. Let her return to reflect upon her actions. Though Dan Yao was irked by Chao Jiner's unreasonable provocations, she refrained from retaliating, recognizing that Elder Shui had already imposed a penalty. Out of respect for the late senior Yunmei, it was unwise to pursue the matter further. Furthermore, the Xianxia palace was the only formidable force capable of contending with the Xiang clan, and she and Xiangyang were already embroiled in a bitter rivalry with them. If she were to further offend the Xianxia palace, it would jeopardize her standing in the central domain. One must always leave a margin for future encounters, she thought, hoping to avoid an irreparable rift. Observing Dan Yao's willingness to overlook the provocations of Chao Jiner, Elder Shui felt both grateful and impressed by her magnanimity. With exceptional talent and character, she truly was remarkable. It was unknown which esteemed elder within the palace had managed to cultivate such a prodigy. Fortuitously, they had not offended her irreparably. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. As Elder Shui pondered, a sudden thought struck her, and she cast a sharp gaze at Chao Jiner, who, feeling the weight of the stare, lowered her head in shame, her teeth clenched tightly, still harboring a sense of grievance. There are matters I wish to discuss with you. May I borrow a moment of your time? Elder Shui suddenly addressed Dan Yao. Dan Yao paused in surprise before nodding in agreement. The two gradually moved to a secluded area. Elder Shui waved her sleeve, conjuring a water barrier that isolated them from the surrounding cultivators. Taking a deep breath, Dan Yao said, Elder Shui, please feel free to ask your questions. Are you the mysterious disciple of the Xianxia palace who has been associated with the exiled Xiangyang, repeatedly thwarting the plans of the Xiang clan? Elder Shui inquired, her gaze fixed intently on Dan Yao. At this, Dan Yao's eyes widened in astonishment. She had anticipated that Elder Shui wished to discuss her lineage, but was taken aback by the inquiry regarding her relationship with Xiangyang. Staring at Elder Shui, she noticed the signs of age on her face. Yet her eyes sparkled with clarity, indicating she had already deduced the truth. With a soft sigh, Dan Yao nodded, indeed. I am the one disrupting the plans of the Xiang clan. Realizing that the elder had guessed the truth, there was no need for her to feign ignorance. Elder Shui smiled, it truly is you. What remarkable skill you possess to repeatedly thwart Xiang Banshan schemes. Dan Yao felt a tinge of embarrassment. Elder, you flatter me. The Xianxia palace and the Xiang clan are locked in a perpetual conflict, as both sides are evenly matched. Neither dares to engage in open warfare, for such a clash would only benefit other forces. This fragile balance persists, as our sect's Mingyu technique has become incomplete since the 7th generation Holy Maiden. Should the Xiang clan succeed in mastering the true bridal gown technique and break through to the feather transformation realm, would the Xianxia palace not face utter annihilation? As a disciple of the Celestial Water Palace, I cannot allow such events to transpire, which is why I have repeatedly intervened to thwart them. Dan Yao, with an unflinching demeanor, spun a web of deceit. Upon hearing this, Elder Shui revealed an approving expression. So that is the case. I had thought it was merely a fabrication by the Xiang clan, but after encountering you today, I boldly surmised that this individual must indeed be you. Having resided in the Celestial Water Palace for millennia, she had met nearly every disciple. Dan Yao's mysterious origins, coupled with her ability to wield the palace's techniques, left no doubt. If it was not a ruse by the Xiang clan, then this enigmatic disciple of the Celestial Water Palace could only be Dan Yao. Dan Yao smiled. I knew I couldn't conceal this from you, Elder. I have heard that you and Xiangyang returned to the central domain via the spatial transition station, only to encounter that old monster, Xianggongzhan, and were forced to tear through space to escape. Where is Xiangyang now? I lost contact with Xiangyang and currently have no knowledge of his whereabouts, Dan Yao sighed. Alas, Xiangbanshan is cunning and possesses unfathomable cultivation in the entire continent. Only the palace master and that old monster from the Dan Tower can rival him. You must not confront him alone, for the consequences could be dire, admonished Elder Shui. Chapter 1570. Is he the reincarnation of the medicine god? I understand that, with my current cultivation, I am still insufficient to contend with Xiangbanshan. However, I am young and have ample time to gradually surpass him, Dan Yao declared with a resolute glimmer in her eyes. Elder Shui chuckled. Indeed, youth is an asset. With your extraordinary talents, it is only a matter of time before you surpass that old wretch. Currently, the palace master is unaware of your existence. Were she to discover that the Celestial Water Palace has a disciple as exceptional as you, she would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Dan Yao's thoughts shifted, and she inquired, Elder, I have been stagnating at the 8th level of the spiritual platform for many years. My recent journey to seek the spiritual clarity spring was also to absorb its energy to break through, yet I failed once more. Given that our Celestial Water Palace's techniques are passed down through generations, do you know of anything that could facilitate my rapid advancement? Her tone was laden with despondency. A true performer at heart, Elder Shui, upon hearing this, could not suppress the twitching of her lips. To reach the 8th level of the spiritual platform by the age of 200 to 300 years is unprecedented in the annals of the Tianxian continent. Such speed is unparalleled, and likely will remain so. Are you flaunting just how monstrous your talent is? If Elder Shui were not from another realm, she would undoubtedly bestow Dan Yao with a lifelong achievement award for her ostentation. Elder Shui, momentarily stunned, finally cleared her throat and said, at your tender age, possessing such cultivation is already remarkable. If you wish to progress further, you must exercise patience and cultivate steadily, step by step. Unless, Dan Yao, sensing a glimmer of hope, eagerly pressed, unless what? 120 years to break into the divine void realm is far too pressing. Even though she had already advanced to the 8th level of the spiritual platform, she needed to seize every moment and exhaust her efforts to break through. As an ancient powerhouse who had lived for over 10,000 years, Elder Shui, having witnessed much, surely knew of something that could aid practitioners of the Celestial Water Palace's techniques in achieving rapid breakthroughs. Noticing the anticipation in Dan Yao's eyes, Elder Shui furrowed her brow and cautioned, cultivation is an endeavor that goes against the natural order. Haste makes waste. The more one yearns for swift success, the more likely one is to fall into the perilous abyss of madness. You are still quite young. There is truly no need to rush your breakthrough. Dan Yao forced a smile, but I do not have that much time left. Why? Elder Shui asked, perplexed. The exact reasons are difficult for me to articulate at present, but I earnestly wish to break through swiftly, for only then will I possess sufficient strength to protect those I hold dear. After a moment of silence, Elder Shui finally spoke. Do you truly wish to expedite your breakthrough? Yes. Dan Yao nodded firmly. There are methods to achieve this, but for us, it is nearly an impossible feat. Why is it impossible? Dan Yao furrowed her brow. Because this item can only be obtained by alchemists with at least a 7th grade alchemical ability. Alchemists possess pure yang spiritual energy, whereas the Celestial Water Palace follows a path of yin, cold, and gentle energies, which are entirely divergent in nature. How could you possibly obtain it? Upon hearing this, Dan Yao smiled. I see. That is simple. I have a friend, roughly my age, whose alchemical skills are extraordinary, having already reached the 8th grade Alchemy Emperor level. I can ask her for assistance. 8th grade Alchemy Emperor? Elder Shui was greatly astonished. To achieve such a rank at such a young age, your friend cannot possibly be the reincarnation of the medicine god. A 200-year-old 8th grade Alchemy Emperor would be nothing short of miraculous. Chapter 1571, Dan Yao chuckled. It's not that exaggerated. I merely possess a slightly better talent for alchemy than others. Elder Shui responded, with a friend to assist. Will you be able to acquire the item you mentioned? Yes, a young 8th grade Alchemy Emperor is indeed astonishing. Her capabilities are likely on par with yours, if not exceeding them. At this point, Elder Shui recalled an adage, birds of a feather flock together. Exceptional individuals often surround themselves with equally exceptional friends. By the same token, those with extraordinary talents attract companions of similarly prodigious abilities. Taking a deep breath, Elder Shui continued. The treasure I refer to is related to the Dan Tower, thus only those of the younger generation with sufficient alchemical prowess can obtain it. Dan Yao recognized the name, fully aware that the Dan Tower is a gathering place for the continent's foremost alchemists. Its immense influence rivals that of the Xiang clan and the Celestial Water Palace. So this treasure resides within the Dan Tower. No wonder only those with mastery in alchemy have a chance to acquire it. Dan Yao quickly inquired, "What is it?" Elder Shui hesitated momentarily before responding. "Have you ever heard of Danpa?" Danpa. Upon hearing this name, Dan Yao's eyes instantly sparkled with brilliance, gleaming with radiant light. Elder Shui was nearly taken aback, gazing into her eyes, momentarily lost in thought. It was astonishing to behold such star-like eyes. Just the brilliance of her gaze was enough to suggest an extraordinary beauty concealed beneath her mask. Dan Yao, oblivious to Elder Shui's astonishment, focused her thoughts solely on the concept of Danpa. The so-called Danpa is, in essence, the remnants of an alchemist's true essence and spirit that do not dissipate after their demise, nurtured over the years within a Yang Ming fire jade, transforming into a miraculous entity. Since alchemists must engage with fire and cultivate pure Yang techniques, their true essence, after death, nurtured within this jade, results in a unique metamorphosis that yields an object of utmost yin, softness, and coldness. This entity, being a manifestation of true essence, is devoid of impurities, making it exceptionally pure. Therefore, it can be directly absorbed to facilitate breakthroughs without any side effects. In contrast, the pills designed to enhance cultivation, despite appearing potent, yield only a pitiful amount of energy when consumed and absorbed into the body. The Fire Pill Divine Scroll contains a record of an incident where a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy, unable to cultivate due to an innate deficiency, fortuitously acquired a Danpa. Mistaking the treasure for a mere candy, they ingested it, and, within a single night, ascended to become one of the continent's most formidable powers. However, while the Danpa is indeed miraculous, its formation is no simple matter. Firstly, the fallen alchemist must be a formidable presence within the divine void realm. Secondly, this individual's alchemical mastery must have reached the 9th grade alchemy saint level. Lastly, the alchemist must have endured significant mental trauma, such as the massacre of their entire family, infidelity by a spouse, or betrayal by ungrateful children. Only through such a profound setback, with lingering regrets and resentments even at the brink of death, can an alchemist's essence and true energy entwine and solidify, allowing a fragment to remain within the Sunfire Jade, thus presenting a certain probability of transforming into a Dampa. In a time when no one is capable of concocting the void-breaking pill, the Dampa stands as the singular miraculous treasure that can aid one in achieving a breakthrough. Dan Yao remarked, "I have heard that the conditions for the formation of Dampa are exceedingly stringent. Given the near extinction of 9th-tier alchemists today, how could such treasures still exist?" Elder Shui chuckled softly and replied, "Who says that 9th-tier alchemists no longer exist? The Dan Tower is a congregation of the foremost alchemists, with an unbroken lineage and profound heritage. I have heard the palace master mention that the old tower master, who has been in seclusion for millennia, is indeed a 9th-tier alchemist. It is entirely reasonable that Dampa, transformed from a deceased 9th-tier alchemist, could still be found." Dan Yao's gaze sharpened as she remarked, "The Dampa transformed by a 9th-tier alchemist is of immense value. Acquiring it is no simple feat indeed. It is not easy," Elder Shui acknowledged. "I just mentioned that it would be impossible for you to obtain it. However, if your young alchemist friend were to assist, it would become significantly simpler. The Dan Tower holds a grand alchemist convention every 1,000 years to select talents and infuse fresh blood into the tower. Since you have a friend with 8th-tier alchemical abilities, why not invite her to participate? If she manages to secure the championship, not only would the Dampa be within reach, but aspiring to become the holy son or daughter of the Dan Tower, eventually inheriting the Tower Master's position, would also not be an insurmountable challenge." Elder Shui's smile was warm and encouraging. Dan Yao felt a surge of excitement in her heart. As an alchemist herself, she yearned to compete against those prodigies of pill concoction, to showcase the brilliance of youth. "It seems you are resolute in your pursuit of the Danpa," Elder Shui noted, observing the fervor in Dan Yao's gaze. "Indeed, I am resolute," Dan Yao affirmed with determination. Elder Shui shifted the conversation. "I have heard that you and that young man, Xianxiang, are quite close." Dan Yao nodded. "Forgive me for saying something you may not wish to hear, but the Xiang family is treacherous and cunning. There is not a single decent man among them. They excel only in sweet-talking and deceiving women. Take the 7th-generation saintess as a cautionary tale. You must be vigilant, lest you find yourself regretting it too late." As she spoke, Elder Shui seemed to reminisce, letting out a deep sigh. "Men fear choosing the wrong profession, while women dread marrying the wrong husband. Once we women fall for the wrong love and marry the wrong man, we might find ourselves trapped for a lifetime." Dan Yao listened intently, taking a deep breath. "Thank you for the warning, Elder. I will remain cautious. If he dares to deceive me, I shall not let him go." "Very well. You should attend to your matters. I must take my leave as well," Elder Shui concluded, turning to depart with Chao Jiner. Wait, Danielle suddenly called out. Elder Shui turned back. What is it? Danielle hesitated for a moment before retrieving a small piece of spirit radiance jade from her spatial ring. Take this to save someone. Elder Shui was momentarily stunned, her voice trembling. Didn't you say that this item is of great use to you? How there is enough left for me. This portion is a gift to you. Elder Shui was visibly moved. Thank you. After leaving Spirit Radiance Mountain, Danielle followed the regional map to a peculiar place known as the Seven-Colored Poison Forest. As the name suggests, it is a forest filled with 7 varieties of poisonous flora. This forest is perpetually shrouded in a lethal miasma known as the Rainbow 7-Color Miasma, rendering it devoid of sunlight. For 1,000 miles, life is extinguished, and only the miasma trees that thrive on the Rainbow 7-Color Miasma can survive here. Any ordinary cultivator who inadvertently enters this forest would meet their demise in mere moments. Even those at the Divine Void or Spirit Platform realms would find themselves in dire straits if they were to inhale the toxic miasma. Having consumed the jade fruit in her early years, Danielle has become impervious to all toxins. Though the Rainbow 7-Color Miasma is formidable, it cannot harm her in the slightest. Choosing to concoct the void-breaking pill here, even if discovered, the Rainbow 7-Color Miasma would deter anyone from recklessly intruding. Furthermore, according to the Divine Fire Pill Scroll, poison and medicine are intertwined. If the environment in which the pill is refined is heavily infused with toxins, it can significantly mask the leakage of pill energy, diminishing the potency of the Dan Thunder, or even eliminating it entirely. An 8th-tier alchemist corresponds to the cultivation of the Divine Void realm. Danielle, due to her unique cultivation of the Bright Jade technique, possesses boundless spiritual power that does not deplete during its operation, allowing her to transcend the constraints of refining pills beyond her current cultivation level. However, when the pill is finally completed, the fearsome Dan Thunder produced can only be withstood by a powerful figure of the Divine Void realm, despite wielding the Snow Soul Sword, which grants her combat power comparable to the 3rd or 4th layer of the Divine Void realm. She cannot guarantee her ability to fully withstand the Dan Thunder. Yet, with the protection of the 7-colored poison forest, even if it cannot completely prevent the leakage of Dan energy and the formation of tribulation lightning, it would at least significantly lessen its intensity. Nevertheless, all things in nature have dual aspects. The 7-colored poison forest, while shielding against external interference and Dan energy leakage, also possesses potent toxins that could affect the pill's refinement, potentially corrupting the spiritual pill into a toxic one. Danielle, however, harbored no concerns about this. The 12 medicinal cauldrons listed in the pill cauldron rankings are all legendary alchemical artifacts. If they lack even the most basic function of blocking toxic contamination, it would indeed be laughable. Before beginning the refinement, she needed to first refine the Spirit Radiance Jade. Beyond eliminating the body's resistance to toxins, the Spirit Radiance Jade possesses strong cleansing properties, enhancing one's essence. Once refined, even if her cultivation does not increase, it would greatly benefit her pill concocting endeavors. Danielle sat cross-legged within the forest, calming her mind slightly, and produced a purple-golden orb of light. This purple-gold orb was the Spirit Radiance Jade that Danielle had arduously procured after much effort. With a swift motion of her finger, she sliced the Spirit Radiance Jade into 2 pieces. She then retrieved a Spirit Nurturing bottle, placing one piece inside to nurture and prevent the leakage of spiritual energy. Afterward, she opened her mouth wide, a powerful suction emanating from her throat as she swallowed the other piece of Spirit Radiance Jade. Unlike those pills designed for cleansing the marrow and transforming the bones, the Spirit Radiance Jade is condensed from the essence of a millennia-old spiritual spring. Its medicinal properties harmonizing yin and yang, achieving a state of equilibrium. Upon entering her body, it felt akin to a girl suffering from menstrual cramps sipping a warm bowl of ginger-infused brown sugar water, an indescribable comfort washing over her. Seeing this, Danielle could not help but smile. Previously, whether consuming pills or refining heavenly materials, the process often involved considerable suffering. She had not anticipated the balanced nature of the Spirit Radiance Jade, where refining it brought not hardship, but rather an indulgent experience. It was indeed her first encounter with such a pleasurable refinement process, and Danielle wholeheartedly immersed herself in it. As time passed slowly, 7 days swiftly slipped by. During this span, Danielle meticulously extracted the essence of the Spirit Radiance Jade, strand by strand, and gradually infused it into her dantian, ultimately achieving complete refinement. At last, she succeeded. Danielle slowly opened her eyes, gently exhaling a breath of stagnant air, her expression one of lingering satisfaction. Having encountered such a delightful refining substance, she naturally wished to savor the experience a while longer. Life is often filled with more hardships than joys, with suffering outweighing bliss. Thus, the beautiful moments are ultimately fleeting. With a faint sigh, Danielle murmured, "The jade has been refined. It is time to concoct the void-breaking pill." After expending so much effort to gather the medicinal materials, it was indeed time to reap the rewards. With a graceful wave of her hand, a miniature blue cauldron flew from her ring, rapidly enlarging before crashing heavily onto the ground. Ding, you are the unparalleled cauldron of the fire cauldron ranking, capable of assisting female cultivators of the cold arts in becoming alchemists. This time, I shall endeavor to concoct the void-breaking pill with your aid. So you must strive to perform well. Danielle caressed the intricate patterns adorning the azure cauldron, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Ding seemed to understand her sentiment, rising into the air and spinning twice in a playful dance. Truly, it lives up to its esteemed status as the foremost divine cauldron. With a gentle smile, Danielle flicked her fingers, channeling her profound and chilling spiritual energy into the cauldron. Upon negative yielding positive. A flicker of ethereal violet flame surged forth from within the cauldron. Following this, Danielle tapped her spatial ring, and an array of medicinal herbs surged forth like a flowing stream. The waterfire origin fruit, the seven-colored dandelion, the blood moon bodhi fruit, the heavenly earth xian huang ginseng, the nine-petal true blood flower. These 5 primary herbs, along with an assortment of auxiliary ingredients, gracefully floated in the air. As the Ding warmed up, Danielle meticulously inspected the herbs once more, confirming their readiness before commencing the alchemical process. The first ingredient to be cast into the cauldron was a fruit, half red and half blue. This peculiar fruit, known as the waterfire origin fruit, resembled a peach, its colors strikingly divided, each hue merging beautifully as if a mischievous child had whimsically painted it. Yet, the coloration was a natural phenomenon. This fruit thrived in a rare locale where extreme yin and extreme yang coexisted, embodying both elements, a treasure of immense rarity, rivaling even the blood moon bodhi fruit. Danielle was fortunate. Having slain Xiangran, she unexpectedly discovered this rare gem among her belongings. Upon entering the cauldron, the waterfire origin fruit met the ethereal violet flame, causing its skin to burst forth, releasing 2 streams of spiritual light, one yin and one yang. With a thought, Danielle summoned the blue flames, which swiftly enveloped and consumed the 2 streams of light. Subsequently, the other 4 primary herbs and a series of auxiliary ingredients were continuously added, roasted, ground, and refined into a liquid state. Phew! Merely refining and pulverizing the herbs consumed 2 hours of my time. Indeed, the void-breaking pill is a paragon among high-grade 8th-tier pills, its complexity remarkable. In her earlier years, Danielle had mastered a technique of transcending alchemical limits, enabling her to concoct 3 high-tier pills simultaneously. However, due to the immense difficulty associated with the void-breaking pill, its production approached that of 9th-tier sacred elixirs, and the alchemical thunder generated upon completion was several times more formidable than that of ordinary 8th-tier pills. Danielle dared not take risks by attempting to produce 2 pills at once. The potential waste of precious herbs would leave her in tears. She gazed at the myriad of colorful medicinal liquids suspended within the cauldron and murmured, "The refining step is complete. Next comes the most critical fusion." Taking a deep breath, Danielle concentrated, unleashing a fierce assault in the fusion process. Alchemy is a tedious technical endeavor, testing both skill and patience. The higher the grade of the pill, the greater the complexity and time required for its creation. Though the void-breaking pill is classified as an 8th-tier high-grade pill, its intricate nature rivals that of 9th-tier elixirs. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. The relentless endeavor of concocting the pill took a considerable toll on her spiritual energy. After the pill was formed, she would also have to withstand the ensuing thunder tribulation, which explains why only alchemists with divine void cultivation could refine 8th and 9th-tier pills. The process consumes immense mental and spiritual resources. Fortunately, Danielle's cultivation method was remarkably effective. Her spiritual energy flowed continuously for 7 days, showing no signs of depletion. Instead, it surged and intensified, invigorating her spirit as if she had been infused with vitality. In other circumstances, any other alchemist would have been utterly exhausted. Throughout these days, the void-breaking pill had taken shape within the cauldron, and it only required the final step of tempering before it could be completed. Yet, this last step seemed to linger indefinitely. However, Danielle remained unperturbed, observing the increasingly potent aroma wafting from the cauldron. She knew that the void-breaking pill was already well on its way to success. Patience was essential. One cannot rush the cooking of hot tofu. And especially at such a critical moment, it was vital to remain calm. Buzz. Just then, a brilliant blue light emanated from Ding. and a resonant sound of pill chimes echoed from the cauldron's mouth. Simultaneously, an intoxicating fragrance wafted forth, akin to a river bursting its banks. The void-breaking pill had succeeded. Witnessing this scene, a joyful and excited expression blossomed on Dan Yao's face. The effort expended in concocting this pill was immeasurable, not to mention the time spent gathering the herbs, which took 200 years. This was Dan Yao's first attempt at refining an 8th-tier pill, and the process had gone surprisingly smoothly, without a single mistake. After all, the void-breaking pill, while classified as high-grade 8th tier, was indeed more challenging than an ordinary 9th-tier pill. The successful completion of such a high-grade elixir in one attempt would surely send shockwaves throughout the alchemical community and the entire continent. Though Dan Yao was elated, she understood that the smoothness of the process was largely attributed to the Fire Pill Divine Scroll left behind by her fellow transmigrator. The Fire Pill Divine Scroll utilized theories from her previous life as chemistry to simplify the traditionally intricate and cumbersome alchemical steps. As long as one mastered the theoretical knowledge and applied it to each refining session, failure was nearly impossible. In contrast, other alchemists, constrained by their limited perspectives and unaware of such ingenious methods, could only adhere to tradition, proceeding step by step, which was both time-consuming and prone to failure. Boom. As the void-breaking pill emerged from the cauldron, the rich aroma shattered the confines of the 7-colored poison forest, and the pill's aura surged forth, transforming the very fabric of the surroundings. High above, dark clouds rapidly gathered, and thunder rolled ominously in the distance. Thunder tribulation? Upon witnessing this spectacle, Dan Yao felt no surprise. The void-breaking pill is one of the most unique 8th-tier pills, and the thunder tribulation it invoked upon completion was far more fearsome than that of other 8th-tier elixirs. The toxic miasma of the 7-colored poison forest was insufficient to obscure the escaping aura of the pill. Come forth. Dan Yao unsheathed her xianxia sword, channeling her ice crystal-glazed body, bracing herself for the impending storm. The sky churned with dark clouds, and a sudden clap of thunder resounded. A slender, silvery bolt of lightning tore through the clouds, piercing the toxic fog and heading straight for the void-breaking pill floating at the cauldron's mouth. Dan Yao executed a sweeping motion with her sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy from the tip, directly targeting the silver lightning. In that moment, her spiritual energy surged to its zenith, and the might of her sword energy was not to be underestimated, rivaling even the strength of a cultivator at the 4th level of the divine void. Just as Dan Yao believed that her all-out effort might not be sufficient to withstand the thunder, she discovered that the sword energy dispersed the silver lightning before it even made contact. This strike was a futile endeavor. What? Dan Yao was left astonished. The intensity of this thunder was surprisingly feeble, far weaker than expected. Was her approach flawed? Dan Yao was still in a daze when another silver lightning bolt came crashing down toward the void-breaking pill. Without the need for her xianxia sword, she merely pointed her finger. The force of her fingertip collided with the silver lightning, which disintegrated as easily as a paper lantern. Silver lightning continued to rain down relentlessly, yet Dan Yao effortlessly deflected each strike. After several encounters, she realized that this was not the thunder of high-grade 8th-tier pills at all. It was even inferior to low-grade 7th-tier thunder. At most, it possessed the strength of a high-grade 6th-tier attack. Dan Yao surmised that the dense toxic miasma of the 7-colored poison forest had mingled with the pill's aura, creating this peculiar phenomenon. The forces of heaven and earth could only detect a minimal amount of elixir energy, mistakenly believing she was refining a high-grade 6th-tier pill, thus arranging the thunder tribulation with the intensity befitting such a grade, resulting in its weakened state. For other alchemists, a 6th-tier high-grade pill might evoke terror. However, in Dan Yao's eyes, it was merely a trifling matter. She neither dodged nor evaded, relying solely on her ice crystal-glazed body to effortlessly counter it without the need for the snow spirit sword. A series of over a dozen silver lightning strikes were deftly deflected by Dan Yao, causing the Danlei to cease its tumultuous display. The ominous clouds above the 9 heavens gathered abruptly, only to disperse just as swiftly. The 7-colored poison forest fell into a profound silence, as if nothing had transpired. Dan Yao summoned a pulling force from her palm, drawing the Pesu Dan that floated above the Kuan Ding's mouth toward herself. The Pesu Dan? Is this the pill capable of enabling a half-step divine void cultivator to break through their shackles and ascend into the divine void realm? Dan Yao gazed at the Pesu Dan resting in her palm, murmuring to herself. The refined Pesu Dan was roughly the size of a marble, its color a deep black, yet it shimmered with silver light, resembling a myriad of stars swirling around it, a beauty that rendered it impossible to look away. As a seasoned alchemist, having concocted countless pills, this was the first time Dan Yao beheld such an exquisite creation. Were it not for the fact that this pill was the key to breaking into the divine void realm, she would have hesitated to consume it. Achieving such success on her first attempt bolstered Danielle's confidence significantly, since the 7-colored poison forest could greatly diminish the intensity of the Danlei. She resolved to forge ahead and concoct another. One for her and one for Xianxiang. Both could break through together. What a delightful prospect. Among the 5 primary ingredients for refining the Pasu Dan, only the 7-colored dandelion, the water-fire origin fruit, and the heaven-earth Xian Huang ginseng required the entire plant. The other 2 ingredients, the blood moon Bodhi fruit and the 9-petal blood heart flower, only needed a single petal and a few drops of juice, respectively. With ample reserves of the 7-colored dandelion, water-fire origin fruit, and heaven-earth Xian Huang ginseng, and 7 petals of the blood heart flower remaining along with plenty of blood moon Bodhi fruit, she had more than enough materials to refine another Pasu Dan. Provided nothing unexpected occurred, Dan Yao struck the Kuan Ding with her palm, clearing out the residue within, reigniting the flames, and meticulously refining the next pill. It is often said that practice makes perfect. With the experience from her first successful pill, the second one should prove considerably easier. Nonetheless, Dan Yao remained cautious. The ingredients for the Pasu Dan were exceedingly rare, and a failure would mean she might not gather the necessary components for a long time. With her mind resolute, she proceeded with careful precision, taking her time in the refining process. Time flowed gently, and soon 7 days and 6 nights had passed. Dan Yao calculated that with just one more night, the second Pasu Dan would be ready. However, the affairs of the world often unfold with surprises that arrive faster than anticipated. As Dan Yao quietly tempered the flames, 3 figures suddenly emerged outside the 7-colored poison forest. At the forefront was an elderly woman clad in a green robe, her white hair cascading over her shoulders, her face gaunt yet her eyes burned with a fierce, cold light. Behind the green-robed elder stood 2 young men, their features quite handsome but with pallid complexions and unsteady steps, clearly exhausted from excessive indulgence. Ghost Mother. Based on our extensive investigation over the past few days, the masked Pure-Een woman entered the 7-colored poison forest and has not come out since. One of the young men reported, his gaze sweeping over the vibrant, toxic expanse of the forest. The elder, known as Ghost Mother, expressed her venomous intent. Good, very good. We have finally located this little wretch. Ghost Mother, the toxins in the 7-colored poison forest are incredibly potent. Even a spirit platform or divine void cultivator would not dare linger for long. Surely, the Pure-Een woman cannot have survived in there for so long. The other young man hesitated. Though the toxins of the 7-colored poison forest are formidable, they are predominantly cold and een in nature. That little wretch possesses a pure-een body. While other lethal poisons might kill her, she will never perish from the rainbow-colored miasma. Ghost Mother slowly shook her head, continuing. This little wretch's cultivation is quite impressive. I have heard she is the most formidable among the younger generation of the Immortal Water Palace. Her prolonged absence from here surely indicates ulterior motives. Immortal Water Palace? She is a disciple of the Immortal Water Palace? The 2 young men's expressions shifted in alarm. Yes. What shall we do? We must remember that the Immortal Water Palace is one of the most terrifying powers on the continent. Those madwomen are not only ruthless in their methods and harbor a deep-seated hatred for men, but they are also exceedingly protective of their own. Anyone who dares to bully the young female disciples will find themselves in a predicament worse than awakening a hornet's nest. What is there to fear? While the Immortal Water Palace is formidable, they cannot dominate everything. If we kill that little wretch within the poison forest and incinerate her body, who would ever know it was us? The green-robed elder said coldly. What Ghost Mother said rang true. The 7-colored poison forest was shrouded in toxic miasma, perpetually devoid of sunlight. No matter how many spies the Immortal Water Palace had, they would never uncover the truth here. The green-robed elder's eyes glinted with a chilling resolve. Those who dare kill my son shall find no resting place. The 2 young men trembled involuntarily at the venomous tone in her voice. This Pure-Een woman, who could have chosen anyone to provoke, had chosen to offend Ghost Mother, truly a path to self-destruction. At this moment, Dan Yao was reaching the pinnacle of her refinement of the Pasu Dan. In the midst of the profound silence, with only the crackling of the flames echoing, a sudden sound of whistling wind pierced through. This sound was faint and delicate, blending seamlessly with the flames roaring in the Kuan Ding. Had it not been for Dan Yao's keen perception and exceptional hearing, she would never have noticed it. Dan Yao sensed an intruder. Yet at this crucial juncture of impending success, she dared not afford any distraction. Otherwise, a misstep in her internal energy could disrupt the temperature within the cauldron, leading to a failed refinement, turning the spiritual elixir into a useless concoction, or worse, a backlash from the elixir energy that could inflict grave injury or even death. Thus, despite the surprise, Dan Yao remained calm and collected. The sound of the wind grew nearer, yet the spiritual aura began to withdraw. It was evident that the intruder, aware of her formidable strength, chose to approach cautiously rather than recklessly attack. Dan Yao pondered, considering the lethal nature of the seven-colored poison forest, which ordinary cultivators would avoid at all costs. Who would willingly venture into such a perilous place? With Dan Yao's current cultivation level and the snow spirit's sword at her side, she felt no fear of the intruder. Yet it was vexing that this person had chosen such a critical moment to appear. As her concentration wavered slightly, her internal energy faltered, causing an immediate change in the temperature within the Kuan-ding. She quickly gathered her internal energy, forcefully suppressing the agitation, focusing intently on controlling the heat. At that moment, the faint sound of wind rushed closer. Following that, several vibrant, poisonous pills, propelled by spiritual energy, shot forth like shooting stars. Fortunately, Dan Yao had anticipated this. With Xiangyang absent, she had summoned Xiao Yao to stand guard beside her. As soon as the assailants launched their poisonous pills, Xiao Yao immediately retaliated with several Nine Heavens celestial needle strikes. Bang! The poisonous pills collided with the Nine Heavens celestial needles, unleashing a surge of freezing air and dispersing the toxic fumes, both vanishing into thin air. Dan Yao conveyed her thoughts to Xiao Yao, instructing her to intercept and prevent the intruders from approaching the Kuan-ding. Understanding the command, Xiao Yao swiftly darted out to stand before the approaching figures. You are the pure Yin woman. The green-robed elder and her two young companions revealed themselves, their gazes fixed intently on Xiao Yao, who also wore a mask. Upon hearing the term pure Yin woman, Xiao Yao felt a chill run down her spine, quickly deducing the intentions of these three individuals. Her pure Yin body was revealed amidst the fierce contention among the three major clans vying for the treasures of the Azure Blood Mansion, consequently attracting countless malevolent cultivators. This old crone, steeped in wickedness, is undoubtedly not of the righteous path. It is highly probable that she is related to those malevolent beings she has slaughtered, perhaps kin or elders from her sect. Indeed, it is I. And who might you be? Xiao Yao's icy gaze pierced through the air, her entire being taut, as her true energy surged within, coalescing a layer of frost upon her surface, ready to unleash. Oh, it is truly you, the wretched little harlot who dares to slay my son. I shall make you pay with your life to accompany him in death. The old woman in green roared, her shrill voice shattering the eerie silence of the rainbow-hued poisonous forest. Your son? Xiao Yao hesitated, her tone frigid. Who is your son? Pray tell? I am the 6 poison demon mother of the 10,000 poison sect, and my son is the 5 poison boy. Oh, so it is he. Dan Yao replied indifferently with a slight smile. I do not offend unless offended. That fellow coveted my pure Yin body and conspired with Guanshan Yu against me. He met his demise by his own design, and I bear no blame. Silence. The 6 poison demon mother's aged visage twisted with deep-seated malice as she bellowed. To slay my child, and yet dare to quibble. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to end your life simply because you are a disciple of the immortal water palace? Demon mother, this insolent wretch is truly arrogant. Let us brothers teach her a lesson. 2 young men behind the 6 poison demon mother eagerly chimed in. No need for that. This harlot has caused my child's demise, and I shall personally ensure her punishment. The 6 poison demon mother spoke coldly, her true energy roiling in her palm. As a grayish-white toxic aura rapidly condensed into a slender, lethal poison spike. As the spike formed, the surrounding poisonous trees, which thrived amidst the 7-colored miasma, withered one after another. It was evident that the toxicity of the 6 poison demon mother was several dozen times more fearsome than the rainbow miasma, capable of overwhelming even the most resilient of poisonous flora. Return my son's life, you wretched creature. The 6 poison demon mother's expression twisted with fury as the poison spike shot forth. The moment she laid eyes on Xiao Yao, she sensed her strength through her spiritual perception. A mere little wretch at the 5th level of the spirit platform. Killing her would be as effortless as blowing away dust. A strong presence of the divine void realm. Xiao Yao noted the ferocity of the attack, its wind-splitting force astonishing, indicating her power had reached the divine void realm. Not daring to be reckless, she swiftly employed her snowless steps, narrowly evading the lethal strike. The poison spike struck the ground, unleashing a tempest of toxic gas that poisoned a vast expanse of trees. Xiao Yao, now several dozen yards away, turned to the astonished 6 poison demon mother and her companions, laughing. Old poison crone, if you wish to kill your aunt, it shall not be so simple. The 6 poison demon mother's gaze darkened, as if ink were dripping from her eyes, grinding her teeth. What a ghostly technique. No wonder my son perished at the hands of this wretched girl. He met his fate as he deserved. I harbor no grievances against him. Yet he sought me out. Can I not retaliate? If you cannot discipline your son, Do not cast blame upon others. To buy time, Xiaoyao provocatively taunted the six-poisoned demon mother. Very well. The six-poisoned demon mother's teeth ground together, her fury erupting like a volcano. Wretched girl. I had initially intended to grant you a swift death out of respect for the immortal water palace, yet you are utterly oblivious to your own mortality. Once I capture you, I shall have you dismembered and immersed in the waters of 1,000 poisons, forcing you to beg for death. Upon hearing the six-poisoned demon mother's intention to torture her to death, Xiaoyao's eyes turned frigid. If you wish to torment me to death, you must first possess the capability to do so, old crone. Bring forth whatever tricks you have. The six-poisoned demon mother, one of the foremost poison masters of the 10,000 poison sect, was renowned throughout the southern regions of the central domain. Upon hearing her name, all would treat her with utmost respect and fear. Yet now, someone dared to address her as old crone in her presence. Seeking death, the six-poisoned demon mother, unable to contain her rage, unleashed a torrent of toxic energy from her being, transforming into a swirling mist of poison. As she observed the ever-intensifying toxic aura emanating from the six-poisoned demon mother, Xiaoyao's expression grew grave. She had not anticipated that this old crone's cultivation had reached the third level of the divine void realm, and with her peculiar poisons, her combat prowess was formidable enough to rival that of a fourth-level divine void cultivator, even allowing her to briefly contend with a fifth-level expert. As a mere projection, Xiaoyao's cultivation was inherently inferior to her true self, standing only at the sixth level of the spirit platform. Engaging directly with such a formidable opponent would spell her doom at the slightest misstep. Wretched girl, prepare to meet your demise. The six-poisoned demon mother bellowed as the toxic mist surged forth, rapidly enveloping Xiaoyao. Realizing that her swift movements made it difficult for conventional techniques to strike true, she unleashed her most potent killing move from the outset. Faced with the overwhelming and astonishing toxic mist, Xiaoyao quickly summoned the snow spirit sword. The sword blazed with brilliance, and countless sword energies erupted around her, swiftly forming a net of icy blades that ensnared her completely. This sword, upon seeing the sword, the six-poisoned demon mother's expression soured further. Though she had never encountered the snow spirit sword, and could hardly believe that this legendary ancient weapon had appeared here, she recognized the exceptional nature of the weapon in Xiaoyao's hands. However, considering her superior cultivation, she felt confident that even if this sword were indeed a remarkable divine weapon, it would not pose a threat to her. Thus, while surprised, the six-poisoned demon mother remained unperturbed. Yet, she had gravely underestimated the power of the snow spirit sword. Having awakened its ancient might, the snow spirit sword, though Dan Yao had not yet reached the pinnacle of her abilities to fully harness its power, was far beyond the reach of a malevolent being skilled in poison and ambush like the six-poisoned demon mother. The toxic mist descended, instantaneously engulfing the icy sword net. In the next moment, the snow spirit sword radiated with intensified brilliance, unleashing a torrent of azure light that obliterated the toxic mist entirely. What a formidable sword! The six-poisoned demon mother was taken aback, immediately swinging her palm toward Xiaoyao. Seeing the speed of her attack, the rushing wind and poisonous aura forced Xiaoyao to raise the snow spirit sword, launching a fierce thrust in response. The six-poisoned demon mother, unwilling to face the sword's edge head-on, sidestepped as she unleashed her palm strike. Bang! The toxic palm collided with the sword energy, and the terrifying poison instantaneously corroded the sword energy, yet the residual force continued unabated, shattering Xiaoyao's protective barrier. PFF. Xiaoyao had not anticipated that the old crone's power, merging her spiritual energy with poison, would yield such ferocity. Caught off guard, she was struck squarely on her left shoulder, resulting in a spurt of blood from her lips. Thankfully, being one with Dan Yao, she too possessed the antidotal properties of the green jade fruit, or she would have succumbed to the poison by now. Yet, even so, the impact left her reeling, her internal organs nearly dislocated. Witnessing Xiaoyao withstand such a grievous blow, the six-poisoned demon mother was astonished and, with renewed ferocity, unleashed a series of palm strikes. Intent on ending her life, Xiaoyao wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, preparing to utilize the blood sacrifice sword technique to awaken the divine power of the snow spirit sword, when Dan Yao transmitted a message through their spiritual link. Lure this old crone over. I intend to eliminate her once and for all. Xiaoyao, attuned to Dan Yao's thoughts, immediately understood her intent. As the six-poisoned demon mother's palm struck toward her, Xiaoyao twisted her waist, evading the oncoming force, and swiftly retreated. You shall not escape. The six-poisoned demon mother, believing that Xiaoyao could not possibly defeat her, intended to escape like a coward. How could she let go of her enemy, the one who had slain her son? She, along with her two male companions, hastily pursued. A few swift movements brought them to the place where Dan Yao was concocting her elixirs. Upon seeing two individuals bearing identical appearances and masks, she paused in astonishment. Which of you is truly the murderer of my son? Xiao chuckled heartily. Take a guess. If you get it right, I'll buy you candy. The audacious little wretch dared to be insolent even at death's door. Both of you shall perish today. The six-poisoned demon mother fixed her gaze upon the two. Observing Dan Yao channeling her spiritual energy into the Kuan Ding, from which an ethereal blue flame emerged, catalyzed by her yin energy. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Oh, these two wretches are concocting a special elixir, hiding here to utilize the toxic miasma of the seven-colored poison forest to mitigate the power of the Dan Thunder. At this critical moment, if she did not seize the opportunity to eliminate these two little vixens, her quest for vengeance would become infinitely more challenging. The six-poison demon mother was correct. Dan Yao was indeed leveraging the seven-colored poison forest to weaken the Dan Thunder. Rubbing her palms together, she exuded a pungent stench, directing it towards Dan Yao's forehead. Unbeknownst to her, this played right into Dan Yao's hands. With a graceful motion, Dan Yao transformed into countless phantoms. The demon mother's palm struck one of the illusions, shattering it, yet the essence of the elixir subtly adhered to her, drawn in by Dan Yao's spiritual energy. The six-poison demon mother, unaware of the true nature of the situation, assumed that Dan Yao was merely evading her attacks with these fanciful illusions. She unleashed her energy, her hands moving like a tempest, releasing a torrent of poisonous true energy aimed at Dan Yao. Calm and composed, Dan Yao danced around the Kuan Ding, her every phantom radiating exquisite beauty. However, each time the demon mother's attack struck, the illusions burst into shimmering fragments. Soon, all of Dan Yao's phantoms were obliterated, leaving only one figure standing at the mouth of the swirling blue flames of the Kuan Ding. With a cold smile, the six-poison demon mother taunted. All your illusions have been destroyed. Now, how will you escape? Yet Dan Yao replied with a serene smile. No, it is not I who should flee. It is you. The demon mother laughed heartily. At death's door, you still dare to boast. You won't shed a tear until you see your coffin. Chuckling softly, Dan Yao suddenly shouted. Release the elixir. With a forceful strike upon the Kuan Ding, a pitch-black elixir slowly emerged from the cauldron. Now is the time, strike. Upon hearing this, Xiao raised her Shuepa sword, pointing it towards the heavens, the fierce sword energy slicing through layers of toxic miasma and soaring into the sky. Above, dark clouds gathered rapidly, thunderous roars resonating throughout the firmament, as rolling bolts of lightning danced within. However, the thunder now coalescing was not the silvery hue of the first elixir, but a dazzling array of colors. Counting carefully, one could discern 7 distinct colors among the lightning. Was this the 7-colored Dan Thunder? You wretched girl, you are actually a 9th-rank alchemist. How could this be? How could you possibly be a 9th-rank alchemist? Gazing at the flickering 7-colored lightning in the stormy clouds, the six-poisoned demon mother felt as though she were witnessing an apparition, incredulously shouting in rage. Alchemists are classified with the 6th rank as a pivotal threshold. Those below are considered inconsequential. Only those of the 6th rank and above gain the accolades and respect of cultivators in the central region. Elixirs exceeding the 6th rank, once formed, invoke cosmic anomalies. Among them, the 6th rank Dan Thunder is silver, the 7th rank is purple, and the 8th rank mutates into 5-colored Dan Thunder. However, the 9th rank, upon formation, summons the 7-colored Dan Thunder, rendering heaven and earth pale and the sun and moon dim. 9th rank alchemists are revered as the saints of medicine, their alchemical prowess transcending the mundane, far beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Such exalted alchemists have become the stuff of legend. How could this little wretch, a pure Yin maiden, possibly be a 9th-rank saint of medicine? Unbeknownst to her, Dan Yao's alchemical abilities had yet to reach the 9th rank. The reason she could summon the 7-colored Dan Thunder was due to the extraordinary nature of the elixir she was refining. Although it was an 8th-rank high-tier elixir, it surpassed many 9th-rank elixirs in value. To elevate her alchemical skills to the realm of a 9th-rank saint of medicine, she must first break through to the divine void realm. The 7-colored Dan Thunder flickered ominously within the clouds. An overwhelming torrent of terrifying pressure descended, enveloping every individual within the forest. Each of them was shaken by this extreme, formidable force. They felt as though this power was colossal and terrifying, pressing upon their minds and souls like Mount Tai, threatening to plunge them into an endless abyss. The 2 young male companions accompanying the 6-poison demon mother were equally alarmed, trembling in fear. 9th-rank saint of medicine? Such an entity stands at the pinnacle of the continent, their status and identity on par with the superlative powers of the 9th level of divine void. Such figures, let alone the 6-poison demon mother, even the leader of the 10,000 poison sect, the black demon god, would not dare to offend lightly. It was over. This time it was truly over. Boom. Just as the six-poisoned demon mother and her companions were struck with shock, a deafening roar erupted from the clouds. A massive seven-colored serpent tore through the darkness, lightning flashing as it surged downward, directly targeting the seven-colored poison forest. Danielle's heart raced, her figure spinning as she circled the six-poisoned demon mother, commencing her enchanting dance of magical power. Though the six-poisoned demon mother was not an alchemist, she understood that the formation of Dan Thunder was due to the elixir's extraordinary nature, which was intolerable to heaven and earth. Hence the need for Dan Thunder to descend in destruction. Now, as the seven-colored Dan Thunder aimed towards the poison forest, it was evidently directed at the freshly concocted elixir. Should the elixir be destroyed by the Dan Thunder, so too would the alchemist face backlash. To preserve the elixir, the alchemist must confront the Dan Thunder head-on. The horror of the seven-colored Dan Thunder was not lost on her. Even if she had never witnessed it, she knew its might. Given the cultivation levels of these two little vixens, they would be utterly incapable of withstanding it. She could simply observe from the sidelines, relishing the spectacle. Should the little vixens perish in the Dan Thunder, her vendetta would be fulfilled. If they survived, she could take advantage of their injuries to strike decisively, sending them to the depths of hell together. The six-poisoned demon mother chuckled coldly to herself. Little did she know, this was Danielle's cunning plan to use the situation to her advantage. Before she could gather her thoughts, the descending seven-colored Dan Thunder veered past the freshly formed elixir, heading straight for her. Demon mother, watch out! The two young male companions exclaimed in alarm. What? The six-poisoned demon mother was taken aback, hastily channeling her energy for defense, yet it was already too late. With a resounding cry, she was struck by the thunder. Her body charred, clothes tattered, and her back mangled, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. How could this happen? The six-poisoned demon mother writhed in agony, utterly bewildered. The seven-colored Dan Thunder was supposed to strike the freshly forged elixir, so why was it coming for her? Noticing Danielle swirling around her, she immediately grasped the situation. Roaring in fury, you little wretch, what have you done to me? Why is the Dan Thunder aimed at me? Danielle, like a butterfly, continued her mesmerizing dance, her true energy reaching its zenith, unable to respond. Suddenly, Xiao, with a cheerful demeanor, exclaimed, what else could it be? It is undoubtedly due to your wicked deeds. Old witch, even the heavens cannot tolerate you, hence the thunder strikes down upon you. You speak nonsense. That thunder is clearly a consequence of the elixir's birth. The six-poisoned demon mother, seething with rage, cursed vehemently. Just then, another radiant thunderbolt descended. Startled, she hastily dodged, yet the vibrant thunderbolt seemed to possess a tracking device, striking her with unerring precision. With a pained cry, she spat out a mouthful of dark blood. Although she could not fathom why the colorful thunderbolts targeted her instead of the void-breaking pill, she realized she had been ensnared by those two cunning little vixens. If she did not flee swiftly, her life would be in grave peril. After all, as long as one remains in the Green Hills, there is no fear of firewood running out. The six-poisoned demon mother unleashed a flurry of palm strikes, attempting to break through Danielle's swirling confinement. However, Danielle danced around her, her form transforming into a web of lightning. Despite several attempts to break free, the six-poisoned demon mother found herself ensnared by the lightning net, unable to escape. Wretched girl, what malevolent sorcery have you used to trap me? She shrieked in desperation. Danielle, unfazed, continued to twirl her magical power. The technique she employed was known as the Dance of Thunder Elixirs. This was a skill she had inadvertently acquired during her time at the royal palace in the southern domain. As the name suggests, it was a dance specifically designed to conjure thunder during alchemical processes. This art, embodying both defense and offense, was extraordinarily mesmerizing. If one faced external forces during critical moments of alchemy, they could unleash this dance to summon thunder, annihilating their adversaries with astonishing speed and illusions. Alchemists often dreaded the occurrence of thunder upon successful concoction. By utilizing this technique, not only could one deflect the thunder onto others, but they could also seize the opportunity to eliminate their foes, a truly unparalleled strategy. The sudden intrusion of the six-poisoned demon mother prompted Danielle to send Xiao out to fend off for a moment. Yet, deep down, she sensed that the enemy's strength was formidable, and even with the snow spirit's sword in hand, Xiao might struggle to withstand her. In this dire moment, a spark of ingenuity ignited within Danielle, and she resolved to employ the Dance of Thunder elixirs against her foe. The illusions shattered by the six-poisoned demon mother were not Danielle's clones, but the elixir's nascent energy during its creation. By skillfully employing the heart of the Dance of Thunder elixirs, Danielle transformed the elixir's energy into shadowy figures. Hence, when the six-poisoned demon mother shattered the illusions, She inadvertently absorbed the very energy that incited the thunder. Now, with all the elixir energy within her, the colorful thunder mistakenly targeted the six-poisoned demon mother as if she were the void-breaking pill itself. More astonishingly, at the moment the thunder struck, the wielder of the Dance of Thunder elixirs could temporarily absorb the power of the thunder, transforming it into a lightning net that ensnared the opponent. Unless one possessed the cultivation to contend with the thunder, their fate would be sealed. However, despite the incredible prowess of the Dance of Thunder elixirs, caution was paramount. One must not allow the adversary to discern its secrets. Otherwise, should the opponent see through the illusions and rebound the elixir energy, the unfortunate consequence would befall the wielder. With a mischievous grin, Xiaoyao remarked, "Indeed, she is using malevolent sorcery, but against someone as wicked as you. It is a case of poison countering poison. Now that the colorful thunder perceives you as the void-breaking pill, it longs to obliterate you. Just await your demise by lightning." You, the six-poisoned demon mother, trembled with fury, lunging to tear Xiaoyao's face apart. Yet again, another colorful thunderbolt struck down. The six-poisoned demon mother fought desperately to resist, but she was left charred and in a pitiful state. Generally, the colorful thunder induced by the refinement of 9 great elixirs could only be withstood by top-tier cultivators surpassing the 5th layer of the divine void realm. Although the six-poisoned demon mother was formidable, she was merely at the 3rd layer of the divine void realm. How could she withstand such overwhelming celestial might? Mother. The 2 young male companions, who had always witnessed the demon mother's arrogance, were now utterly terrified, their spirits shattered, and they swiftly fled into the woods. Trying to escape? Xiaoyao huffed, raising her delicate hand, as 2 9 heavens xianxiaaudiobooks needles shot forth like thunderbolts. There were 2 shrieks as the needles pierced through the back of their skulls, leaving them frozen and lifeless. I yield. Please spare me. Let us erase our grievances. The six-poisoned demon mother barely survived a 3rd strike of the thunder, her form shattered and spirit drained, as if half her life had been siphoned away. Knowing that if this continued, she would surely perish beneath the colorful thunder, she hastily pleaded for mercy. To eradicate the roots, lest they spring anew. You must die today? Both Dan Yao and Xiao Yao's eyes glimmered with icy resolve. This venomous witch wielded her poisons with great skill, and after just a few exchanges, Xiao Yao had suffered considerable losses. Were it not for the protection of the jade fruit, her body would have already succumbed to the toxins. Should they show her mercy today, it would only invite endless future calamities. You wish for my demise, do you? Very well, then I shall take you down with me. The six-poisoned demon mother, realizing her impending doom, revealed a vicious grin. Her hands clenched tightly, and her inner true energy boiled like a cauldron, swelling rapidly as if she were to explode. Upon witnessing the six-poisoned demon mother's transformation, both Dan Yao and Xiao Yao gasped, understanding that the old witch intended to self-destruct. The explosion of a cultivator at the divine void realm would undoubtedly unleash catastrophic power. However, the 2 were not overly concerned. The predecessors who established the Dance of Thunder elixirs had long anticipated that if someone were ensnared by the thunder and faced with no escape, they would resort to desperate measures, choosing to perish alongside their captors. Thus, they devised countermeasures. The lightning net formed by Dan Yao's magical power, a product of the Dance of Thunder elixirs, not only ensnared the opponent, but also possessed formidable defensive capabilities. This defensive force emanated from the colorful thunder, a manifestation of celestial power. In the face of natural forces, humans always appeared minuscule and feeble. Even if the six-poisoned demon mother chose self-destruction, it would be challenging to disrupt the lightning net. With a thunderous boom, the six-poisoned demon mother exploded under the dual onslaught of the colorful thunder and the reverse flow of her inner energy, creating a mushroom cloud above the colorful poisonous forest. However, the tremendous shockwave from the explosion dissipated harmlessly upon encountering the lightning net, like grease meeting a hot griddle. The six-poisoned demon mother was obliterated, leaving no trace behind, while Dan Yao and Xiao Yao remained unscathed. Simultaneously, the celestial power from the 9 heavens sensed that its target had been annihilated and gradually withdrew its overwhelming pressure, fading away into nothingness. With the repugnant thunder and the detestable old witch gone, Dan Yao sighed in relief. Thank heavens, it is finally over. I never imagined that refining the void-breaking pill could attract such colorful thunder. Fortunately, I had the foresight to choose to concoct my elixirs within the colorful poisonous forest, using the toxins to mask the elixir's energy from leaking. Otherwise, even with the snow spirit sword in hand, I would have been unable to withstand such terrifying thunder, resulting in the destruction of the elixir and severe backlash against myself. At that moment, the Kuan Ding trembled, and the void-breaking pill transformed into a streak of light, darting rapidly into the forest. As Xiao Yao had actively dispelled the toxic cover of the colorful poisonous forest, the colorful thunder had been drawn forth. The shattered void pill, having undergone the baptism of the thunder tribulation, has significantly enhanced its spiritual essence and has developed a semblance of wisdom. Instinctively understanding the need to seek benefits and avoid harm. Aware that Dan Yao is refining it for a breakthrough, it naturally seeks to escape. But escape? No chance. Dan Yao smiled gently, her long sleeves fluttering as she swept towards the void pill. Chapter 1585, First to the Pill Tower. Confronted by the sweeping sleeves, the void pill spun wildly, transforming in the blink of an eye into a fearsome, menacing black beast's visage, belching forth a fiery golden blaze aimed at the flowing fabric. Boom. As the golden flames collided with the sleeves, they were instantly extinguished by the frigid energy emanating from within, yet retained their force as they surged forward once more. The dark beast's face continued to expel golden fire, desperately trying to defend itself. However, it was merely an 8th grade high-tier pill and had not yet reached the 9th grade. It could not freely morph into human form like certain 9th grade pills, nor possess the formidable combat prowess comparable to that of a spirit platform or void god-level expert. Though it possessed spirit, it lacked the corresponding strength to contend with Dan Yao. As the sleeves enveloped it tighter, the black beast's visage shrank smaller and smaller, ultimately transforming into a round pill as dark as ink, shimmering with countless starlights as it swayed. Without enduring the chill that penetrates to the bone, how can one appreciate the fragrance of plum blossoms? This principle equally applies to the alchemical process. The second void pill, although it had not faced the onslaught of thunder tribulation, since all the thunder was absorbed by the unfortunate 6-poison ghost mother, was still compelled to unleash its spiritual energy under the oppressive aura of the colorful thunder. Thus, its medicinal potency surpassed that of the first, exuding an even richer fragrance. The second void pill was complete. Gazing at the refined pill, Dan Yao could not help but smile. After all her efforts, she had finally crafted the most critical void pill. She retrieved a finely crafted small jade vial from her ring, the kind warmed by the sea, and placed the void pill within. She then sealed the vial with her spiritual power to prevent the pill from escaping. With the pill successfully refined, it was time to leave this cursed place. Dan Yao murmured as she surveyed the chaotic, colorful poison forest. Upon exiting the colorful poison forest, Dan Yao did not linger. Following the directions on the map, she flew northward. She had initially planned to head straight to Wanmei Ridge to await the reunion with Xiangyang, Qi Ming, Xue Ling, and the others. However, upon reflection, she recalled that they had scattered during the perilous encounter in the spatial passage, drifting to various locations in the central region. Having faced the onslaught of the spatial storm, they must have sustained significant injuries. It was only because she obtained the Hunyuan pill from the system's signing that her injuries healed so swiftly. Xiangyang, Qi Ming, and Xue Ling, without exceptional opportunities, would likely not recover as quickly. If she were to head to Wanmei Ridge now, she feared it would be a wild goose chase. Moreover, both she and Xiangyang had yet to break through to the Void God realm. Even if they reunited at Wanmei Ridge, it would be impossible to mount a counterattack against the Xiang clan immediately. The Xiang clan was more likely to track one of them, following the trail. And when the 4 of them gathered at Wanmei Ridge, they would be caught in one fell swoop. After much contemplation, Dan Yao resolved to first visit the Pill Tower to participate in the Alchemist Conference. Once she obtained the Pill Soul and elevated her cultivation to the 9th level of the Spirit Platform, she would consume the Void Pill to break through to the Void God Realm, and then it would not be too late to reunite. After all, there were still over 100 years until that old dog Xiang Banshan's 90,000th birthday. She had time. When leaving Lingming Mountain, Elder Xue had informed her that in 20 years, the Pill Tower would hold its once-in-a-thousand-year alchemical gala. With her mind made up, Dan Yao immediately changed direction and flew towards the Pill Tower. The Pill Tower, located in the central region of the Central Domain, is a gathering place for the continent's top alchemists and a site of pilgrimage. Although the colorful poison forest was not as distant from the Pill Tower as Wanmei Ridge, it still spanned a journey of 70 to 80,000 miles, making swift arrival no simple feat. Chapter 1586, The Pure Yang Man. The central region is unlike the other 4 major domains, replete with restrictions and barriers of spiritual energy. Moreover, spatial tearing and teleportation demand high spatial conditions. Thus, although Dan Yao could tear through space to instantly travel 1,000 miles, she was still bound by limitations. This experience was akin to the contrast between urban and rural life in her previous existence. In the city, the crowds are overwhelming, with traffic lights everywhere. And during peak hours, congestion can lead one to question life itself. In contrast, the countryside, though not as developed, possesses a network of roads, allowing for seamless travel. While she could not teleport directly, Dan Yao's natural flying speed was exceedingly rapid. With a bit more time, she would inevitably arrive. During her journey, Dan Yao encountered a myriad of individuals and heard numerous intriguing tales about the central region. As time passed, she drew ever closer to the Pill Tower, the sacred site for countless alchemists. One day, as Dan Yao crossed the desert, she suddenly sensed a wave of fluctuations accompanied by the scent of blood wafting through the air. Unperturbed, Dan Yao remained indifferent. Where there are people, there exists a world of conflict. The central region, being the most resource-rich area for cultivation on the continent, naturally harbors the most brutal strife and competition. Having encountered such scenarios frequently in recent times, she was no stranger to it and felt no inclination to intervene. Each person should tend to their own affairs, leaving others to their own devices. As she prepared to pass by, she suddenly heard a voice among the combatants calling out, "Kid, quickly reveal the whereabouts of the pure young man, and we shall grant you a path to safety." Another voice barked, "Yes, speak up." The moment Dan Yao heard the term pure young man, her heart jolted. The title pure young man could only be conferred upon a man possessing a pure young body. Could the pure young man they spoke of be Qiming? Yes, it was highly likely to be him. The pure young body is exceedingly rare. Even in the central region, where prodigies abound, those with such a constitution are few and far between. Realizing that this person might be Qiming, Dan Yao quickly turned around and followed the scent of blood. From a distance, she spotted an individual fleeing, pursued by 7 or 8 others. She dashed forward, her speed increasing. Amidst the swirling sands, she discerned that the pursuers comprised an elderly man and 7 young individuals, all clad in dark robes. Evidently members of the same faction. The one they were chasing was a young man dressed in silk finery. The elder suddenly unleashed a palm strike towards the fleeing youth. The young man, wielding a long sword, countered with a burst of sword energy that clashed against the palm strike. The strength of the sword energy was on par with the elder's palm, instantly neutralizing the attack. However, the force of the elder's strike had caused the young man's pace to falter, allowing the other 7 young people to leap in front of him, effectively surrounding him. "Kid, you can't escape. Quickly divulge the whereabouts of the pure young man, or you shall meet your demise," the elder commanded ominously. "What pure young man? I have no idea what you're talking about." The young man, disheveled and pale, was still struggling to hold his ground. "Still pretending? We have already investigated. Your grandfather has been injured by the cold energy, and the cold poison in his body is difficult to resolve. Only the 7 returns fire pill, refined with the blood of the pure young man, can save him." Chapter 1587, Stepping into Rescue. The elder's gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes on the youth. "Now that the cold energy within your grandfather has vanished, if it were not for the assistance of the pure young man, how could he have possibly recovered?" The young man gritted his teeth and said, "Indeed. A male cultivator of pure yang came to my home some time ago. However, after healing my grandfather, he left without a word, and I have no idea where he is now." The old man sneered. "Left? That brat is severely injured. How could he possibly depart so quickly? You dare to play tricks before me? It seems you are tired of living." The young man retorted angrily. "I say he has left, and thus he has left. Whether you believe it or not is of no concern to me. Step aside, you insolent brat. Ignoring my warning will only lead to your punishment. Just watch as I teach you a lesson." The old man shouted, striking out with a palm towards the young man. The young man wielded his sword, fiercely parrying the attacks, the sword energy surging forth like a tempest, desperately defending against the onslaught of 8 adversaries. Dan Yao quietly concealed herself nearby, and upon hearing the old man mention that the pure young man was severely injured, she was further convinced that he was Qiming. The 4 of them had narrowly escaped from the spatial transit station, and even with her cultivation, she had sustained grave injuries. Qiming and Shui Ling were undoubtedly in a worse state. As she observed closely, she saw the young man's sword radiance sweeping across the battlefield, stirring up clouds of yellow sand, able to withstand the combined assault of 8 individuals. She couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The central region indeed brims with talent. This young man, appearing to be of similar age to her, had already reached the threshold of the half-step spirit platform, and there were faint signs of him breaking through to the spirit platform realm. If not for the resources provided by her system, she feared she would struggle to reach his current stature. Dan Yao felt a sense of advantage from the system, but did not realize that this young man, along with the previously encountered Chao Jiner, cultivated rapidly due to the formidable resources of their respective family sections. In terms of talent alone, she felt she was not inferior to anyone. As the battle raged on, the young man's sword light intensified, each strike more formidable than the last. Dan Yao could see his desperation to escape, employing reckless tactics. Yet such an intense use of vital energy, with even the slightest lapse in focus, could lead to dire consequences. With a sudden, piercing shout, The young man swung his sword down at the old man. The old man, unwilling to meet the strike head-on, dodged swiftly. In that instant, the 7 young individuals focused their energy into a single force, slamming it towards the young man's back. The young man's sword strike utilized all his strength, leaving his back vulnerable. Caught off guard, he was struck heavily in the chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood as his sword slipped from his grasp, collapsing to the ground. Speak quickly, where is the pure young man? The old man gripped the young man's wrist tightly, a chilling energy coursing through. The young man, in agony, fainted momentarily but managed to grit his teeth and say, I don't know. Refusing to cooperate will only lead to your demise. If you have the guts, kill me. That man has rendered immense kindness to my family. To betray him would be a betrayal of humanity. Even in death, I will not allow you rogues to harm him. The young man's face twisted in pain, yet his tone remained defiant. Very well, let us see whether your resolve holds, or if my methods are more effective. The old man's voice dripped with malice as he took out a vividly colored pill from his ring, commanding his men to pry open the young man's mouth, preparing to force it down his throat. Just then, a blood needle shot through the air with astounding speed, knocking the pill from the old man's hand. In the blink of an eye, the young man had broken free from their grasp. Who is it? The sudden turn of events caused the old man to change his expression, barking an order. You insolent wretch. A cold, clear female voice responded. As they focused their gaze, they saw a masked female cultivator standing 100 paces away. Beside her stood the young man who had just been injured. The young man, initially resigned to his fate, was taken aback as the sound of rushing wind enveloped him, lifting him into the air. In the next moment, he found himself 100 paces away. Who are you? He gazed in astonishment at Danielle. This young woman, appearing to be of similar age, radiated an aura of terror. Who dares to disrupt my affairs? The old man's pupils constricted, warily assessing Danielle, who had silently appeared and whisked the young man away with such ghostly speed. Do not concern yourself with my identity. I have taken it upon myself to protect him. You lot should leave promptly, or you will face the consequences. Danielle spoke with a tone that brooked no argument. Before arriving in the central region, Danielle believed everyone here was an impressive powerhouse capable of easily overpowering cultivators from the 4 regions. Thus, she maintained a sense of vigilance and respect towards this vast domain. However, upon her arrival and deeper understanding, she recognized the folly of her assumptions. While the central region indeed boasted a plethora of strong individuals, those at the pinnacle of the continent were overwhelmingly powerful beyond imagination. Yet, such figures were few and far between. The majority of cultivators would spend their lives at the celestial monarch or spirit platform levels. Truly exceptional individuals capable of breaking through the divine void realm were exceedingly rare. Though she hailed from the eastern region, her strength was sufficient to easily surpass over 99% of the strong in the central region. Unless she encountered the upper echelons of formidable factions like the Xiang family or the Xianxia palace, there was no need for her to fear. A strong individual should indeed possess the demeanor befitting their power. Since she had achieved such strength, there was no reason to cower. Moreover, youth should embrace a bit of boldness. As a young person, a touch of bravado was hardly a fault. Danielle's mindset shifted subtly, her voice gaining confidence as she ordered them to depart. You seek death. The old man, enraged by her words, immediately joined forces with the 7 young individuals, launching a barrage of fierce attacks towards Danielle. Yet, faced with their united assault, Danielle showed no sign of fear. She discerned that none of them had reached the spirit platform realm. Even the old man was merely at the half-step spirit platform level. A group of insignificant characters, easily dealt with. Unaware of your own mortality, Danielle elegantly raised her slender hand, unleashing the 9 heavens Xian Nu needle from her fingertips. Swish! The needles shot forth like a rain of pear blossoms, instantly neutralizing the attacks of the 8 assailants, a chilling energy sweeping forth, sending them hurtling backward. Fortunately, Danielle bore no grudge against them and held back her full strength. Otherwise, all 8 would have perished. The young man gazed at this scene, his eyes widening in disbelief. What immense spiritual power! Just how strong is this woman? Her figure appeared remarkably familiar. Yes, it's her. May I ask who you are? Do you understand that this matter involves Master Xianxiaaudiobooks? Your actions seem to disregard his authority. The old man, recognizing Danielle's unfathomable strength, hastily invoked Master Xianxiaaudiobooks' name to intimidate her. Danielle, however, retorted, I have no interest in who Xianxiaaudiobooks is or his ilk. This person is off limits to anyone. If you wish to seek death, feel free to continue your attacks. You. The old man was furious at her audacity, his face turning green with rage. Yet he dared not refute her. The individual before them possessed an overwhelming strength, far beyond what they could contend with. Remaining here would lead only to a certain demise. The old man's expression shifted dramatically before he gritted his teeth in resentment. We must depart. Seeing their group retreating in disarray, the young man quickly clasped his hands in gratitude towards Dan Yao. I am Lin Yulong. I am immensely grateful for your rescue, fair maiden. Dan Yao offered a subtle smile. No need for such formality. Are your injuries manageable? Lin Yulong shook his head. I am fine. I will survive. Those who pursued you earlier were presumably after that male cultivator with the pure yang physique. Could you disclose his name and current whereabouts? Dan Yao, concerned for Qiming's safety, cut straight to the chase. Lin Yulong smiled at her. Even if you did not inquire, I would willingly share the details of that individual. Taken aback, Dan Yao questioned. You were willing to die rather than reveal his location before. Why the change now? Are you not afraid I might endanger your benefactor? Lin Yulong chuckled. No, anyone might pose a threat to him, except for you are his sole kin in this vast domain. Dan Yao, having already suspected that the pure yang male was indeed Qiming, felt her certainty solidify after his words. You know me? Indeed. Lin Yulong nodded. Brother Qiming entrusted me with the task of gathering information about you and the other two, providing me with 3 portraits, one of which is yours. Ah, I see. Dan Yao realized, but her heart tightened as she inquired. How is Qiming now? Is he gravely injured? Lin Yulong quickly replied. He is well. His wounds have nearly healed. That is a relief. Dan Yao exhaled slightly, then asked, why were those individuals seeking Qiming? Lin Yulong sighed. For the pure yang physique. Understanding that the pursuers were not directly naming Qiming, but instead seeking the pure yang male, Dan Yao grasped their true intentions. The pure yang physique, akin to the pure yin physique, held immense allure for female malevolent cultivators seeking to absorb yang energy. Furthermore, pure yang blood was invaluable for higher-tier elixirs. A person with such a physique was akin to a 3-year-old child wandering the bustling streets with a gold bar, inevitably attracting covetous gazes. Lin Yulong continued. On that day, I ventured to the volcanic cliffs to gather Fireheart purple mushroom, aiming to suppress the chilling yin energy within my grandfather. However, I was too late. The mushroom had already been claimed by another. Just as I was about to return in disappointment, a rift in space suddenly tore open, and Brother Qiming fell through. He was covered in blood, unconscious. Unable to bear the thought of him perishing in the wilderness, I brought him back and tended to him with great care. Little did I know, this act of compassion would ultimately save my grandfather. He smiled slightly. To repay my life-saving grace, despite his lingering injuries. He forced out a drop of his pure yang heart's blood and assisted in concocting the 7 return fire elixir, alleviating my grandfather's suffering for many years. Dan Yao responded, good deeds are rewarded. You have earned this. Lin Yulong sighed, alas. I never anticipated that the alchemist I had hired with great expense would harbor ulterior motives, leaking this matter and inciting all major factions to hunt for him. It is my fault for misjudging him, choosing that scoundrel over so many capable alchemists. This is not entirely your fault. It is impossible to discern a person's true nature by mere appearance, Dan Yao gently reassured him. Where is he now? Now that the information has been revealed. Blaming anyone is futile. The immediate priority is to locate Qiming. That is of utmost importance. However, Lin Yulong shook his head. I do not know his whereabouts. What? You do not know? Dan Yao's expression changed. Why were those ruffians pursuing you? Lin Yulong explained. After the information leaked, my grandfather, realizing the severity of the situation, immediately dispatched people to secretly escort Brother Qiming away, without informing me or the family of his destination, to prevent us from inadvertently falling into the hands of those scoundrels and divulging his whereabouts under torture, thus endangering our benefactor. Therefore, neither I nor my grandfather is aware of his location. Ah, I see. You have indeed acted with care, Dan Yao sighed. Although I do not know where he is. The news of his pure yang physique has already spread. Such a physique is immensely tempting to both malevolent cultivators and alchemists. And now all major factions are desperately searching for him. Particularly, that alchemist named Xianxiaaudiobooks has even offered a reward of a 7th-grade breaking spirit pill, which allows one to transcend the spirit platform realm. Breaking spirit pill? At this, Dan Yao's expression shifted. She had once concocted this pill to break through to the spirit platform realm and still possessed one and used. She was well aware of its rarity as the primary ingredient. The reverse universe fruit was exceedingly scarce. Never did she expect this xianxiaaudiobooks to be so extravagant. Yes, it is indeed the breaking spirit pill, Lin Yulong affirmed. Dan Yao inquired. Why is xianxiaaudiobooks willing to offer such a high price for him? Is it solely for his pure yang blood? Certainly not. Lin Yulong shook his head, locking eyes with Dan Yao's bright gaze, and spoke earnestly. According to my grandfather, xianxiaaudiobooks, as a 7th-grade high-level alchemist, neglects to refine good pills and instead indulges in sinister practices. I have heard that 500 years ago, someone exchanged a scroll of the spirit-devouring technique for a 7th-grade pill. This technique is said to contain a bizarre method of devouring spirits, allowing one to directly consume a cultivator's primordial spirit, subsequently taking over their physical body, thus undergoing a complete transformation into another person. At this point, distaste crossed his features. This old man has lived for over 10,000 years, but is yet to break through the divine void realm. Once his lifespan is exhausted, he will only be left to dissipate into the void, so he must find a brand new body before his time runs out. Dan Yao's face darkened, akin to a storm brewing. Xianxia, this wretched old man, was an alchemist, constantly dealing with fire, and his spiritual attributes leaned towards yang. Qiming, with his pure yang physique, would cultivate pure yang techniques as if aided by divine intervention. Should he succeed in possessing Qiming's pure yang body and inheriting his talents, not only could he break through to the divine void realm and extend his lifespan by millennia, but he could also achieve further breakthroughs in the path of alchemy, reaching the 8th grade Pill Emperor or even the 9th grade Pill Saint realm. What a cunning scheme, daring to set his sights on my nephew. Dan Yao's teeth clenched audibly, her eyes flashing with intense murderous intent. Xianxia, you had best not lay a finger on Qiming. Should any harm befall him, I will ensure that not a single one of your kin remains unscathed. Sensing the chilling aura emanating from Dan Yao, Lin Yulong, despite the mask obscuring his view of her expression, could still feel her fury. Xianxia was immensely powerful, being a 7th grade alchemist surrounded by formidable allies. Attempting to confront him would not be an easy task. Lin Yulong, aware of her anger, feared she might act impulsively and quickly cautioned. However, he is merely a 7th grade alchemist. He may intimidate others, but not me. Regardless of whether he is a 7th grade Pill Emperor or an 8th grade Pill Emperor, if he dares to plot against my nephew, I will not forgive him. Xianxia has already gathered a multitude of powerful individuals to hunt for him. Those who pursued me earlier are merely the least of them. I am well acquainted with the situation within several thousand miles. I will accompany you in the search. Lin Yulong insisted. Dan Yao shook her head. No need. As long as he is nearby, I have my own methods to find him. In pursuit of enlightenment. Lin Yulong narrowly escaped death at the hands of a few nefarious individuals today. Lin Yulong had already done more than enough and could not allow the Lin family to suffer any further. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yulong nodded in acquiescence. He understood that various powerful factions had become embroiled in this matter due to the pursuit of the spirit-refining pill. With his limited cultivation, he would not only be of no assistance, but could indeed become a hindrance. He had heard Qiming mention on more than one occasion that his aunt, though still young, possessed formidable skills. Unless it were those ancient monsters from the superpowers who had been in seclusion for many years, no one could hope to gain an advantage over her. Dan Yao retrieved a small jade vial from her ring and handed it to him, saying, "These few pills can aid in healing internal injuries and enhancing your cultivation. Accept them as a token of gratitude for saving my nephew." Lin Yulong repeatedly declined. "Take it." Dan Yao insisted, thrusting it into his hand. Unable to resist her, Lin Yulong reluctantly accepted it. "Take care, and may we meet again by fate." With that, Dan Yao hurried off in search of Qiming and vanished in a flash. Soaring through the air, Dan Yao held a crimson pebble, her consciousness scanning the surroundings. This crimson stone, known as the sun-seeking stone, was a treasure that Yi Chun had painstakingly sought to acquire the pure yang power inheritance of Xiangyang. After Yi Chun's demise, Dan Yao discovered this object within his ring and learned its usage through the living encyclopedia that was Xiangyang. The sun-seeking stone, as its name implies, is utilized to locate individuals and items exuding intense yang energy. When a spell is cast upon it, it can sense all pure yang beings and objects within 1,000 miles. With the sun-seeking stone glowing red, it transformed into a crimson thread, pointing the way. Chapter 1592, Seeking a Person 2. Utilizing the sun-seeking stone, Dan Yao continued her search. Before long, she arrived at a bustling city known as Yinyang City. Noticing the red glow of the stone intensifying, she concluded that Qiming was indeed here and felt a surge of joy. However, upon entering the city, the sun-seeking stone malfunctioned as if it were a phone disconnected from the network, failing to locate Qiming's whereabouts. Believing something was amiss with the stone, she walked back outside the city to test it once more. To her surprise, the sun-seeking stone lit up again, only to fail once more upon re-entering the city. Dan Yao pondered. This clever lad must be wary of others using the sun-seeking stone to find him. He likely employed the ice extreme fire transformation technique I taught him, reversing his meridians and transforming the pure yang fire within him into a frosty, mysterious yin energy, which is why the stone ceased to function in his proximity. With this realization, she deduced that the stone's failure upon entering the city indicated that Qiming must be within. Yet, in such a vast Yinyang city, where could he possibly be hiding? Just then, She overheard a group of young cultivators questioning a shifty-looking little figure nearby. With her keen hearing, she caught phrases like pure young man, purple spirit fire, and surrounded in the forest, instantly recognizing they were speaking of Qi Ming. Once the inquiry concluded, the little figure received his reward and turned to leave. A long sleeve shot out like a serpent, swiftly ensnaring the little man. Before he could react, he found himself face to face with Dan Yao. The little man, startled, looked at her and stammered, "Fairy, are you looking for me?" Dan Yao smiled gently. "Do not be afraid. I merely wish to inquire about some information from you. Nothing more." Producing a spirit stone, she waved it before him. "I heard you mention the pure young man. Please, tell me everything you know about him." "A top-grade spirit stone?" The little man gasped in surprise, his eyes gleaming. "You are giving me such a fine stone?" Dan Yao nodded. "Yes, if I am satisfied, it will be yours. Rest assured, I shall make sure you are pleased." The little man was ecstatic. Having spent years gathering intelligence, he had never encountered such a generous patron. Fearing she might change her mind, he hastily asked, "What would the esteemed guest like to know? Tell me everything you know about the pure young man." Upon hearing this, the little man thought to himself, "This woman exudes a chilling aura. She must be a cultivator of yin cold techniques. In orthodox cultivation, yin and yang are challenging to reconcile. Her eagerness to learn about the pure young man must indicate she is a rogue female cultivator practicing the art of yin supplementation, hoping to absorb his vital yang energy." Though suspicious that Dan Yao might wish to exploit the pure young man, he reasoned that since the pure young man was of no relation to him, he had no reason to dwell on such thoughts. A business opportunity was presenting itself, after all. With a grin, he said, "Fairy, you have come to the right person. In all of Yin-Yang City, no one knows the pure young man better than I do. That lad possesses an exceptionally rare pure yang body. And now both righteous and wicked factions are seeking him. Several powerful individuals have clashed with him, only to suffer significant losses, and ultimately, he managed to escape." Dan Yao remarked coolly, "I have heard that the alchemist known as Tianyang has offered a substantial reward for him in the form of the spirit refining pill. Is that true?" Chapter 1593, Seeking a Person 3. The little man nodded with a smile. "Indeed, the bounty was issued not long ago, and you are quite well informed." "Enough flattery. Get to the point," Dan Yao said impatiently. "Right." Master Tianyang learned of that man's pure yang body and dispatched a large number of powerful individuals to capture him. They managed to seize him without much effort. "What? He was captured?" Dan Yao exclaimed, her heart racing. "Yes, that lad sustained internal injuries and, after escaping from the Lin family, was apprehended by Master Tianyang not long after." The little man, noticing Dan Yao's anxious tone, assumed she was frustrated that someone had gotten to him first and quickly added, "But do not worry, soon after being captured by Master Tianyang, he escaped from the alchemical chamber. Moreover, I also heard." He lowered his voice, almost gleefully, when he made his escape. He took with him hundreds of rare medicinal herbs that Master Tianyang had treasured for years in his alchemical chamber. Tianyang was so enraged that he nearly lost his mind. In an effort to reclaim the stolen herbs, he offered the spirit refining pill as a reward. "Oh, so that's how it is," Dan Yao murmured, realization dawning upon her. "No wonder that old fool is so extravagant. The spirit refining pill, like the void-breaking pill, is among the most challenging pills to refine, and the ingredients are exceedingly hard to procure. Although Master Tianyang, as a high-grade alchemist, possesses the capability to concoct such a pill, acquiring the rare ingredient known as the reversal fruit is no easy feat. If it were merely to capture Qi Ming and obtain his pure yang body, he could have offered other 7th-grade pills as a reward without such lavish expenditure." Now understanding the situation, Dan Yao couldn't help but smile with a hint of schadenfreude. Qi Ming was indeed quite cunning. When he was abducted by the bloodslaughter sect's Tu Hong, he retaliated by burning down their hall of offerings and plundering all the rare spiritual herbs from their medicinal garden. Now, Master Tianyang foolishly sought to capture him to absorb his spirit, only to find himself at a loss and having lost his treasured herbs in the process. The diminutive figure remarked, "It is often said that great rewards attract courageous individuals." Upon hearing that Master Tianyang has offered the break spirit pill as a bounty, the various factions have gone utterly mad, laying intricate traps to ensnare that pure young man. Although his cultivation level is merely at the peak of the celestial sovereign, his prowess is formidable, and coupled with his cunning nature, he employs a myriad of deceptive tactics, leaving those who pursue him to suffer greatly. Dan Yao, upon hearing this, felt a surge of pride within her. "No wonder he is someone I have trained alongside Ahua. He is indeed formidable. Those ancient beings think they can bully him so easily? Not on my watch." The diminutive figure continued, "However, I have heard that Master Tianyang has summoned 3 formidable practitioners of extreme cold spiritual power from the spirit platform realm. Each of these strong individuals possesses a cultivation level exceeding the 5th stage of the spirit platform. The extreme yin energy they wield counters the pure yang. No matter how resourceful that lad may be, he cannot possibly escape their grasp. Dan Yao's heart tightened, and she inquired urgently, "Do you know where the pure yang man is located?" "In the eastern part of the city, within the lost forest of Yanbugue. However, this forest is now enshrouded by a sinister ice formation laid down by the 3 powerful practitioners, and I fear that the lad is doomed." Chapter 1594, The Peril of Qiming, 1. Doomed. Dan Yao scoffed coldly. "As long as I am here, no one shall harm a single hair on him." Tossing a premium spirit stone to the diminutive figure, Dan Yao swiftly transformed into a streak of spiritual light, racing towards the eastern city. Yanbugue is renowned as the most perplexing lost forest within a 1,000-mile radius. The very name suggests that even the most adept at navigation, the wild geese, would lose their way and starve within its depths. Year-round, thick fog blankets the area, obscuring the sun and creating a perilous environment, a true hell for cultivators. Yet for those of the spirit platform realm with formidable spiritual awareness, the fog poses little hindrance. At this moment, the 3 spirit platform powerhouses summoned by Master Tianyang, Tai Wuching, Wang Canyon, and Sun Min had already enveloped the lost forest of Yanbugue with their spiritual senses, intent on capturing Qiming, the pure yang man, to present him to Master Tianyang for reward. Although they no longer had need of the break spirit pill, it could assist their juniors in swiftly breaking through to the spirit platform realm, thereby avoiding the embarrassment of a fading lineage after their demise. When Dan Yao arrived at the lost forest of Yanbugue, she found the surroundings teeming with onlookers. Some were there to witness the spectacle, others curious to see what the legendary pure yang man looked like and how he differed from ordinary folk. Additionally, several nefarious female cultivators sought to exploit the chaos, aiming to capture Qiming for their own purposes, to balance the forces of yin and yang and achieve a grand harmony. Is this truly Yanbugue? It is indeed a labyrinthine place, Dan Yao murmured as she gazed upon the dense forest shrouded in fog. Initially, she intended to barge in and resolve Qiming's crisis through brute force. However, upon reflection, she realized that Qiming was an adult with his own life to lead. Excessive interference might not bode well for him. After all, a fledgling cannot grow beneath the wing of an eagle. Though this was undoubtedly a crisis for him, it also presented a rare opportunity for growth. She decided to observe the situation. If Qiming could handle it, she would allow him to do so in his own manner. If he found himself in peril, she could intervene later. Focusing intently, she observed as Tai Wuching, clad in black, bellowed, "Pure yang man, come quietly and return with me to meet Master Tianyang, and I may yet spare your life. Should you resist, I will ensure your obliteration, leaving no trace behind." Humph. Obliteration and leaving no trace behind. You may be mistaken about who will meet their end first, Dan Yao sneered inwardly. With me here, you 3 ancient beings will not dare to bully my nephew. From within the white mist came a cold retort. Do you think me a mere child, easily deceived? Recognizing the familiar voice, Dan Yao felt a surge of joy. Indeed, it was Qiming. Qiming declared fiercely, "If you dare, kill me. You think I will accompany you willingly? Not a chance. Refusing hospitality only to invite punishment. Do not presume that hiding within the mist renders you untouchable. Prepare yourself." As he spoke, Wang Canyon, donned in a deep crimson robe, summoned a flurry of ice shards with a wave of her hand. With a swift motion, she launched the shards, which pierced through the layers of fog, hurtling towards Qiming. He dodged deftly while enveloping himself in the subfire of the purple chosen star fire. Though his spiritual power had yet to reach the spirit platform realm, within him resided the sovereign fire of all flames. Countless flames surged forth, instantly melting the incoming ice shards. What a formidable celestial fire. Such a remarkable technique. No wonder so many cannot capture you. Chapter 1595, The Peril of Qiming, 2. Wang Canyon, taken aback by the intensity of Qiming's flames, realized that his inherent strength was not as overwhelming. It was merely the domineering nature of the celestial fire he had refined within him that allowed him to counter her attack. Good lad, take another hit. Wang Canyon twirled her hands, summoning a frigid aura that coalesced into an ice-blue whip. With a flick of her wrist, the whip lashed out like a venomous serpent, darting swiftly into the forest. Suddenly, a massive explosion of fire erupted, pushing back the whip while simultaneously breaching the trio's icy formation. Do not let that lad escape, Wang Canyon commanded. Fear not, he cannot flee. Tai Wuching grinned, retrieving a 5-colored ring from his ring and tossing it towards the flames. The ring emitted a dazzling beam of light, swiftly enveloping the fire. Under the light's influence, the flames diminished rapidly. Seal. A successful strike filled Tai Wuching with elation as he manipulated the ring, capturing Qiming, along with the flames within the five-colored ring. Excellent. At last, we have caught you. The crowd erupted in joy as they beheld the miniature figure, enveloped in fire, which was none other than Qiming. They rejoiced, believing that capturing him would lead to Master Tianyang's reward, deeming their efforts worthwhile. However, Dan Yao's brow furrowed at this sight. She discerned that the five-colored ring was a specialized artifact designed to subdue celestial fire. Should the celestial fire be refined, it would also capture the one who refined it. The issue was that the celestial fire within Qiming was not the true body of the purple chosen star fire, but merely a subfire. The subfire lacked the purity of its true form, and thus the five-colored ring's suppressive power over it would not be as formidable. How could it possibly subdue him so swiftly? As thoughts raced through Dan Yao's mind, she suddenly recalled something and couldn't help but smile. What a cunning lad. You used a doppelganger to deceive them. Even I was nearly fooled. It turned out that the Xianhua 9 turns heart method passed to Qiming by Xiangyang contained a technique for condensing a doppelganger through spiritual energy. In times of peril, one could use their spiritual power to form a false body to attract the attention of strong enemies, while the true self could stealthily hide and wait for an opportunity to escape. The Qiming captured within the five-colored ring was not his true self, but rather a spiritual fire doppelganger formed by his spiritual energy combined with several strands of purple chosen star fire. Dan Yao mused that this lad had crafted a doppelganger to incite them to fight amongst themselves for glory, allowing him to escape amidst the chaos. Just as she had this realization, Tai Wuqing seized the five-colored ring. Then, like a bolt of lightning, he darted out, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, my dear ladies, for your assistance. I, an old man, shall remember your kindness and repay it when the opportunity arises. I must take my leave now. Cursed be it. Despicable. Abominable. As Wang Canyon, Sun Min, and the others regained their composure, they unleashed a torrent of furious invectives. How dare they covet the spoils for themselves so easily? Just as Tai Wuqing was preparing to depart, a barrage of chilling poison needles shot forth, launched by Sun Min, another formidable practitioner of the Lingtai realm. Realizing the danger, Tai Wuqing swiftly evaded the attack. However, Wang Canyon seized the moment to strike, delivering a powerful palm to Tai Wuqing's back. With a pained cry, Tai Wuqing's five-colored ring burst forth from his grasp. Chapter 1596, The Peril of Qiming, 3. Wang Canyon hastily reached out to retrieve it. Sun Min, undeterred, unleashed several more poison needles, forcing Wang Canyon to channel her energy for defense before extending her hand towards the five-colored ring. Don't touch that. It belongs to me. Seeing the juicy prize slip away, Tai Wuqing erupted in rage, striking at Sun Min while attempting to seize the ring for himself. Hurry, grab it. Whoever claims it will obtain the breaking spirit pill and ascend to the Lingtai realm. Even if I cannot use it, I can ensure my descendants thrive and continue our lineage. Dan Yao cried out in a voice altered to incite chaos among the crowd. Instantly, a flurry of fiery gazes fixated on the five-colored ring, each participant employing their utmost abilities in a frenzied attempt to seize it. Ha ha, I've got it. The breaking spirit pill is mine. Amidst the chaotic struggle, a middle-aged man, a half-step Lingtai, triumphantly snatched the five-colored ring, unable to suppress his laughter. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he was met with a torrent of fierce attacks that struck him down. With a wretched scream, his body shattered, leaving him lifeless. In that instant, the five-colored ring fell once more into the hands of another cultivator, whose own strength was not particularly formidable. However, his moment of joy was short-lived, as he too was swiftly obliterated by the onslaught of others. Thus, the contest for the five-colored ring ignited a series of relentless clashes. The three powerful Lingtai practitioners, Tai Wuqing, Wang Canyon, and Sun Min, were embroiled in the fray, each unwilling to yield, battling fiercely. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone except Dan Yao, as the blood-soaked chaos unfolded, an almost imperceptible purple flame shot forth from the forest, vanishing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Cunning little trickster. Dan Yao chuckled softly before transforming into a beam of spiritual light, giving chase. After escaping the Yen Bugue forest, Qiming was acutely aware that danger still loomed, propelling himself onward with desperate speed. It was only after traversing over 1,000 miles from Yinyang City that he finally halted, revealing himself within a dilapidated temple. Sitting cross-legged upon a pile of straw, Qiming gradually closed his eyes, beginning to regulate his internal energy. The method of the Xianxiaaudiobooks, which allowed for the creation of false bodies to divert strong enemies, consumed an immense amount of primordial spiritual energy. If he did not quickly regain his composure, it would undoubtedly jeopardize his foundational cultivation. Just as Dan Yao was about to reveal herself and acknowledge him, she sensed several spiritual energy signatures approaching and restrained her impulse. Opting to remain hidden. Who goes there? Show yourself. Qiming, endowed with extraordinary talent and keen perception, sensed the impending threat, and called out sharply. "Ha, clever boy. Managing to incite discord and escape from the Yanbuguay forest. Quite impressive indeed." A chilling, ancient laugh echoed, and the space within the temple twisted, revealing a dozen figures. At the forefront stood an elderly man with yellow hair, clad in an exquisitely crafted alchemist's robe, adorned with a deep purple emblem, none other than Xianxiaaudiobooks, a seventh-tier high-ranking alchemist. Behind him trailed numerous formidable practitioners of the Lingtai realm and half-step Lingtai realm. Such an assembly of power was formidable. Unless one were a deity-level expert or a prodigy like Dan Yao or Xiang Yang, facing them would spell disaster. Xianxiaaudiobooks. Qiming's expression shifted dramatically, a grimace crossing his face as he exclaimed, "So it's you, old wretch. How did you discover my whereabouts?" Chapter 1597, The Might of Qiming, 3. Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled. "Quite simple. When you forced out a drop of your heart's blood for that old ghost of the Lin family to concoct a healing pill, I learned of it. To prevent your escape, I had that alchemist add a trace of my exclusive concoction, the rare fragrant essence, to your healing medicine. Its subtle aroma is nearly undetectable and can temporarily withstand the scorching of the celestial spiritual fire. Thus, no matter how cunning you are, escaping from my grasp is futile." Despicable. Qiming could not help but curse. Xianxiaaudiobooks grinned maliciously. "All is fair in war. It has always been thus. To deal with a slippery, cunning fellow like you, I must remain vigilant. I advise you not to resist. Accompany me willingly, and perhaps I shall grant you a swift end. Otherwise, dream on. You think this old wretch can claim my pure young body? I would rather self-immolate with my spiritual fire, reducing this body to ashes than grant you any satisfaction." Qiming's face turned a grim shade of iron, his voice resolute as iron, his eyes blazing with a fierce determination to perish gloriously rather than live in disgrace. Upon hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks' face darkened. "Humph, insolent brat. Refusing my hospitality will earn you a severe punishment. Once I capture you, you shall see how I deal with you." He paused, then demanded, "Where is the item?" Qiming replied defiantly, "Concealed in a place known only to me. Should I perish, let us see how you explain your failure." As it turned out, when Qiming fled from the alchemy chamber, he not only absconded with a vast collection of rare spiritual herbs that Xianxiaaudiobooks had safeguarded for millennia, but also pilfered the carefully crafted breaking spirit pill. This particular pill was requested by a deity-level expert who had entrusted him with its creation, providing the necessary materials as well. After the breaking spirit pill was stolen, Xianxiaaudiobooks contemplated crafting another. However, the primary ingredient, the rare reversal fruit, was exceedingly rare, and he had no immediate means of procuring it, with the deadline looming. Failing to produce the breaking spirit pill would not only tarnish his reputation, but also offend the formidable figure who had commissioned it. Although a seventh-tier high-ranking alchemist holds a prestigious status, commanding respect, he was still dwarfed by the might of a deity-level expert. Should that individual truly become incensed, how could his frail old bones withstand the wrath? Offering the breaking spirit pill as a reward was merely a ruse. His true aim was to reclaim the pill and fulfill his obligations. As for why Qiming did not expose Xianxiaaudiobooks' bounty as a sham, it was because he intended to keep the precious breaking spirit pill for Shui Ling. If word got out that he possessed the pill, the number of pursuers would only multiply. "You," Xianxiaaudiobooks stammered, "do not think you can threaten me with such tricks. Since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for what follows." He turned to command the powerful figures behind him. "Take this brat back. I shall reward you handsomely." "Yes." The assembled warriors responded in unison, preparing to launch a collective assault to capture Qiming. Ironically, Qiming's current cultivation level was merely at the pinnacle of the heavenly monarch realm, not yet half a step into the Lingtai realm. Yet, it required the combined efforts of so many practitioners of the Lingtai and half-step Lingtai realms to subdue him. If word of this spread, it would surely become a source of ridicule. Yet, Xianxiaaudiobooks found himself at a loss. Although Qiming's power was not top tier, he was more cunning than a fox and more elusive than an eel. Previous attempts to hunt him down had ended in failure, with Qiming slipping through their fingers each time. Chapter 1598, Reunion of Niece and Uncle, 1. Even when the three formidable masters of the spiritual realm united to encircle the Yanbuguay forest, rendering escape impossible, he still found a way to exploit human greed, inciting internal strife to seize the opportunity for flight. Should he manage to slip away this time, he would truly have nowhere to lament. Confronted with the concerted assault of over a dozen formidable opponents, a rare gravity etched itself upon Qiming's face. Even at his peak, he had not possessed absolute confidence in a one-on-one confrontation against such a multitude of powerhouses. Now, burdened with internal injuries and having just manifested a false body clone, while expending an immense amount of spiritual energy, how could he possibly withstand their onslaught? Gritting his teeth in frustration, He resolved that even if it meant fighting to the bitter end, he could not allow that old scoundrel, Xianxiaaudiobooks, to gain the upper hand. Humph. A group of decrepit old fools bullying a mere junior. How shameless. Just as Qiming resolved to ignite the heavenly spirit fire, a voice, as clear as silver bells and as cold as frost, suddenly echoed within the dilapidated temple. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Qiming was momentarily stunned. Then his face lit up with uncontainable joy, nearly exclaiming, "Auntie." The unexpected voice caused the gathered crowd to change their expressions in unison. Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. They beheld a blue-clad woman adorned with a half-lotus mask stepping forth, her presence commanding attention. "Who are you, and why do you appear here?" Xianxiaaudiobooks scrutinized Daniao, his ancient eyes brimming with wariness. This woman had remained hidden for so long without detection. If not for her illustrious background and possession of extraordinary treasures that concealed her aura, her cultivation must be extraordinarily formidable. Regardless of the circumstance, he had to tread carefully. Daniao smiled enigmatically. "What do you think?" Xianxiaaudiobooks cast a sidelong glance at Daniao. "Are you here for this young man as well?" Daniao nodded. "Indeed, but unlike you. I do not covet another's body, nor would I stoop so low as to summon so many to bully a junior. Impudent. Who do you think you are to speak so disrespectfully to Master Xianxiaaudiobooks?" A gray-clad elder to Xianxiaaudiobooks' left darkened in countenance and rebuked Daniao furiously. Xianxiaaudiobooks too regarded Daniao with an unfriendly demeanor. As a 7th-tier high-grade alchemist, he was accustomed to receiving deference from all but those of the divine void realm and higher. How dare a mere girl of only 200 or 300 years challenge him with such audacity? If he did not teach her a lesson today, where would he find the courage to face others? Daniao cast a disdainful glance at him. "What are you to dare shout at me? Is being a 7th-tier high-grade alchemist so impressive? I can concoct even the 8th-tier high-grade breaking void pills. Can you? You are courting death. I shall teach you a lesson." The gray-clad elder was infuriated by Daniao's retort, his rage boiling over as he slammed his palm against the temple's idol. With a resounding crash, the statue shattered into several pieces, and the elder, with a flick of his sleeve, summoned a powerful force that surged toward Daniao. Daniao's expression turned frigid as her long sleeves billowed forth, gracefully waving them to intercept. With 2 sharp sounds, she struck the fragments of the idol, instantly reducing them to dust, scattering debris in all directions. Witnessing this scene, Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others were taken aback. They had not anticipated that this seemingly delicate and youthful female cultivator possessed such overwhelming strength, such potent spiritual energy. No wonder she spoke with such audacity. The gray-clad elder, astonished and enraged, scoffed, "You are not yet worthy to act so arrogantly before Master Xianxiaaudiobooks." His humiliation at having been easily thwarted by Daniao only fueled his fury further. He leaped into the air, a strange gray-purple energy erupting from his withered palm. "You little wench, watch how I discipline you." With a forceful thrust of his palm, the energy enveloped his entire arm, crashing down upon Daniao. "Umph, you think you can teach me a lesson? You are sorely mistaken." Daniao sneered coldly, her long sleeves swirling like a celestial dragon, striking out with precision. The clash of energies reverberated with a series of explosive sounds. A pained cry erupted as her sleeve ensnared the elder's arm, yanking it clean off, blood gushing forth. Before anyone could react, her sleeve, like a specter, swiftly approached and struck him at the forehead. In an instant, his brain splattered, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. This scene unfolded in the blink of an eye. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, their hearts gripped with terror as they realized Daniao had effortlessly claimed the life of a formidable spirit realm master, exhibiting an alarming level of prowess and ruthlessness. In a state of shock, Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others instinctively took several steps back. Even Qiming, witnessing Daniao's display, was left aghast. He was aware of his aunt's formidable abilities, having broken through to the spirit realm many years prior. Yet, back then, even she could not so swiftly eliminate a spirit realm master within mere exchanges. After all, her cultivation in the Mingyu technique was known for its enduring subtlety, lacking the ferocity and explosive might of the wedding dress divine art. What Qiming did not realize was that the technique Daniao employed to subdue the gray-clad elder was a synthesis of the essence of Yunmei's lifelong teachings. The methods of the Xianxiaaudiobooks palace, derived from the fluidity of water, led many to mistakenly believe that the sect's power was solely based on gentleness. Little did they know that the nature of water is not fixed. If water were to be solidified by chilling forces into eternal ice, it could become the most unyielding of substances. Thus, water is not merely the softest element in existence. It can also embody the utmost rigidity, depending on its state. Yunmei was a once-in-a-millennium prodigy from the Xianxiaaudiobooks palace, who, in her self-imposed isolation atop the cloud summit, observed the cascading icy springs, and gleaned the profound uses of rigidity from the softest water. Danyao wielded the softest of long sleeves as her weapon, channeling the gentle Mingyu technique, combining softness with softness, leading to an explosive manifestation of formidable strength. This overwhelming might, though slightly inferior to the wedding dress divine art, rendered the act of slaying a spirit realm master astonishingly effortless. The temple fell into a profound silence. Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others remained deeply shaken, none daring to breathe audibly. All eyes were fixed intently upon Danyao, wary of another potential strike. "Who exactly are you?" Xianxiaaudiobooks asked, his voice trembling. "What I am is of no consequence to you. But the debt incurred from bullying my nephew must be settled." Danyao replied coldly. "Your nephew?" Xianxiaaudiobooks froze, glancing fearfully at Qiming. She is your aunt?" Qiming nodded, affirming, "Indeed, she is my aunt." Xianxiaaudiobooks' complexion shifted dramatically as he turned to Danyao, his demeanor shifting to one of trepidation. I was unaware he was your nephew. I beg your forgiveness for any offense." "Forgiveness?" Danyao's voice was as cold as ice. "Had I not arrived, your torment would have surely led to my nephew's demise. Do not think I am unaware of your sinister practices, seeking to devour my nephew's primordial spirit and usurp his pure yang body. With such intentions, how could I possibly spare you?" "Arrogant." Xianxiaaudiobooks, seeing Danyao's unyielding stance, darkened his expression and bellowed, "Though your cultivation is formidable, you are but a woman. 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. I refuse to believe you can kill us all. Indeed, sorceress, I refuse to believe you can annihilate us all." The crowd rallied. "Let us join forces and eliminate this witch." A dozen formidable warriors shouted in unison, rushing forward, intent on overwhelming Danyao with their ferocity. With a swift motion, Danyao evaded their encirclement, her long sleeves billowing as they surged toward Qiming. "Aunt, you—" Qiming's words were abruptly cut off as Danyao's sleeves ensnared her, flinging her far away. This maneuver was Danyao's response to their desperate threat against Qiming. Noticing Qiming precariously hanging from a gnarled tree nearby, temporarily safe from mortal peril, Danyao cast aside all reservations, her killing intent surging forth. "So, you wish to outnumber me? Allow me to demonstrate my prowess." With a flourish of her sleeves, waves of chilling spiritual energy erupted forth. Infused with this icy power, her once supple sleeves transformed into devastating hammers, wreaking havoc upon the dilapidated temple. The very structure crumbled under the sweeping assault, bricks shattering and dust billowing. Those struck by her sleeves suffered grievously. Save for a few adept practitioners of the Lingtai realm, most lay wounded or lifeless upon the ground. The sheer brutality of this one-sided massacre sent shivers down Qiming's spine, her eyes alight with awe and envy. Such terrifying combat prowess. To think that in such a short time, my little aunt's cultivation has advanced so significantly. Alas, when will I ever reach her level? Hold on. This enchantress cannot sustain such ferocious energy for long. If only we can prolong this encounter just a little longer, she will surely exhaust herself, and victory will be ours. Xianxiaaudiobooks and his companions, pushed back by the bone-chilling force of Danyao's sleeves, struggled to maintain their ground. They believed that despite Danyao's cultivation not surpassing the Shinsu realm, her ability to unleash such formidable energy indicated she must be employing some secret technique or an extraordinary method of cultivation. Such a force is bound to deplete her energy significantly. If they could just endure for a little while longer, she would inevitably succumb to fatigue. To think they could wear down this formidable woman, what a foolish dream. With a flick of her sleeves, Danyao's power surged even further. A torrent of terrifying energy cascaded forth, overwhelming Xianxiaaudiobooks and his entourage in an unstoppable wave. It was only due to her integration of Yunmei's legacy that she could wield such a potent and tempestuous force, yet her greatest advantage lay in her cultivation of the Mingyu skill. This technique, harmonious and self-sustaining, allowed her spiritual energy to flow endlessly, growing stronger with each use. To exhaust her energy was a mere fantasy. As Danyao engaged in this monumental battle against Xianxiaaudiobooks and his companions, the commotion drew the attention of numerous other powerful figures. The shockwaves generated from their clash reverberated, prompting them to rush over and assess the situation. Upon witnessing one lone woman battling a dozen formidable opponents and gaining the upper hand, they were left in awe. The combatants were among the most renowned in this region, formidable even in the central domain. To see them struggle against a young woman, not merely failing to gain an advantage but being overwhelmed instead, was unfathomable. As the ferocity of the conflict intensified, onlookers hovering in the air retreated cautiously, aware that only those in the Shinsu realm and above could safely engage in such a fray without risking their lives. As the battle raged on, more powerful individuals were drawn to the scene, including a few who had previously been misled by Yin Bugue and had inadvertently followed the trail to this location. Upon recognizing Master Xianxiaaudiobooks among the combatants, their shock morphed into confusion. Wasn't Xianxiaaudiobooks in search of a pure young male? How did he become entangled with this masked woman? Furthermore, who was this woman, and how could she possess such terrifying prowess at such a young age? Tai Wuching, Wang Canyon, and Sun Min observed the fray, puzzled by Xianxiaaudiobooks' conflict with this enigmatic figure. Sun Min's gaze suddenly caught sight of Qi Ming hanging from the old, crooked tree, and her eyes lit up as she rushed over. Tai Wuching, Wang Canyon, and the others soon followed, exclaiming, "Ah, you little brat. So, you decided to hide here, did you? Let us see how you escaped this time." Although Xianxiaaudiobooks and his companions were being relentlessly pressed by this mysterious woman and were likely to pay with their lives, the prospect of capturing the pure young body was too tempting to resist. They envisioned the fortune to be gained by harvesting his blood for alchemy, selling it to those in need of pure young essence. They approached like ravenous wolves spotting a tender lamb. Qi Ming, startled, found himself unable to resist due to his injuries and diminished spiritual energy. In a moment of desperation, he called out, "Aunt." It was Xianxiaaudiobooks who sent someone to hunt me down. He seeks to possess my pure young body. Please help me take revenge and eliminate this old fool. At this moment, Qi Ming sounded as if he were a child, recounting a schoolyard quarrel, seeking solace from an elder after a loss. How utterly juvenile. However, upon hearing his words, Tai Wuching and the others were genuinely taken aback. What, aunt? The pure young boy is her nephew? Could it be that this woman was fighting Xianxiaaudiobooks out of familial loyalty? Tai Wuching, Wang Canyon, and Sun Min exchanged glances, each contemplating that if the boy truly was her nephew, they could not harm him. Otherwise, they would unwittingly invite the wrath of such a fearsome enemy, bringing calamity not just upon themselves, but also upon their families. Upon hearing this revelation, Dan Yao was momentarily stunned, her peripheral vision catching sight of Tai Wuching and the others moving toward Qi Ming. She then declared, "Fear not. With your aunt here, no one shall bully you. I shall dispatch this old dog to avenge you." With a flourish of her sleeves, she unleashed the 9 heavens, Xian Needle. The nearest adversary, unable to evade in time, was pierced through the brow, his essence shattering as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The 9 heavens, Xian Needle. "You, this enchantress is a disciple of the Xianxiaaudiobooks palace," Xianxiaaudiobooks exclaimed, recognizing the technique with horror. "What? The Xianxiaaudiobooks palace? This woman is actually a disciple of the Xianxiaaudiobooks palace?" His words reverberated like thunder, sending waves of shock through the onlookers, who gazed at Dan Yao with a mix of astonishment and fear. The Xianxiaaudiobooks palace was one of the most formidable forces in the Tianxian continent, and the dread it instilled in men, especially male cultivators, surpassed even the Dan Tower and its arch-nemesis, the Xiang clan. The women of this sect harbored a pathological hatred for men, embodying the adage that one must never offend a woman, lest they face dire consequences. Thus, male cultivators throughout the continent regarded the Xianxiaaudiobooks palace with the utmost trepidation. Fortunately, the sect remained secluded, and its disciples rarely ventured into the world, preventing widespread bloodshed. No one could have anticipated that a disciple of the notorious Xianxiaaudiobooks palace would appear here. They began to understand why this woman exhibited such terrifying combat prowess. Upon hearing Dan Yao's voice addressing Qi Ming, Tai Wuching and the others were already trembling with fear. The revelation that she was a disciple of the immortal water palace intensified their trepidation, making them wish they could dig a hole and bury themselves. It is well known that the immortal water palace is infamous for fiercely protecting its own. Should one of their own be bullied outside, they would undoubtedly pursue the offender to the ends of the earth. In their fear, a malicious thought suddenly arose in the minds of the group. They had previously allied with Yin Bugue to attack this young man, and it was likely they had offended him beyond redemption. Given the formidable prowess of this woman, they were certain they stood no chance. Thus, they resolved to eliminate Qi Ming, hoping to cause her distress and distraction, which might allow Xianxiaaudiobooks to turn the tide of battle. With this thought, the murderous intent surged in the eyes of Tai Wuching, Wang Canyon, and Sun Min, as they aimed to end Qi Ming's life. Having endured a solitary and wandering existence since childhood, Qi Ming had become adept at reading situations. Noticing the murderous intent emanating from Tai Wuching and the others, he swiftly concocted a facade of arrogance befitting a young scion. "Have you witnessed the prowess of my aunt? Humph, do you truly believe you can capture me to claim credit and rewards? You are sorely mistaken. However, I recognize that this situation is not entirely your fault. After all, who wouldn't be tempted by the allure of the spirit-resolving pill? If you are willing to apologize, I shall refrain from reporting your transgressions to my aunt." "Really?" Tai Wuching and the others were elated upon hearing this. They understood the dire consequences of offending the immortal water palace. Had it not been for their previous drastic actions, they might have sought a more conciliatory path. After all, none of them were isolated individuals. Even if they were to kill Qi Ming, their families and sects would inevitably face brutal retribution. Now that Qi Ming had proactively requested an apology, it provided them with a much-needed avenue for retreat. Qi Ming nodded affirmatively. Indeed, as long as you offer a sincere apology, I swear I shall not seek vengeance upon you. Should I fail to uphold this vow, let me lose all my cultivation and become a mere cripple. Cultivators are bound by the laws of heaven in their words and actions, and cannot make promises as recklessly as ordinary folk. Once a vow is made, it must be honored, lest one face heavenly retribution. Seeing Qi Ming willing to swear an oath, Tai Wuching and the others rejoiced. Very well, we shall apologize. We shall apologize. They hastily produced treasures from their rings and stuffed them into Qi Ming's arms. They understood that with a powerful ant like him backing him, Qi Ming was likely accustomed to fine items, and they feared he would dismiss their offerings. Qi Ming, however, was more than willing to accept, barely glancing at the items before stowing them away and waving his hand dismissively. Begone. Do not trouble me again. The group, as if granted a reprieve, swiftly vanished without a trace. Qi Ming had effortlessly diffused a murderous crisis with just a few words, showcasing a remarkable adaptability that was unparalleled among his peers, truly embodying the essence of the ultimate antagonist from the original novel. On Dan Yao's side, initially concerned for Qi Ming's safety, she found herself besieged by Xianxia's stealthy assaults, suffering considerable setbacks. In a fleeting moment, Qi Ming had deftly dealt with Tai Wuching and the others, relieving Dan Yao of her worries. With her concerns dissipated, she unleashed her true energy, combining her flowing sleeves with the Nine Heavens' mysterious maiden needle to swiftly overwhelm Xianxia and his companions. The air was filled with ear-splitting cries of despair echoing through the dilapidated temple, sending shivers down the spines of the onlooking cultivators. With a sharp crack, the last strong man from the spirit platform was dispatched by Dan Yao, leaving only Xianxia in the ruined temple, disheveled, bloodied, and resembling a wretched dog. Vixen, you shall face retribution. Xianxia glared venomously at Dan Yao, astonished by her ruthless methods that had eliminated his allies. Dan Yao scoffed lightly. Retribution? Huh. Even if such a thing exists, you, old fool, shall never witness it. How dare you harm my nephew? Pray tell, how should I deal with you now? Xianxia retorted bitterly. Humph. Do not think that because you are a disciple of the immortal water palace, you are beyond reproach. My brother Tian Lazy is one of the 9 grand protectors of the Pill Tower, a figure of great prestige. Should you kill me, prepare to face his wrath. Faced with imminent death, he still dared to taunt her. Initially, Dan Yao had contemplated granting him a swift end, but now it seemed unnecessary. With a disdainful smile, she pricked her fingertip, allowing her pure Yin blood to flow forth, saturating her palm with crimson light. Under the glow, the pure Yin blood twisted and coiled, morphing into a miniature blood serpent that slithered into Xianxia's mouth. Xianxia struggled desperately, yet was powerless to resist, forced to watch as the blood serpent invaded his body. What have you made me consume? He gasped in terror. Nothing of consequence, merely a blood serpent for amusement. Dan Yao whispered conspiratorially in his ear. I forgot to mention, dear Annie shares a rare and unique constitution with Qi Ming. You desired a pure yang body, did you not? Consider this your first taste of pure Yin blood. Pure Yin blood? Xianxia felt as though struck by lightning, his spirit in disarray. You vile, sinister wretch. You shall face retribution. Dan Yao smiled cruelly. Curse all you wish, for soon you shall lack the strength to utter another word. Pure Yin blood is the nemesis of all yang energy, especially devastating to alchemists practicing pure yang techniques. Once, Dan Yao had used the cold blood-piercing needle to annihilate the remnants of Yi Chen's master, Wu Chongyang. After years of cultivation, Dan Yao's pure Yin blood had reached an extreme state of coldness. Now, employing the secret technique of the blood god, she had transformed her blood into a serpent that invaded Xianxia's body, where its chilling essence would gradually dissolve his hard-earned pure yang spiritual energy over time. Simultaneously, his meridians would slowly freeze, leading to a wretched demise amidst endless torment. Dare to plot against my nephew? This is your fate. Dan Yao's smile was eerily beautiful. She intended to employ such ruthless and venomous methods as a warning to those with ulterior motives. Qi Ming was under her protection, and she would not tolerate any attempts against him. Otherwise, the consequences would be even more tragic than those faced by Xianxia. Let us depart. Dan Yao turned to Qi Ming. Very well, Qi Ming responded. The two figures flickered and transformed into streaks of light, vanishing into the distance. Shortly after the aunt and nephew left, the blood serpent within Xianxia began to wreak havoc, thrashing violently and exuding a chill that relentlessly consumed his pure yang true essence. Yin and yang are interdependent, yet mutually destructive. The terrifying yin energy, while dissolving the yang energy, pierced through his meridians and flesh like countless needles. Xianxiaaudiobooks writhed in excruciating agony, unleashing a heart-rending scream. Unable to contain his torment as he tore away at his own flesh, ultimately reducing himself to a bloodied corpse, devoid of any intact skin. Such a horrific demise sent chills down the spines of those present, instilling fear and dread. It also dissuaded any nefarious individuals from coveting the pure yang body. For although it was a coveted prize, one needed to be alive to enjoy it. After leaving the dilapidated temple, the two soared thousands of miles before finally pausing atop a mountain peak. "Auntie, you?" Qiming began to inquire about Dan Yao's presence there, only to be interrupted by her. "Let us discuss it later. First, I must tend to your injuries." Dan Yao observed that Qiming's old wounds had not yet healed, and he had incurred new injuries that severely compromised his foundation. If he did not swiftly cultivate and recover, it would undoubtedly affect his future growth. Dan Yao retrieved a meticulously crafted healing elixir and administered it to him, subsequently placing her palms on his back to expedite his recovery. Qiming, witnessing this, gradually closed his eyes and began to circulate his internal energy. For 3 consecutive days and nights, Dan Yao guided Qiming's energy through 36 major circulations and 72 minor ones, totaling 108 cycles, before successfully alleviating both his new and old injuries. As Qiming opened his eyes, a spark of vitality gleamed within them, and he exhaled a breath of relief. "Thank you, dear aunt." Dan Yao smiled faintly, her heart brimming with joy. On the day they encountered danger within the spatial passage, their group had dispersed in a frantic bid for safety. Among the 4, Xiangyang was the most formidable, well-versed in the intricacies of the central region, ensuring his safety no matter where he landed. Although Shui Ling possessed somewhat lesser strength, her bond with the exquisite Jin Yuling Long Ding and the auspicious Koi spirit rendered her remarkably fortuitous. Even in peril, she could avert disaster and encounter fortune. Thus, Dan Yao harbored little concern for her. However, it was Qiming who truly weighed on her mind. Much like herself, this young man possessed an exceptionally rare cultivation physique. The central region was rife with powerful beings, of veritable melons of talent and treachery, and Dan Yao naturally feared that exposure of his pure yang body could lead to grave peril. Now, seeing him alive before her, the anxiety that had gripped her heart finally subsided. "Dear aunt, I have troubled you once more," Qiming said, lowering his head in shame. Since joining Shui Ling, he had vowed to become a worthy man, dedicated to protecting those he held dear. In chapter 1605, he reflected on the experiences of this period. Little did he know that shortly after arriving in the central region, he would find himself pursued. Qiming had assumed that with his own strength and cunning, even if he could not best the ancient Tianyangzi, he could at least retreat unscathed. Yet, he had underestimated the schemes of the old monsters in the central region, ultimately necessitating his aunt's intervention. "It's well that you are safe," Dan Yao remarked, gazing at him intently. "You need not blame yourself. Your master has long warned of the insidious and cunning beings that abound in the central region. You are still so young. How could you possibly stand against them? The fact that you adeptly navigated the treacherous circumstances and exploited human greed to escape the Yanbugue forest is already quite remarkable. What I did was trivial. Dear aunt, you are the truly formidable one, dispatching those adversaries without leaving a trace." Qiming grinned. The dangers of the central region were far more pronounced, with human calculations far exceeding those of the southeast, southwest, and northeast domains. "You are unfamiliar with this vast expanse and wounded. It must be quite challenging for you," Dan Yao observed, scanning Qiming from head to toe, noticing the signs of hardship etched upon his brow. The once gentle and refined features of his face now bore a hint of resolve, prompting her heart to ache with sympathy. Yet, she understood that such growth is forged through trials. Qiming, favored by the heavens, possessed the pure yang body from birth, without allowing him to venture forth. How could he fully unlock its potential? "Indeed, it has been difficult, but all of it is now behind me," Qiming replied with a smile, inquiring, "Dear aunt, where have you been during this time?" Dan Yao replied, "After escaping the spatial passage while injured, I, too, was rescued by a kind-hearted family named Ding. My fortune was somewhat better than yours. Shortly after staying with the Ding family, I obtained a 9th grade Hunyuan Dan. After refining this elixir, not only did it heal all my internal injuries, but I also made a breakthrough to the 8th level of the Ling Tai." "The 8th level of Ling Tai?" Qiming gasped. "You have advanced so quickly. No wonder your strength has grown immensely." "It was indeed fortuitous. I happened upon the Hunyuan Dan. Subsequently, I seized the opportunity presented by a conflict between the Ding family and two other clans to acquire the final ingredient for the Pasu Dan, the 9-petal flower of true blood. Qi Ming's spirits lifted with excitement. Dear aunt, with all the ingredients now gathered, can we not refine the Pasu Dan? Dan Yao nodded affirmatively. Certainly. Before my arrival, I had already completed the refinement of the Pasu Dan. It awaits only my breakthrough to the 9th level of Ling Tai to breach the threshold of the divine void realm. Qi Ming was elated. This is wonderful. As long as either you or my master can break through to the divine void realm, we shall no longer have to fear the Xiang clan. Dan Yao replied calmly. Indeed, as long as one of us, whether it be myself or a Hua, reaches the divine void realm, we can leverage the uniqueness of our cultivation methods to sweep aside all challengers of the same level. Having endured years of scheming and persecution from the Xiang clan, Dan Yao had reached the limit of her patience. Had her strength been sufficient, she would have long since stormed the Xiang clan and taught Xiang Banshan a lesson with her might. Years of restraint had been fueled by the hope of one day breaking through to the divine void realm, thus trampling upon the threshold of the Xiang clan and releasing her pent-up fury. Now that the Pasu Dan had been successfully refined, all that remained was to acquire the Dan Pur, and she and Xiang Yang could truly hold their heads high. In chapter 1606, Dan Yao pondered and then asked, having lingered here for so long, have you gathered any news about your master and Shui Ling? Yes, how could I not inquire? Qi Ming sighed helplessly. I had Lin Yulong assist in tracking down the whereabouts of the three of you, even providing portraits, yet not a whisper emerged. I had planned to head to Wan Mei Ling immediately after healing, but alas, I became the target of that old ghost, Tian Yangzi. Thankfully, this incident has inadvertently drawn you here, which can be considered a stroke of good fortune. He paused, asking, Dear aunt, what about you? Have you uncovered any news? Dan Yao shook her head. No, during this time, aside from healing, I have devoted most of my energy to refining the Pasu Dan and have not heard anything. However, no news is good news. Your master and Shui Ling are fortunate beings and should be safe. Despite her words, Dan Yao's heart remained heavy with worry. The uncertainty was daunting. The Xiang clan had dispatched a net of spies to scour for them, to evade their pursuit in the central region. Devoid of the protection of heaven and earth's rules, was no simple feat. Yet, given the present circumstances, she could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. All she could do was prepare for what lay ahead. She understood well that only with formidable strength could one assert their will, in the face of absolute power. All plots and schemes were rendered futile. Thus, she had exerted herself in refining the Pasu Dan. Fortunately, the process had gone smoothly, and the Pasu Dan was now complete. As long as either she or Xiang Yang could reach the pinnacle of the 9th level of Ling Tai and then consume the Pasu Dan to break through, all crises would be swiftly resolved. Qi Ming smiled and nodded. Indeed, I also believe that my master and Shui Ling will not easily fall into the enemy's hands. However, we are still over 100 years away from Xiang Banshan, although we agreed to meet at Wan Mei Ling before parting. There is no guarantee that the Xiang clan will not find that location. If they lie in wait there, we could easily be ensnared. Dan Yao's brows furrowed at his words. To know oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory in 100 battles. Your master hails from the Xiang clan. While they may not know you, me, or Shui Ling, they are certainly familiar with your master's methods. They could very well anticipate that we would meet at Wan Mei Ling. This is something we cannot overlook. Yet, the central region is vast, and the sea of people is immense. If we do not go to Wan Mei Ling, where else can we search for your master and Shui Ling? Qi Ming chuckled. Since we have no idea where to find them, why not take the initiative to draw them here? Draw them here? Dan Yao regarded him with curiosity. Yes, dear aunt. Have you heard of the alchemist conference that the Dan Tower is set to host? Dan Yao nodded. I have heard. It is said to be a grand event held once every 1,000 years, attracting the youngest alchemical prodigies from across the continent. As she spoke, Dan Yao's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Indeed, we can leverage this upcoming alchemy convention to invite your master and Shui Ling over. How could I have been so oblivious until now? She and Qi Ming were concerned that the Xiang clan might lay an ambush at Wan Mei Ridge. Both Xiang Yang and Shui Ling were astute individuals. Surely they would not overlook this possibility? Xiang Yang was well aware that the alchemy competition hosted by the Dan Tower was an extraordinary event in the central domain. Given her prowess in alchemy and her indomitable spirit, it was inconceivable that she would decline to participate. Rather than fret over potential ambushes at Wan Mei Ridge while aimlessly searching for people, it would be more prudent to visit the Dan Tower and seek their fortune. Perhaps they might encounter them there. Of course, Xiang Yang and Shui Ling would think of this, and the Xiang clan might also be aware of it. Nevertheless, Dan Yao felt little trepidation. Firstly, the alchemy competition was a meticulously organized event by the Dan Tower, aimed at selecting young talents to infuse fresh blood into the organization. Such a significant matter concerning sects and organizations would not permit any disturbances, not even from the Xian clan. Should the Xian clan dare to act during the alchemy competition, it would not only position them as adversaries to the Dan Tower, but also against the entire continent's alchemists. Secondly, although the Xianxia Palace primarily cultivated cold spiritual energy and had not produced many outstanding alchemists, Elder Shui had once informed her that the disciples of the Xianxia Palace relied on pills for their daily cultivation and unexpected situations, hence maintaining a close relationship with the Dan Tower throughout history. It was said that the current palace master, Han Xianxia, and the previous tower master of the Dan Tower hailed from the same family. Moreover, the Xianxia Palace and the Xian clan had always been sworn enemies. Therefore, whether due to old grudges or their rapport with the Dan Tower, the Xianxia Palace could not idly stand by. With the dual forces of the Dan Tower and Xianxia Palace present, the Xian clan would dare not disrupt the proceedings or seize anyone publicly. Dan Yao further contemplated that her intention to participate in the alchemy competition was to obtain the Dan Pu and elevate her cultivation to the 9th level of the spirit platform. As long as everything went smoothly and she absorbed the power of the Dan Pu, she could immediately consume the Pasu Dan to break through. Thus, even if the Xian clan targeted her, without the protection of the Dan Tower and Xianxia Palace, the four of them would have no reason to fear the Xian clan. With this thought, Dan Yao could not help but smile. Indeed, the alchemy competition is our rare opportunity for reunion. If I can secure the championship and obtain the Dan Pu, then we shall have nothing to fear. Qi Ming was momentarily taken aback. Aunt, do you wish to participate in this alchemy competition as well? This event is a rare occurrence, happening once in a millennium. Naturally, I want to see how my years of diligent practice in the art of alchemy measure up. More importantly, I must acquire the Dan Pu. As she spoke, Dan Yao summarized the significance of the Dan Pu to her. Qi Ming's face lit up with excitement and joy. That is splendid. If you can achieve a breakthrough, the Xian clan will be powerless against us. Aunt, how do you plan to enter this alchemy competition? Dan Yao replied, I will simply register at the Dan Tower. What other way is there to participate? However, Qi Ming shook her head. Aunt, you can't enter that way. Why not? Dan Yao's brow furrowed in confusion. It was a rare opportunity to discover that the Dan Pu within the Dan Tower could assist her in breaking through to the 9th level of the spirit platform. She could not easily give up. Qi Ming explained, because the competition hosted by the Dan Tower is the most prestigious and valuable in the alchemy world. If anyone could sign up indiscriminately, it would lead to chaos. Thus, to participate in this alchemy competition, one must first obtain a qualification. Without it, you cannot even enter the first round of the preliminaries. Dan Yao hurriedly inquired, how can one obtain this qualification? Qi Ming replied, when I was captured by Tianyangzi, I overheard that old ghost mention that in less than 20 years, the Dan Tower would hold the alchemy competition. To gain qualification, there are 3 methods. One is to have an elder or a high-ranking official from within the Dan Tower assist with registration. The second method is to obtain a handwritten recommendation letter from a cultivation family in the central domain, but only a few are qualified to write such letters. Dan Yao's frown deepened as she listened. I have only just arrived and hardly know anyone. The first and second methods are not feasible. What is the third? The third method, while seemingly simple, is particularly challenging. It is to pass the examination for a 7th grade alchemist and obtain the purple badge that symbolizes such a rank, thereby directly gaining qualification to compete. Where can one be certified as a 7th grade alchemist? Dan Yao asked. At the Dan Tower and its various branches. Although there are not many, there are only 7 branches across the entire Tianxian continent. Dan Yao took out the map she had purchased for a hefty sum and scanned it carefully. Delighted to discover that less than 200 miles away was a branch named the Ling Yao Hall. Qi Ming added, according to that old coot Tianyangzi. While the third method poses a high difficulty for the younger generation, passing the examination brings numerous benefits. Dan Yao raised an eyebrow. What benefits? Qi Ming explained. Firstly, young individuals under 1,000 years who pass the 7th grade alchemist examination directly become core disciples of the Dan Tower. Even if they do not participate in the alchemy competition, they still have the prospect of entering the upper echelons of the Elder Council, even competing for the Tower Master position. Secondly, this alchemy competition consists of 5 rounds of tests, and anyone who obtains the 7th grade alchemist badge will be exempt from the first round of basic tests and the second round of blind medicine identification. Well then, it seems I must make a visit to the Dan Tower branch before participating in the alchemy competition. Dan Yao smiled. Aunt, when do you plan to go? Qi Ming was aware that Dan Yao's alchemical skills had reached an astonishing level, making the 7th grade alchemist examination not particularly difficult for her. Right now, Dan Yao was a person of action. Since obtaining the 7th grade alchemist certification would grant her direct qualification to compete, she was determined to act swiftly. But you've just fought with that group. That is of no consequence. Dan Yao waved her hand dismissively. I'm going now? Before his death, Tian Yongzi had issued a dire warning that his brother, Tian Lazi, was one of the 9 protectors of the Dan Tower. While the news of his demise had yet to spread, Tian Lazi was unaware of her circumstances. She aimed to pass the 7th grade alchemist examination as soon as possible to prevent Tian Lazi from using his authority to obstruct her plans. At the same time, she sought to uncover just how profound the foundations of the Dan Tower truly were. A gleam of anticipation danced in Dan Yao's bright eyes. The nearest Dan Tower was located in a canyon to the south. This canyon appeared to have been cleaved by a massive axe, with towering, steep cliffs on either side. The mountain tops swirling with terrifying vortexes of wind, presenting an extraordinarily perilous sight that struck fear into the hearts of those who beheld it. Hence it was named Duanhun Gorge. Though Dan Yao had not spent much time in the central domain, her days had primarily been devoted to cultivation and alchemy, leaving little time for her to enjoy the scenic beauty of the land. Now, gazing upon Duanhun Gorge, its towering heights were daunting, providing an ideal opportunity to pause and admire. Upon entering Duanhun Gorge and gazing at the cliffs that pierced the clouds on either side, Dan Yao could not help but marvel at the wonders of nature. She extended her consciousness to peer through the clouds, seeking to discern the conditions atop the mountain. However, she was unexpectedly rebuffed by the fierce winds. Dan Yao was inwardly astonished. What formidable winds! Even a powerful being of the divine void realm would likely find themselves at a disadvantage here. No wonder the cultivators in this area dared not attempt to fly over directly. The aunt and niece strolled leisurely along the path, nearing its end. At that moment, a cacophony erupted not far away. Although Dan Yao preferred to remain uninvolved in the affairs of others, the uproar was simply too deafening to ignore. Zhu Xiao, this price is truly too low. Could you possibly increase it? One voice implored. Indeed, Zhu Xiao, we simply cannot survive at this rate. How can you act in such a manner? Time and again, you lower the price of medicinal herbs. Are you attempting to drive us, the cultivators, to our demise? Hearing these words, both Dan Yao and Qi Ming could not help but cast their eyes in that direction. They beheld a group of agitated farmers encircling 3 individuals. At the forefront stood a young man clad in a regal blue robe, exuding an air of arrogance. The 2 others beside him, garbed in coarse clothing, appeared to be his guards. Do you think your lives matter to me? The young man scoffed, brimming with disdain. This is the price for this round of herb procurement, and you have no choice but to accept it. Gather your herbs immediately, dry them meticulously, and send them to the Lingyao Hall. Should you fail to deliver even a single stalk, none of you shall escape unscathed. How can this be tolerated? This is outrageous. Even if you are a young master, you should not demean us so. One farmer retorted, his indignation palpable. The farmers erupted in a chorus of protests, their anger igniting like wildfire. Clearly unable to accept the young man's exploitation, the young man sneered. A bunch of lowly peasants daring to throw a tantrum before me? How bold! Do you believe I will shed tears for you? I could end your lives in an instant. At his words, the farmers trembled in fear. A few sank to their knees, pleading, Zhu Xiao, we beseech you, have mercy on us. Indeed, with such a low procurement price, we truly cannot survive, another farmer echoed. Zhu Xiao, please show us some compassion. As more and more farmers knelt, their voices choked with tears, the young man roared in annoyance, begone. With that, he violently kicked an elderly farmer nearby, sending him sprawling. You, old wretch, how dare you bargain with me? Zhu Xiao, you have gone too far. Heaven is watching. Do you not fear retribution? Those farmers who had yet to kneel glared at the young man, their eyes ablaze with righteous anger. Retribution? What a joke. A bunch of lowly peasants have no right to speak of such things. Should you utter another insolent word, I shall have your tongues severed. The young man, known as Zhu Xiao, exhibited a demeanor rife with arrogance and disdain. In his eyes, these farmers were merely lowly beings, incapable of cultivating anything substantial, living like dogs in their meager existence. The fact that he could afford them even a morsel of food was a favor for which they ought to be grateful. Yet here they were, daring to negotiate, utterly oblivious to their own folly. Dan Yao quickly grasped the situation. These individuals were farmers tasked with cultivating medicinal herbs for the Lingyao Hall. In a world where the affluent thrived on the labor of the impoverished, alchemy was a ravenous beast that consumed wealth. Many alchemical masters had risen from repeated failures, each attempt draining vast quantities of herbs. The higher the alchemy level, the more frequent the failures, leading to even greater consumption. Thus, to cut costs and reduce expenditures, numerous alchemical guilds and families opted to cultivate their own fields, hiring farmers for the task. This young man, Zhu Xiao, was in charge of procurement and collection, a role that had always been lucrative, whether in antiquity or modern times, or even in a world dominated by cultivation. Procurement was a position replete with opportunities for graft. A set price would be established, and the procurement personnel would subsequently push it lower, pocketing the difference. Moreover, various forms of extortion and graft ensured substantial profits. As long as the procurement personnel took only a little beyond what was acceptable and no one reported them, the upper echelon would turn a blind eye. Yet this young man had evidently overstepped, driving the procurement price to an intolerable level. The farmers could barely sustain their families, making this situation utterly unacceptable. His repeated use of the term lowly peasants was an affront to their dignity. What an arrogant young master! Qi Ming could not contain his disdain. Having risen from the lowest rungs of society, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for those who preyed upon the weak. Zhu Xiao, I implore you, just a little bit more. Just a small increase. Several farmers clung to his leg, desperately beseeching him. They toiled from dawn till dusk, striving merely to provide for their families. With Zhu Xiao's drastic cuts to the procurement price, how were they to survive? Impudent! The young man roared in fury, violently kicking away the farmers who clung to him. How dare you offend my esteemed self? Guards, punish them severely. Do not cease until they bleed. At his command, 2 guards rolled up their sleeves and began mercilessly beating the farmers who had been thrown aside, their cries of despair echoing through the air. Grandfather! Grandfather! A dirt-covered boy suddenly dashed forward, throwing himself onto one of the injured elderly farmers, crying out, Do not harm my grandfather. The guards hesitated at the sight of the child, exchanging glances filled with reluctance. What is it? Zhu Xiao's voice dripped with cold disdain. Are you incapable of overpowering a mere child? But Zhu Xiao, he is just a child. The guards protested, their hearts heavy as they gazed into the innocent eyes of the boy. Useless. If you cannot handle it, I shall do it myself. The young man raised his hand to strike the boy, poised to unleash his violence upon the innocent. Just as it seemed the boy's life would be extinguished by this cruel scion, a sudden gust of cold wind swept through the air, sending the young man hurtling backward, crashing to the ground in a most undignified manner. How heartless can one be, to raise a hand against a child? What a disgrace to humanity! The voice of Qi Ming rang out in fury, unable to contain his outrage at the young man's actions. It was Dan Yao who had intervened to save the boy. As the young man clumsily regained his footing, he glared at Qi Ming, whose simple attire suggested a lack of noble lineage. You insolent wretch! How dare you insult me? If you know what is good for you, crawl under my legs and bow your head in apology. Perhaps I might grant you a reprieve. Otherwise, and if I refuse, will you kill me? Qi Ming raised 2 fingers, a swirl of purple flames flickering to life at their tips, his voice dripping with mockery. Earthly spiritual fire? You possess earthly spiritual fire. Who are you? The young man stared in disbelief, his mind racing. This earthly spiritual fire was a coveted treasure in the world of alchemy, sought after by all aspiring alchemists. Those who wielded it were invariably the elite of the alchemical realm. Even those without the talent for alchemy could harness its power, granting them superior combat abilities compared to ordinary cultivators. Such a formidable artifact was beyond the reach of even his father. How had this boy acquired it? Qi Ming offered no reply, his expression chilling as he advanced step by step toward Zhu Xiao. Do not approach me. I am Zhu Yichun. If you dare to touch a single hair on my body, my father, Zhu Huifei, will not spare you. The youth threatened with a visage of sheer terror. Zhu Yichun. Zhu Huifei? Dan Yao, who had initially maintained a stoic expression, nearly burst into laughter upon hearing the youth proclaim his name, almost emitting a sound reminiscent of a pig's squeal. A flock of flying pigs? The names of this father-son duo were quite absurd, indeed. Ha! Qi Ming, unable to restrain himself, joined in the laughter, remarking, Zhu Yichun, truly, one lives up to one's name. Dull-witted as a pig, utterly nonsensical. How dare you mock me? Do you even know who I am? Zhu Yichun retorted angrily. I do not know, nor do I wish to know. But those who bully the weak deserve to be punished. Qi Ming scoffed, and with a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap to Zhu Yichun's porcine visage. You dare strike me? Zhu Yichun cried, clutching the burning side of his face, his fury nearly igniting. His eyes glinted with malice, as though he longed to devour Qi Ming whole. Smack! Another slap echoed through the air. You smack! 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 A flurry of slaps followed, transforming Zhu Yichun's face into a swollen, pig-like visage. At this point, Zhu Yichun had finally subdued his arrogance, realizing that his opponent was not to be trifled with. Should he continue to act with such hubris, he would only invite further humiliation. Yet, his eyes remained filled with venomous hatred. Wishing nothing more than to see Qi Ming suffer, Qi Ming regarded Zhu Yichun with a chilling gaze. This fellow was not adept in cultivation, yet he excelled at leveraging his status to intimidate others. Were it not for his little aunt's presence here to certify as a 7th-grade alchemist, he would have dispatched this debauched young master with a single strike. Such scum deserved no courtesy. A swift death would suffice. Dan Yao, perceiving Qi Ming's hesitation, spoke coldly. The longer one remains in the central region, the more one comprehends the principle of strength prevailing above all. Given my current prowess and expertise in alchemy, I need fear no one except for a select few at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. Such a vile bully, who regards human life as mere fodder, is worthy of death. Indeed. Qi Ming clenched his fist, purple flames surging forth once more. What do you intend to do? Kill me, and my father will not let you off. Zhu Yichun shouted, pale and trembling. Please, spare him. Zhu Xiao did not mean it. You are magnanimous. So let him go this once. Yes, spare him. Several herbalists chimed in, equally terrified. If Qi Ming were to slay Zhu Yichun, not only would he invite catastrophic retribution upon himself, but they too would be implicated. Thus, for their own sake, as well as for the sake of the chivalrous Qi Ming, they could not allow Zhu Yichun to perish so easily. Zhu Yichun cried out again, stay back. My father is an elder of the Spirit Herb Hall. If you kill me, you will die too. Whoosh. A surge of purple flames swiftly ensnared Zhu Yichun's arm. Ah! He shrieked, emitting a wail akin to a slaughtered pig. His two attendants, witnessing this, hastily attempted to extinguish the flames. However, this fire was the essence of heaven and earth's spirit flame, far too formidable to be easily quenched. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Yichun's entire arm was consumed, reduced to nothingness by the purple fire. Consider this a stroke of luck. I shall spare your wretched life this time. On account of these herbalists pleading for you, should you dare to bully the weak again, you shall find yourself without a burial site. Do you understand? I understand. Zhu Yichun rasped, his face contorted in agony. Leave your ring and be gone. Qi Ming commanded sternly. Zhu Yichun, trembling, hastily removed the spatial ring from his other hand with his mouth, fearfully presenting it to Qi Ming. Begone. Qi Ming accepted the ring and waved his hand dismissively. Zhu Yichun and his two guards scuttled away in haste. Thank you both for your assistance. The herbalists, witnessing Dan Yao's rescue of the boy and Qi Ming's swift expulsion of the bullying Zhu Yichun, immediately knelt in gratitude. Qi Ming quickly helped them to their feet, saying, there is no need for such formality. He then opened the ring left behind by Zhu Yichun, pouring out the heaps of spirit stones and various treasures within, distributing them among the oppressed herbalists. The herbalists were moved to tears, exclaiming praises to the heavens. Kind sirs, Zhu Yichun's father, Zhu Huifei, is an elder of the Spirit Herb Hall, affiliated with the Dan Towers branch. His status is exceedingly high. You should leave this place post-haste. Indeed, Zhu Huifei is notorious for protecting his own. It is said that a cultivator once inadvertently offended Zhu Yichun, and Zhu Huifei sent dozens of cultivators to annihilate his entire clan. Yes, just days ago, there was a jest that the father and son were akin to a flock of flying pigs, and the one who spoke it was publicly punished, losing his tongue, while his wife and daughter were violated. Rumor has it that after such atrocities, Zhu Yichun sold them to a brothel. After distributing the treasures from the ring, the herbalists felt they had secured their financial freedom for the latter part of their lives, no longer needing to rely on the Spirit Herb Hall for sustenance. They resolved to take their families and flee to a remote place where no one could find them, in order to avoid any future repercussions from the Zhu father and son. However, before departing, they expressed their concern for Dan Yao and Qi Ming, fearing that this incident might bring calamity upon them. Qi Ming replied indignantly, so this father and son have committed such evils, even sparing not their wives and daughters. They truly deserve death. Yes, they are worthy of death, but a gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. You both should leave quickly. The herbalists, genuine in their gratitude, urged Dan Yao and Qi Ming to depart to avoid unnecessary entanglements. Dan Yao waved her hand with a smile, declaring, regardless of how high the Zhu family ascends, I fear them not. You should leave at once. She had come to this place to certify as a 7th-grade alchemist. Once certified, she would immediately ascend to become a core disciple of the Dan Tower, rendering her unconcerned about the threats posed by a mere branch elder. Yet, in the midst of divine battles, it was often the innocents who suffered. She was unafraid of the Zhu family's retribution, but how could the herbalists, with their meager cultivation, withstand the wrath of the Zhu father and son? After calming the herbalists, Dan Yao and Qi Ming continued on their journey. After traversing several miles, a grand and imposing palace loomed before them. Chapter 1613, The Spirit Herb Hall. This hall was none other than the Spirit Herb Hall, one of the 7 branches of the Dan Tower. Though named the Spirit Herb Hall, its architectural design was distinct from other halls, elongated and elevated, resembling neither a hall nor a tower. As Dan Yao and Qi Ming arrived, night had fallen. The Spirit Herb Hall emitted a kaleidoscope of colors, illuminating much of the soul-severing gorge. Gazing from a distance, Dan Yao felt an uncanny resemblance to the former Guangzhou's Canton Tower. Noticing the late hour, the two sought lodging at an inn near the Spirit Herb Hall. The next day, Dan Yao and Qi Ming rose early and arrived at the Spirit Herb Hall. By daylight, While the hall was not as resplendent as the previous night, it still exuded an extraordinary grandeur. As a branch of the Dan Tower, it surpassed the alchemist guilds of the 4 great regions by at least tenfold, to say nothing of the guards at the entrance, who possessed the cultivation level of heavenly sovereigns. Such strength, in the context of the 4 great regions, was of a crushing caliber. The Spirit Herb Hall was divided into 3 sections: East, West, and Central. The eastern section served as the trading area, where cultivators and alchemists exchanged herbs and elixirs. The western section was dedicated to the crafting of medicines, where alchemists honed their skills and exchanged experiences. It was not open to the public, generally accessible only to alchemists and their invited guests. The central area serves as the heart of the Spirit Medicine Hall and is also the venue for the certification of alchemists. The gaze of the 2 individuals swept across the east and west before making their way towards the center. Due to its significance, the central area is heavily guarded, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to gain entry. The guards stationed here possess formidable cultivation levels, their faces adorned with an air of haughtiness and superiority. The guards, akin to 7th-rank officials before a prime minister, routinely interact with renowned alchemists of the central domain. Hence, any lack of arrogance would be unbecoming of their status. Dan Yao stepped forward, eschewing any idle chatter with them, and directly produced the blue emblem that symbolizes her status as a 6th-rank alchemist. A 6th-rank alchemist? The 2 guards exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the blue badge in Dan Yao's hand. As high-ranking guardians of the Spirit Medicine Hall, they frequently encounter prominent figures and are well-versed in the ways of the world. While they had seen a few 7th-rank alchemists, encountering such a young 6th-rank alchemist as Dan Yao was an unprecedented experience. Even more astonishing to them was Dan Yao's gender. It is widely acknowledged that in order to become an alchemist, one must first cultivate a pure yang technique, as only then can one's true energy catalyze flames for alchemical concoctions. Given that women typically possess a more yin constitution, the number of female alchemists is exceedingly rare, let alone a young 6th-rank female alchemist. Hearing the guards' exclamations, other nearby guards turned their attention towards Dan Yao, gasping in surprise upon sighting the emblem in her hand. Observing the astonished expressions of those around her, Dan Yao maintained her composure and inquired, "Am I permitted to enter now?" "Yes, of course, esteemed miss. Please come in." The 2 guards hurriedly gestured for her to enter, their attitudes imbued with utmost respect and humility. A 6th-rank alchemist at such a young age, if she does not falter, her future achievements are boundless. They were merely gatekeepers and would dare not offend someone of her stature. Dan Yao proceeded inside alongside Qi Ming. Chapter 1614, A Narrow Path for Enemies. Once inside, they were greeted by a faint yet fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs wafting through the air. This scent, both refreshing and subtle, lacked any bitterness. A gentle inhalation banished weariness and soothed the spirit. Before them lay a spacious hall, sparsely populated by a few individuals diligently engaged in their tasks. The presence of Dan Yao and Qi Ming elicited a flicker of surprise from those within, as entry to this place was typically reserved for either masters of alchemy or cultivators of considerable strength, most of whom were older. The sight of such youthful outsiders as Dan Yao and Qi Ming was indeed a rarity. Their momentary astonishment quickly faded as they returned to their respective duties. Just as Dan Yao was about to inquire where to authenticate as an alchemist, a furious voice boomed, Well, you 2 dare to come here." Both Dan Yao and Qi Ming turned sharply to see a young man dressed in fine attire striding towards them, his face flushed with anger. It was none other than Zhu Yichun. What a stroke of misfortune. Just yesterday, Qi Ming had burned Zhu Yichun's arm with the purple star fire, and overnight, his severed limb had miraculously regenerated. Perhaps it was fortunate for him to have been born to a father skilled in alchemy, thus allowing him to recover. For others, such a fate would have meant a lifetime of being one-armed. Zhu Yichun's expression was grim as he fixed his gaze on Qi Ming. "You little brat. You tread the path of heaven but refuse to walk it, and now you dare to provoke me? This time, I shall ensure you suffer endlessly." Qi Ming frowned. "I spared you yesterday, yet you dare to cause trouble today. Do you not value your life?" Zhu Yichun waved his hand, and a dozen figures swiftly emerged, surrounding Qi Ming. These figures were at least of late-stage heavenly monarch cultivation, their ominous aura enveloping Qi Ming instantly. Dan Yao stepped forward, her voice icy. "It won't be so easy to bully the few with the many." Upon seeing the blue badge adorning Dan Yao's chest, Zhu Yichun was momentarily taken aback. He quickly regained his composure, a mocking smile spreading across his face. "So your companion is a 6th-rank alchemist. Such a young 6th-rank alchemist is indeed a rarity. With her backing, it's no wonder you dare to offend even me." "What companion? Mind your words." Qi Ming retorted angrily. "She is my aunt. Speak carelessly again, and you may find yourself in grave danger." "Oh, so it's your aunt." Zhu Yichun leered at Dan Yao, his eyes gleaming with interest. My, such a fine figure. Beneath that mask, you must be a beauty. If you would spend a night with me, perhaps I would consider sparing your nephew's life. Zhu Yichun had never before endured such humiliation. The pain of his severed arm had kept him awake all night, consumed by thoughts of revenge against Qi Ming. Yet, upon seeing Dan Yao's exquisite form, he momentarily forgot his humiliation, his mind clouded by desire to possess her. Dan Yao frowned, a cold smile gracing her lips. You dare to suggest I spend a night with you? Your audacity is commendable. Chapter 16:15, Instant Annihilation. Zhu Yichun leered, not only am I audacious, but I also possess attributes that are equally impressive, guaranteed to leave you utterly enchanted. Scoundrel, you shall not escape unscathed today. Qi Ming seethed, preparing to strike. Yet Dan Yao restrained him. Do not act impulsively. Qi Ming, infuriated, protested. Aunt, this scoundrel is unbearable. Dan Yao replied calmly. Patience is key. We shall take our time. Zhu Yichun shot Qi Ming a disdainful look. You little brat, daring to act so brazenly in my territory. It seems you truly do not know who I am. Dan Yao smiled. I am quite curious to know your father as standing here, that you would dare behave so arrogantly. Well, my father is the Deputy Lord of the Spirit Medicine Hall, a 7th-rank high-level alchemist, Zhu Huifei. Zhu Yichun declared proudly. Zhu Huifei? Dan Yao chuckled. A flying old pig siring a brood of arrogant piglets. The name suits you well. Laughter erupted from those in the hall, as well as from the guards encircling Qi Ming. Zhu Yichun's face twisted in rage, teeth clenched. He spat. Kill this brat, and capture the woman. Bring her to my bed. Young Master Zhu this. The guards hesitated. While they had no qualms about dealing with the boy, the masked woman was a certified 6th-rank alchemist. According to the rules of the Alchemist Guild, any certified alchemist should not be harmed lightly, regardless of their affiliation, be it a headquarters or a branch. Moreover, considering her youth and potential, any harm done to her could invite severe repercussions from the guild's headquarters. Zhu Yichun scoffed. Humph, what of her being a 6th-rank alchemist? My father is a distinguished 7th-tier master in the realm of alchemy, where hierarchy is strictly observed. Even a mere slight difference in rank signifies a clear distinction in status. Moreover, my father stands a full tier above her. How could this insignificant girl possibly keep pace? Act swiftly, or I shall lose my temper. He paused, his tone turning icy. Move at once, and I shall bear any consequences. Upon hearing this, the dozen or so guards had no choice but to steel themselves and launch an assault on Qi Ming. Unfazed, Qi Ming unleashed the purple starfire, enveloping his entire being. As powerful attacks from the 9 turns of profound fire surged forth. Yet, despite his formidable combat prowess, the combined might of so many strong adversaries bore down heavily upon him, and within mere exchanges, he found himself at a disadvantage. Dan Yao shook her head. Since you seek death, allow me to grant your wish. With a flick of her long sleeves, she struck like 2 bolts of lightning, launching a rapid assault. The seemingly soft sleeves were, in truth, as fierce as steel whips and massive hammers. As she swung, the biting cold wind whistled, and her true energy crackled ominously, stirring the air with a cruel bloodlust. The sounds of agonizing screams echoed as the guards fell one after another, unable to withstand the deadly sweep of Dan Yao's sleeves, gushing forth blood in their demise. In the blink of an eye, the once serene hall transformed into a bloody battleground. Zhu Yichun's eyes widened like brass bells, his face a mask of disbelief. He understood that anyone capable of becoming a 6th-tier alchemist possessed formidable abilities. Yet, he never anticipated that his opponent could be so outrageously powerful, effortlessly dispatching his father's carefully chosen guards with mere casual strikes. Chapter 16:16, Zhu Huifei. Dan Yao smiled. What is the matter? You brought this upon yourselves. You cannot blame me. Qi Ming clapped his hands, coldly remarking. So, the arrogant young Master Zhu. Have you contemplated how you shall meet your end? You all wait until my father arrives. Just see how I will deal with you. After uttering this threatening remark, Zhu Yichun turned to flee. However, Dan Yao was unwilling to let him escape. She waved her sleeves once more, attempting to ensnare him again. Stop! A middle-aged man clad in alchemist robes materialized, swiftly flipping his left hand to grasp the long sleeves, intending to fling her away. Unexpectedly, the sleeves trembled violently, unleashing a chilling and overpowering force. The middle-aged man felt his arm go numb, blood seeping from his palm, and he was taken aback. Such formidable cold spiritual power. Father, you have finally arrived. Had you delayed any longer, I would have been harmed. Zhu Yichun, initially panicked, found solace upon his father's arrival, instantly regaining his confidence. He turned to Dan Yao and Qi Ming, declaring, My father is here. Let us see how you two will perish. Silence. Zhu Huifei's expression darkened, unable to contain his loud reprimand. In the face of Zhu Yichun's bravado, Danielle clearly remained unfazed, sneering. Facing death, you still dare to boast. Greetings, Vice Hall Master Zhu. The people within the hall paused their tasks and bowed respectfully to Zhu Huifei. Only Danielle and Qiming remained standing, unmoved. How bold! In the presence of the Vice Hall Master, you dare to show such disrespect? An obsequious elder, witnessing Danielle and Qiming's defiance, immediately scolded them. No need. Zhu Huifei waved his hand, addressing Danielle. Miss, this place is the hallowed ground for certified alchemists of the Spirit Herb Hall. To strike here may be deemed rather impolite. Wouldn't you agree? His tone bore a subtle warmth, evoking a sense of familiarity. Yet, only those well acquainted with him knew that this gentleness stemmed from a fear of the strong. Though he had deflected Danielle's earlier strike, he knew he was no match for her. Engaging directly would undoubtedly lead to his downfall. Danielle shot him a cold glance. Your son initiated the provocation. Do not blame me. The child is indeed at fault, but to take a life at the very first strike is excessively ruthless. How about this, for my sake? Have your son apologize, and we shall consider this matter settled. Grant you face? Danielle seemed to find this notion laughable. Unable to suppress her scornful laughter. What worth does your face hold? You dare ask me to apologize to your son? Do you not find that utterly ridiculous? By what right do you make such a demand? Zhu Huifei replied with an indifferent smile. By the virtue of being the Vice Hall Master of the Alchemists? By the virtue of being a 7th-tier alchemist? Huh. Danielle scoffed repeatedly. Truly, like father, like son, both are woefully ignorant and as dull as pigs. Zhu Huifei's face turned a shade of green with anger. I offer you sound advice, yet you persist in disregarding it. Do not presume that your formidable cultivation grants you the audacity to act recklessly before me. Know this. Here lies the Spirit Herb Hall, one of the 7 branches of the Alchemist Tower. To act unruly here is to show disrespect to the Alchemist Tower. Such disrespect is an affront to all alchemists across the continent. The repercussions are far beyond what you can bear. Danielle laughed. A splendid accusation of disrespect towards the Alchemist Tower. You certainly excel at casting aspersions. Alas, I, the young lady, am not one to fall for such tricks. Chapter 16-17, Elder Qian, Elderly. With that, she pointed to the blue badge on her chest. Apologies, but I, too, am a certified alchemist of the Alchemist Tower. Thus part of its ranks. Your son is not even a 1st-tier alchemist, yet he dare raise a hand against me. That is the true disrespect towards the Alchemist Tower. Accusing others of wrongdoing is a game anyone can play. Attempting to pin such a label on me is futile. What? A 6th-tier alchemist? You are truly a 6th-tier alchemist? How can this be? Zhu Huifei's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept the truth before him. Having just countered her move, he could feel the chilling spiritual power she emitted, starkly contrasting the pure yang techniques practiced by alchemists. How could she possibly be an alchemist? Qiming interjected. There is nothing impossible. My aunt is indeed a bona fide alchemist. Zhu Huifei stared at her in stunned silence before coldly retorting. Achieving the status of a 6th-tier alchemist at such a young age is undeniably impressive. However, in the presence of my 7th-tier superiority, your 6th-tier status is utterly insignificant. Apologize at once, or bear the consequences yourself. In the realm of alchemy, hierarchy is strictly enforced, with high-tier alchemists holding absolute authority over their lower-tier counterparts. Even a minor distinction between 7th-tier high and mid-tier necessitates deference. To defy that order invites the scorn of all alchemists. Humph. A mere 7th-tier alchemist, what qualifications do you possess to command me? What are you truly? Danielle retorted without reservation, her expression rife with disdain. You insolent wretch. Zhu Huifei immediately produced 2 jade talismans. In an instant, figures of gold and silver appeared before everyone. Danielle's gaze swept over the 2. Their auras were profound and robust, clearly having entered the realm of divine void. However, both were only at the 1st level of divine void, posing little pressure on her. Elder Qian, Elderly. This woman disregards the rules of alchemists and seeks to provoke my authority. Please, I ask you to subdue her. Zhu Huifei quickly instructed the 2. Though Zhu Huifei held a prestigious position as the Vice Hall Master of the Spirit Herb Hall, these 2 elders were formidable experts dispatched from the headquarters of the Alchemist Tower. Even as he issued commands, his tone lacked the arrogance befitting a Vice Hall Master. Understood. To act wantonly within the Spirit Herb Hall warrants a lesson. Elder Qian and Elderly nodded, swiftly launching an attack towards Danielle. Danielle snorted coldly, her long sleeves swirling gracefully, executing techniques of remarkable intricacy. In just a few exchanges, she ensnared both elders. Yet, being divine void realm experts, even at the 1st level, they were not easily shaken by someone in the spirit refinement stage. After only a few exchanges, the elders realized that Danielle had yet to reach the realm of divine void. Due to the exceptionally unique nature of her cultivation method and the intricate and elusive techniques she employed, she was able to contend with them. Nevertheless, even with such advantages, the two remained cautious, their formidable spiritual energy radiating outward, relentlessly assaulting Dan Yao. In the face of the attacks from these two formidable God Void Realm experts, Dan Yao remained unfazed, her long sleeves swirling in a seamless dance, embodying both defense and offense. An icy chill emanated from her, successfully thwarting their every assault. Observing Dan Yao single-handedly battling against two powerful adversaries without showing any signs of defeat, Zhu Huifei and the others could not help but gasp in astonishment. How could this woman, who had not even stepped into the threshold of the God Void realm, possibly contend with true masters of that realm? The three figures clashed like raging hurricanes, unleashing devastating forces in a furious exchange. As the battle escalated, Elders Qian and Li grew increasingly astonished, struggling to believe that a female cultivator who had not even taken half a step into the God Void realm could possess such strength. Although Dan Yao found herself caught between two formidable foes, she showed no signs of faltering, yet it was evident that she was exerting tremendous effort. After assimilating Yunmei's legacy, her power had surged, enabling her to confront the two God Void experts directly, but it was taxing her to the utmost. Victory seemed only attainable if she summoned the Shuepa sword. Otherwise, a stalemate was inevitable. Flame Palm, Demon Seizing Hand. The two elders unleashed their signature techniques simultaneously, unleashing cataclysmic forces that surged toward Dan Yao amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Mystic Ice Finger. Dan Yao was undeterred, her fingers pointing into the air, and a torrent of chilling spiritual energy surged forth, morphing into a colossal ice finger that collided fiercely with the Flame Palm and the Demon Seizing Hand. Boom. A terrifying shockwave of energy rapidly spread outwards, shattering the surrounding floor tiles. Just as the three forces threatened to obliterate the area, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from the depths of the hall. The chaos subsided as if someone had pressed the pause button, gradually dissipating. Fifth level of God Void. Dan Yao was taken aback, a grave expression flashing across her features. She had not anticipated that the Dan Tower's foundation was so profound. Even a mere branch housed a super expert at the fifth level of God Void. Whoosh. As Dan Yao was momentarily stunned, a blazing inferno materialized from the void, and a crimson figure emerged slowly from the flames. Dan Yao focused her gaze on the newcomer. The figure was clad in a red robe, with a rugged visage and piercing eyes that radiated the authority of a superior. Upon his appearance, Elder Qian, Elder Li, Zhu Huifei, and the others hurriedly bowed and greeted. Hall Master. This red-robed man was unmistakably the Hall Master of the Spirit Medicine Hall. The others present in the hall also prostrated themselves, their eyes filled with a fierce determination. Hall Master? You are the Hall Master of the Spirit Medicine Hall? Dan Yao furrowed her brows and inquired. Indeed. I am Bai Yiping, the Hall Master of the Spirit Medicine Hall. Bai Yiping turned to regard Dan Yao, unable to restrain a gesture of admiration, exclaiming, The mystic ice finger of the Xianxia Palace is truly unparalleled in the world. Even without entering the God Void, it can wield such immense power. The Xianxia Palace? What? This woman is a disciple of the Xianxia Palace? How is that possible? The disciples of the Xianxia Palace cultivate such chilling techniques. How could they possibly possess alchemical skills? Bai Yiping's words sent shockwaves through Zhu Huifei and the others, prompting exclamations of disbelief. There can be no mistake. I once witnessed an elder from the Xianxia Palace employing this finger technique. It is undoubtedly the mystic ice finger, Bai Yiping asserted with conviction. Hearing this, Zhu Huifei and his son turned as pale as a painter's palette, their expressions a mix of incredulity and concern. Honored Master. Dan Yao exchanged a glance with Qiming, and both aunt and niece bowed respectfully to Bai Yiping. Bai Yiping nodded, a hint of a smile softening his stern countenance. The disciples of the Xianxia Palace are indeed extraordinary. At such a tender age, to possess such profound cultivation, truly a new generation surpassing the old. He marveled, his gaze slowly sweeping over Dan Yao, as if scrutinizing something. Dan Yao was well aware that Bai Yiping was astonished by her capacity to stand against the experts of the God Void realm, yet she did not impede his curiosity. With the protective system surrounding her, even when Yunmei's primordial spirit manifested, it had not discerned her cultivation of the Mingyu art, let alone someone of Bai Yiping's significantly inferior strength. After several rounds of observation and finding no anomalies, Bai Yiping withdrew his divine sense, though his astonishment remained evident. Elders Qian and Li, both elite members dispatched from the Dan Tower headquarters, possessed formidable strength known to Bai Yiping better than anyone else. It was astonishing that Dan Yao, without even breaking through to half a step into the God Void, could confront these two head-on, had he not intervened in time. the entire spirit medicine hall would likely have been obliterated. There existed a vast chasm between the God Void realm and the Ling Tai realm, akin to a tiger and a house cat, utterly incomparable. For Dan Yao to achieve such feats, she must possess either a talent so extraordinary that it defied belief or a hidden secret beyond imagination. Contemplating this, Bai Yipeng could not help but feel a sense of awe. The Xianxia Palace had consistently produced remarkable talents, with women equally as formidable as men, explaining its unbroken lineage since ancient times. Hall Master, this woman speaks defiantly, daring to provoke the dignity of the Spirit Medicine Hall. She cannot be spared lightly. Witnessing Dan Yao's ability to confront the God Void Realm experts, Zhu Huifei felt a surge of trepidation, knowing he could not contend with her. He sought to eliminate her through Bai Yipeng's influence. Bai Yipeng coldly responded, "What harm is there in a young person's arrogance? As the Vice Hall Master, do you not find it shameful to squabble with a mere girl?" "Hall Master, Zhu Huifei stammered, his teeth gritting as he asserted, "Fine. I shall not pursue this matter, but she must vow not to cause trouble for my son." Dan Yao scoffed, "Your son initiated this conflict with me, and you expect me to swear an oath? What audacity!" Zhu Huifei's anger flared. "Then what do you wish to do?" Dan Yao smiled mischievously. "What do I wish to do? Well, I must ponder that carefully. Along my journey, I have heard tales of this ruffian bullying the weak and wreaking havoc. Perhaps I could gather those victimized by him. As long as they are willing to forgive your son for his misdeeds, I shall generously spare his life. Rumors and hearsay cannot serve as evidence. You are clearly being unreasonable, deliberately targeting my son." Dan Yao retorted, "Unreasonable? Your son sought to kill my nephew and attempted to usurp me. Everyone here bears witness. The Xianxia Palace has vowed to eliminate all treacherous men, including scoundrels who tarnish a woman's purity. Surely he has committed such acts more than once. Why not let me end him with a single blow, saving you from worrying about this unworthy son day in and day out? You dare?" Zhu Huifei bellowed in fury. "Do you think I wouldn't?" Zhu Huifei's eyes blazed with fury. "Hall Master, this woman is insufferably arrogant. Will you truly sit idly by? I am a 7th grade high-ranking alchemist, a core member of the Dan Tower. How can there be any rationale for allowing an outsider to bully our own?" Bai Yipeng furrowed his brow upon hearing this. The Dan Tower places great emphasis on the selection and retention of talent. Alchemists above the 7th grade, upon passing the Dan Tower's assessment, could become core members, enjoying various resources and protections. Conversely, those holding a 6th grade alchemist badge do not receive such privileges. Zhu Huifei had long been a member of the Dan Tower. If he neglected this matter today, he could face grave consequences should he report it to the headquarters in the future. Noticing Bai Yipeng's dilemma, Dan Yao interjected, "What is so remarkable about being a 7th grade alchemist? Hall Master Bai, if I can pass the assessment and become a higher-ranked alchemist than him, would the Spirit Medicine Hall stand by and allow us to resolve our grievances independently?" Bai Yipeng remarked, "Indeed, not to mention surpassing him by a rank. As long as you can become a 7th-tier alchemist, you will be eligible to join the core members of the Alchemist Guild. Among the core members, grievances are resolved independently, and neither the headquarters nor the branches have the authority to intervene." He continued, "Well then, I shall trouble you, Guild Master, to prepare for my certification as an alchemist of a higher rank than him." Dan Yao interjected, "Bai Yipeng, are you suggesting that I aim to be certified as an 8th-tier alchemist?" Bai Yipeng furrowed his brow. To be certified as an alchemist of a higher rank than him would indeed mean attaining the 8th tier. Zhu Huifei is already a 7th-tier high-level alchemist. To surpass him, one must concoct 8th-tier elixirs. The audacity to attempt to create an 8th-tier elixir to outdo me is truly akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. It is utterly preposterous. Zhu Huifei, upon hearing that Dan Yao intended to be certified as an 8th-tier alchemist, could not help but chuckle derisively. "Ha ha ha, this is utterly ludicrous." Although Zhu Yichun was not an alchemist, he was acutely aware of the vast disparities among alchemists, particularly those beyond the 7th tier. Every incremental elevation in rank was exceedingly arduous. The notion that a mere 6th-tier alchemist could leap directly to the 8th tier was laughable. Zhu Yichun doubled over in laughter, gasping for breath. "You shall soon realize the folly of your overestimation," Dan Yao retorted. Bai Yipeng hesitated, asking, "Are you truly prepared to challenge the 8th-tier alchemist?" "That is no trivial feat," Dan Yao responded resolutely. "Indeed, I aim to ensure this father-son duo is thoroughly convinced of their defeat and to seek justice for those they have bullied." "Very well." Bai Yipeng turned and commanded, "Prepare the alchemy chamber." "Yes." The staff, upon receiving the order, hurriedly set about their preparations. Observing Dan Yao's grave demeanor, the Zhu father and son felt a chill run down their spines. Could it be that this little imp truly possessed the capability to concoct an 8th-tier elixir? No, impossible. It was already remarkable for someone of her age to have broken through to the 6th tier. how could she possibly create an 8th-tier elixir? Furthermore, the elevation in alchemical rank is inherently linked to one's cultivation level. Only those with a higher cultivation can aspire to greater ranks. An 8th-tier alchemist corresponds to the realm of the divine void. This woman has yet to even reach the first step into the divine void. So how could she become an 8th-tier alchemist? The Zhu father and son found the idea increasingly absurd and could not help but laugh heartily. An 8th-tier alchemist is no trivial matter. Even at the talent-rich headquarters of the Alchemist Guild, there are few to be found. Bai Yipeng, hesitant to make a unilateral decision, promptly dispatched a message to summon all the elders of the Spirit Herb Hall to witness the event. The elders, though astonished by the news, were eager to witness how this relatively disadvantaged female cultivator could possibly achieve the status of an 8th-tier alchemist. When they laid eyes on Dan Yao, their astonishment only deepened. A girl of merely 200 or 300 years, certified as an 8th-tier alchemist? What a jest! At her age, achieving even 5th-tier status would be commendable. Did she truly believe that an 8th-tier alchemist was as common as cabbages on the street, easily attainable at whim? In that instant, the elders felt as though they were being made fools of, their expressions growing increasingly grim. After repeatedly confirming with Bai Yipeng and receiving a definitive answer, they could only suppress their misgivings and serve as witnesses, though their hearts were laden with skepticism regarding this certification. After all, the profession of alchemy is a solemn endeavor, and the certification of alchemical ranks allows for no shortcuts. Among all present, only Qiming maintained an expression of calm, devoid of any fluctuation. He believed in his aunt's capabilities. If she could concoct the notoriously difficult void-breaking pill, then other 8th-tier elixirs would surely be within her grasp. Soon, the group arrived at an alchemy chamber, meticulously constructed from a unique volcanic rock. This chamber not only aids the alchemist in focusing their mind, but also offers some protection against the tribulations of alchemical thunder. The elixir designated for the certification of 8th-tier alchemists is known as the 8 Desolate Blood Lotus Pill, an entry-level 8th-tier concoction. Any alchemist who has reached the 8th tier should find it effortless to produce. Although it is merely an entry-level pill, its high tier assures its value. This is akin to an old house in a first-tier city. No matter how dilapidated, its location guarantees a price that is exorbitantly high. Elixirs above the 8th tier are all remarkable and unique treasures. The 8 Desolate Blood Lotus Pill is no exception. Its efficacy lies not in directly enhancing power, but in allowing one to rise anew from the brink of death. It can enable a gravely injured individual, teetering on the edge of demise, to break free from their limitations, akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes, thereby acquiring greater vitality and strength. In other words, anyone who consumes it will not only evade life-threatening dangers and future calamities, but also possess a significant chance of rebirth, emerging anew. Such miraculous effects are undeniably extraordinary. However, the 8 Desolate Blood Lotus Pill is highly restricted. Not everyone can consume it. Below the spirit platform realm, one may consume it and experience rebirth after an unforeseen incident. However, those above the spirit platform, with their higher cultivation and greater strength, will find its effects considerably diminished. It is said that an elder of the Alchemist Guild once faced an assassination attempt in his youth. While he successfully vanquished his adversaries, he suffered grave injuries, his life hanging by a thread. Fortunately, he possessed an 8 Desolate Blood Lotus Pill specially concocted by his master. After consuming it, not only did he recover from his injuries, but he also ascended from the mid-level heavenly monarch to the spirit platform realm in less than 300 years. Remarkably, although the 8 Desolate Blood Lotus Pill boasts astounding effects, the materials required for its concoction are relatively common and easily obtainable. This is why the alchemical community has designated it as the certification pill for 8th-tier alchemists. Though the materials are indeed common, the Spirit Herb Hall had previously seen a predominance of alchemists seeking certification at the 4th, 5th, and 6th tiers, with very few exceeding the 7th tier. As for 8th-tier alchemists, they predominantly reside at the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild. Consequently, the alchemy chamber was not stocked with the necessary materials for the 8 Desolate Blood Lotus Pill. After a brief wait, the staff finally delivered the gathered materials. Concocting 8th-tier elixirs is a meticulous and time-consuming process. Previously, when Dan Yao crafted the void-breaking pill, it took her 7 days and nights. Though the 8 Desolate Blood Lotus Pill is somewhat less complex, it will still require at least 3 or 4 days to successfully create. Not wishing to squander time, Dan Yao began processing the materials as soon as they arrived. Since her decision to concoct the elixir was made on the spur of the moment, and with the Spirit Herb Hall having failed to prepare the materials in advance, she needed to handle the materials herself before they could be placed into the cauldron for refining. With deft fingers, Dan Yao sorted, cleaned, and processed the ingredients with fluid grace. My word, Even sorting materials can be elevated to an art form. An elder, having lived for many years, found himself witnessing a technique he had never encountered before. Her movements were so skilled and fluid that it was clear she had immersed herself in this craft for many years. It was difficult to fathom that such artistry could emerge from a young girl. The mesmerizing beauty of her technique captivated all present, leaving them in awe. The Zhu father and son, however, observed with sneers of disdain. Such flamboyance, such posturing. According to incomplete statistics, there are currently 293 sixth-tier alchemists and 113 seventh-tier alchemists in the central region. Yet, there are fewer than 10 alchemists who have surpassed the 8th tier. Why? Because the threshold to become an 8th-tier alchemist is extraordinarily difficult to cross. The 7th-tier alchemist is akin to a monarch who, after enduring a brutal struggle for supremacy, ultimately ascends to the throne. However, among these exalted rulers, only a scant few can be bestowed with the esteemed title of emperor, achieving the status of a timeless sovereign. The distinction between a 7th-tier medicinal sovereign and an 8th-tier medicinal emperor is as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Although Zhu Huifei has long since transcended to the high echelons of a 7th-tier alchemist, he still finds himself daunted by the formidable threshold of the 8th tier, feeling as though he may never step across this divide in his lifetime. The hierarchy of alchemists is intricately tied to one's own cultivation level. To ascend to the rank of 8th-tier alchemist, one must first attain the elusive divine void realm. This insufferable girl, not even half a step into the divine void, dares to aspire to concoct 8th-tier elixirs. Such audacity is nothing short of folly. While Zhu Huifei harbored a sense of disdain, he could not help but be astonished by Dan Yao's alchemical techniques. Having established himself as a 7th-tier alchemist and secured the position of vice master of the Spirit Medicine Hall, he is undoubtedly an experienced practitioner endowed with keen discernment. He recognized that Dan Yao's handling of the medicinal materials was executed with unparalleled finesse, even exhibiting techniques that seemed to echo those of a master. Yet, witnessing her rapid movements, each gesture fleeting, he realized that copying her methods was an impossibility. After meticulously preparing the various ingredients, it was time to enter the formal stage of alchemy. With a graceful flick of her hand, a colossal blue cauldron soared from her ring, crashing heavily onto the golden bricks with a resounding metallic clang. What an exceptional cauldron! The elders of the Spirit Medicine Hall, each possessing a discerning eye, instantly recognized its extraordinary nature and could not restrain their admiration. However, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. With a deft snap of her fingers, a dense and gentle stream of chilling spiritual energy shot forth from her fingertips. To the astonishment and bewilderment of those present, this frigid spiritual energy cascaded into the cauldron, unexpectedly catalyzing a swirling orb of azure flames. Save for Qiming, every onlooker's eyes widened with incredulity. It is a well-known axiom that practitioners of chilly spiritual techniques are fundamentally incompatible with alchemy. How could this woman, whose energy is so cold, possibly generate pure yang flames for the purpose of alchemical refinement? This is simply unfathomable. Bai Yipeng, with his sharp gaze, quickly discerned that Dan Yao's ability to transform chilling spiritual energy into pure yang flames was somehow linked to the extraordinary cauldron she had summoned. With his extensive knowledge, he could ascertain that this bizarre blue cauldron must be a rare artifact. A blue cauldron? Among the 12 cauldrons listed in the Flame Cauldron rankings, none bore such hue or design. The only one that somewhat resembled it was the third-ranked six-fingered celestial harp cauldron, which he had seen in his youth, and it bore no resemblance to this one. Moreover, even the genuine six-fingered celestial harp cauldron lacked the extraordinary ability to reverse the yin and yang, transforming chilling spiritual energy into pure yang flames. This cauldron and this woman were certainly not ordinary. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the crowd, Dan Yao elegantly tossed the prepared medicinal materials into the cauldron in one fluid motion. What on earth? Has she lost her mind? How could she possibly throw all the ingredients in at once? The onlookers gasped in disbelief, questioning whether she was unaware that each material possessed distinct properties which must be combined judiciously to unleash their potency. Was she not afraid of causing an explosion? Yet, to their astonishment, the vast array of ingredients was not only being refined without incident, but they were also rapidly coalescing. This must be a dream. The elders of the Spirit Medicine Hall stared, dumbfounded, unable to reconcile what they were witnessing. If Dan Yao's prior handling of the ingredients was akin to crafting a work of art, then her current approach was akin to constructing a mansion in the sky without laying a foundation. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. They had never imagined that alchemy could unfold in such a manner. The process of refining an 8th-tier elixir is notoriously time-consuming. Even the most seasoned alchemist would require at least 3 to 4 days to concoct the 8 Desolation Blood Lotus pill. Yet, with her method, the time required could be halved. They had prided themselves on being masters within the alchemical realm, but now confronted with Dan Yao's techniques, they realized how limited their understanding truly was. After living for so many years, they found themselves outdone by a mere junior. What was more perplexing was that this young girl, barely 200 or 300 years old, despite her innate talent, could not possibly have transcended traditional alchemical methods. Little did they know that Dan Yao had mastered techniques derived from her past life, amalgamating the wisdom of mathematical and chemical sciences into a meticulously crafted methodology. While traditional alchemical scholarship is profound and intricate, it is also overly complicated. As the old saying goes, the more one does, the more one errs. Complexity breeds mistakes, leading to failure. This is precisely why traditional alchemists struggle to ascend to greater heights within their craft. Dan Yao's innovative approach, rooted in traditional alchemy yet elevated by her scientific knowledge, simplified the process, significantly reducing the time required while dramatically enhancing the success rate. Zhu Yichun, a fool in his own right, often watched his father refine elixirs. Upon witnessing Dan Yao's reckless act of tossing all the materials into the cauldron, he could no longer contain his laughter. 8th-tier elixirs are not so easily concocted. This foolish girl is destined for failure, yet she stubbornly persists in her charade. While Dan Yao's use of the fire pill divine scrolls alchemical methods greatly accelerated the process, the potency of the flames remained fixed. As time was reduced, the intensity of the flames had to be increased. Otherwise, amalgamating all the materials would prove exceedingly difficult. Dan Yao's hand seals transformed rapidly. Her true qi surged forth, and chilling spiritual energy poured continuously into the cauldron. Within the cauldron, azure flames roared with intensity, while the temperature in the surrounding air plummeted to the freezing point, causing bystanders to shiver uncontrollably. Would she not fear exhausting her energy by invoking such potent spiritual power right from the outset? Indeed, refining the 8 Desolation Blood Lotus pill is a lengthy endeavor. How could she risk her own well-being in such a manner? Observing that Dan Yao had barely begun, yet had already cranked the flames to maximum intensity, many in the audience shook their heads in disapproval. This girl's alchemical techniques were indeed wondrous to the point of disbelief, yet her approach to fire was utterly cringeworthy. To think she could aspire to become an 8th-tier alchemist with such reckless abandon was a testament to her naivety. Bai Yipram, who had initially held high hopes for Dan Yao, now wore a countenance of disappointment. He had believed her confidence was grounded in some extraordinary talent within alchemy, only to discover her grave missteps with fire. Alchemists of the 8th tier and above are akin to marathon runners. The test of a long race lies in endurance, not explosive power. If one sprints recklessly from the start, their strength will soon dissipate. Similarly, should an alchemist hastily amplify the flames at the outset of refining an 8th-tier elixir, their spiritual energy may well be exhausted before the pill is even completed. Zhu and his son scoffed, reveling in her evident pretense. Dan Yao remained steadfastly focused, ignoring all distractions as she urged the fire's intensity to hasten the fusion of the elixir. An hour passed, then 2, and soon 3. Time flew by, and half a day had slipped away in the blink of an eye. Remarkably, not only did her spiritual energy show no signs of depletion, but the flames within the cauldron only intensified. How peculiar! How could her spiritual energy remain so robust after such an extended period? Under normal circumstances, such a vigorous output would have long since exhausted her reserves. Could it be that she had practiced some extraordinary technique to sustain her energy? The cold jade technique. She has mastered the cold jade technique. Bai Yiping suddenly exclaimed. Indeed, how could I have forgotten the cold jade technique? It turns out this young lady has cultivated it, which explains her remarkable endurance. The elders present, ancient beings with thousands of years of experience, were well acquainted with the cold jade technique. It was said to have evolved from the remnants of the primordial Ming jade technique, inheriting most of its characteristics. Upon mastering the cold jade technique, while one could not achieve the limitless spiritual energy of the Ming jade technique, one could significantly reduce energy consumption. In combat, where an opponent expended all their energy, the practitioner would only deplete a fraction. This minimal consumption allowed disciples of the immortal water palace to maintain their spiritual energy, often gaining an advantage in battles against equally ranked opponents, outlasting them in prolonged engagements. Thus, major forces in the central region dared not offend the immortal water palace. The profound intricacies of the cold jade technique were such that only those of exceptional talent could hope to be its disciples. The fact that this woman could expend her spiritual energy for such an extended duration without any signs of fatigue indicated that she had indeed perfected the cold jade technique. This absence of energy depletion was a clear sign of her mastery, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, she was poised to become the next leader of the immortal water palace, succeeding the celestial star fairy. Observing Dan Yao's sustained output, The onlookers were convinced she had reached the pinnacle of the cold jade technique, inevitably destined to take the mantle of the palace leader. Several elders contemplated the necessity of cultivating a favorable relationship with her, regardless of the outcome of this refining endeavor. Little did they know, Dan Yao had not practiced the cold jade technique, but rather the Ming jade technique. The cold jade technique required peak mastery to maintain long-term energy sustainability, whereas the Ming jade technique inherently provided that ability from the outset. Chapter 1625, 8th Rank Alchemist, 6. It was common knowledge that the Ming jade technique of the Immortal Water Palace had long been lost, so no one would suspect that Dan Yao had mastered it. After approximately another day's time, a rich aroma of elixir wafted from the Kuanding. Upon witnessing this, the crowd was utterly astounded. The emergence of this fragrance indicated that the elixir was on the verge of completion. Had merely a day and a half passed for the 8 Desolations Blood Lotus elixir to be produced? This was indeed an 8th rank elixir, a legitimate 8th rank concoction. Even though the 8 Desolations Blood Lotus elixir was considered a beginner-level grade, inferior to the extraordinary higher-tier elixirs like the Void-Breaking Elixir and the Ice Heart Elixir. It typically required at least 4 to 5 days to refine. To achieve completion in less than 2 days was beyond belief. Could it be that this young woman's alchemical skills had surpassed those of a typical 8th rank alchemist, poised to ascend to the ranks of a 9th rank alchemist? The mere thought sent shivers down the spines of the gathered crowd. Impossible. An 8th rank alchemist was already formidable enough. A 9th rank alchemist would render them utterly humiliated in the alchemical realm. As the fragrance of the elixir reached Zhu Yichun, he was slow to react. While Zhu Huifei's body began to tremble. Heavens! An 8th rank alchemist? How could this be? How could a girl practicing a cold and dark technique possess such terrifying alchemical prowess? It was over. This time, it was truly over. Dan Yao formed intricate alchemical seals with her hands, channeling her spiritual energy into the Kuanding. With each seal infused, the aroma of the elixir intensified. Suddenly, the once clear sky was swiftly enveloped by dark clouds, thunder roaring ominously, casting a pressure over the spirit herb hall. Alchemical thunder? The appearance of alchemical thunder indicated that the 8 Desolations Blood Lotus elixir was complete. Otherwise, how could it summon a heavenly tribulation? Heavens! She has truly become an 8th rank alchemist. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide as they gazed at Dan Yao. Quick, step back. Bai Yiping's expression changed drastically upon witnessing the tribulation and hurriedly urged the onlookers to retreat. As the master of the Spirit Herb Hall, he understood the terrifying nature of the alchemical thunder summoned by an 8th rank elixir. Any cultivator below the divine void realm struck by the alchemical thunder would be instantly obliterated, leaving no trace behind. At this, the crowd panicked and scattered in all directions. At this juncture, everyone was 100% certain that Dan Yao was indeed an 8th rank alchemist. Otherwise, she could not have refined the 8 Desolations Blood Lotus elixir, much less summoned the alchemical thunder. The Spirit Herb Reversion Array. With everyone retreating, only Dan Yao remained at the center of the tribulation. Bai Yiping swiftly activated the array. This Spirit Herb Reversion Great Array served as the protective formation of the Spirit Herb Hall. Alchemists refining elixirs above the 6th rank would attract heavenly tribulations, the severity of which escalated with the elixir's rank. To protect alchemists during their certification process from the destructive power of these tribulations, the first generation of Hall Masters had established this protective array, a tradition upheld to this day. As long as the refined elixir did not exceed the 9th rank, or was not a special spiritual elixir like the Void-Breaking Elixir, the array could completely shield against the tribulation. Activate, Bai Yiping commanded, and a pillar of light shot into the depths of the alchemical chamber. The Spirit Herb Hall trembled violently, and beams of light surged upward, merging into the sky to form a colossal illusion of a cauldron. Under Bai Yiping's control, this cauldron illusion inverted itself, enveloping the entire Spirit Herb Hall. Dan Yao initially intended to fend off the alchemical thunder herself, but seeing Bai Yiping preemptively activate the array, she gladly accepted the assistance. Chapter 1626, 8th Rank Alchemist, 7. Just as the Spirit Herb Reversion Array took shape, a tricolored alchemical thunder, accompanied by a deafening cacophony, rained down. The alchemical thunder traversed the expanse of heaven and earth, striking towards the fully formed 8 Desolations Blood Lotus elixir, only to be intercepted by the massive cauldron illusion. Boom, boom, boom. Wave after wave of dreadful thunder crashed against the cauldron illusion, crackling and sparking, yet it remained unyielding in its defense. This little wretch had indeed refined the 8 Desolations Blood Lotus elixir, yet her aura of spiritual energy clearly indicated she was only at the spirit platform realm. How could an 8th rank alchemist possess such capabilities? Zhu Huifei's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart sinking into despair. Above the heavens, the might of the cosmos stirred. After a prolonged duration of thunder, the tricolored alchemical thunder finally ceased. Dan Yao gently flicked her finger towards the Kuan Ding. With a swift whoosh, a blood-red elixir shot forth from the cauldron, transforming into an oddly shaped blood lotus flower that rapidly ascended towards the sky. However, with the spirit herb reversion array activated, the alchemical chamber was saturated with the power of the array, rendering escape impossible. The ability of the elixir to communicate and flee was a characteristic exclusive to elixirs of 8th rank and above. The 8 Desolations Blood Lotus elixir was complete. Bai Yiping and several elders exclaimed in unison. An elixir that had undergone the tribulation would also carry a certain probability of becoming a dead elixir, leading to a failed certification. The elixir, unlike the spirit of divination, possesses the ability to flee, for at this moment, it has already developed sentience. How could a dead pill run away? This serves as the most evident proof of successful refinement, requiring no further validation. We can now ascertain with absolute certainty that this refinement has triumphed. My goodness, an 8-tiered apothecary at such a tender age. Across the entire Tianxian continent, one cannot say there will be no successors, yet it is undeniable that there have been none before. Such prowess, such innate talent, is insufficiently described by the term prodigy. Dan Yao reached out, capturing the swiftly fleeing blood lotus flower, which disintegrated and reformed into a crimson elixir, spinning gracefully in her palm. The 8 Desolation Blood Lotus elixir is here. Those who dare to dispute may step forward for verification. Dan Yao proclaimed. All hail, esteemed apothecary. Except for Bai Yipeng, a formidable figure of the 5th realm of the divine void. The other alchemists and staff of the spiritual medicine hall promptly bowed, their eyes shimmering with fervor and reverence. In an era where 9th-tier apothecaries are nearly extinct, an 8-tiered apothecary stands as the authority in the alchemical realm, a veritable deity among alchemists. Moreover, given her youth, it is reasonable to predict she will inevitably ascend to the status of a 9th-tier sacred apothecary, or even a 10th-tier apothecary god. A 9th-tier sacred apothecary. An extraordinary mastery of alchemy, akin to divine capabilities. The thought alone is terrifying. Naturally, the future 9th-tier sacred apothecary deserves the veneration of all alchemists. To be respectfully addressed as esteemed apothecary, Zhu Huifei turned ashen, bowing down in submission. Only Zhu Yichun, paralyzed by fear, trembled on his weak legs, unsure of what to do. Oh heavens, how could he have dared to ask the 8-tiered apothecary to spend a night with him? His father could not save him now. It was over, truly over. At this moment, Zhu Yichun wished he could sprout wings and flee, seeking refuge in a hole from which he would never emerge. Yet his feet felt as heavy as lead, immobilized, unable to take a single step. Dan Yao casually pocketed the freshly refined 8 Desolation Blood Lotus elixir and slowly approached the Zhu father and son, causing Zhu Yichun to nearly faint from fright. The 8-tiered apothecary represented an insurmountable peak in the field of alchemy. Chapter 1627, The Death of the Zhu Father and Son. Dan Yao required no favor from anyone, save for superlative powers of the 5th realm of the divine void, or 8th-tier alchemists. Even if she were to strike down the Zhu Father and Son, none would dare to utter a word of reproach. Bang! Zhu Yichun fell heavily to his knees, weeping profusely. Esteemed apothecary, spare my life. I shall never dare again. Have mercy. Zhu Huifei pleaded as well. Esteemed apothecary, I implore your compassion. I have but one son. If he perishes, the Zhu family will be extinguished. I am willing to bear the consequences. I only beseech you to spare his life. Dan Yao scoffed. You seek my compassion. Yet who will show compassion for those harmed by this wretch? Without waiting for Zhu Huifei to respond, Dan Yao struck down upon Zhu Yichun's crown. Zhu Yichun screamed in agony as his crown shattered, brain matter bursting forth as he spewed blood, lifeless. Son, Zhu Huifei wailed, his heart ablaze with fury akin to a volcanic eruption as he roared, Wretched woman, I shall fight you. He leapt into the air, channeling all his strength into his palms, determined to strike at Dan Yao with his last breath. Foolish. With a swift motion, Dan Yao ensnared his hands in her flowing sleeves. With a gentle tug, she wrenched both of Zhu Huifei's arms from their sockets, blood gushing forth as his cries echoed. Following this, she struck forcefully at Zhu Huifei's chest. He staggered, collapsing to the ground, his eyes wide in shock, unable to close them even in death. The onlookers, witnessing Dan Yao swiftly extinguishing the lives of the Zhu father and son, felt a pang of sympathy. Indeed, disciples of the immortal water palace were ruthless. Yet, none dared to criticize Dan Yao for her brutality. In the Tianxian continent, strength reigns supreme. Dan Yao had achieved astounding heights in both cultivation and alchemy. As long as she was not wronged by others, she was destined to become a figure of unparalleled stature atop the continent. These elderly gentlemen possessed keen insight and would not stoop to reproach her for the demise of two individuals. Moreover, for many years, the Zhu father and son had abused their power, tarnishing the reputation of the spiritual medicine hall. Even if Dan Yao had not intervened, someone would eventually rise to eradicate this malignant tumor. Having slain the Zhu father and son, Dan Yao strolled over casually. She approached Bai Yiping and several elders. Smiling faintly, I have successfully refined the 8 Desolation Blood Lotus Elixir. That should qualify me as an 8-tiered alchemist, correct? Indeed, it certainly does. With so many witnesses, your status as an 8-tiered apothecary is irrefutable, entirely legitimate, Bai Yiping and the elders affirmed, nodding in agreement. When will my badge be ready? Dan Yao inquired. Her primary purpose in seeking certification at the Spiritual Medicine Hall was to obtain the badge and secure her eligibility for competition. Although her certification level exceeded her expectations by 1 tier, it mattered not. You will need to wait a few more days, Bai Yiping replied. Dan Yao frowned. Why is that? Bai Yiping chuckled. Your alchemical prowess is simply too formidable. Generally, alchemists certified by the Dan Tower branch are below the 8th tier. Those of 8th tier and above must obtain certification from the main headquarters of the Sun City to receive their rank badge. This unexpected situation allowed you to be certified as an 8th tier alchemist here, but no need to worry. I have recorded the entire process of your elixir refinement and sent it back to the headquarters. In as little as 3 days, or at most 7, you should receive your robe and badge as an 8th tier alchemist. Chapter 1628, Awaiting Results. So that is how it is, Dan Yao realized, saying, Then I shall wait here for a few days. Very well, I will arrange for someone to prepare guest rooms for both of you. During her stay at the Spiritual Medicine Hall, Dan Yao, feeling rather idle, ventured to the library to peruse texts related to alchemy. As a branch of the Dan Tower, the Spiritual Medicine Hall boasted a rich and profound collection of literature. Although Dan Yao had already grasped the essentials of the Fire Elixir Divine Scroll, the pursuit of knowledge knows no bounds. One can always learn from the experiences of others. She hoped to draw upon the wisdom of those who came before her to further enhance her alchemical abilities. While Dan Yao immersed herself in her studies, several elders of the Spiritual Medicine Hall, who were fervently passionate about alchemy, occasionally approached her with long-standing questions, seeking guidance from the esteemed apothecary. These elders, having lived for nearly 10 millennia, were old enough to be Dan Yao's great-great-grandfathers, yet they sincerely sought her counsel, not feeling the slightest embarrassment in asking a young girl for advice. On the contrary, they viewed this as a rare opportunity. 8-tiered alchemists are extraordinarily rare, predominantly found at the Dan Tower headquarters, often engrossed in secluded research. Thus, encountering one freshly certified was a chance not to be overlooked. The phrase "not ashamed to ask" aptly describes those deeply passionate about their profession. Before arriving in the central domain, Dan Yao had encountered several alchemical enthusiasts, such as her nephew Shangwanzhe and the second elder of the Ouyang family from the Jade Valley, Ouyang Tsong, both of whom were nearly obsessed with alchemy. Many devote their lives to the study of alchemical arts merely to bask in the glory, status, and privileges afforded to alchemists. However, true lovers of the art of alchemy are few and far between. The prevalence of opportunistic alchemists only serves to highlight the purity and rarity of those genuinely passionate about their craft. While Dan Yao may not embody this ideal, she greatly admires those who possess such unadulterated love for alchemy and is more than willing to assist them in resolving their dilemmas. The elders present were seasoned masters of alchemy, having immersed themselves in the art for many years. From a young age, they had diligently studied the intricacies of potion crafting, possessing a far deeper and more solid grasp of foundational knowledge than Dan Yao, who had only recently embarked on her journey as an alchemical sovereign. The challenges they faced often stemmed from minor, yet pivotal details that eluded their understanding, leading them into a labyrinth of confusion. However, Dan Yao, having thoroughly assimilated the essence of the Fire Elixir Divine Scroll, promptly identified the crux of the matter, illuminating their minds in an instant. The more effortlessly she elucidated the answers, the more profound their admiration for her alchemical prowess became, leaving them in awe. Through several enlightening exchanges, the elders of the Spirit Herb Palace reaped substantial rewards, with one mid-tier grade 7 alchemist achieving a breakthrough to high-tier grade 7 shortly after receiving her guidance. Although Bai Yiping, the head of the Spirit Herb Palace, did not gain as much as the other elders, he still derived significant benefit from their discussions. Concurrently, he began to sense the terrifying depth of Dan Yao's alchemical mastery. An initial entry-level grade 8 alchemist was certainly not the pinnacle of her capabilities. Based on his estimations, she was at least a high-tier grade 8 alchemist, perhaps even on the verge of touching the threshold of grade 9. Time passed swiftly, and before long, for days had elapsed, The Grade 8 Alchemist badge that Dan Yao had awaited for so long finally arrived at the Spirit Herb Palace in the afternoon of the fourth day, accompanied by a resplendent and exquisitely crafted alchemist robe, as light as smoke, symbolizing her new status. In her previous certification as a Grade 6 alchemist in the Western regions, Dan Yao had similarly received a robe and badge upon completing her alchemical trials. However, the badge of a Grade 6 alchemist was blue, whereas the badge of a Grade 8 alchemist was silver. Alchemists below Grade 7 were categorized by a spectrum of colors corresponding to their ranks: red for Grade 1, orange for Grade 2, yellow for Grade 3, and purple for Grade 7. The distinctions for Grades 8 and 9 were marked by silver and gold, respectively. Dan Yao, having surpassed Grade 7, transitioned directly from a blue badge to a silver one. The Grade 8 alchemist robe was far more exquisite than its Grade 6 counterpart, exhibiting perfection in its intricate details and possessing the unique ability to withstand attacks from powerful beings in the Void Realm during the taxing process of alchemy. Yet, for Dan Yao, this functionality was akin to a double-edged sword, unnecessary and unwelcome. After a mere glance, she tucked the robe away and picked up the silver badge from the tray. The badge was shaped like an alchemical furnace, its surface intricately engraved with lifelike flame patterns. As her fingertips brushed against the flames, they flickered and danced as if ignited within the cauldron, an enchanting sight to behold. With the successful acquisition of her badge, Dan Yao had accomplished her objective and bid farewell to Bai Yiping. Reluctantly, he remarked, "Such a talent as yourself should not leave the Dan Tower. It would be a great loss." Dan Yao smiled and replied, "Thank you for your kindness, Lord Palace Master, but every individual has their own aspirations. My ambitions lie elsewhere, and retaining me would be futile. Before I depart, I have a matter I wish to inquire about." "What is it?" he inquired. "I heard Elder Shui mention that the Dan Tower's headquarters possesses a rare artifact known as the Dan Pe. Have you heard anything about it?" Dan Pe. Bai Yiping was taken aback, then gazed at her in astonishment. This artifact is a peculiar creation formed from remnants of the consciousness and spiritual energy of the nine-tiered alchemy sage after their demise, nurtured within the Sunfire Jade. It is a cherished treasure of the Dan Tower. Do you wish to covet it? Dan Yao candidly acknowledged, "Indeed. I have encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation and require the energy of the Dan Pe to break through." Elder Shui mentioned that this artifact is of the utmost yin and cold nature, while alchemists' cultivation methods predominantly lean towards the yang. Hence, it has remained unused all these years. If I can secure the championship at the alchemist competition hosted by the Dan Tower, I would have a chance to obtain the Dan Pe. Is this true? Although Elder Shui had stated that the Dan Pe could aid her breakthrough, she, not being a member of the Dan Tower, could not possess detailed knowledge about it. Bai Yipeng, however, was different. As a formidable being of the 5th level of the Void Realm with considerable alchemical prowess, he was undoubtedly a leading figure within the Dan Tower, which was predominantly focused on alchemy. Dan Yao could not fathom why such a powerful individual would willingly serve as the head of the Spirit Herb Palace, but she was certain he possessed insight into the Dan Pe's nature. Bai Yipeng nodded, affirming, "It is indeed true, but this artifact is incredibly precious. It was formed from the essence of the previous Tower Master after their passing. Not only can it assist one in breaking through, but it also harbors the Tower Master's lifetime of alchemical insights, regarded as a treasure of the Dan Tower. Even winning the alchemist competition would not guarantee access to it." Dan Yao sighed heavily at his words, her eyes betraying her disappointment. Observing her despondent demeanor, Bai Yipeng furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is this item truly so vital to you? With your innate talent, a breakthrough is inevitable. There is no need to rely on the power of the Dan Pe." "I am aware of that," she replied, "but time is not on my side. If I do not break through soon, I will not only be unable to protect those around me, but I may also struggle to safeguard myself." After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yipeng spoke. "If you wish to obtain the Dan Pe, there is a way." "Oh." Bai Yipeng's eyes brightened suddenly, and he eagerly asked, "What is the method?" "You must pass 3 trials. The first trial is to win the championship of the upcoming alchemist competition." "Very well." Dan Yao nodded. Bai Yipeng continued, "I know that the first trial will pose no challenge for you. A Grade 8 alchemist entering the competition is akin to a dimensional assault. The second trial requires you to win over all the members of the Elder Council with your prowess." "Win over the Elder Council?" Dan Yao's brow furrowed. "As I understand it, the most powerful figures in the Dan Tower are the Tower Master, who governs the entire institution, and the left and right envoys of spirit herbs. These two hold positions of immense authority, overseeing all affairs within the Dan Tower. Below them are the 8 elders and 12 guardians who comprise the Elder Council. However, the left and right envoys of spirit herbs rarely make appearances, even to core disciples of the tower, while the legendary Tower Master is an elusive figure seldom seen, with no one being aware of their true appearance, or even whether they are male or female. Although the Tower Master and the left and right envoys do not sit on the Elder Council, winning over these ancient beings, who have refined spiritual herbs for millennia, will not be an easy task. Indeed, Bai Yiping nodded emphatically. Dan Yao gritted her teeth. What is the third trial? Bai Yiping hesitated for a moment before saying, at the heart of the Dan Tower lies the Medicine God Tower, a manifestation of the divine power of the founding medicine god, Dan Yangzi. This tower comprises 33 levels, and the Danpa you seek is stored at the very top. You must ascend level by level, reaching the 33rd floor, and gain the approval of the tower's guardian to obtain the Danpa from them. Dan Yao paused for a moment before nodding. Understood. You do not wish to ask me what awaits you within the Medicine God Tower, yet you readily agree. Are you confident in conquering it? Bai Yiping inquired, a hint of curiosity in his gaze. Dan Yao shook her head. Not at all. Time is of the essence. Regardless of the challenges ahead, I must push through. For only then can I obtain the Danpa and protect those I hold dear. Her tone was imbued with a resolute determination that rivaled any man. Bai Yipeng was moved and remarked, excellent spirit. I believe you can achieve this. There are nearly 20 years until the alchemist competition. This time may be neither long nor short, so prepare diligently. Agreed. Subsequently, Bai Yiping discussed the pertinent matters regarding the alchemist conference with Dan Yao, before arranging for her and Qi Ming to be escorted out together. As he watched Dan Yao's figure gradually fade into the horizon, Bai Yiping smiled softly, reflecting, at long last, the individual whom the old Tower Master has awaited has appeared. Dan Yao, I hope you do not disappoint him. Upon exiting the Spirit Herb Hall, Qi Ming inquired, Aunt, where shall we head now? Dan Yao replied, to the Sun City, where we shall await patiently. All right, let us go. They retraced their steps, traversing the soul-severing gorge, and then flew directly towards the Sun City, home of the Dan Tower. The Sun City, situated in the heart of the central domain, is the place where the vitality of the heavens and earth is most abundant. This vibrant energy serves as an exceptional boon for alchemists practicing pure yang techniques. In ancient times, the founder of the Dan Tower, Dan Yangzi, established the Sun City in this very location, creating a legacy that has endured through generations to this day. After more than 2 months of travel, the duo of Dan Yao and Qi Ming finally arrived at the outer city of the Sun City. Upon stepping into the outer city, they were immediately enveloped by a wave of heat, leading them to momentarily believe they had returned to the great flame dynasty of the Southern Domain. It is understandable, as the Alchemist Guild of the Southern Domain is a gathering point for alchemists across the 4 domains. Much like the Great Flame Dynasty, the Sun City shares a remarkably similar climate as a hub for alchemists. Upon entering the inner city, Dan Yao did not make her way directly to the Dan Tower. With nearly 2 decades remaining before the official commencement of the Alchemist Conference, she remained cautious. Despite her unparalleled alchemical prowess, which has reached the pinnacle of contemporary achievement, rendering her nearly invincible unless faced with a 9th-grade alchemist, she understood the wisdom of the old adage, there are heavens beyond the heavens, and people beyond the people. This time, she would be contending against the continent's most elite young alchemical prodigies, and it was entirely possible that there existed individuals even more extraordinary than herself. Until the results of the competition were revealed, she could not afford to be complacent. Otherwise, should she falter, not only would she fail to obtain the Danpa, but she might also fall victim to the Xiang clan. Over the years of her dedicated research, Dan Yao had thoroughly mastered the esoteric practices of the Fire Dan Divine Scroll, achieving a level of skill that is unparalleled. However, as the saying goes, reading 10,000 books is not as beneficial as traveling 10,000 miles. There is always a gap between theory and practice. Although Dan Yao possessed an abundance of theoretical knowledge and a profound understanding of alchemy, she had spent less than 200 years actually refining elixirs. In comparison to those seasoned practitioners who have refined for hundreds or even thousands of years, her practical experience was noticeably lacking. An alchemist, regardless of their innate talent or comprehension, must ultimately rely on practice to acquire true knowledge. Hence, if she wished to triumph over a multitude of young talents and secure victory at the Alchemist Conference, she must address her shortcomings in practical experience. Dan Yao intended to utilize these 2 decades to engage in extensive practice, striving to become a truly versatile alchemist. Recognizing the necessity of alchemical materials for her practice, Dan Yao, as an 8th-grade alchemist, aimed to refine 8th-grade elixirs. Beyond the entry-level 8 Desolation Blood Lotus Pill, the materials required for other 8th and 9th-grade elixirs were exceedingly rare and invaluable treasures. The financial investment for such practice was nothing short of astronomical, especially considering the prospect of continuous expenditure over 20 years. Even with Dan Yao's years of diligent signing and the accumulation of substantial resources within her spatial ring, she could scarcely endure such a drain. While Dan Yao wrestled with her financial concerns, she suddenly recalled that she had not signed in for quite some time. With a thought, she silently declared, "System, sign in at the Sun City." Beep. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a fantasy pearl. Fantasy pearl, a manifestation of myriad phenomena, ever-changing, resembling mountains or waters, indistinguishable from reality. Holding this pearl allows one to simulate all things in the world using one's consciousness. A fantasy pearl? To simulate all things in the world? Dan Yao's pupils constricted slightly. Could this pearl simulate the scenarios of my battles with others? Beep. Yes. The system's mechanical voice responded. And what of alchemy? Beep. That is also possible. The host need not prepare anything. Simply control it with your mind, and you can simulate the alchemical process according to your circumstances, thereby enhancing your practical abilities. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao could not contain her joy. She had been troubled by her insufficient resources, hindering her ability to engage in prolonged alchemical practice. Little did she expect that the system would bestow upon her such a pearl. With this pearl in her possession, could she still worry about inadequate practice? Oh, how thoughtful the system is. Dan Yao beamed with delight. With the fantasy pearl, she no longer had to fret about running out of materials or the risk of attracting alchemical thunder while refining. All she needed to do was use her consciousness to manipulate the fantasy pearl, conjuring the materials for each elixir in her mind, and then summon a Dan furnace to commence her refining. Ultimately, being an alchemist is a profession that heavily relies on practical skills. Only through ample practice can one achieve mastery. Across the entire continent, none of the 7th or 8th grade alchemists have not undergone thousands upon thousands of refinements, gradually accumulating experience until a qualitative transformation leads to a quantitative change, earning them the admiration of many as esteemed masters of alchemy. Dan Yao had initially taken a roundabout path to alchemy, dedicating most of her efforts to cultivation and neglecting practical experience. Were it not for the extraordinary nature of her research into the Fire Dan Divine Scroll, she might have struggled to even cross the threshold of an alchemist. Fortunately, she realized this in time. She still had the opportunity to rectify her deficiencies. Dan Yao and Qi Ming found a secluded house in the outer city of the Sun City, paying 20 years' rent in advance to settle in. The aunt and niece, one absorbed in simulating alchemical processes, the other focused on cultivation, gradually became oblivious to the passage of time. As flowers bloomed and withered, 18 years swiftly elapsed. During these 18 years, Dan Yao hardly stepped outside her door, devoting all her energy and attention to the practice of simulated alchemy. Through her diligent efforts, she overcame all the challenges associated with refining 8th grade elixirs. Each type of elixir was subjected to her experimentation no fewer than 100 times. This was not merely proficiency. It was as if she had burned her way to mastery. Beyond 8th grade elixirs, Dan Yao also simulated the refinement of several 9th grade elixirs, undergoing hundreds of trials. At this juncture, despite being merely 300 years old, her experience rivaled that of those ancient alchemists who had lived for millennia. Dan Yao keenly felt that her alchemical abilities had experienced a significant enhancement, surpassing the realm of high-level 8th grade alchemists. Were it not for the limitations of her own cultivation, she would have found 9th grade elixirs, both initial and intermediate, to be equally manageable. Alas, the efficacy of an alchemist's abilities is intrinsically linked to their cultivation level. Even with the extraordinary prowess of her Mingyu technique, she must first transcend the divine void realm to break through the constraints that would allow her to refine 9th grade elixirs. What delighted Dan Yao even more was that over the past 18 years, she had immersed herself in simulated alchemy without practicing even a fraction of her cultivation. Yet, the spiritual energy within her body continued to grow steadily. Although she had not broken through to the 9th layer of the spirit platform, her foundation had solidified, mitigating the instability that could arise from consuming the Hunyuan pill to achieve a breakthrough. Dan Yao slowly opened her eyes, gently exhaling a breath of turbid air, murmuring, "At my current level, as long as I do not encounter a 9th rank alchemist, I should be able to easily defeat anyone below that rank and secure the championship, thereby winning over the members of the Elder Council. The hope for my Dan Pua is within reach." In chapter 1633, the protagonist's fall from a cliff does not result in death. After all, according to the intelligence she had gathered, the most formidable alchemist in the Dan Tower was the Tower Master, a peak-level 8th rank alchemist. Her alchemical prowess was on par with that of the Tower Master, easily surpassing the older generation, and it was indeed a challenge for the younger generation to outshine her. Dan Yao's simulated time training had yielded abundant rewards, and Qi Ming's cultivation in this regard was also progressing rapidly, not lagging behind. Perhaps due to the overwhelming yang energy of the Sun City, Qi Ming had been cultivating here for over a decade, breaking through several levels of obstacles. With the aid of the breaking spirit pill's medicinal power, he unexpectedly broke through the Xianguan, becoming a powerful figure in the spirit platform realm. Initially, Qi Ming hesitated to consume the breaking spirit pill to achieve this breakthrough. intending to reserve the pill he obtained from Tianyangzi for Shui Ling. However, Dan Yao informed him that when she had refined the breaking spirit pill for her own breakthrough, she had created 2 pills. She and Xiangyang had planned to each consume one to simultaneously break through to the spirit platform realm. Unbeknownst to them, Xiangyang's unique skill allowed him to absorb the power of the pill's lightning, enabling him to break through the spirit platform realm ahead of her without needing the breaking spirit pill. Hence, this meticulously refined pill was rendered wasted. For many years, the breaking spirit pill had remained unused, with no apparent purpose. Now, as Qi Ming encountered a breakthrough opportunity, and since the master had no further use for it, it was only fitting to bestow it upon the disciple. Thanks to Dan Yao's breaking spirit pill, Qi Ming successfully broke through, becoming one of the rare powerful figures among the younger generation. With only a year left until the Alchemist Conference, feeling stifled after such a long period, it was time to venture outside. Dan Yao opened her door and stepped out, breathing in the fresh air, and made her way to Qi Ming's residence. To her surprise, upon opening the door, she found no trace of Qi Ming, but instead, a jade talisman flew before her. Dan Yao gently pinched it, and from the talisman came Qi Ming's anxious voice. Shui Ling is in trouble. I did not wish to disturb my aunt's cultivation, so I set out first to rescue her at the Tianji Pavilion. Understanding that Dan Yao would inquire about the details, he succinctly recounted the events through the talisman. It turned out that Shui Ling had emerged from a spatial passage, only to find herself on a peculiar cliff. She had intended to descend from the cliff slowly to nurse her wounds and gather information about Dan Yao, Qi Ming, and Xiangyang. However, she unexpectedly stepped into empty air, plummeting from the cliff. Following the archetypal narrative of novels and dramas, the protagonist does not perish from a fall, while the villain often meets their demise due to excessive chatter. Shui Ling, a character favored by the original author, was not only reminiscent of the female protagonist, but was also blessed with the fortune of the exquisite Jin Yuling Longding, ensuring her survival from the fall. In a similar vein to Zhang Wuji's fall in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, where he fortuitously obtained the Nine-Yang Manual, which helped him resolve the chilling poison of the Xianming Divine Palm, Shui Ling's own fall from the cliff led her to an unimaginable stroke of fortune. Upon landing, she encountered a bald old woman with all her limbs rendered useless and her spirit damaged, residing within a water cave at the cliff's base. This old woman, with a peculiar temperament and sharp tongue, mistook Shui Ling's entrance for malintent and immediately unleashed a water dragon vortex that sent her flying. Despite such treatment, Shui Ling did not feel anger. Rather, she felt pity for the old woman, trapped in such a ghastly place, living a life devoid of humanity and spirit. Unable to find a way back up the cliff and burdened by her injuries, she decided to remain at the cliff's base, healing her wounds while conversing with the old woman. In chapter 1634, the bald old woman initially directed harsh words at Shui Ling, but over time, she was moved by Shui Ling's genuine kindness. Soon after, the old woman discovered the Rui golden key on Shui Ling. This key, a treasured artifact of the Tianji sect, had somehow fallen into the hands of the Xiang clan, and later, was entrusted to the president of the Xuanwu Association by the Qi Snake and Ling Snake to unlock the cloud-top heavenly palace. Upon the appearance of Yunmei, the Qi Snake and others were annihilated, and after leaving behind the legacy, this supreme mechanical treasure was bestowed upon Shui Ling alongside the Jin Yuling Longding and the Qi Shui Longfeng Pin. The bald old woman's expression changed dramatically as she sternly questioned Shui Ling about the origin of the Rui golden key. Shui Ling answered truthfully. The old woman fell silent for a long while, finally exclaiming, "Heaven's will, it truly is heaven's will." She then revealed to Shui Ling that she was the daughter of the former master of the Tianji Pavilion, lacking a son or disciple. Her father had passed the position of master to her. Although a woman, she was not inferior to her male contemporaries in management, cultivation, and social dealings. However, the older generation of the Tianji Pavilion believed that the position of master should only be inherited by males, and thus, had never had a female master, deeming such succession illegitimate. Despite ultimately defeating those who opposed her ascension through her strength, the son of the Grand Elder harbored ambitions for the master position. Seizing the critical moment of her cultivation, he launched a surprise attack, severely damaging her spirit, breaking her limbs, and casting her off the cliff. She survived the fall by sheer luck, but was left utterly disabled, unable to seek revenge or even climb back up from the bottom of the cliff. The old woman's spirit was damaged, and knowing her time was short, she perceived Shui Ling's appearance, holding the long-lost treasure of their sect, as a manifestation of heaven's design. Recognizing that one must not defy heaven's will, the bald old woman activated the secret techniques of the Tianji sect, infusing her life as cultivation into Shui Ling's body, and bestowed upon her the master ring, urging her to assume the role of master. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Shui Ling truly was the chosen daughter, blessed by fortune, in contrast to her own perilous escape through the spatial passage, where Qi Ming was gravely injured and pursued, and Xiang Yang's fate remained uncertain. Shui Ling had not only escaped unscathed, but had also received the entire lifetime of cultivation from the master of the Tianji Pavilion. From what she understood, the Tianji Pavilion was an ancient sect that had persisted through the ages. Although its foundation was not as deep as the Xianshui Palace or the Xiang clan, it was still one of the foremost powers in the central domain. Each successive master of the Tianji Pavilion had been a formidable figure in the Shensu realm, while others labored for thousands of years without guarantee of success in breaking through. Yet, here was Shui Ling, who merely fell from a cliff and attained a power that others could only dream of through arduous effort. What a stark comparison. Dan Yao believed her fortune to be quite generous, but now, in comparison to Shui Ling, she grasped the true meaning of being overshadowed. Alas, what could be done? After all, Shui Ling was destined to be the lucky one. With a sigh, Dan Yao continued to listen. She heard Qi Ming say that after death, there is a principle of returning to one's roots. Having received the bald old woman's profound teachings, Shui Ling could not bear to leave her body exposed in the wilderness and decided to return her remains to the Tianji sect for a proper burial. However, she did not anticipate that this act would bring her considerable trouble. Although the old woman had transferred her entire cultivation to Shui Ling, the sheer magnitude of that power posed a challenge. In chapter 1635, should it be assimilated all at once, it would be exceedingly difficult to digest, potentially leading to an inability to harness the power, or worse, rupturing her meridians and resulting in death. Thus, the power was cleverly transformed into a Yuan Dan and sealed within Shui Ling's Dantian, awaiting the passage of time for gradual assimilation, allowing her to eventually wield that formidable strength. Shui Ling had refined a minuscule portion of the primordial elixir's power and had only just broken through to the spirit platform realm. How could she possibly stand against the formidable duo of the Grand Elder and his son? After exchanging merely a handful of blows, she was swiftly subdued by them. Fortuitously, Shui Ling had retained a measure of vigilance, aware that the Grand Elder's ambition lay in acquiring the Master Ring. Without it, they could not unlock the secret cavern of the Forbidden Grounds, nor could they cultivate the highest martial arts of their sect, thereby losing the approval of the Tianji Pavilion. Prior to her arrival at the pavilion, Shui Ling had discreetly hidden the Master Ring and the Rui Golden Key, compelling the Grand Elder and his son to resort to imprisonment rather than assassination, knowing that her demise would preclude their access to the coveted ring. As for how Qi Ming became aware of Shui Ling's captivity at the Tianji Pavilion, it was all thanks to Yunmei's legacy. Within the esoteric teachings of the Xianxiaaudiobooks Palace, there existed a technique known as the dream connection art. This art, born solely from the heart and facilitated through dreams, allowed for communication across vast distances, as long as the hearts of the involved parties resonated in harmony. However, the dream connection art had an exceedingly high threshold. It could only be employed by lovers deeply attuned to one another. If the emotional bond was insufficient, rendering the heart incapable of merging with another, the technique would falter. Utilizing the dream connection art, Shui Ling entered Qi Ming's dream, where they met, and she revealed her dire predicament. Upon learning of her capture, Qi Ming became as frantic as an ant on a hot pan, initially intending to enlist Dan Yao's help to rescue her. However, Dan Yao was engrossed in her alchemical practices, lost in her own world and difficult to rouse. Qi Ming assumed she was nearing a breakthrough to the 9th level of the spirit platform and feared that awakening her abruptly might lead to a catastrophic backlash, potentially resulting in her demise. Unable to take the risk and anxious for Shui Ling's safety, he left a jade talisman behind and set off alone to brave the Tianji Pavilion. Upon receiving the talisman's message, Dan Yao was immediately alarmed. This child is truly reckless. The Tianji Pavilion is one of the most powerful forces in the central domain, with experts aplenty. How could he possibly stand against them alone? Understanding that Qi Ming's concern was clouding his judgment, Dan Yao realized that her ire would not change the situation. The most pressing matter was to rush to the Tianji Pavilion and rescue both Qi Ming and Shui Ling. Without a moment's hesitation, she transformed into a streak of light and soared from the Sun City. The Tianji Pavilion was nestled within the Jiugong Mountain at the southwestern edge of the central domain. In her fervent quest to save, Dan Yao tore through space at full speed. If she encountered obstacles within the spatial passage, she would swiftly maneuver around them and continue her rapid advance. With such relentless acceleration, Dan Yao arrived at Jiugong Mountain in merely 3 days. The Tianji Pavilion housed numerous formidable experts, including those at the Shenvu realm. Well-versed in mechanisms, once ensnared by their traps, even the most powerful would find escape exceedingly difficult. Aware that, without having broken through to the Shenvu realm herself. She could not confront the Tianji pavilion head-on. Dan Yao resolved to rely on cunning rather than brute strength. Upon reaching the base of Jiugong Mountain, she sought out a map shop to gather intelligence. During her previous visit to Lingming City, she had discovered that those engaged in map-making were often well-informed. "Excuse me, I've heard that the former head of the Tianji pavilion was murdered. Has the culprit been apprehended?" Dan Yao feigned casual curiosity, posing the question nonchalantly. "Ah, miss. You must be new to Jiugong Mountain." The shopkeeper, a rotund old man with limbs disproportionately short, smiled broadly at her. "Yes, I just arrived. I happened to hear some chatter on my way here, so I came to see what all the excitement was about," Dan Yao replied, nodding. "Surely, it's not merely curiosity that brings you here?" the shopkeeper remarked, his grin sly. "Oh, is that so?" Dan Yao smirked. "Then what do you believe my true purpose is?" "I suspect you are here regarding the couple being pursued by the Tianji pavilion," he said, his grin widening like a fox. Noticing Dan Yao's sudden change in demeanor, he continued, "Miss, let us speak plainly. I can divulge all the information you seek, provided you, the old man, despite merely being a map shop proprietor, could discern her true intentions regarding the Tianji pavilion." Yet, he sought to avoid alarming them. Hence his cautious approach. "Very well, let us conduct our business straightforwardly." Dan Yao produced a precious elixir and tossed it to him. "Reveal what you know, and this will be yours." The shopkeeper's eyes gleamed as he recognized the rarity of the elixir, his smile becoming even more ingratiating. "Of course, miss. Ask whatever you wish, and I shall leave nothing unsaid. However, let me make one thing clear. You must not disclose a word about my inquiry to anyone, or else here." Dan Yao displayed a silver badge that flashed ominously before the shopkeeper's eyes. "A silver badge? You are an 8th grade alchemist," he gasped, nearly exclaiming in shock. "Indeed." Dan Yao lowered her voice. "You understand the consequences of offending an 8th grade alchemist better than I do. Therefore, you know what must be done." "Understood." The shopkeeper bobbed his head vigorously, his expression one of utmost respect. "Please, ask whatever you wish. I shall speak freely of what I know and remain silent on what I must." He was acutely aware of the terrifying power wielded by 8th grade alchemists. Years prior, he had witnessed a brash rogue cultivator fall foul of one, resulting in the alchemists summoning 5 Shenvu realm experts, 7 half-step Shenvu cultivators, and a dozen spirit platform masters, who collectively obliterated the rogue and his sect without a trace. Such alchemists, possessing unparalleled influence, were among the most dangerous individuals in the central domain. "Good. You have shown wisdom. Now speak." Approximately 2 years ago, an unknown female cultivator arrived with the former head's corpse for burial, causing a stir within the Tianji pavilion. When the Grand Elder examined the body, he discovered that her bones were brittle and devoid of any aura, indicating that she had perished from exhaustion. Consequently, he concluded that she had murdered the former head and used some sinister technique to siphon away his entire essence, leading to her capture and imprisonment within the pavilion. "And what happened afterward?" Dan Yao pressed. "Some months later, on a particular night, a mysterious figure in black infiltrated the Tianji pavilion to rescue her. Yet, he fell victim to the pavilion's intricate traps, ensnaring himself instead of her." Dan Yao's heart sank, and she urgently inquired, "What became of that person?" "Do not worry, my lady. Although he was captured, his life is not in danger." Interestingly, after his capture, he somehow obtained the long-lost Rui golden key, a treasure of the pavilion, which can transform into any key imaginable and is the bane of all their mechanisms. The pavilion never anticipated that he would possess such a treasure, leading to his unexpected escape. A slight relief washed over Dan Yao, though her tone remained grave. "And what of the female cultivator?" "The female cultivator remains imprisoned within the Tianji pavilion. Following the demise of the former head, the master ring, which symbolizes the leadership, vanished, presumably hidden by her. This ring is the key to unlocking many of the pavilion's secrets, making it of utmost importance. Until they recover it, the upper echelons of the Tianji pavilion are reluctant to eliminate her." Dan Yao lowered her eyelids, her eyes glinting with a cold light as she softly inquired, "Do you know where the female cultivator is being held?" The proprietor shook his head. "I am unaware. This woman is of significant importance. And following the previous incident where the men in black stirred the hornet's nest, the Heavenly Mechanism sect has long since fortified its defenses. To rescue her is akin to scaling the heavens." He paused, then added with a smile, "Although I do not know her exact location, I possess a map of the Heavenly Mechanism sect, which marks several points concealing intricate mechanisms. She is likely imprisoned at one of those locations." As he spoke, he retrieved a white scroll from his ring and handed it to Dan Yao. "Thank you," Dan Yao said, extending her hand to accept it. The proprietor glanced around cautiously and whispered, "Your visit to the 9 Palaces Mountain must be aimed at that female cultivator and the enigmatic man in black. If you truly intend to rescue her, Now is the most opportune moment. Danielle's heart tightened. She was surprised that this man could discern her intentions regarding Qiming and Shui Ling, and curiously asked, "Why is that?" The Lord of the 10,000 Poisons sect, the Poison God, has mobilized a significant number of experts to provoke conflict surrounding the Heavenly Mechanism sect to the point of suffocation. Should these two powers engage in battle, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Mechanism sect will be stretched thin, unable to attend to other matters, thus providing you with the opportunity to rescue her. Danielle felt both astonished and delighted. Momentarily taken aback, the 10,000 Poisons sect and the Heavenly Mechanism sect have historically maintained a non-aggression pact. What could have prompted such a grand escalation? The proprietor shook his head. I am not entirely certain, but in the struggle between the clam and the heron, the fisherman profits. This is a rare opportunity. Do not let it slip away. Danielle lightly acknowledged with a hum, then produced a medicinal pill and tossed it to him. The previous one was for your service. This one is a reward. Keep your lips sealed. Not a word about my circumstances should escape your mouth. Understood? Understood, understood. The proprietor nodded earnestly, a fawning smile on his face. Danielle turned and exited the map shop, soaring toward the mountain. At this moment, a palpable tension hung over Nine Palaces Mountain, as if a storm were imminent. The two factions stood in confrontation, poised for battle. On the side of the Heavenly Mechanism sect, the high-ranking members glared fiercely. Chapter 1638. Provoke the tiger to drive away the wolf. 2. Opposite them, the 10,000 Poisons sect similarly glared defiantly at the Heavenly Mechanism sect. In midair, two figures faced each other. One donned a yellow robe, his complexion dark and resembling wrought iron. He was the Grand Elder Feng Dao of the Heavenly Mechanism sect. The other was cloaked in black, adorned with intricate embroidery of spiders, centipedes, scorpions, and toads, exuding an air of authority that demanded respect. He was the Poison God, the leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect. What is the meaning of this, Poison God? The Heavenly Mechanism sect and the 10,000 Poisons sect have no grievances or enmities. Yet today you dare to come here to provoke us, thinking us easy prey? Grand Elder Feng Dao shouted in anger. I have no intention of becoming enemies with the Heavenly Mechanism sect. Simply hand over that woman to me, and I will leave immediately with my man. Without any further discussion, the Poison God declared, a faint gray poisonous mist emanating around him, his voice imbued with an undeniable dominance. Which woman? Feng Dao inquired. The one you and your son imprisoned 2 years ago under the pretext of plotting against the sect master. The one named Shui Ling, the Poison God replied. Shui Ling? Feng Dao's expression shifted slightly. What do you want with her? Cold hatred flickered in the Poison God's eyes. This which first killed my nephew, the 5 Poisons boy, and then caused the death of my sister, the 6 Poisons ghost mother. I intend to take her back to the 10,000 Poisons sect and make her experience the agony of 1,000 poisons, a fate worse than death, to appease the spirits of my sister and nephew. At that moment, Danielle arrived at the mountain, employing a breath-concealing technique to mask her presence. Upon hearing the Poison Goddess words, she was initially taken aback, but soon comprehended the situation. The Poison Goddess mobilization was certainly orchestrated by Qiming from behind the scenes. Danielle's deduction was accurate. It was indeed Qiming who instigated this affair. It turned out that upon learning of Shui Ling's entrapment within the Heavenly Mechanism sect, Qiming had hurriedly rushed to rescue her after leaving a jade talisman for Danielle. Though anxious, he was acutely aware of his limitations. Confronting them head-on would yield no success, and to rescue her, he could only rely on cunning. However, he had underestimated the intricacies of the Heavenly Mechanism sect's traps. A moment's lapse led to his own entrapment instead of Shui Ling's rescue. The Grand Elder and his son, upon discovering Qiming's intent to save Shui Ling, brought him before her, intending to use his life as leverage to coerce her into surrendering the sect master's ring. Shui Ling, aware of the Grand Elder's cruelty, understood that if she handed over the ring, neither she nor Qiming would survive. Yet, refusing would mean Qiming's immediate demise. In a moment of desperation, she requested a night to consider. Qiming, recognizing her intent, also urged her to surrender the ring. The Grand Elder and his son, seeing the young couple ensnared, granted them a night, believing escape was impossible. What they failed to anticipate was that Shui Ling possessed not only the sect master's ring, but also the treasured golden key of the sect. Both treasures were hidden on her person, concealed by the secret methods of the immortal water palace, thus remaining undiscovered. Once the Grand Elder and his son departed, Shui Ling swiftly retrieved the golden key and freed Qiming from his bindings. While Qiming wished to escape with Shui Ling, she warned him that the Grand Elder had placed a tracking curse on her. If they fled, it would immediately alert him. At that point, neither she nor Qiming would have a chance to escape. Chapter 1639. Provoke the tiger to drive away the wolf. 3. With no other option. Qiming took the golden key and set about dismantling the traps alone to escape. After breaking free from the heavenly mechanism sect, he found himself at a loss for how to rescue Shui Ling when he suddenly witnessed 2 disciples of the 10,000 Poisons sect poisoning someone. Immediately, he recalled Dan Yao's account of how she had refined the void-breaking pill in the 7-colored poison forest, only to be ambushed by the 6 Poisons ghost mother. The danger she faced was immense, but her quick wit allowed her to counterattack with the dance of pill thunder. Otherwise, she would have perished at the hands of that old poison hag. The 6 Poisons ghost mother was formidable, undoubtedly a top figure within the 10,000 Poisons sect, and her sudden demise would not go unpunished. After some investigation, Qiming confirmed his suspicions. The 6 Poisons ghost mother was not only a master of poison, but also the sister of the poison god. For years, the poison god had been relentlessly seeking the killer of his sister. Unfortunately, the 7-colored poison forest was too remote, and the peculiar circumstances of the 6 Poisons ghost mother's death, struck down by pill thunder, left the poison god with no leads, only knowing that she died while pursuing the truth behind the death of the 5 Poisons boy. The 5 Poisons boy had been killed by a mysterious female cultivator with a pure Yin body, leading the poison god to suspect that the same individual was responsible for the 6 Poisons ghost mother's death, due to Dan Yao's long-standing use of a mask. Aside from Qiming, Shui Ling, Ding Xiaowei, and Xiang Yang, no one in the central domain had ever seen her true face. Seizing this opportunity, Qiming cleverly shifted the blame for the deaths of the 6 Poisons ghost mother and the 5 Poisons boy onto Shui Ling. Through this tactic of provoking the tiger to drive away the wolf, he aimed to incite a fierce conflict between the 10,000 Poisons sect and the heavenly mechanism sect, allowing him to navigate the ensuing chaos and rescue Shui Ling. Upon learning of this information, the poison god initially harbored doubts. However, upon discovering that the former leader of the heavenly mechanism sect had also been killed by Shui Ling, he no longer questioned it. This which was so ruthless that she dared to conspire against even the leader of the heavenly mechanism sect, let alone his sister and nephew. Moreover, the death of his sister, the 6 Poisons demoness, was so bizarre and shrouded in secrecy that only the perpetrator could possess such intricate knowledge of the details. In pursuit of vengeance for his sister and nephew, the Lord of 100 Poisons led a formidable entourage to besiege the celestial mechanism pavilion, coercing them to surrender the individual in question. Qiming had calculated that the Grand Elder and his son would never relinquish the water spirit before acquiring the Master S ring. Thus, a catastrophic confrontation between the celestial mechanism pavilion and the 100 Poisons sect was utterly unavoidable. At this juncture, Dan Yao could not help but admire Qiming's cleverness. Indeed, he had devised a cunning strategy to rescue others, truly embodying the essence of the ultimate antagonist from the original narrative. Engaging in a battle of wits rather than brute strength was undoubtedly the superior strategy. However, the heavy burden of blame now rested upon the water spirit. Even if they managed to escape this time through sheer luck, the 100 Poisons sect would not easily let her go. At this moment, there were no other alternatives. Extricating themselves was of utmost importance. As for the future, they would take it one step at a time. Just then, the voices of Feng Dao and his son, Feng Wanshan, resonated with fury. Old poisonous wretch, do not overstep your bounds. This is the domain of the celestial mechanism pavilion, not a place for you to wreak havoc. Humph, this enchantress has slain my sister. I shall never let her go. Whoever dares to obstruct me shall face my ruthless wrath. The Lord of 100 Poisons' countenance darkened, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Feng Dao retorted coldly, the Lord of 100 Poisons possesses unparalleled strength, and his toxic arts are unrivaled in the central region. Today, my son and I shall have the honor of experiencing it firsthand. Chapter 1640, Luring the Tiger, Driving Away the Wolf. 4. Simultaneously, Feng Dao and Feng Wanshan erupted forth, each unleashing a palm strike imbued with astonishing energy towards the Lord of 100 Poisons. Ants attempting to shake a tree, unaware of their own insignificance. If you desire death, I shall gladly accommodate you. Upon witnessing the audacity of the Feng father and son, the Lord of 100 Poisons' expression darkened. With a swift motion of his black sleeve, a potent and fragrant toxic energy burst forth like a torrent, colliding with the palm strikes of the Feng duo. Feng Dao was at the 3rd level of the Divine Void Realm, while his son had just entered the Divine Void Realm. In contrast, the Lord of 100 Poisons was a top-tier powerhouse at the 4th level of the Divine Void Realm, coupled with his mastery of toxic arts, making him formidable enough to rival even the 5th level. Each elevation within the Divine Void Realm yielded a significant enhancement in power, rendering the Feng duo utterly outmatched. A hissing sound echoed as the terrifying toxic energy swiftly corroded the Feng's palm strikes, its momentum unabated as it violently shattered their defensive true qi, striking their arms. With a sharp intake of breath, Feng Dao and Feng Wanshan were immediately seized by an agonizing burning sensation. Upon glancing at their arms, they were horrified to find them riddled with blood blisters, an alarming sight indeed. Their expressions shifted, realizing the formidable strength possessed by this old poison master. The blisters harbored a dreadful toxin that coursed through their veins, swiftly infiltrating their vital meridians. The pair hastily circulated their true qi to suppress the rampant poison. "Humph. I expected much more from you two, but it appears your capabilities are rather limited." As he spoke, the Lord of Hundred Poisons unleashed another wave of his fragrant toxic energy, slicing through the air and bearing down upon the Feng duo. They joined forces to withstand the assault, struggling to hold their ground. "Break!" The Lord of Hundred Poisons bellowed in fury, his toxic energy shattering their defenses and colliding with the father and son. With a resounding cry, they were propelled backward like cannonballs, crashing violently against the mountainside, sending stones flying and dust billowing. Grand Elder, Acting Pavilion Master. The onlookers from the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion were taken aback, witnessing the Feng duo fall in mere moments at the hands of the Lord of Hundred Poisons. The Lord of Hundred Poisons sneered disdainfully, saying, "Had Sun Biling not perished, I might have had some reservations. Now that she has met her demise, I am eager to see who among the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion can withstand my might." Infuriating, arrogant, unbridled. Let us retaliate. The members of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion were seething with rage at the Lord of Hundred Poisons' mockery, yet dared not approach due to his overwhelming power. "I shall reiterate, surrender that woman, or I shall ensure that the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion descends into chaos." The Lord of Hundred Poisons hovered in the air, casting a domineering gaze upon the gathered assembly, his overwhelming aura suffocating them, rendering them unable to raise their heads. Emerging from the indentation in the mountainside, the Feng father and son were tattered and bloodied. Their eyes blazed with fury as they glared at the brazen Lord of Hundred Poisons, their teeth clenched in anger. "The demon has gone too far. Elders, form the formation." Yes. At the command of Feng Wanshan, the acting pavilion master, the elders sprang into action. Waves of spiritual energy surged into the sky, intertwining to form a colossal golden net of spiritual power. Under the illumination of this net, the surrounding stone pillars erupted in a cacophony. Chapter 1641, Luring the Tiger. Driving away the wolf. 5 mechanical behemoths, resembling octopuses, emerged from the shattered stone pillars. Upon careful count, there were 9 such mechanical monstrosities. Arranged in accordance with the 9 palaces of the tortoise spirit, their energies converged into a formidable line, an ancient and powerful aura radiating from them. The 9-palace mechanism array. The Lord of Hundred Poisons frowned deeply upon witnessing this scene. He was well aware of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion's renowned 9-palace mechanism array. This array was a legacy left by the 3rd-generation Pavilion Master, the only individual aside from the founder, Xianxia, to ascend to immortality. The array harbored the profound mysteries of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, its mechanical beasts ageless and indestructible, designed to counter spatial movement. Once ensnared within the array, unless one possessed unparalleled strength or wielded extraordinary divine weapons like the fire feathers or snow spirits to obliterate the mechanical beasts, escape was nearly impossible. Though your formation is exquisite, it is a pity that Sun Biling is dead, and you too have been injured by me. Without a master of exceptional prowess to lead the array, its power will be severely diminished. It would be far wiser to hand over that wretched woman, and spare yourselves further humiliation. The Lord of Hundred Poisons scoffed. Arrogant demon. Today you shall perish within the 9-palace mechanism array, your soul extinguished for eternity. Feng Wanshan roared, his hands shifting through intricate movements as he expelled a mouthful of heart's blood into the 9-palace mechanism array. Instantly, the array blazed with sanguine light. The mechanical beasts opening their eyes in unison, their 8 mechanical arms striking forth like the tentacles of a colossal octopus towards the Lord of Hundred Poisons. With a sudden motion, the Lord of Hundred Poisons retaliated with a palm strike. A thunderous sound resonated, akin to a bolt of lightning on a clear day. The force of the impact left his arm numb, blood seeping from his palm, and he was taken aback by the formidable mechanical arms. As he watched numerous arms intertwine to form a net and converge upon him, the Lord of Hundred Poisons did not dare to confront them directly, swiftly evading their grasp. Myriad poison heart nails. He roared, a noxious, viscous black-gray liquid surging forth from his palm, transforming into a barrage of elongated nails. With a flick of his sleeve, he launched the myriad poison heart nails, unleashing a terrifying wave of corrosive energy that clashed with the mechanical arms. How could this be? The Lord of Hundred Poisons had anticipated that the toxic gas from the myriad poison heart nails would corrode the mechanical arms. To his astonishment, the attack merely neutralized the assault, leaving the mechanical arms unscathed. Feng Wanshun laughed heartily. Old poisoner. Allow me to enlighten you. These 9 mechanical beasts were forged from the fiery venomous rock, extracted from the perpetually molten lava of an ancient toxic volcano by the 3rd-generation sect leader. They are neither metal nor wood, neither stone nor plant. Not only are they impervious to blades and swords, but they also resist corrosive poisons. Unless you can transcend to the feathering realm and attain the divine power of the poison god, you shall never hope to erode them. Despite his mocking words, Feng Wanshun's heart was weighed down with gravity. The Lord of 100 Poisons was indeed as formidable as his reputation suggested. The lethal potency contained within the heart-piercing poison needles he unleashed could instantaneously bring death to those in the spiritual platform realm and even half-step divine void experts. Fortunately, the Grand 9 Palace mechanism array left behind by the 3rd-generation ancestors still stood. Otherwise, the Tiangong Pavilion would surely face annihilation today. Feng Daod coldly declared, Old poisoner. You are the architect of your own demise. Do not blame us. Elders, shift the formation and eliminate this old fiend. Yes. The elders of the Tiangong Pavilion responded in unison, sending waves of spiritual energy surging into the 9 Palace mechanism array. Chapter 1642, The 7 Absolute Heartbreak Smoke. Elders, release the 7 absolute heartbreak smoke and eradicate these oblivious old fools. Let the might of the 100 Poisons sect be known. The Lord of 100 Poisons bellowed. Yes. The elders of the 100 Poisons sect swiftly gathered around him. 7 absolute heartbreak, souls severed and spirits scattered, rise. The collective cry of the 100 Poisons sect resonated as their toxic spiritual energy surged forth. This poisonous energy merged with the heart-piercing poison needles released by the Lord of 100 Poisons, coalescing into a swirling mist. This mist, shimmering in a dreamlike purple hue, unfurled like a veil, obscuring the heavens and earth. From a distance, Dan Yao gazed at this mesmerizing mist, reminiscent of the stunning purple clouds at dusk. Breathtakingly beautiful and unforgettable. It was hard to fathom that such exquisite vapor could be one of the most terrifying poisons in existence. Truly, the adage held true, the more beautiful something is, the more lethal it can be. Kill, kill, kill. The cries erupted as the 100 Poisons sect surged forth, unleashing the 7 absolute heartbreak smoke and clashing with the Tiangong Pavilion's 9 Palace mechanism array. The air crackled with terrifying spiritual energy, transforming the once quiet 9 Palace mountain into a bloody battleground. Witnessing the chaotic melee, where both sides were driven to madness, Dan Yao understood that the moment to save the captives had arrived. Qi Ming, mingling with the 100 Poisons sect, noticed that the Feng family duo had become entangled with the Lord of 100 Poisons, who was likewise restrained by the attacks of the mechanical beasts, leaving him unable to divert his attention. This was the perfect opportunity to strike. Under the cover of the 7 absolute heartbreak smoke, Qi Ming transformed into a streak of spiritual light, stealthily darting through the crowd towards the western side of 9 Palace Mountain. Dan Yao, observing this, also became a flash of spiritual light and swiftly followed. The two of them, one ahead and one behind, arrived at a peculiar location. Here, a sea of crimson greeted them, waves of scorching heat crashing against their faces. Dan Yao focused her gaze and spotted a lake the size of a swimming pool nearby. But instead of water, it was filled with boiling magma. The waves of heat emanated from this lake of lava. Dan Yao felt bewildered. How could there be only a lava lake here with nothing else? Was it possible that Shui Ling was hidden beneath the lake's surface? Surely not. Given the extreme temperature of the magma, even a divine void expert would need to protect themselves with true energy to delve into its depths. If she were concealed here, she would have been reduced to nothing long ago. Dan Yao glided silently to Qi Ming's side and gently tapped his shoulder. Startled, Qi Ming lowered his voice. Who is it? Dan Yao smiled, concealing her presence and remaining silent. When Qi Ming turned his head away, she floated behind him and tapped again. Alarmed, Qi Ming trembled, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice pit, and exclaimed, Who are you? Stop lurking around and show yourself. Dan Yao chuckled softly. It seems your temper has grown since we last met. How dare you refer to yourself as I in my presence? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Qi Ming spun around, his surprise turning into joy as he saw Dan Yao smiling at him. Auntie, how did you get here? If I hadn't come, you and Shui Ling would likely have been killed. You truly have some clever tricks up your sleeve. Devising a plan to lure the tiger from its den to save people. One cannot help but admire you. Qi Ming, feeling both astonished and appreciative that Dan Yao had seen through his scheme, chuckled sheepishly. I cannot compare to you. Auntie, you are the true mastermind. Chapter 1643, The Ingenious Mechanisms. Dan Yao rolled her eyes. Enough flattery. We must hurry to save them. If we are discovered, escape will be difficult. She paused and quickly asked, Do you know where Shui Ling is being held? Yes, right here. Qi Ming pointed at the lava lake. What? Here? Although Dan Yao had considered the possibility of Shui Ling being at the lake's bottom, hearing Qi Ming confirm it shocked her. After a moment's hesitation, she urged, "What are we waiting for? Let us dive in and rescue her." With a thought, the ice crystal glazed body activated, and a layer of icy spiritual energy enveloped Dan Yao as she prepared to leap into the lava lake. "Wait." Qi Ming quickly stopped her. "What's wrong?" Dan Yao inquired. "Auntie, you can't go in like that," Qi Ming replied. "Why not?" Dan Yao was puzzled. "Because this layer of magma is an illusion." "An illusion?" Dan Yao was taken aback. "Yes, an illusion." Qi Ming nodded, retrieving a golden viscous liquid from his ring. This substance was none other than the Tiangong Pavilion's treasure, the Rui Golden Key. With a flick of his hand, the Rui Golden Key flew out, diving into an inconspicuous hole concealed by moss on the nearby mountainside. A rustling sound echoed as the lava lake began to swirl, and an icy blue liquid emerged from its depths. The lake continued to rotate, intertwining the blue liquid with the magma, forming a Tai Chi diagram of ice and fire. Qi Ming projected a surge of spiritual energy from each hand onto the eyes of the Tai Chi diagram. The diagram spun rapidly, and the yin-yang fish, as if animated, separated to reveal a dark, gaping entrance. Dan Yao watched in awe, her heart silently praising. The mechanisms of the Tiangong Pavilion are indeed marvels of ingenuity, unparalleled and exquisite. Who would have thought that the intensely scorching magma was a meticulously crafted illusion, and the high temperature emanating from its surface was no different from that of a regular volcano? Qi Ming beckoned, and the Rui Golden Key transformed back into a flowing viscous liquid, soaring toward Dan Yao. "Auntie, let us go down." "All right," Dan Yao replied. The two of them steadied their forms and shot forward like lightning. As they entered, the surface of the magma reformed, releasing wisps of heat as if nothing had transpired. The aunt and nephew descended into the depths, soon arriving underground. The cave was pitch black. Qi Ming snapped his fingers, and a purple flame flickered to life, illuminating the fish oil lamps along the passageway one by one. "Auntie, Linger is being held over there." Qi Ming pointed deeper into the tunnel, eager to move forward. The Rui Golden Key transformed into various key shapes, inserting into the mechanisms and dismantling them one by one, with Dan Yao following closely behind. When the Rui Golden Key unlocked the final mechanism, a massive stone door slowly creaked open. Just as Qi Ming was about to rush in, Dan Yao quickly exclaimed, "Wait." Grabbing his arm with one hand, she raised the other and slapped forward, prepared for any ambush from behind the stone door. Qi Ming, observing Dan Yao's astuteness, chuckled gently and remarked, "Dear aunt, you are overthinking this. This is the final trap, and the people from the Tianji Pavilion are unaware of my Rui Golden Key. Why would they think to ambush us from behind the door? One must always exercise caution, after all." Dan Yao spoke lightly, yet her heart jolted with unease. The fact that Qi Ming had utilized the Rui Golden Key to decipher the mechanisms was something even the Tianji Pavilion was oblivious to. Chapter 1644, Severing the Water Locks. How did the map vendor come to know about the Rui Golden Key? Furthermore, when she ascended the mountain, she overheard the Lord of Poisonous Gods mention the slaying of the 6 poison ghost mother, instructing the Tianji Pavilion to hand over the water spirit for his disposal. It was evident that the 10,000 poison sect had only just arrived. News travels slowly. The Tianxian continent lacks the instantaneous communication of the previous world. How could that old man possibly know that the 10,000 poison sect was en route? Could it be? Countless doubts flashed through Dan Yao's mind, and she promptly shook her head. Raising her gaze, she beheld a water pool within the cave, where a figure lay submerged, with only their head visible. Long hair secured by a crimson hairpin. Dan Yao instantly recognized her as the water spirit, identified by her scarlet blood phoenix pin. Linger, seeing this, Qi Ming's eyes reddened with anguish, wishing he could endure her suffering in her stead. The water spirit, dazed from being submerged, suddenly opened her eyes upon hearing Qi Ming's voice. "Senior sister, Qi Ming, am I dreaming?" The water spirit stared wide-eyed at Dan Yao and Qi Ming, her face pale as a ghost. Qi Ming, filled with concern, gently reassured her. "This is no dream. I have come to rescue you alongside my dear aunt." He turned to Dan Yao and explained, "Aunt, beneath this pool are 4 water locks. I do not know what material they are forged from, but they are exceptionally sturdy. I have attempted to burn them with my purple zenith star fire several times without success. I even considered using the Rui Golden Key to unlock them, but I couldn't find the lock mechanism after searching extensively. Recently, I devised a method to transform fire into a blade, using the essence of celestial fire and the true energy of the cultivator to forge an immensely powerful fire blade, capable of cleaving through the water locks." Dan Yao exclaimed in alarm. "Using your essence and true energy to create a fire pill? Such recklessness could lead to self-immolation, burning yourself alive." Even if you survive the flames, any loss of true energy would spell the end of your cultivation. The water spirit was both infuriated and touched to learn that Qiming was willing to risk his cultivation to forge a fire blade for her escape. What a fool you are. Qiming scratched his head and chuckled. I intended to take the risk, but now that my dear aunt is here to assist, I need not take such chances. Your Snow Soul Sword is a supreme divine weapon. It can destroy even the undying blood cauldron, which is said to be indestructible. Severing these 4 water locks should pose little challenge. The Snow Soul Sword is unparalleled, aside from the Fire Feather Sword and the renowned Xianxiaaudiobooks Justice Cauldron. There is nothing it cannot sever or destroy. As she spoke, Dan Yao drew the Snow Soul Sword from her heart and urged, Qiming, quickly shield the water spirit with your true energy to prevent her from being harmed by the sword's aura. Upon hearing this, Qiming dove into the pool, enveloped in a sphere of purple fire that shielded both him and the water spirit. Dan Yao gripped the sword tightly, infusing it with her vast and profound spiritual power, then swung it toward the bottom of the pool. The sword's energy unleashed a tremendous wave, exposing the 4 water locks. Urgently channeling her true energy, she unleashed 4 beams of sword energy to strike the water locks. With 4 crisp sounds, akin to a knife slicing through parchment, the locks shattered. The sword energy from the Snow Soul Sword was extraordinarily frigid. Fortunately, Qiming had shielded the water spirit with his purple zenith star fire. Otherwise, even if she avoided injury from the sword's energy, she would have succumbed to the chill. We did it, Qiming exclaimed with uncontainable joy, swiftly lifting the water spirit from the pool. Chapter 1645, Discovering the Trap. Quick, take this. Dan Yao realized that the water spirit had been immersed in drug-laden water for too long, severely depleting her spiritual energy. If she didn't consume a restorative pill, it would be difficult for her to leave afterward. She promptly produced a carefully concocted elixir for her. The water spirit accepted it, quickly swallowing it down before sitting cross-legged to circulate her inner breath. Dan Yao positioned herself behind the water spirit, placing her hands on her back to assist in dissolving the medicinal effects. At that very moment, the Grand Elder Feng Daoed, ensnared in a fierce battle against the 10,000 poison sect within the 9 palace mechanism, suddenly changed countenance. Father, what is wrong? Feng Wanshan, fully engaged in fending off the 7 absolutes' heartbreaking smoke, noticed Feng Daoed's abrupt shift in aura and inquired. Feng Daoed's aged face was filled with astonishment. Someone has breached the lava lake, severing the 4 extreme cold water locks and rescuing that little wretch. What? How can this be? Feng Wanshan was taken aback, momentarily distracted, which allowed a 10,000 poison sect elder to strike him. Narrowly escaping the grasp of the 7 absolutes' heartbreaking smoke, he exerted great force to repel the elder, his voice hoarse. The lava lake is ingeniously designed with numerous traps. How could anyone possibly find it, even if they could decipher the mechanisms? The 4 extreme cold water locks binding that little wretch are among the most resilient and flexible materials on Earth. Even a transcendent master at the 6th or 7th level of divine void cannot destroy them. The strongest of the 10,000 poison sect, the Lord of Poisonous Gods, is merely at the 4th level of divine void. How could there be another expert capable of rescuing her? Feng Daoed's eyes brimmed with a mix of gravity and terror. The clam and the snipe are fighting, and the fisherman prophets. We have been ensnared in a trap. The intruder in the lava lake is not a master of the 10,000 poison sect, but a different faction altogether. A different faction? Feng Wanshan grasped the situation immediately. Someone was manipulating the aftermath of the 6 poison ghost mother's death, aiming to incite a conflict between the Tianji Pavilion and the 10,000 poison sect, while others took advantage of the chaos to rescue the water spirit. Realizing this, Feng Wanshan ground his teeth in anger. What a brilliant scheme. Father, what should we do? Feng Daoed continued to fend off attacks while quietly instructing. Leave this to me. You must hurry to the lava lake. We cannot let that little wretch escape, or we will never obtain the master ring. Yes, she won't escape. Feng Wanshan swiftly extricated himself from the 9 palace mechanism and made his way toward the lava lake. Under the lake, Dan Yao helped the water spirit circulate her energy through 12 complete cycles, enabling her to recover about 50 to 60% of her cultivation. As her spiritual energy replenished, the water spirit's complexion gradually regained its rosy hue. She slowly opened her eyes and softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, senior sister. There's no need for thanks. This place is not safe for prolonged stays. We should depart at once. Once we grow stronger, we will return to the Tianji Pavilion to settle accounts with the Feng family, Dan Yao replied. All right, let us go. The 3 of them swiftly darted forward, transforming into streaks of light as they surged toward the lake's surface. Rui Golden Key, unlock. Qiming, noticing the layer of magma above, hastily retrieved the Rui Golden Key and inserted it into a nearby keyhole. Upon contact, the Rui Golden Key automatically transformed into a corresponding key. activating the mechanism and breaking through the magma layer. Let us move. The trio quickly ascended and landed lightly. Qiming gestured, and the Rui golden key flew back into his hand. Suddenly, a large hand reached out from the side, grasping for the Rui golden key, intending to snatch it away. Just then, the sound of swift whistling filled the air as two blood-red cold needles shot forward. Chapter 1646. Feng Wanshun blocks the way. The person was taken aback and quickly evaded. With Dan Yao's blood transformation needles intercepting, the Rui golden key returned to Qiming's grasp. The three looked up to see a man in a white robe hovering in the air. His astonished gaze fixated on the water spirit and the Rui golden key in Qiming's hand. This man was none other than Feng Wanshun. Oh, it appears that the long-lost Rui golden key of our sect has fallen into your possession. No wonder you are unencumbered by so many traps. Young man, I am indifferent to your origins or background. Since you have the audacity to scheme against my father and me, do not blame me for my ruthless nature. If you have any sense, return the Rui golden key to me promptly, and I may grant you a swift death. Otherwise, humph. Feng Wanshun's face was alight with excitement. His eyes ablaze with fervor. The Rui golden key is a relic left by our ancestral master, Tianjizi, and serves as the prized treasure of the Tianji Pavilion. In terms of value, it surpasses 10 master rings combined. With this artifact in hand, even without the master ring, he could still inherit the position of pavilion master and access the highest cultivation techniques of our sect. Spare me the pleasantries. If you have the capability, come at me. Qiming's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Feng Wanshun. You and your father have imprisoned Linger here for so long, tormenting her with every means at your disposal. I have yet to settle that score. Settle the score? Feng Wanshun scoffed. What qualifications does a mere novice in the spirit platform realm have to speak such words? Last time, you managed to escape. This time, you shall not be so fortunate. His gaze shifted to Dan Yao. As for this esteemed lady, this couple has stolen the treasures of my Tianji Pavilion, and as the pavilion master, it is my duty to address this. I kindly ask you not to interfere. Having witnessed Dan Yao's exquisite needle techniques, he recognized her formidable prowess. At present, Tianji Pavilion is embroiled in conflict with the Wanda sect, and all our capable fighters are preoccupied with dealing with the likes of the 100 Poisoned Sovereign, leaving us stretched thin. Feng Wanshun wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Hence his attempt to compel Dan Yao to stand aside. Dan Yao retorted coldly. These two are my nephew and my junior sister. Do you think I could possibly stand idly by? Feng Wanshun's expression darkened. Since it is impossible, then you shall remain here as well. With that, he extended his claw-like fingers, lunging directly at Dan Yao. Leave this matter to me, Xiaoyao. You take them away. Dan Yao swiftly evaded his grasp, and her doppelganger, Xiaoyao, materialized. Understood. Xiaoyao, attuned to Dan Yao's intentions, recognized that Feng Wanshun's presence indicated that Qiming's plan to lure the tiger from its lair had been exposed. Currently, Shui Ling's cultivation had yet to recover, and Qiming had just broken through to the spirit platform realm. Even if the three of them combined forces could contend with the Feng father and son, they would still be unable to withstand the joint onslaught of Tianji Pavilion and Wanda sect. The best course of action was to seize the opportunity while Wanda sect was still in disarray to ensure Qiming and Shui Ling's escape, after which she would devise a means of extricating herself. Qiming called out, Aunt, I'll go with you. Obey me and leave quickly, otherwise, you won't be able to escape later, Dan Yao said firmly. Let us go. Shui Ling grasped Qiming's hand, aware of Dan Yao's formidable strength. Even if she could not defeat Feng Wanshun, she was more than capable of self-preservation. If they remained here, they would not only be of no assistance, but would also inadvertently endanger her. Qiming gritted his teeth. Fine, we will go. With that, he swiftly thrust the Rui golden key into Dan Yao's hand. The mechanisms of Tianji Pavilion are exceedingly formidable. This artifact can break through myriad barriers. Chapter 1647, Severed Hand. Hurry and flee. Dan Yao nodded, quickly signaling Xiaoyao to lead them away. Where do you think you're going? Upon seeing the three figures flash out, Feng Wanshun lunged forward like lightning. Your opponent is me. What skill is it to bully the young? Dan Yao flicked her fingers, launching several blood transformation needles. The blood transformation needles, a lethal technique derived from the Nine Heavens, Xiannu needle, and the blood divine needle, are exceedingly treacherous. Once struck, blood and cold poison would swiftly invade the body, leading to instant death. Due to their malevolence, Dan Yao seldom employed this technique, reserving it for those who were insidiously wicked and had committed heinous acts. Feng Wanshun, seeing the needle's fierce approach, their bodies red-black with potent poison, dared not dismiss them and was forced to strike with his palm to shatter the blood transformation needles. However, in that moment, Xiaoyao, Shui Ling, and Qiming had already made their escape. Feng Wanshun, seething with rage, shouted, which, You dare to ruin my plans. I will tear you to shreds. Though he had allowed Qiming and Shui Ling to flee, the Rui golden key still lay in this woman's grasp. If he could slay her and reclaim the key, he could still inherit the position of pavilion master. Very well, let us see if you possess the capability to do so. Dan Yao and Xiao Yao, sharing a mental connection, sensed that she had successfully led Shui Ling and Qiming to safety, leaving her unburdened. Two long sleeves floated gracefully outward, swirling like a frenzied serpent. Feng Wanchuan's palms struck toward the sleeves, attempting to shatter them, but upon contact, an overwhelming surge of internal energy flooded forth, overwhelmingly powerful. Such ferocious strength. Feng Wanchuan, underestimating her delicate form and the soft weaponry she wielded, had presumed she practiced gentle arts, only to be astonished by the raw power emanating from her sleeves. His brow furrowed slightly, and he transformed his hand into a blade, aiming a strike at Dan Yao. The sword cleaves the heavens. Dan Yao flicked her wrist, retracting her long sleeves. Simultaneously, the Shuepa sword darted forth, meeting his palm blade. Feng Wanchuan, condensing his true energy into a blade, intended to sever Dan Yao's sleeves, but was unprepared for her sudden change in tactics. The Shuepa sword, incredibly sharp and indestructible, could cleave through anything, let alone flesh and blood. As the sword fell, its aura sliced through his blade energy, and in a silent instant, severed Feng Wanchuan's entire hand. Feng Wanchuan screamed in agony as blood gushed from the severed wrist. He hastily channeled his true energy, striving to staunch the bleeding. Watch the sword. Dan Yao struck again. Feng Wanchuan, terrified, retreated rapidly. Dan Yao smiled, refraining from delivering a fatal blow, instead retreating gracefully, watching as they sped down the mountain. A cultivator who has entered the divine void realm exists in a half-human, half-immortal state. Even if their physical form is damaged, they can instantly regenerate lost limbs by consuming a small portion of their cultivation. Feng Wanchuan, attempting several times to call upon his essence to regenerate his severed hand, was horrified to discover a strange, chilling sword energy lingering in his arm. This ominous energy clung to his meridians like a festering disease, and no matter how he exerted himself, he could not restore his severed limb. Realizing that the problem lay with her sword, he feared that if she escaped today, he would be left permanently maimed. Die witch, do not run. Feng Wanchuan gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, desperately pursuing her. At this moment, the battle between Tianji Pavilion and Wandu sect had escalated to a fever pitch. Chapter 1648. Witch, where do you think you're going? Yet, the strong dragon does not suppress the local snake. Tianji Pavilion held the advantage of terrain, fully unleashing the might of the Nine Palaces mechanism array, making it difficult for Wandu sect to breach their defenses. Just as Feng Wanchuan fervently chased after Dan Yao, the 100 Poisoned Sovereign, engaged in a fierce struggle with a colossal mechanical beast, inadvertently caught sight of her. His eyes froze instantly like ice. That figure, it was the very image left by his sister before her demise. Dan Yao had deduced Qiming's strategy to lure the tiger from its lair, and to avoid being recognized and jeopardizing the plan, she had altered her mask to a veil. However, she could never have anticipated that Wandu sect possessed a peculiar poison eye technique, capable of revealing the dying moments of deceased members through their eyes. Upon seeing Dan Yao's silhouette, the 100 Poisoned Sovereign immediately concluded that she was the true culprit behind his sister and nephew's deaths. Yet, at that moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that he had been ensnared in a trap. The Lord of 100 Poisons beheld Dan Yao fleeing ahead, pursued by Feng Wanchuan, whose face was etched with anguish. He initially assumed that the personnel of the Tiangong Pavilion had failed in their oversight, allowing her to escape. The deceased 6 Poisons Demoness was not merely the sister of the Lord of 100 Poisons, but his beloved as well. Furthermore, the 5 Poisons young master was the offspring born of his incestuous union with his sister. The piercing pain of losing both his wife and child ignited a fiery rage within him, akin to a volcano erupting. Enchantress, you have finally emerged. Come, accompany my sister and nephew to the grave. The sudden roar sent a shiver down Dan Yao's spine. Following the sound, she saw a dark silhouette swiftly approaching. Damn it! How did this old fool discover me? I distinctly changed my veil for a mask. Dan Yao was both alarmed and bewildered, struggling to comprehend how the Lord of 100 Poisons had identified her. In her moment of distraction, a jet-black poisonous ray shot towards her. Gripping her Shuepa sword tightly, she slashed out, shattering the toxic beam instantly. You old fool, your strikes are indeed venomous. Upon witnessing the shattered toxic rays raining down, corroding the meticulously laid crimson stone ground into numerous small pits, Dan Yao felt a pang of dread. I have matters to attend to, no time to play with you. Farewell. With a graceful flick, she executed her snow step technique and darted away like a bolt of lightning. Where do you think you're going, Enchantress? the Lord of Hundred Poisons, in a fit of fury, was willing to sever ties with the Tiangong pavilion just to locate the murderer of his beloved wife and child. Now that he had finally tracked her down, he would not allow her to escape easily. He took off in hot pursuit. With the Lord of Hundred Poisons as their anchor, the Wan Poison sect fell into disarray. Realizing that today's venture would end poorly, they retreated under the cover of the 7 absolute heartbreak smoke. Meanwhile, the Tiangong pavilion was left utterly bewildered, unaware of the unfolding chaos. As Dan Yao leapt beyond the gates of Jiugong Mountain, she immediately fled in the opposite direction of Xiaoyao and Qiming, Shui Ling's departure. Her intention was not only to divert her pursuers, but also to diminish her opponent's strength as much as possible. At that moment, Feng Wanshun had already seen through Qiming's scheme and would likely inform Feng Daod and others at the earliest opportunity. If she did not hasten her escape, once ensnared by the Lord of Hundred Poisons, it would be impossible to distinguish victory from defeat within a few hundred exchanges. The Feng father and son would then seize the opportunity to strike, and her life would surely be lost within Jiugong Mountain. Thus, she needed to draw the Lord of Hundred Poisons away with utmost speed, ensuring that the Fengs and others could not keep up, allowing her to dismantle them one by one and turn the tide. Dan Yao surged forward, her form akin to ethereal smoke, elusive and intangible, moving with unparalleled swiftness. The Lord of Hundred Poisons, though not as swift as Dan Yao, was a formidable force in the divine void realm. His immense spiritual power allowed him to accelerate fully, making it difficult for Dan Yao to shake him off. Soon, they had traversed over 1,000 miles. As Dan Yao pressed on, she noticed the undulating mountains ahead, shrouded in mist. She thought that once she entered the terrain, she could easily evade this old man. The Lord of Hundred Poisons discerned her intentions as she dashed towards the mountains. Although he had not yet clashed with Dan Yao, having witnessed her effortlessly shatter his toxic rays and noting her incredible speed, he recognized her as a formidable adversary. This enchantress, so young yet so capable, must not be allowed to escape today. If she were to cultivate her power further, he would surely face dire consequences. With that thought, the Lord of Hundred Poisons bellowed, "Enchantress, perish!" His right arm surged, launching several poison heart-piercing needles towards her back. Dan Yao, aware of the threat, did not dare to be careless. She flicked her fingers, unleashing the blood god needles to collide with the heart-piercing needles. A series of explosive sounds ensued as the two projectiles clashed, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Though Dan Yao had neutralized this attack, her pace slowed as a consequence. "Enchantress, die?" The Lord of Hundred Poisons closed the distance, rapidly condensing toxic energy in his palm into a massive blood-red hand, forcefully descending upon Dan Yao. Prepared, she swiftly evaded the strike by bending her waist and twisting her form. "Old fool, you think it's that easy to kill me?" The Lord of Hundred Poisons could not hide his astonishment, his voice laced with malice. "Such swift movement. No wonder my sister and nephew met their demise at your hands. I harbor no grievance with you or your kin. They brought this upon themselves by provoking me, and thus they have met their fates." Dan Yao, recognizing her identity had been unveiled, chose to forego any further argument and openly admitted it. "Silence, no matter their faults. You have no right to speak ill of my sister and nephew. You killed my family and dare to act so brazenly. Once I capture you and return you to the Wan Poison sect, I shall use you to nurture venomous creatures, teaching you the meaning of despair and what it is to suffer worse than death." The Lord of Hundred Poisons gritted his teeth, seething with rage. "Oh, is that so?" Dan Yao retorted with a mocking smile. "Then we shall see if you possess the capability." Seeking death, the Lord of Hundred Poisons rubbed his palms together, a potent toxic energy surging forth. Sensing the overwhelming aura radiating from him, Dan Yao's expression turned serious. Though he held only the 4th level of the Divine Void Realm, his mastery of poisons and toxic energy rendered him combat-ready, rivaling even those at the 5th level. The 5th level of the Divine Void Realm marked a critical threshold. Those who attained it were unparalleled titans. In their earlier encounter at the Spatial Transition Station, despite her collaboration with Xianxiang, bolstered by the dual swords of Fire Feather and Shuepa, they had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of an adversary at the 6th level. With a roar, the Lord of Hundred Poisons transformed his toxic energy into a colossal gray fist. Fingers of ice seal. An endless torrent of chilling spiritual power surged forth from Dan Yao. Soon, it crystallized into a massive ice-blue finger, a terrifying coldness radiating from it, abruptly lowering the temperature of the surroundings. "Shimming finger? You are one of the Heavenly Water Palace?" Upon witnessing Dan Yao employ this technique, the Lord of Hundred Poisons furrowed his brow, then coldly scoffed. "What of the Heavenly Water Palace? To dare kill my sister and nephew? Even if you were the daughter of the King of Heaven, I would still claim your life." With that, he unleashed a fierce punch towards Dan Yao. Go. Dan Yao waved her hand, sending the ice-blue giant fingers soaring through the sky to collide with the gray fist. In that instant, spiritual energy howled as a tempest swept through. The immense shockwave surged forth like a torrent breaching a dam, violently uprooting the surrounding flora and fauna. As the dust settled, the area lay flattened and desolate. Dan Yao coughed softly, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, evidently wounded by the force of the punch. Despite the injury, her eyes sparkled with renewed brilliance. The Lord of 100 Poisons, a formidable adversary rivaling those at the 5th level of the Divine Void, had unleashed his full fury in that blow, a force that would be arduous for even a 4th-level practitioner to withstand. Yet, here she stood, meeting his punch head-on with her xianbing finger and only sustaining minor injuries. This was not merely due to her formidable defense from cultivating the ice crystal-glazed body, but also because this old man's power had been significantly diminished. If her intuition served her correctly, he must have been entangled with the Tiangong Pavilion for too long, exhausting excessive spiritual energy in the process. Faced with a formidable opponent whose combat prowess matched that of a 5th-level deity, Dan Yao found herself devoid of any hope for victory. Initially, she had contemplated engaging in a prolonged struggle with the adversary in hopes of finding an opportunity to escape. However, circumstances had shifted dramatically. Seizing the moment of vulnerability to strike a lethal blow, she resolved to eliminate him, thereby eradicating their blood feud with the 10,000 Poisons sect once and for all. With this thought ignited in her mind, a fierce glint of murderous intent surged in Dan Yao's eyes as she began to gather her strength. Ah, what a remarkable ice finger technique. I truly underestimated you. The Poison God, witnessing Dan Yao withstand the brunt of his force with only a minor injury, felt a flicker of concern cross his countenance. Swiftly, he formed intricate seals with his hands, causing a vibrant array of colors to emanate from his being. In an instant, 5 gigantic, uniquely shaped venomous creatures materialized, manifesting as a centipede, scorpion, green serpent, spider, and toad. The 5 Poisons heavenly net, a divine extermination of gods and Buddhas. As the Poison God bellowed, the largest of the 5 creatures, the spider, unleashed a thick black web, while the other 4 spewed forth their blood onto the net. In a heartbeat, the once ominous black web transformed into a magnificent tapestry of colors, enveloping Dan Yao in a sinister embrace. Ha ha ha, vile creature. Today you shall perish within the 5 Poisons heavenly net, leaving not a trace behind. Believing Dan Yao to be ensnared and doomed, the Poison God erupted into maniacal laughter. The 5 Poisons heavenly net was the sect's ultimate technique, unparalleled in might. Even a 5th-level deity would be unable to escape its grasp. Yet, just as his laughter waned, a brilliant blue sword light erupted from Dan Yao's hand, piercing through the toxic barriers and striking the net with tremendous force. What? The Poison God's pupils constricted in horror. You think you can poison me? You lack the capability. Dan Yao's cold laughter echoed, as the snow spirit sword radiated with brilliant light, shattering the 5 Poisons heavenly net in an explosive display. How could this be? My net is imbued with the most potent toxins. How can you remain unaffected? The Poison God's eyes widened in disbelief. Dan Yao retorted, foolish old man. I possess the essence of the jade fruit within me, a potent antidote to all poisons. No matter how toxic your net is, it cannot harm me. What? The jade fruit? Isn't that a legendary treasure recorded in ancient texts, said to be found only in the mysterious Jade Valley of the Western regions? How did you acquire it? The astonishment in the Poison God's voice was palpable. In nature, all things are interconnected. Wherever venomous creatures lurk, antidotes are sure to be found within 7 paces. The jade fruit, in particular, was the bane of all toxic substances. And thus it was something the leaders of the 10,000 Poisons sect had always feared. The ancestor of the Murong family, one of the 3 great clans of the Jade Valley, had once seized the 10,000 Poisons Ming Cauldron during an internal conflict and escaped from the central domain. His decision to establish the Murong family in the Jade Valley stemmed from the knowledge that the jade fruit was the sect's nemesis. With the jade fruit in hand, the 10,000 Poisons sect would dare not trouble him, allowing him to forever possess the formidable Ming Cauldron. Yet, fate has a way of subverting even the most meticulous plans. The Murong ancestors' greed for the cauldron led him to overlook the dangers of the locking soul technique contained within, which ultimately became the catalyst for the downfall of the Murong family. Although the jade fruit could counteract all poisons, it was a rarity that only grew in the Jade Valley, making its acquisition nearly impossible for the 10,000 Poisons sect, situated 1,000,000 miles away. Thus, while the sect feared the power of the jade fruit, they were not overly concerned about being restrained by it. Little did the Poison God suspect that the improbable odds of encountering it would manifest today. It is unnecessary for me to disclose how I obtained the jade fruit. The dead have no need for such knowledge. Dan Yao's expression hardened as she thrust her sword forward once more, striking with blinding speed at the poison god. The protective barrier of toxic energy surrounding the poison god was sliced apart in an instant. Upon contact, his flesh and skin ruptured, and the chilling sword energy surged into his meridians. The potent toxic energy, once in constant motion, was abruptly frozen within his channels, leading to a catastrophic explosion that ruptured his veins and corroded his flesh. The poison god let out a heart-wrenching scream as his body crashed heavily to the ground. Observing this, Dan Yao raised her snow spirit sword, infusing it with the essence of extreme cold, intent on finishing the old fiend once and for all. Vile witch, it was you and that boy conspiring behind the scenes. Just as Dan Yao prepared to deliver the final blow to the poison god, the furious shouts of Feng Dao and his son Feng Wanshun echoed through the air. In an instant, powerful auras surged towards her, accompanied by a chorus of enraged shouts that reverberated through the heavens. Dan Yao's heart sank. These fiends are arriving much too quickly. She looked skyward to see the Feng father and son glaring at her, flanked by numerous formidable figures from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Their intent gaze locked onto her, brimming with fury. Although the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion was not as formidable as the Immortal Water Palace or the Dan Tower, it ranked among the most powerful sects in the Central Domain. Now they had been thoroughly outmaneuvered, with the acting pavilion master Feng Wanshun having lost a hand to their adversary. Such a disgrace was beyond comprehension. Vile witch, who are you to dare invade my Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion and harm my son? Feng Dao's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Dan Yao, demanding answers. Dan Yao coldly replied, "Who I am is of no concern to you. You despicable old wretch, how dare you hold my junior captive for so long? I have yet to settle accounts with you, and you have the audacity to seek me out for retribution? Presumptuous girl, who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner?" Feng Dao thundered in anger. "I dare to speak thus. If you have the capability, feel free to retaliate." Dan Yao raised an eyebrow, her demeanor alluring yet defiant. Feng Dao was livid. "Look." Feng Wanshun trembled as he pointed ahead. Following his gaze, Feng Dao's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the poison god, his garments tattered and his chest riddled with putrid wounds. A chill ran down his spine. They were all aware of the poison god's formidable reputation. If it hadn't been for the 9 palaces mechanism array left behind by their ancestors, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion would have been annihilated by the 10,000 poison sect long ago. The realization that even the powerful poison god could be so grievously injured by this, which was staggering. Could it be that her cultivation level surpassed his? No, that was impossible. At her tender age, achieving the spirit platform realm was already an extraordinary feat, far from surpassing the poison god. Which, I care not who you are. You shall pay for your actions today. Seize her, Feng Dao bellowed. Yes, at his command, the formidable members of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion surged forward, intent on capturing Dan Yao. Seeing this, Dan Yao furrowed her brow slightly. If you seek death, I shall gladly oblige. With a flourish of her snow spirit sword, she unleashed a flurry of icy blossoms, charging into the fray. Feng Dao and his son observed in disbelief as she darted through the ranks of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Her movements as swift as lightning, striking left and right. In mere moments, 3 of their strongest were slain beneath her blade. Damn it! How can this witch be so powerful? Feng Dao and his son gritted their teeth in frustration, while the poison god looked on in utter shock. The enchanting sorceress initially confronted Feng Wanshun, engaging in a fierce exchange of techniques, leaving one to ponder how she still possessed such formidable spiritual power. Were she an ordinary individual, she would have long since been drained of her energy, utterly exhausted. The group surrounding Dan Yao, comprised of the elite from the Tianji Pavilion, boasted cultivation levels exceeding hers in number. Under normal circumstances, anyone caught in such a disparity would have succumbed to defeat. Yet, Dan Yao wielded her Snow Soul sword with unparalleled sharpness, rendering her opponents incapable of withstanding its lethal edge, wherever the sword's aura traversed. Severed limbs and splattered blood marked its path. Exchanging glances, the Feng father and son, alongside the Lord of 100 Poisons, chose to discreetly retreat, ensuring their escape. By the time Dan Yao dispatched her adversaries, the trio had vanished without a trace. Rather than feeling vexed, Dan Yao sighed in relief. Although her Mingyu skill provided a seemingly endless source of power, and the Snow Soul sword was a divine weapon capable of contending with even the most formidable of opponents, it was primarily effective in one-on-one duels, with a maximum capacity to face 2 foes. Should she be confronted by more than 3 beings of the divine void realm in concert, she would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Moreover, the Lord of 100 Poisons stood as the strongest among those beneath the 5th level of divine void. Chapter 1653, the king snake technique. It was only due to the excessive consumption of her spiritual power in the prior 9 palaces mechanism formation that she managed to wound the Lord of 100 Poisons with a single strike. Had he allied with the Feng family, the misfortune would have befallen her. Dan Yao lamented softly, alas. Allowing this old fiend to escape is akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. The repercussions are boundless. However, she could not afford to dwell on such matters. With merely a year remaining until the Alchemist Conference, she needed to return to the Sun City promptly to prepare, should she successfully claim the championship. Gaining the Elder's recognition and passing the trials of the Pill God Tower, she could attain the Dan Spirit and break through the Divine Void Realm. As long as she refrained from entering the Ascended Realm, she would stand as the most powerful entity in this domain. There would be no need to fear even the Xiang clan, nor dread the master of the 10,000 Poisons sect. With these thoughts, Dan Yao's figure flickered and vanished like a flash of spiritual light. The Lord of 100 Poisons fled for 3,000 miles before finally halting in a mountain shrouded in toxic mist. Clutching his profusely bleeding wound, he murmured, "What terrifying sword energy! What is the origin of that sword in the hands of the sorceress? How could it possess such might?" As he spoke, he attempted to channel his true energy to staunch the wound, only to find the blood chillingly unyielding, making it difficult to halt. For so many years, I have gained renown. It is the first time I have suffered such a great loss. You shall wait, you cursed sorceress. Once I have healed and regained my vitality, I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death. A sinister, chilling laugh suddenly echoed. Huh, you think you can kill her? You might never have the chance. The Lord of 100 Poisons was startled. Who goes there? He swiftly rose and looked up, only to see a shadow slowly emerging from within a cave. Clad in a black robe, the figure exuded an inescapable aura of malevolence, while a pale, delicate face bore the pallor of a lifeless corpse. The Lord of 100 Poisons, his countenance twitching, pointed at the figure. You, who are you to dare appear before me? Do you wish for death? The figure shook his head, smiling. The one wishing for death is you, not I. What do you mean? The Lord of 100 Poisons stammered. You shall soon find out. The figure coldly smiled, his aura thickening. A colossal cauldron materialized from the darkness, suddenly erupting with countless streams of black light, aimed directly at the Lord of 100 Poisons. This cauldron is. The Lord of 100 Poisons was struck with alarm, swiftly shattering the black light with a palm strike, only to follow up with another strike aimed at the massive cauldron. To his shock, his power dissipated upon contact with the cauldron, as if a cow had plunged into the ocean, vanishing without a trace. Even more terrifying was the cauldron's formidable absorptive force. Upon touching its surface, his spiritual power began to surge uncontrollably towards it, as if swept away by a torrent. In a state of astonishment, the Lord of 100 Poisons attempted to withdraw his hand, only to find his palms seemingly nailed in place, immovable no matter how he exerted himself. The Wand Poison Nether Cauldron? How could you possess this treasure of our sect, lost for many years? Where did you acquire it? Originally, the Wand Poison Nether Cauldron was considered the supreme treasure of the Wand Poison sect, not only due to its ability to concoct unparalleled poisons, but also because it housed one of the 9 techniques of the heavenly sorrow and earthly suffering soul-locking art, the King Snake technique. Capable of absorbing all malevolent forces. In a world rife with toxins, none are more feared than poisonous snakes. Among them, the king cobra is revered as the bane of serpents, preying on all other snakes. Chapter 1654, Draining Spiritual Power. In times of scarcity, a king cobra may even resort to cannibalism. The technique's malevolence mirrored that of the king cobra, absorbing all evil energy for its own use, hence its name. The 18th generation leader of the Wand Poison sect accidentally discovered the secret of the king snake technique hidden within the Wand Poison Nether Cauldron. Though he was reluctant to slay his own family to practice the technique, he passed the knowledge down through generations. However, over 100,000 years ago, the leader of that era became particularly deranged, losing all sense of humanity. To further his cultivation, he brutally murdered his parents, wife, and 5 children, intending to use their souls and blood for his dark arts. Yet, the news leaked, and the elders of the Wand Poison sect, appalled, realized that if he could not even spare his family, all disciples would be at risk under his leadership. Thus, an unprecedented internal conflict erupted within the sect, resulting in the fall of numerous powerful figures. Murong Yuan's ancestor, unaware of the cauldron's dark legacy, seized the opportunity to steal it amidst the chaos. Though the King Snake technique was immensely profound and evil, capable of draining the life force of practitioners of the dark path, it required the unique refining process of the Wand Poison Nether Cauldron to absorb it fully. Subsequent leaders knew that mastering the King Snake technique could grant them unparalleled power, but without the cauldron, their efforts would be futile. Thus, the Lord of 100 Poisons, having committed numerous misdeeds, was destined for misfortune, first encountering the jade fruit, the bane of poisons, and now colliding with the supreme cauldron lost for over 100,000 years. Murong Yuan smirked ominously. This cauldron is a family heirloom of mine. Your misfortune has come upon you today. Nonsense. This cauldron clearly belongs to the Wan Poison sect. How can it be yours? At this moment, a realization struck the Lord of 100 Poisons, his eyes widening in disbelief. You are the descendant of that traitor? Murong Yuan laughed. Traitor? Such harsh words. To be precise, my Murong family is a branch of the Wan Poison sect in the western region. I too am a part of it. After your demise, I shall inherit the position of sect leader and elevate the Wan Poison sect to new heights. The Lord of 100 Poisons' expression shifted dramatically. You scoundrel. I am the rightful leader of the Wan Poison sect. Murong Yuan sneered dismissively. Ignorant fool. I shall end your life. Enraged, the Lord of 100 Poisons attempted to strike Murong Yuan into oblivion. However, the black light emanating from the Wan Poison nether cauldron enveloped him entirely. Under the control of the heavenly sorrow and earthly suffering soul-locking art, the cauldron could unleash power far surpassing that of other medicinal cauldrons on the fire cauldron rankings. Had the Lord of 100 Poisons not been injured, he might have been able to break free and counterattack Murong Yuan, ensuring his survival. But now, under the ominous shadow of the 10,000 Poisons ghostly cauldron, the pure spiritual power painstakingly cultivated by the Lord of Poisons over a millennium was inexorably drawn into Murong Yuan's being. His aura diminished steadily, his white hair shedding gradually, while the taut, unblemished visage of his face became marred with a web of wrinkles, crisscrossing like a labyrinth, a sight that was both startling and disconcerting. In stark contrast, Murong Yuan's internal essence grew ever more formidable, his eyes deep and unfathomable like the vast cosmos, yet they radiated an insidious cunning. Chapter 1655. You say I am the six-fingered diviner? With a resounding crash, the Lord of Poisons was sent flying, colliding violently against the mountainside, his face drenched in blood. Utterly despondent, Murong Yuan chuckled sinisterly. Your spiritual power is exquisite, truly abundant and refined. With this force, I need not toil for thousands of years. If I can fully refine it, I shall ascend to become a formidable being of the divine void realm. Ha! Enraged, the Lord of Poisons spat blood and fury. You little thief, I shall not let you off even in death. Facing imminent doom, you still dare to boast. Since you wish to become a ghost, I shall grant you that wish. Murong Yuan unleashed a palm strike, and the Lord of Poisons, unable to withstand the force, was obliterated, his form erupting into a mist of blood. Stepping out of the cave, he gazed into the azure sky, murmuring, Snow Spirit Fairy, O Snow Spirit Fairy, you are truly my fortuitous goddess. Had it not been for your instigation of Gu Yang and others in the western regions, the Murong clan would not have fallen so swiftly, nor would I have so rapidly mastered my demonic arts. If it weren't for your sword striking the Lord of Poisons and depleting his spiritual power significantly, I would not have been able to drain his strength so effortlessly. He chuckled. Just wait. Once my demonic skills reach their pinnacle, becoming the preeminent figure of this continent, I shall carry you in a grand procession and take you as my demonic empress. At this moment, Dan Yao remained oblivious, unaware that her and Qi Ming's machinations had inadvertently granted Murong Yuan a tremendous advantage. Perhaps this was fate. In the affairs of the world, many are governed by destiny beyond human calculation. Little did she know, Murong Yuan had long set his sights on the 10,000 Poisons sect. His attack on the Lord of Poisons merely accelerated his plan. At the foot of Jiugong Mountain, within the map shop, the shopkeeper, whose head resembled a pineapple, prepared to close up as dusk fell, eager to return home for a drink. However, as he turned to shut the door, he was startled to find someone standing before him. Dan Yao, having entered unbeknownst to him, stood directly behind him, her gaze complex as she regarded him. The shopkeeper was taken aback, stammering, My lord, why you? How did you come here? How long have you been standing there? Dan Yao did not respond, slowly advancing towards him. The eyes behind her veil shone like stars, deep as a tranquil pool, emanating an eerie glow that made the shopkeeper break into a cold sweat. After a moment of silence, Dan Yao suddenly inquired, What is your name? The unexpected question left the shopkeeper momentarily bewildered. What? Dan Yao pressed on. What is your primary occupation? With a smile, the shopkeeper replied, Well, I make and sell maps, and occasionally deal in news. Earning a bit of coin. Dan Yao shook her head. No, your main profession is not selling maps, nor is it peddling news. It is fortune-telling. The shopkeeper was taken aback, an awkward smile creeping onto his face. What are you talking about? Someone like me could never be a fortune-teller. Even if I were to dabble in such a profession, I would merely be a charlatan. Dan Yao's eyes sparkled with electric intensity as she glanced at the shopkeeper's left hand, where two small pinky fingers branched out. A bona fide six-fingered diviner. If deemed a charlatan, then no true fortune teller exists in this world. The shopkeeper was left utterly dumbfounded, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. He smiled calmly. My lord, you say I am a six-fingered diviner? Dan Yao nodded. Is it merely because I was born with 6 fingers that you would label me as such? That reasoning is rather absurd. Chapter 1656. Truly, it is fate. Dan Yao replied. Of course, it is not solely that. While individuals with 6 fingers are rare, they do exist. Many fetuses develop incompletely in the womb, or are startled during gestation, resulting in 6 fingers. However, the 6 fingers on your left hand are not due to such circumstances, but rather a hereditary genetic trait. The term six-fingered diviner has never referred to an individual alone, but rather to a lineage of fortune tellers who have inherited this trait for generations. The shopkeeper was both astonished and perplexed. How do you know all this? It was he who told me, Dan Yao replied. The shopkeeper was momentarily stunned. He is. Precisely. Dan Yao produced a heart-shaped piece of azure blood jade from her spatial ring. The moment the jade was revealed, the shopkeeper's blood surged within him. An overwhelming sense of kinship flooding his heart. Azure blood transformed into jade. This is the essence of my ancestral bloodline. The shopkeeper's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at Dan Yao. Indeed, Dan Yao affirmed. Where did you acquire this? The shopkeeper's tone turned severe, akin to that of an interrogator. I did not acquire it. It flew to me of its own accord. I intended merely to capture a fragment of its essence to attract the azure blood true love 9-petal flower, but unexpectedly. Dan Yao recounted the events surrounding the azure blood jade. The shopkeeper, drenched in cold sweat, sighed heavily. Fate, truly it is fate. Dan Yao continued. Previously, I had not doubted you, thinking you merely a petty merchant, until I ventured into the celestial mechanism pavilion and discovered that you could predict events before they unfolded. This compelled me to question your abilities. Upon closing my eyes and reflecting thoroughly, I realized I had overlooked a crucial detail. Your left hand possesses an extra finger beyond the norm. To have such foresight and 6 fingers, there can be no other than a 6-fingered diviner. At this point, Dan Yao cast a sidelong glance at the shopkeeper. If I am not mistaken, you should be the current diviner of your clan, correct? The shopkeeper nodded. Yes. I am Su Luzi, the contemporary diviner of the 6-fingered clan. Dan Yao queried. If you are the rightful heir of the 6-fingered diviner, why then do you abandon your family's noble profession to become a mere shopkeeper? Su Luzi sighed. It is a long story. I did not wish for you to know. But since you have uncovered my secret and acquired the azure blood jade of my lineage, it seems destined. Allow me to share my tale. He fetched 2 chairs, inviting Dan Yao to sit, and began to recount. Approximately 70 to 80,000 years ago, my ancestor traveled far and wide, and by chance encountered a woman in the western regions. Upon observing her countenance, he foresaw that among her descendants would be one cursed by the calamity star, destined to defy morality and harm kin, using the blood and souls of loved ones to master unparalleled demonic arts, wreaking havoc upon the world. My 6-fingered clan has always taken upon itself the duty to uphold righteousness and save the world from such calamity, and we could not stand idly by as this unfolded. For millennia, my family has closely monitored this matter. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao immediately recognized the individual in question. It was none other than Xianxiang, who, during his resurrection of the wedding dress divine skill, had learned of the 6-fingered diviner from the first matriarch of the Shangwan clan, Wanxinga. The calamity star foretold by the 6-fingered diviner, the future harbinger of chaos, was none other than Qi Ming, who darkened in the original tale. Chapter 1657, A Unique Fate. Su Luzi paused before continuing. Even in my generation, we have not relinquished hope. Over 200 years ago, I observed the celestial phenomena at night and inadvertently discovered that the calamity star was in disarray. The original calamity star, under the influence of an unknown individual, had its malicious energy transformed into harmony. This revelation left me utterly astounded, for one must understand that fate is predetermined, beyond human influence. For someone to be capable of reversing such cosmic forces is simply unfathomable. In order to elucidate the matter, I resorted to the esoteric calculations of the Tai divination, revealing that 2 centuries hence, a significant transformation will occur on Jiogong Mountain, instigated by none other than that fateful solitary star. Listening intently, Dan Yao pondered and tentatively remarked. So, you disguise yourself and lay in wait here, hoping to locate that individual and discern the truth through observing his countenance? Su Luzi nodded affirmatively. Indeed. I had an inkling he would arrive here and prepared in advance, yet unexpectedly, he did not show. Instead, you appeared. He gazed deeply into Dan Yao's eyes. Do you know? I initially intended to withhold the information regarding the conflict between the Tianji Pavilion and the Wanda sect, for the more individuals involved, the greater the chaos, rendering the outcome increasingly unmanageable. Since you wish to keep it a secret, why divulge it? Dan Yao inquired, perplexed. Because your fate is exceedingly unique, Su Luzi replied. Oh. Dan Yao raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him. You have yet to behold my true visage. How can you ascertain that my fate is so exceptional? Physiognomy is merely one facet of fortune-telling. It is not the entirety. Beyond physiognomy, there exist methods such as divination through characters, astrological observation, and the assessment of close kin's features, allowing one to infer the fate of an individual indirectly. Su Luzi's gaze remained fixed on Dan Yao. Filled with profound confusion and curiosity, upon first encountering you, I discerned something peculiar about your fate. Logically, you should have been born into affluence, yet destined for an early demise. By all accounts, you should have perished over 2 centuries ago. Yet, not only have you survived, but you have also become the youngest 8th-tier alchemist in history. This is truly remarkable. I have encountered thousands who practice divination, yet never have I come across anyone like you. In the ancient texts bequeathed by my family, only one individual bears a resemblance to you. Intrigued, Dan Yao asked. Who is that person? Su Luzi answered. That individual was a remarkable figure from ancient times, also marked by an early death. Furthermore, this extraordinary person was born with a celestial block, unable to cultivate, yet possessed an unparalleled talent that defied fate itself, pioneering an extraordinary method of alchemy and becoming a revered master of the craft. Regrettably, the divine scroll of fire alchemy, which encapsulated his life's wisdom, has not survived, marking a significant loss for the alchemical world. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao understood that Su Luzi's perception of her fate as strange stemmed not from a lack of accuracy in his calculations, but rather from the interference of anomalies. Both she and the author of the divine scroll of fire alchemy were traversers, souls not belonging to this world. No matter how profound the calculations of the six-fingered diviner, they could only extend to the fates of individuals from this continent. Beyond that boundary, predictions were beyond his reach. Nonetheless, the fact that this old fellow could discern the alterations in Qiming's fate and her own early demise speaks volumes about the precision of his craft. Dan Yao stated, You are correct. I was indeed destined for an early death. However, before my demise, I encountered a senior who, unable to bear my premature end, intervened to alter my fate, allowing me to survive. Chapter 1658, A Dragon Trapped in Shallow Waters. Su Luzi was taken aback. What? This senior could alter fate? That is truly remarkable. Dan Yao replied, her demeanor unwavering. It is indeed remarkable, but fate is ordained by heaven. To defy it is to challenge the celestial order. Inevitably incurring a heavy price, shortly after aiding me, he passed away. She could see Su Luzi's eagerness to meet this esteemed senior and seek counsel on the art of fate alteration, and to avoid the unraveling of her deceit. She had to claim he was deceased. As she expected, Su Luzi lamented, What a pity, truly a pity. After a brief silence, Dan Yao said, Senior, you are a master of divination. I have a request to make, and I hope you can assist me. Su Luzi regarded her and replied nonchalantly. Since my ancestor bestowed upon you the blood jade of transformation after his passing, signifying you as the destined one, feel free to inquire as you wish. Dan Yao continued. I have a friend who has gone missing. Despite my extensive search, I have been unable to locate him. I beseech you to divine whether he is alive or dead and where he might be. Su Luzi inquired, What is his name? Do you know his date of birth? I do. Dan Yao provided Xiangyang's name and birth details. Upon hearing this, Su Luzi furrowed his brow deeply. Strange indeed. Senior, what seems to be the matter? There is much that is odd. Xiangyang, with the character yang indicating fire, conveys the notion of metal melting, akin to a lamp flickering out, coupled with his birth details. He should be a misfortunate soul, destined for a brief existence. How could this be? Su Luzi's gaze turned towards Dan Yao, squinting. Has his fate been altered by you? Feigning ignorance, Dan Yao responded. I am unaware. Is he truly a short-lived soul? Not only a short-lived soul, but also a most unfortunate one. From the insights of his fate, few in this world could be more ill-fated and destined for a fleeting existence than he. Yet, Su Luzi shook his head. It appears I am indeed growing old. One after another, I miscalculate fates. If I continue, I fear I shall tarnish the family name of the six-fingered diviner. Yet Dan Yao comprehended that Su Luzi had not erred. The recurring anomalies arose from her presence as a traverser, inadvertently altering the fates of many. Senior, I am confident in your abilities, setting fate aside for now. Can you tell me how he is faring? Su Luzi pondered briefly before stating, Although his fate has been altered, I can still surmise that he is alive. But Dan Yao's heart tightened. But what? He has been betrayed, and is now in the clutches of the enemy, a dragon ensnared in shallow waters, struggling to escape. What? Betrayed? Dan Yao's expression shifted. Who has betrayed him? Su Luzi shook his head. I do not know. I can only ascertain the general circumstances. As for the betrayer, that eludes me. However, from my observations of his current fate, he has endured significant upheaval early in life, maturing yet becoming sensitive and suspicious. Unless it is an individual with whom he shares a deep bond of trust, it is unlikely anyone could betray him. Dan Yao fell into deep contemplation, suddenly struck by a thought. Could it be him? Senior, do you know where he is imprisoned? Dan Yao inquired urgently. I do. I can see that he is of great importance to you. Su Luzi's gaze sharpened, perceiving Dan Yao as transparent as glass. Chapter 1659, Then let us employ wisdom. He shifted his tone. However, if you wish to rescue him, it will not be an easy task. The place where Xiangyang is confined is fraught with dangers and guarded by formidable foes. Unless one has reached the pinnacle of cultivation, it is nearly impossible to extract him safely, and you, at present. A glint of determination crossed Dan Yao's eyes, her voice resolute as steel. If brute force is not an option, then we shall employ cunning. Regardless, I will rescue him. Very well, I shall disclose this to you. According to my calculations, Xiangyang is held within a place known as Yanyan Fortress, a highly secretive location of the Xiang clan. I cannot divine the exact address, for it is akin to quicksand in the desert, ever-shifting. Yanyan Fortress? Ever-shifting? Dan Yao murmured. Xiangyang's fate is fraught with hardship. You are the singular benefactor in his life. Now that he is ensnared, only you can effect his rescue. The Xiang clan has only just captured him and has not yet returned him to their fold. You must act swiftly, for the consequences of delay are dire. And I am certain you understand the severity of this situation. However, Su Luzi hesitated slightly. The Dan Towers Alchemist Convention, a once-in-a-millennium event, is imminent. You, at such a young age, are already an 8th-tier alchemist. If you were to participate in this grand gathering, your brilliance would undoubtedly shine forth, earning you renown across the land. Should you squander your energy on rescue efforts, risking delays or injuries that could compromise your alchemical prowess, it would be a regret you might carry for a lifetime. The Alchemist Conference occurs but once every millennium, and only those alchemists aged under 1,000 years may participate. Should one miss the opportunity, no second chance shall arise. If I do not partake, then so be it, Dan Yao resolutely declared. I care not for hollow titles. My only wish is for those who love and care for me to remain safe and sound. As for everything else, it holds no significance. With that, she bowed to Su Luzi, saying, Thank you for your guidance, esteemed senior. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Very well, attend to your affairs. Travel safely, Su Luzi replied with a warm smile. Dan Yao nodded and gracefully departed. In the dead of night, at the foot of Jiugong Mountain, a secluded courtyard lay shrouded in shadows. A dark figure glided through the heavy night and approached the entrance. He gently knocked on the door a few times. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing an expressionless individual who whispered, Hurry inside. Do not keep the Vice Clan leader waiting. Yes, the dark figure replied, entering the courtyard with swift steps, making his way to the main hall. The main hall was dimly lit, illuminated only by a flickering candle that danced precariously in the wind, threatening to extinguish at any moment. A middle-aged man adorned in a robe embroidered with dragon and phoenix motifs sat quietly, savoring a meticulously brewed spirit tea. I pay my respects to the Vice Clan leader. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, the dark figure quickly knelt in homage, his demeanor lacking any semblance of reverence. Rise, the middle-aged man said, placing down his teacup with a calm demeanor. With a gesture of his finger, a cup of spirit tea floated before the dark figure. Sit and enjoy some tea. I dare not. The dark figure responded with trepidation. What is there to fear? You are a renowned diviner, a figure of considerable stature. Surely, you can afford to partake in a cup of tea, the middle-aged man chuckled. Indeed, thank you for the tea, Vice Clan leader. The dark figure's tone was excessively obsequious. Chapter 1660, The Trap. If Dan Yao were present, she would undoubtedly be taken aback, for this man was none other than the contemporary six-fingered oracle, Su Luzi. Opposite him sat the Vice Clan leader of the Xiang clan, Xiang Yuanshan, the younger brother of Xiang Banshan. How goes the task? Xiang Yuanshan inquired, leisurely sipping his tea. Su Luzi smirked sinisterly. All proceeds smoothly. That woman has taken the bait. Xiang Yuanshan smiled faintly. Well done. Throughout history, who has not been ensnared by love? The madwomen of the Xianxiaaudiobooks palace may curse the fickleness of men, vowing to eliminate all heartless wretches, yet they love more deeply than anyone. This woman has been with Xiangyang for many years, and over the course of their mundane lives, feelings have taken root, becoming inseparable. Upon hearing that Xiangyang is imprisoned in Yanyan Fortress, how could she remain calm? She will undoubtedly risk everything to save him. The Vice Clan leader's strategies are impeccable. I am in awe. Su Luzi flattered with a smile. What do you mean by impeccable strategies? All these schemes originated from my brother. I merely executed the plan. Nonetheless, your contribution is considerable. Had you not intentionally revealed a flaw, enticing her to investigate your identity and subsequently be captivated by your calculations, she would not have been so easily deceived. Nonsense, I merely possess trivial skills. It is the clan leader who orchestrates everything with the precision of a celestial being. Xiang Yuanshan set down his teacup, gazing deeply at him. I know well that all your actions are driven by a desire for revenge against Qing Fu. It is indeed lamentable. You and Qing Fu were a match made in heaven, both talented and beautiful. Yet, you were thwarted by Xiang Yang and that wretched woman, forever separated, leaving lovers unable to unite. Such a tragedy. Su Luzi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I was betrayed, cast aside by my family. Yet Qing Fu did not abandon me. She invited me to join the Xiang clan, and under her careful planning, I vanquished those who wronged me, seizing control of the clan to become the new six-fingered oracle. Alas, his face darkened with profound hatred. It is all due to that damned couple. Had it not been for them, Qing Fu would still be alive. I have a request for you, Vice Clan leader. I hope you will grant it. What is it? Once we capture those two, I implore you to allow me to deal with that wretched woman. I wish to make her suffer slowly before Xiang Yang, so he may experience the anguish of losing his beloved. Su Luzi articulated each word with chilling malice. Xiang Yuanshan nodded without hesitation. No problem. That woman has repeatedly undermined our clan's interests. Even without your request, the clan leader would not let her escape unscathed. Thank you, Vice Clan leader. Su Luzi paused and inquired. Have arrangements been made at Yanyan Fortress? The web has long been woven. Should she dare approach, she shall find no retreat. They say one learns from experience. After 200 years apart, I did not expect Xiang Yang to become so cunning. Our clan's people have tried several times to track him down, only to have him slip away like an eel. However, this woman is his heart's desire. As long as we ensnare her, we need not worry about him not showing up, Xiang Yuanshan sneered. The Vice Clan leader is wise. Capturing that woman will be more effective than threatening him with 100 yang shoes. With her in hand, everything will be manageable. Chapter 1661. Is it truly that coincidental? Xiang Yuanshan smirked darkly. Youth often blinds one to the treachery of the human heart. That woman is deeply concerned for Xiang Yang's safety and trusts you, the diviner, implicitly. This time, she will surely fall into the trap. However, we must send someone to keep a close watch. There must be no slip-ups. Do you understand? Understood. I will ensure she is closely monitored. Su Luzi hesitated before adding. There is one more matter I must convey to the Vice Clan leader. What is it? Xiang Yuanshan sipped his spirit tea once more. Su Luzi stated, that woman possesses a piece of blood jade. Blood jade? Xiang Yuanshan's expression shifted abruptly, his voice rising in alarm. Isn't that a legendary artifact? How could that woman have it? Is it not a forgery? It was no wonder Xiang Yuanshan reacted so fearfully. According to ancient lore, blood jade materializes amidst great upheaval, as it is said that good and evil are intertwined. The appearance of blood jade heralds the approach of calamity and malevolence. It embodies the essence of the universe, a force of righteousness that vanquishes all evil. In ancient times, many formidable fiends perished at the hands of the blood jade. Yet, the conditions for its formation are exceedingly stringent. Only those of immense benevolence, wisdom, courage, and self-sacrifice can transform their blood into jade through unimaginable suffering. Due to its elusive nature, it has remained a mere legend. It is not a forgery. This artifact was transformed from the remains of an ancestor of my clan, Su Luzi asserted with conviction. What? An ancestor of the six-fingered oracle? Xiang Yuanshan was taken aback once more. What on earth is going on? Explain every detail to me. Yes. Su Luzi, recognizing the gravity of the blood jade, eagerly recounted the tale of Dan Yao. As he spoke, Xiang Yuanshan's brow furrowed deeper. So that is how it is. Could it truly be that coincidental? He fell into contemplation. Your six-fingered oracle clan has always excelled in divining the heavens. Your ancestor sacrificed himself to leave behind the blood jade, indicating that there must be more to this story. Su Luzi quickly added, I, too, suspect there is a deeper significance. This blood jade has remained hidden beneath the volcanic magma of the blood jade mansion for many years, never having been retrieved. Now, it has sought out that wretched woman. This is definitely not mere coincidence. Xiang Yuanshan's fingers gently tapped the table as he murmured. This woman possesses not only astonishing talent in cultivation, but also an unparalleled aptitude for alchemy rarely seen in this age. Logically, given that she practices the chilling arts of the Xianxia Palace, she should be inherently incompatible with alchemists. Yet, she has not only ascended to the rank of an 8th-grade alchemist, but has also attracted divine artifacts such as the Shuepa sword and the Baishui jade. The mysteries surrounding her are indeed manifold. Once our plan succeeds, I shall personally escort her back to the clan, where my elder brother can interrogate her thoroughly. We must not allow her to jeopardize the grand ambitions of our lineage. He waved his hand dismissively. Very well, go and keep a close watch. Should the woman exhibit any peculiarities, report to me immediately. I shall act swiftly to avoid prolonged complications. Yes, I take my leave, Su Luzi responded before turning to depart. Xiang Yuanshan gestured, and the door closed with a resounding thud. A spirit shrouded in flames materialized, perplexed. That woman is merely at the Lingtai realm of cultivation. Even wielding the Shuepa sword to exert power comparable to a third or fourth layer Xianxiu expert, she could hardly be your match. Why not seize her directly instead of devising such convoluted schemes? Xiang Yuanshan shot him a sidelong glance. Do you think I indulge in unnecessary theatrics? Isn't that so? The spirit retorted. Xiang Yuanshan sighed. That woman is cunning and treacherous. Previously, when my brother and I sent numerous individuals to capture her and Xiangyang, they all evaded us. It took considerable effort to locate her this time. If we do not prepare meticulously, we risk allowing her to slip away once more. The Yanyan fortress is fraught with traps. Once she is ensnared, there will be no escape. Indeed, the spirit nodded, chuckling lightly. Xiangyang has unraveled the secrets of the marriage garment divine art, but with his stubbornness, even if captured, it is unlikely he would divulge the secret. This woman is the object of his affection. As long as we hold her life in our hands, I doubt he would remain tight-lipped. Precisely. Capturing this woman will compel that obstinate Xiangyang to cooperate. Xiang Yuanshan smiled, noticing the spirit's frown as its flames flickered. What troubles you? The spirit hesitated. For some reason, I sense an extraordinarily familiar aura from that woman. A familiar aura? Xiang Yuanshan exclaimed. How can that be? Your essence is the embodiment of her profound and chilling spiritual energy, which is diametrically opposed to your own. Furthermore, she is but 300 years old, whereas you are far older than any living being. How could she possibly possess an aura that you recognize? The spirit furrowed its brow. I cannot ascertain the source of this familiarity, but this woman is not simple. We must capture her swiftly, lest it disrupt our clan's grand strategy. Xiang Yuanshan nodded. Indeed. Apprehend that woman and interrogate her thoroughly. All will be revealed. With a year remaining until the Alchemist Conference, I have more pressing matters to attend to. I shall leave this in your capable hands. As he spoke, without waiting for Xiang Yuanshan's response, the flames enveloped the spirit, consuming it entirely. When the flames dissipated, the spirit had vanished mysteriously. Having known each other for many years, Xiang Yuanshan was unfazed. He quietly closed his eyes, patiently awaiting news. Meanwhile, after Xiao Yao escaped from the Tianji Pavilion with Qiming and Shui Ling, they found a secluded location to await Dan Yao's return. Days passed without any sign of her, and both Qiming and Shui Ling grew increasingly anxious. Xiao Yao reassured them. Do not fret. I am a manifestation of my true self. Our fates intertwined. When one flourishes, all flourish, and when one suffers, all suffer. If she were harmed, I would also be in distress. Since I feel nothing amiss, it indicates her safety. Just wait. I sense she is approaching. After approximately half a day's wait, Dan Yao finally appeared. Auntie, why have you only just arrived? Has something happened? Qiming inquired. Dan Yao waved her hand. Do not ask too many questions. You and Shui Ling must leave here at once, swiftly. Qiming was taken aback. Auntie, what is the matter? Stop asking and leave quickly. Shui Ling urged. Sister, what has transpired? If we encounter a formidable foe, we cannot abandon you. Dan Yao repeatedly gestured. No more questions. Just go. When we meet again, I shall explain everything. Qiming felt a surge of blood and indignation. Annie, do you think us cowardly? Indeed, Shui Ling added. If we truly face a strong enemy, we should confront it together. There is no reason for us to escape alone. Both knew Dan Yao was exceptionally capable, having swept through from the East region to the North region with near invincibility. Given her current grave demeanor, urging them to leave suggested that their adversary was indeed formidable. Understanding their resolve, Dan Yao succinctly conveyed the situation. Shui Ling's complexion paled in horror. Is that so? What should we do? Dan Yao replied. The enemy is exceedingly powerful, but I must remain here to divert their attention. If they discover us, none of us will survive. I need you to leave, not to save yourselves while abandoning me, but to seek allies who can match our foes. Allies? Shui Ling asked, stunned. The Xiang clan is so powerful. Who could possibly stand against the Xianshui Palace? Do you want us to seek assistance from them? Yes. Find Elder Shui of the Xianshui Palace and ask for her help. Qiming hesitated. But we are unfamiliar with the Xianshui Palace. Why would they assist us? Should we mention our connection to Senior Yunmei? Dan Yao shook her head. No need for that. Simply explain our situation, and they will certainly aid us. Qiming was initially taken aback, but then understood. Of course, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The Xianxia Palace and the Xiang clan are sworn enemies. They would not miss the opportunity to undermine the Xiang clan. Exactly. But you must first find Elder Shui and explain the situation to her, lest the Xianxia Palace mistake you for deceivers. Qiming promptly agreed. Auntie, we shall leave at once. You must be careful here alone. Dan Yao turned to Xiao Yao. You escort them away. Remember, do not evade their watchful eyes. Leave openly and confidently. Do you understand? Xiao Yao nodded in comprehension. Understood. Su Luzi had been observing Dan Yao closely. Seeing Xiao Yao lead Shui Ling and Qiming away, he hurried to report to Xiang Yuanshan. Upon hearing the news, Xiang Yuanshan merely replied, Understood, continue monitoring. Su Luzi questioned, Deputy Clan Leader, why allow them to leave? Wouldn't it be better to capture them together? Those two are insignificant. That woman orchestrating their departure indicates she knows this journey to Yanyan Fortress is perilous, and she cannot bear to let her nephew and junior sister accompany her to their doom. If she sends her doppelganger to escort them, striking at this critical moment would surely alert the enemy, jeopardizing our plan. I would not be so foolish, Xiang Yuanshan replied with a cold smile. Su Luzi's brow relaxed. Smiling, indeed, that woman is the real prize. Capturing her renders everything else inconsequential. If we were to lose her because of these two, that would be a grave error. Your foresight is commendable, Deputy Clan Leader. Xiang Yuanshan waved his hand. Enough flattery. Keep a vigilant watch. Report any disturbances immediately. It matters not who escapes. But we must not allow Dan Yao to slip away. Yes, I shall keep a close eye on her. Chapter 1664. A Scheme Within a Scheme. 2. Xiang Yuanshan. Su Luzi and the others remained oblivious to the fact that Dan Yao had seen through their machinations. They were unwilling to disturb the grass and alert the snake. Fearing to let the elusive Dan Yao escape their grasp, which inadvertently allowed Shui Ling and Qi Ming to successfully extricate themselves and hasten to Xianxia Palace for reinforcements. Su Luzi fixated on Dan Yao, and upon seeing Qi Ming and Shui Ling depart, he hesitated, a flicker of suspicion rising within him. Could it be that they had revealed their intentions and this little vixen had noticed? As he pondered, he noticed a noxious miasma enveloping Dan Yao's dwelling. And thunder and lightning roared in the heavens above, leading him to a swift realization. She must be aware of the perilous nature of her rescue mission. Yet driven by her love for those ensnared, she felt compelled to concoct more poison pills for protection prior to heading to Yanyan Fort. With this thought, Su Luzi couldn't help but smirk coldly. No matter how formidable your poison pills may be, they cannot surpass the might of the Xiang clan's warriors. Especially with Xiang Yuanshan himself taking action. This old fellow is at least a formidable presence at the 7th level of the Divine Void Realm, regardless of your cunning. Escaping his grasp is a futile endeavor. After waiting for 5 long days, just as Su Luzi began to grow impatient, he finally witnessed Dan Yao transforming into a streak of light, swiftly soaring towards the direction of Yanyan Fort. Su Luzi was overjoyed and promptly sent a message to Xiang Yuanshan. Upon receiving the news, Xiang Yuanshan immediately sprang into action. Thus commenced the grand spectacle of scheming and counter-scheming. As Su Luzi prepared to close his establishment and head to the Xiang clan to await the outcome, an unexpected event transpired. That night, lying on his bed, he suddenly noticed a shadow flitting outside his room. Startled, Su Luzi sprang to his feet and barked. Who goes there? The figure offered no reply. Hesitating for a moment, Su Luzi rushed out, shouting, You rat! Where do you think you're going? He pursued the shadow and soon found himself at a desolate mountain. The shadow halted there, removing its mask, and the pale moonlight illuminated a breathtakingly beautiful face, reminiscent of a celestial maiden standing gracefully beneath the moonlight. Su Luzi, having never encountered a woman of such exquisite beauty, felt as though even the legendary Xianxia could not compare to her radiance, leaving him momentarily entranced. Regaining his composure, he demanded in a deep voice, Who are you? Why have you lured me here? The figure smiled, her voice ringing like silver bells. Senior, do you not recognize me? Su Luzi felt as though struck by lightning, his eyes widening in disbelief. You, how could you be here? You are not. Not what? Dan Yao replied, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. Not on my way to Yanyan Fort, which is why I'm here, correct? Humph, there are many things you have yet to fathom. Without further ado, Su Luzi vanished in a flash, darting away like a bolt of lightning. Can you escape? Dan Yao scoffed, swiftly blocking his path. Su Luzi bellowed, channeling his true energy into both palms, striking at Dan Yao with ferocity. Though the 6-fingered fortune teller was renowned for his divination skills, his innate talent was rather mediocre. Su Luzi, possessing only average aptitude, had spent years honing his craft, yet had barely reached the spirit platform realm. How could he possibly be a match for Dan Yao? With a single sweep of her long sleeves, Dan Yao sent Su Luji reeling, blood spurting from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. With a flick of her finger, the blood transformation needle shot forth, piercing into Su Luji's body. He let out a wretched cry as his meridians were sealed, rendering him immobile, trembling on the ground. Dan Yao remarked with a smirk, the all-knowing and all-seeing six-fingered fortune-teller. Did you ever imagine you would fall into the hands of a mere girl? Indeed, it was truly unexpected. After all the meticulous plotting, it all amounted to nothing in the end. Chapter 1665. A Scheme Within a Scheme. 3. Su Luji bitterly smiled, blood continuing to spill from his lips as he stammered. How did you discern my plot against you? Where was my flaw? What? Are you attempting to buy time for an escape? Dan Yao's gaze pierced through Su Luji's thoughts with sharp precision. Su Luji offered an awkward chuckle. How could that be? Our strengths are so disparate. How could I hope to flee your grasp? I merely cannot comprehend how this plan, seemingly flawless and watertight, was unraveled by you. If you could enlighten me, I would die with no regrets. Dan Yao sighed. Very well, since you have been sealed by my blood transformation needle, your 8 extraordinary meridians are now closed off. The moment you attempt to channel your true energy, it will surge backward, leading to your explosive demise. Even if I reveal the truth, you shall not escape. I shall grant you clarity in death. She gazed down at Su Luji from her elevated position, a hint of enigmatic mirth dancing upon her lips. In truth, your and Xianxiafan's plans were sufficiently intricate. My ability to unravel them was purely a stroke of fortune. A stroke of fortune? Su Luji struggled to grasp the notion. Indeed, it was mere luck. Prior to encountering you, I had acquired the Bloodstone Jade. It was precisely because of it that I was able to see through the fog. Dan Yao produced the jade, its emerald glow casting an eerie light in front of him. Su Luji could only stare in shock, his eyes bulging like those of a stunned fish. Do you not understand yet? Perhaps it is to be expected that someone like you cannot fathom this. Let us start from the beginning. Dan Yao stood with her hands clasped behind her back, speaking slowly. On the day I infiltrated the Tianji Pavilion to rescue Qi Ming, during our conversation, I was astonished to discover that you were not as simple as you appeared. Upon reflection, I recalled your 6 fingers and surmised that you might be the infamous six-fingered fortune-teller. Coincidentally, the Bloodstone Jade in my possession was also transformed from the lineage of the six-fingered fortune-teller. A twist of fate that led me to seek you out a second time. Su Luji interjected. You only suspected a problem during the second meeting? Dan Yao nodded. That cannot be. My words were flawless, without a hint of flaw. How could you have doubted me? Su Luji had assumed that Dan Yao had recognized his intentions right away, only to discover that it was during their second encounter that he had revealed his vulnerabilities. Yes, your words were devoid of any flaws, but what you did not realize was that this Bloodstone Jade, aside from being a remnant of your six-fingered fortune-teller ancestor, is also a vessel of utmost purity and righteousness, intolerant of any wickedness or filth. When I presented the jade before you, it suddenly grew exceedingly warm, as if attempting to alert me to something. As Su Luji listened, his complexion changed. Dan Yao continued. At that moment, I pondered that the Bloodstone Jade, having the bloodline of the six-fingered fortune-teller, was reacting to warn me that you were not the genuine article, but rather an impostor. Yet, your subsequent precise judgments regarding my and Xianxia's fates clearly indicated that you were indeed the true six-fingered fortune-teller. If you are not an impostor, then why did the Bloodstone Jade urge me to be wary of you? She regarded Su Luji's increasingly grim expression. Upon careful reflection, I realized that while you are genuine, it does not mean your heart is righteous. Chapter 1666. Analysis. Dan Yao scoffed repeatedly. You claim that the six-fingered fortune-teller family is dedicated to upholding justice and rescuing the common folk. Yet the righteous aura of the Bloodstone Jade unequivocally reveals you to be a duplicitous scoundrel. Grasping this, I began to sense that your suggestion for me to venture into the Tianji Pavilion to save others was not as straightforward as it seemed and was undoubtedly laden with ulterior motives. Subsequently, I recalled Xianxia's words that the mechanisms of the Tianji Pavilion and the calculations of the six-fingered fortune-teller are revered as the dual marvels of the central region. The treasure guarding the entrance of the Tianji Pavilion had been secretly manipulated and stolen by the Xiang clan. It stands to reason that the extraordinary calculations of the six-fingered fortune-teller would not escape their clutches. Thus, it is highly likely that you have already allied yourself with the Xiang clan. However, at that time, I could not yet discern your true intentions and could only remain still. To discern your true intentions, I deliberately tasked you with determining whether Xianxiang was alive or dead and where he might be. Your response revealed that Xianxiang was ensnared by a dragon in shallow waters and trapped within Yanyan Fortress. Upon hearing this, I immediately comprehended everything. The so-called Yanyan Fortress was merely a ploy to draw me in, subsequently coercing Xianxiang to reveal the secrets of the bridal attire's divine art at a banquet reminiscent of the infamous Hongmen. Listening to Dan Yao's meticulous analysis, Su Luzi lamented, "You are truly an exceptionally astute individual. No wonder the Xiang clan has invested so much effort, yet has been unable to capture you and that young rascal Xiangyang. It is not due to the inadequacies of Hong Yan, He Mei, and others, but rather because you too are exceedingly cunning." Dan Yao replied with a smile, "If I were so easily captured, I would not be who I am." Su Luzi inquired, "I do not understand. Since you have unraveled this scheme, why do you not directly apprehend me and expose my deceit? Do you take me for a fool?" Given the Xiang clan's modus operandi, after this setback, they will undoubtedly dispatch someone of greater strength. Initially, it was the 4 guardians of the spirit platform realm, followed by He Mei of the first layer of divine void, and then the red serpent and spirit serpent of the second and third layers. 18 years ago, Xiang Gongzhan, who pursued us 4 through the spatial passage, was already a powerhouse of the 6th layer of divine void. In the entire Xiang clan, only the brothers Xiang Yuanshan and Xiang Banshan surpass him in strength. Dan Yao snorted. Those 2 ancient immortals have reached an unfathomable level of cultivation. When I previously encountered Xiang Gongzhan, I suffered a devastating defeat. If either of the brothers were to intervene, even with my myriad abilities, I would find it impossible to escape. If I were to openly confront you, not only would I be unable to flee, but Qi Ming and Shui Ling would also fall victim to their deadly grasp. Would I be so foolish as to engage in such self-degradation? Hearing this, Su Luzi sighed helplessly. I never anticipated your insights to be so profound. No wonder you boldly sent your avatar to escort your nephew and disciple away. You calculated that we would not dare to act against them, did you not? Dan Yao nodded. Indeed. After all, I am the best pawn to threaten Xiangyang. Should I alert the snake and jeopardize the plan, it would be counterproductive. I am acutely aware of this, and I also know that with the combined strength of myself, Qi Ming, and Shui Ling, we cannot contend with them. If death is inevitable, it is better to place ourselves in a situation of apparent peril and allow Xiao Yao to brazenly escort Shui Ling and Qi Ming away, thus lulling you into complacency and drawing all your attention to me. Su Luzi stammered. But I clearly saw you transform into a streak of light, heading towards Yin Fortress. Dan Yao chuckled. That was not I. Beauty is an asset for women. Yet excessive beauty invites endless troubles, and I despise complications the most. I have worn a mask for years, and few have seen my true face. Thus, as long as I find a female cultivator within the Xianxia palace who closely resembles me in height and build, don my attire, and wear my mask to fly out, you would be utterly unable to discern the difference. A female cultivator from Xianxia palace? Su Luzi quivered. So you arranged for your nephew and disciple's departure not only to evade danger, but also to alert Xianxia palace, subsequently turning the tables to ensnare the Xiang clan in one fell swoop. Dan Yao smiled. Precisely. You meticulously set this trap for me. How could I let it go to waste? The enmity between Xianxia palace and the Xiang clan is as deep as the ocean, and with an opportunity to strike decisively, how could they let it slip away? If the timing is right, your people have already fallen into the ambush laid by Xianxia palace. Even if they do not suffer total annihilation, they will undoubtedly endure significant injuries. Su Luzi's complexion darkened. His lips quivered. You are too treacherous, too terrifying. Dan Yao laughed dismissively. Where's the treachery? I merely returned the favor in kind. If we speak of insidiousness and baseness, I cannot even compare to 1/10 of Xiang Banshan. It was he who caused Xiang Yang's parents to perish, leaving him destitute. All I am doing today is collecting a sliver of the blood debt he owes. Though she spoke lightly, her heart remained apprehensive. Su Luzi's divination skills were formidable. Had she not traversed time and space, transcending the boundaries of fate, this scheme would have evaded his perception entirely. Su Luzi sighed heavily, a bitter smile upon his lips. After taking control of the family, I once divined my own fate, foreseeing that I would meet my end at the hands of Xianxia palace. In an attempt to alter my destiny, I chose to join the Xiang clan, hoping to break the cycle of doom through their protection. Now I realize the truth. Human calculations cannot rival divine will. Joining the Xiang clan has instead sealed my fate. Such is the way of time, fate, and heaven's decree. What can be done? His laughter echoed, his internal energies roiling violently. The meridians sealed by the blood transformation needle ruptured simultaneously, erupting like firecrackers. His head drooped, marking the end of his life. Dan Yao recognized that Su Luzi, a master of calculations, was a calamity that could wreak havoc for generations. To prevent him from faking death and escaping, Dan Yao struck fiercely at his crown, obliterating his primordial spirit, finally allowing herself to breathe a sigh of relief. It is finished. All is concluded. Yet, I cannot help but wonder how matters stand at Yin Fortress. Surely, it must be quite the spectacle. The thought of Xiang Yuanshan and others being caught off guard by Xianxiaaudiobooks Palace, in a state of utter disarray, made Dan Yao chuckle. Ah, what a splendid performance. Dan Yao's conjectures were not unfounded. At Yanyan Fortress, Xiang Yuanshan and the others had set numerous traps to ensnare the female cultivator impersonating her. Little did they expect that a host of powerful figures from Xianxiaaudiobooks Palace lay in wait, ready to launch a surprise assault. This unforeseen turn of events struck them unprepared by the time Xiang Yuanshan realized the gravity of the situation. The majority of his forces had already been grievously injured in the ambush. As for Xiang Yuanshan himself, he had fallen victim to Xianxiaaudiobooks Palace's insidiously crafted xianxiaaudiobooks arrow, the toxic venom coursing through his body, rendering him utterly beleaguered. Despicable. You damned lunatics dare to betray me like this. When my brother emerges from his confinement, you will see how he deals with you. In his fury, Xiang Yuanshan directed his ire towards the plum blossom saintess, the leader of the 12 flower spirits under the Hanyu immortal princess of Xianxiaaudiobooks Palace. Humph. You are on the brink of death and still dare to boast. I fear you may not live to see your brother's release. The plum blossom saintess observed Xiang Yuanshan's frantic visage with a mocking smile. Fool, do not presume that your underhanded tactic can bring about my demise. To be frank, I have successfully ascended to the 8th layer of divine void. Even in my wounded state, you cannot slay me. As Xiang Yuanshan spoke, an overwhelming aura burst forth from within him, enveloping the surrounding land for 1,000 miles. The disciples of Xianxiaaudiobooks Palace, led by the plum blossom saintess, turned pale. The 8th layer of divine void was a formidable presence, second only to the 9th layer. On the entire continent, only 3 individuals could rival her. Thankfully, she had been caught off guard and injured. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The plum blossom saintess coolly remarked, "You have merely just stepped into the 8th layer of divine void. There is nothing to be proud of. Today, taking this opportunity to eliminate, you will sever one of Xiang Banshan's arms. How delightful. Old hag, you wish to kill me, but it will not be so easy. Let us see who meets their end first today." Though Xiang Yuanshan shouted boldly, a grave concern lingered in his eyes. The plum blossom saintess was not only the leader of the 12 flower spirits, but also a fellow disciple of the Hanyu immortal princess. Her cultivation having reached the 7th layer of divine void. They had faced each other in battle multiple times, with neither able to claim victory. Recently, having fortuitously ascended to the 8th layer, he had hoped to teach her a lesson upon their next encounter. However, before he could strike, he had already been ambushed and grievously wounded. He, gravely wounded at the 8th level of the divine void, faced an opponent, this ancient woman, at the pinnacle of the 7th level of the divine void, yet found little advantage. Crimson flames erupt. With a thunderous roar, Xiang Yuanshan summoned an unending conflagration from the void, engulfing all in its path, reminiscent of the apocalypse descending upon the world, akin to divine fire consuming a city. The powerful figures of the Xianxiaaudiobooks Palace gazed upon the sprawling crimson flames filling the sky, their primordial spirits trembling in trepidation. They could hardly believe that the Xiang clan's ancestral mystic Fire 9 transformations had been cultivated to such an extraordinary extent by this old wretch. Perish. Xiang Yuanshan chuckled sinisterly. He had painstakingly refined the mystic Fire 9 transformations for tens of thousands of years, achieving a mastery that even his elder brother, Xiang Banshan, might find difficult to surpass. The mystic Fire 9 transformations of the Xiang clan evolved from the bridal garment divine art, while the cold jade skill of the Xianxiaaudiobooks Palace stemmed from the fragmented remnants of the bright jade skill. The bridal garment divine art and bright jade skill were inherently opposing forces, and thus the mystic Fire 9 transformations and cold jade skill were also mutually restraining. The blazing flames swiftly coalesced into a colossal fist of fire, akin to Mount Tai, striking towards the plum blossom saint. Where the fist passed, the void tore asunder. Spiritual energy ignited, and the sound of wind tearing was piercing to the ears. Ice shatters, jade bones. The plum blossom saint transformed her hands with exquisite grace. Like an ethereal apparition, a snow lotus emerged from her palm, its petals unfurling to meet the fiery giant's fist. As the snow lotus soared, it spun rapidly, quickly expanding in size. Within mere breaths, it transformed into a gargantuan snow lotus towering 1,000 feet high. Chapter 1669, The Mysterious Interferer. A chilling aura emanated from the snow lotus, instantly reducing the scorching waves of heat to freezing point. Fire met ice, lotus met fist, and the collision resounded with an earth-shattering boom, echoing across the heavens. The terrifying flaming fist, enveloped by the snow lotus, rapidly melted into nothingness. Divine void 8th level? How could you have broken through? Xiang Yuanshan exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes filled with a grave expression. The plum blossom saint replied with a smile. If you can break through, why can't I? Old wretch, Today I shall settle the scores accumulated over the years. With that, she surged forward, unleashing a frigid spiritual force that surged forth like a torrent towards Xiang Yuanshan. Xiang Yuanshan desperately defended himself, though gravely wounded, and his spiritual energy significantly diminished. The mystic Fire 9 transformations inherited the ferocity and might of the bridal garment divine art. With all his strength, he managed to hold his ground. Yet he understood that the opponent's cold jade skill excelled in prolonged combat. Even if he could temporarily withstand the assault, prolonged stalemate would inevitably lead to his defeat. Boom, boom, boom. The two figures soared through the air, each wielding cataclysmic power as they clashed against one another. The terrifying energy waves surged forth like a hurricane, threatening to annihilate the surrounding world. After exchanging over 100 blows, Xiang Yuanshan's spiritual energy was severely depleted, and he began to show signs of fatigue. In contrast, the Plum Blossom Saint, despite her continuous output of spiritual energy, had only expended a fraction of her strength. Old wretch, you're out of energy, aren't you? Your mystic Fire 9 transformations are indeed fierce, but they lack endurance. To challenge me in terms of stamina is akin to seeking death. The Plum Blossom Saint sneered, seizing the opportunity as her true energy surged, striking fiercely at Xiang Yuanshan's chest. Xiang Yuanshan let out a muffled groan, blood gushing forth as he was propelled backwards, crashing violently against the wall of the blazing fortress. His garments were reduced to dust by the icy palm force that penetrated his body. His skin erupted in countless wounds, blood pouring forth, instantly transforming him into a bloodied figure. Xiang Yuanshan, who would have thought you would meet such a fate? The Plum Blossom Saint laughed heartily, her eyes glinting with coldness and murderous intent. No matter what, you were once a formidable figure. Very well, I shall grant you a swift end. With that, her right palm flipped, striking down towards Xiang Yuanshan's crown. Wounded and weakened, Xiang Yuanshan could hardly resist and closed his eyes, awaiting death. In that fleeting moment between life and death, a slender flame unexpectedly erupted from above his head. The Plum Blossom Saint's palm force collided with this flame, dissipating like grease meeting a hot pan. A clever ruse. I never expected such a formidable character to arise from the younger generation of the Xianxia Palace. Just as the Plum Blossom Saint marveled at the sudden flame, she heard a voice and swiftly turned her gaze. There, atop the blazing fortress, sat a figure enveloped in flames, smiling as he observed the unfolding drama. Who are you? The Plum Blossom Saint fixed her gaze on the mysterious fire-wreathed figure, wariness clouding her expression. This person had appeared silently, completely undetected by her. It was evident that if he were not a miraculous being of the world, he must possess an unfathomable level of mastery. The figure did not respond but, with a flash, appeared beside Xiang Yuanshan, teasingly inquiring, "Do you still have breath left?" Chapter 1670, the fourth level of Divine Void 9. Upon hearing the mocking tone, Xiang Yuanshan's face twitched, his voice hoarse. "How did you come to be here?" The figure replied, "Your brother sensed that this plan might not unfold as smoothly as anticipated, so he sent me to keep an eye on things. I didn't expect to arrive just in time to save your life." The Plum Blossom Saint, upon hearing the words "you kid," felt an increasing sense of shock. Xiang Yuanshan, this old fellow, was the biological brother of Xiang Banshan, and having lived to this day, he was over 70,000 years old. Yet this mysterious fire-wreathed figure addressed him as "you kid," rather than "old thing" or "old wretch." Could it be that there were figures in the Xiang clan with an even higher seniority than these two brothers? "Who exactly are you? Why do you oppose my Xianxia palace?" The Plum Blossom Saint demanded. "There is no reason. I simply find your group of man-hating harpies displeasing," the figure replied nonchalantly, his tone brimming with arrogance. "Very well, very well, very well." The Plum Blossom Saint responded 3 times, snapping her fingers as the 9 heavens, xiannu needles shot forth towards the figure. Swish, swish. The 9 heavens, xiannu needles pierced the air with a relentless rush, the cold aura enveloping the surroundings with an intensity surpassing that of Dan Yao by more than tenfold. Trivial skills. The figure's body ignited with flames, transforming into a massive shield of fire. The 9 heavens, xiannu needles struck against this fiery shield, producing a series of metallic clangs before exploding into vapor. As he deflected the attack, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura surged forth from within him. Divine Void 9th level. The Plum Blossom Saint's pupils constricted, exclaiming in shock. While the 9th level of the Divine Void was merely 1 tier above the 8th, the disparity in strength between the two was as vast as that between a cat and a tiger, with no comparison to be made. This was due to the former being the threshold closest to transcending to immortality. 9 is the ultimate number. Returning to the origin signifies completeness. Only those who step into the Divine Void 9th level possess the hope of breaking into the legendary Ascendant Realm. Upon breaking through to the divine void 9th level, one's entire essence transcends the mortal realm, with power surging beyond that of the divine void 8th level. There have been many instances where groups of divine void 8th level cultivators besieged a newly ascended divine void 9th level powerhouse, only to be annihilated by a single palm strike from the latter. Though the Plum Blossom Saint had already broken through to the divine void 8th level, she was acutely aware that her cultivation had reached its limit. Without extraordinary opportunities or immense fortune, it was destined that she would struggle to transcend to the divine void 9th level in this lifetime. From ancient times to the present, the 9th layer of divine void has stood as a formidable threshold in the realm of cultivation, with only a scant few managing to successfully break through. As far as she knew, in this contemporary world, merely 3 individuals had accomplished this feat. Each of these 3 stood at the pinnacle of the continent, their every gesture capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. To her astonishment, this mysterious figure who had suddenly appeared was also a being of the 9th layer of divine void. The shock within the Plum Blossom Saint Envoy's heart was beyond imagination. The 9th layer of divine void? How could this be possible? Apart from the esteemed palace master, Xianxiafan's, and the ancient fiend of the Pill Tower, could there truly be a 4th formidable being of the 9th layer of divine void in existence? It was inconceivable, utterly impossible. The powerful members of the Xianxia Palace were equally taken aback upon hearing the Plum Blossom Saint Envoy utter the words 9th layer of divine void. Their astonishment was entirely justified, for a being of such caliber was terrifying beyond measure. Faced with such strength, they had no hope of victory. Chapter 1671, The Manifestation of Divine Artifacts. This time, they had deliberately entered the fray, carefully orchestrating a scheme that had allowed them to severely injure the Xiang clan. However, the favorable tide had turned abruptly with the emergence of this mysterious powerhouse of the 9th layer of divine void. Xianyang, help me eliminate these wretched beings. Xiang Yuanshan grunted, struggling to rise from the ground, his expression dark as he addressed the enigmatic figure engulfed in flames. After years of dominance in the central domain, this was the first time he had suffered such a treacherous ambush. He would not rest until the insidious wretches were obliterated, for the hatred in his heart could not be quelled. Hearing Xiang Yuanshan's furious voice, the flame-clad figure known as Xianyang chuckled softly. He glanced at the Plum Blossom Saint Envoy and her companions, remarking, I never expected that among the younger disciples of the Xianxia Palace, there would be such an astute individual who not only unraveled Xianxiafan's scheme, but also turned the tables, ensnaring numerous core elites of the Xiang clan. Truly impressive tactics. The Plum Blossom Saint Envoy retorted sharply, no matter how clever our disciples may be, they pale in comparison to your despicable and treacherous lot. Conspiring together to ensnare a junior. How utterly shameless. Xianyang merely chuckled. Yet, in the face of absolute power, your so-called strategies are rendered futile. I advise you to surrender that woman promptly. I might consider letting you go. Never. The Plum Blossom Saint Envoy declared with resolute intensity. The people of Xianxia Palace would rather die in battle than live in fear or betray their friends for personal gain. If you wish to capture Dan Yao to threaten Xianyang, you will have to step over my corpse, refusing a toast and demanding a penalty drink. Are we? Xianyang shook his head. Very well, it has been tens of thousands of years since I last intervened. Today, I shall indulge you in some entertainment. Enough of your prattle. Prepare yourself. The Plum Blossom Saint Envoy, fiercely unyielding, unleashed a burst of azure light from her palm, launching it directly at Xianyang. Overestimating your abilities. Xianyang smirked, extending his flame-enshrouded arm. A surge of vibrant green spiritual energy, mingled with a potent medicinal aroma, erupted from his palm, coalescing into a colossal claw the size of a mountain that grasped the azure light and crushed it effortlessly. Fire and medicine, medicine and elixir? The Plum Blossom Saint Envoy, witnessing such a wondrous spectacle, suddenly realized something, her eyes widening in astonishment. It's you. So, it was indeed you. You have transformed. Xianyang, taken aback, couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, it is I. Did you not foresee this? The Plum Blossom Saint Envoy gritted her teeth. Yes. I did not anticipate that a being as extraordinary as you could take human form, nor did I foresee that your power would become so formidable post-transformation. Xianyang, brimming with pride, responded, I owe my current state to your esteemed senior sister. If she hadn't struck me back then, allowing me to harness her profound yin energy to temper the excessive yang within me, achieving balance and taking human form, I would not be here today. In return, I shall grant you a swifter death. The Xiang clan is ruthless and ambitious, inflicting harm on the innocent while seeking to dominate the world. As a divine being, born of the heavenly path, how could you aid such tyranny? The Plum Blossom Saint Envoy reproached. What do you mean by aiding tyranny? Xianyang countered. I have a cooperative relationship with Xianxiafan's, I assist him in breaking through to an unparalleled realm. And he aids me in annihilating your Xianxiaaudiobooks palace to reclaim what I have lost, and help me ascend to the peak once more. This is merely mutual benefit. Chapter 1672, The Frosty Phoenix Array. Bah! Xianxiaban is treacherous and cruel, willing to plot against his own kin, let alone an outsider like you. Should you assist him in transcending to immortality, he will not spare you either. Those who conspire with a tiger will inevitably meet a dismal fate. The Plum Blossom Saint Envoy proclaimed with righteous indignation. Xianxiang merely scoffed. I am an unparalleled artifact of creation, in harmony with the Tao and coexisting with heaven and earth. Even ancient divine weapons like Fire Feather and Snow Soul cannot destroy me, let alone mere humans. Even if Xianxiaban were to truly transcend, he would still be incapable of killing me. His eyes gleamed with murderous intent. What I do and whom I associate with is not for you to lecture. Prepare to meet your demise. You wish to extinguish us? It shall not be so simple. The Plum Blossom Saint Envoy retreated swiftly, rallying the powerful members of Xianxiaaudiobooks Palace. Sisters, form the Frosty Phoenix Array. At her command, all disciples of Xianxiaaudiobooks Palace dispersed, each taking their positions. Waves of chilling spiritual energy surged forth from these beautiful yet sorrowful maidens. Countless strands of yin energy converged in the sky, intertwining and writhing until a colossal ice phoenix materialized, towering in size. The piercing cry of the phoenix resonated through the heavens, its terrifying aura instilling dread in all hearts. Yet, with the manifestation of this ice phoenix, the faces of the Xianxiaaudiobooks Palace disciples, led by the Plum Blossom Saint Envoy, gradually paled, their lustrous hair turning dull and brittle in an instant. Clearly, invoking such a grand formation required immense power and even wounded their true essence. What a formidable Frosty Phoenix Array! The Xianxiaaudiobooks Palace indeed possesses profound depth. Both Xianxiang and Xianxiaaudiobooks, as contemporaneous titans, immediately discerned that this gigantic ice phoenix was a culmination of the true essence and spiritual power of all the disciples of the Xianxiaaudiobooks Palace. The cost of deploying such a formation was immense, and its power was sufficient to contend with a being of the 9th layer of divine void. However, they remained unaware that Xianxiang was not a purely conventional powerhouse of the 9th layer of divine void. To confront him with this array was still a tad naive. Xianxiang emitted a sound reminiscent of boiling water. Instantly, a torrent of blazing flames erupted from within him, manipulated by his fingers, coalescing into a massive fire cauldron. The cauldron spun rapidly as it descended upon the ice phoenix. Not good. The Plum Blossom Saint Envoy exclaimed, attempting to direct the ice phoenix to evade the encroaching fire cauldron. However, the ice phoenix was born of the combined spiritual power of multiple strong individuals and could not be maneuvered by her alone. By the time everyone reacted, the colossal ice phoenix had already been enveloped within the fire cauldron. Refine the heavens. Xianxiang's voice thundered as rays of solar fire surged forth from the cauldron, incessantly roasting the ice phoenix, seemingly intending to transform it into a delectable dish. Under the relentless assault of the solar flames, the ice phoenix emitted a heart-wrenching wail. I can't take it. The Plum Blossom Saint Envoy and her companions cried out in unison as the ice phoenix transformed into an ice spear, piercing through the fire cauldron, and then revealing its true form, hurtling toward Xianxiang with a terrifying chill that froze the very heavens. Seeing this, Xianxiang let out a cold laugh. An ant shaking a tree. With a flick of his finger, the vibrant green spiritual energy, mingled with a rich medicinal scent, transformed into a long azure sword. Cleaving through the air, the azure sword surged forth with unstoppable momentum, slicing off the ice phoenix's wings with a flurry of strikes. Hold the line. The Plum Blossom Saint and his companions urged their true energy in desperation, while the broken-winged ice phoenix remained unyielding. At the moment, it was pierced by a cerulean longsword. It summoned its last strength and lunged fiercely towards Xianxiang. Chapter 1673, The Six-Fingered Zither's Melody. Bang! Xianxiang's body emitted a dull thud akin to a hammer striking a bell. A trickle of golden blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Damn beast, dare to harm me. Xianxiang seethed with rage, delivering a palm strike upon the ice phoenix. The creature exploded in a thunderous crash, disintegrating into countless icy shards that fell like snow. With the demise of the ice phoenix, the frosty, mysterious phoenix array was instantly shattered. The Plum Blossom Saint and his companions, caught in the backlash of the array, simultaneously spewed forth blood, while several of the weaker elders from the immortal water palace were sent flying like tattered rags, collapsing to the ground, their fates uncertain. The 9th level of the divine void truly was fearsome. To have wounded me, you shall not die in vain, Xianxiang declared, flipping his palm. And an overwhelming surge of true energy erupted forth, twisting into a colossal vortex of flames. As the vortex formed, an indescribable, terrifying suction emanated from its center, threatening to consume the corporeal forms and souls of the immortal Water Palace disciples. Just as the Plum Blossom Saint and his companions were on the brink of being devoured and refined, harmonious celestial music resonated through the void, and a rain of flowers cascaded down. Following this, the heavens split open, revealing a pale blue medicinal cauldron that seemed to glide gracefully through the air. This cauldron spun elegantly, its 7 strings emitting transcendent melodies. The beauty of the zither's sound was akin to the gentle trickle of spring water, refined by the moonlight, reminiscent of jade flutes and ancient zither, playing the harmonious tunes of mountains and flowing waters, sweeping away the mundane concerns of the world. This object resembled a zither, yet was not merely a zither. It also resembled a cauldron, yet was more than a cauldron. Within its exquisite melodies lay a multitude of lethal energies, possessing the power to concoct spiritual elixirs and the ability to glimpse the secrets of heaven. It was a supreme treasure. The melody was formless and traceless, akin to a gossamer veil brushing against one's face, yet it instantly shattered Xianxia's spiritual energy shroud, dissipating the dreadful vortex of flames. The 6-fingered celestial zither cauldron. Look, the 6-fingered celestial zither cauldron. The palace master has made her move. Upon witnessing the zither-like medicinal cauldron, the Plum Blossom Saint and his companions instantly recognized it as the 6-fingered celestial zither cauldron. Originally named the celestial zither cauldron, it ranked 3rd on the fire cauldron list. The reason this cauldron could surpass the fortuitously acclaimed golden jade exquisite cauldron and secure a place among the top 3 was due to its myriad incomprehensible abilities. Other medicinal cauldrons typically possessed singular functions, aiding alchemists in refining and enhancing the quality of elixirs, with at most one additional peculiar capability. For instance, the Xianxiaaudiobooks cauldron had beautifying properties. The life and death dragon tiger cauldron was notorious for its deadly elixirs, and the golden jade exquisite cauldron could grant the blessing of koi. The 6-fingered celestial zither cauldron, however, was different. In addition to assisting in alchemy, its 7 strings could emit powerful sound waves to obliterate foes, while also producing enchanting melodies to purify the soul and heal those who had succumbed to madness. Furthermore, this cauldron possessed the extraordinary ability to predict heavenly secrets. The prefix 6-fingered was added because this item was once the treasured heirloom of the 6-fingered diviners clan. Many years prior, the clan had faced a calamity when a despicable man, infamous for slaying his wife and children, emerged, inciting the wrath of both gods and men. The immortal Water Palace, loathing such scoundrels, could not tolerate this and immediately sought vengeance. In a desperate bid for survival, the villain offered this ancestral treasure as a plea for mercy, yet he could not escape his fatal doom. Upon his death, the cauldron became a trophy, falling into the hands of the immortal Water Palace, and the 6-fingered diviners dared not pursue it. Over time, this item became a fundamental artifact for successive palace masters. With the appearance of the 6-fingered celestial zither cauldron, everyone realized that the Cold Star Fairy had arrived, and they could not help but rejoice. Chapter 1674, The Climax of Battle. With the Cold Star Fairy personally intervening, Xianxiang and Xianxiaaudiobooks could no longer act with impunity. What a formidable 6-fingered celestial zither cauldron. I never imagined after all these years, the strength of this old hag, Cold Star, has progressed to such an extent. The vortex of flames was dispelled, and Xianxiang was also injured by the pervasive melody, his eyes reflecting astonishment. He had believed that by breaking through the 9th level of the divine void, he could confront the Cold Star Fairy without fear and avenge the grievances of the past. Yet, to his shock, she had transcended her limits, entering an enigmatic realm of power. Had it not been for the destruction of the immortal foundation of the celestial continent, the Cold Star Fairy might have already ascended to immortality, having been wounded by the Ice Phoenix and the Zither's melody. Xianxiang realized he was no match for the Cold Star Fairy. Even though his true form was unique and impervious to annihilation, the secret technique of the immortal Water Palace, the Xianbing sealing technique, could indeed imprison him. Should he be sealed by the Cold Star Fairy, it would truly be a fate where neither heaven nor earth would heed his call. With a swift motion, Xianxiang tore a rift in the void. We must leave. Grabbing Xiang Yuanshan, he swiftly darted through the rift, seeking to tear apart space to escape. Sister, do not let them flee. The Plum Blossom Saint shouted urgently. The Zither's melody rang out, and the 6-fingered celestial zither cauldron unleashed an invisible sound wave, transforming into a sound blade that sliced through the air. Damn it, Xianxiang cursed, feeling a translucent fiery red appear on his back as he braced for the blow. Bang! The sound blade struck his back, producing a resounding crash that contorted his face in agony, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of golden blood. However, propelled by the melody, Xianxiang and Xiang Yuanshan successfully plunged into the spatial rift, vanishing from sight. This confrontation ultimately concluded with the Xiang clan suffering a devastating defeat. Aside from Xiang Yuanshan, the others perished within the blazing fortress. Fortunately, Qianyang had arrived in time, saving Xiang Yuanshan's life. Otherwise, the entire clan would have surely perished. Upon emerging from seclusion, Xiang Banshan learned of the failed plan and the substantial loss of elite members from his family, leaving him seething with rage. Meanwhile, Dan Yao, the instigator of the conflict between the two great factions, was currently sequestered within the Sun City, continuing her alchemical simulations, accumulating experience in anticipation of the forthcoming Alchemist Conference. Time swiftly passed, and a year flew by. The much-anticipated Alchemist Conference commenced as scheduled. To ensure thorough preparations, Dan Yao, along with Qiming and Shui Ling, arrived in the inner city of Sun City 2 days in advance. Walking along the red street adorned with intricate alchemical patterns, Dan Yao observed the throngs of alchemists donned in various colored insignias, marveling at the grand scale of this conference. Even before the alchemy began, the sheer number of alchemists present was astounding. It was hard to imagine the spectacle that would unfold on the day of the conference. Among the fire cauldron list were 12 medicinal cauldrons. Over the years, she had collected the 6th-ranked life and death dragon tiger cauldron, the 7th-ranked Xuanhua Liuli cauldron, the 10th-ranked Bagua Luoyi cauldron, and half of the 1st-ranked xianxiafan's cauldron. Additionally, there was the 2nd-ranked Undying Blood cauldron, which had been obliterated by the combined might of dual swords, and the 4th-ranked Golden Jade Exquisite cauldron, which Yunmei had bequeathed to Shui Ling, as well as the 12th-ranked Myriad Poisons Nether cauldron she had encountered in the Murong family at the Biu Valley. Out of the 12 cauldrons, she had seen 6.5. She could only wonder where the remaining 5 cauldrons and the missing Qi cauldron had ended up. These cauldrons were coveted treasures for alchemists, and any alchemist with even a modicum of talent would undoubtedly seek to acquire them by any means necessary. Chapter 1675, Entering the Alchemy Tower. The Alchemy Tower hosted a millennial alchemist conference, gathering prodigies and heroes, akin to a gathering of radishes. Ahem, a slight diversion there. As the saying goes, a fine sword is gifted to a hero, and a talented scholar is paired with a fair maiden. Similarly, the 12 cauldrons on the fire cauldron list were predominantly held by renowned alchemists. Whether she would encounter the remaining cauldrons at this alchemist conference remained uncertain. If one could encounter the missing Qian Ding, merging the heavens and the earth, harmonizing yin and yang, transforming into the true Qian Kuan Dao Ding, it would indeed be remarkable. The mere thought of the heroes competing, each showcasing their divine powers, with alchemical cauldrons soaring alongside spiritual flames, and the vibrant scene of thunder tribulations mingling with the fragrance of pills, ignites a fiery passion within Dan Yao. Such a grand event, if missed, would surely be a lifelong regret. Before long, the trio arrived before a colossal tower. This tower, towering 10,000 zhang high, pierced the heavens, its apex shrouded in clouds, obscuring its true form. The crimson tower body, adorned with swirling patterns resembling flowing flames, resembled a gigantic candle. The Dan Tower? Is this the legendary Dan Ta? Qi Ming and Shui Ling gazed in awe at the magnificent edifice that soared into the clouds. Even Dan Yao, accustomed to the skyscrapers of modern society in her previous life, could not help but reveal her astonishment. She looked up at the seemingly endless Dan Tower, murmuring, "Among all the extraordinary figures, one must observe the present. This time, I shall secure the title of champion alchemist." Subsequently, Dan Yao led Shui Ling and Qi Ming into the Dan Tower. With the competition yet to commence, Dan Yao wished to avoid drawing undue attention, lest the Xiang clan take notice of her. Thus, when confronted with the scrutiny of the Dan Tower staff, she presented only her previously certified blue badge as a 6th-grade alchemist. Although merely a 6th-grade alchemist insignia, achieving such a rank at her age was already a testament to her prodigious talent. Upon entering the Dan Tower, the three were assigned to a pre-prepared suite by the staff. The location of the Dan Tower was exceptionally unique, with an unusually dense concentration of fire elements. For Qi Ming, who had refined the celestial spirit fire and practiced the supreme yang cultivation technique, it was akin to a fish returning to water, feeling as though aided by divine forces. However, for Dan Yao and Shui Ling, who leaned towards a more yin-oriented cultivation, the environment was less than accommodating. The pervasive fiery aura infiltrated their bodies, leaving those with yin attributes feeling uneasy, requiring constant circulation of their spiritual energy to fend off the fire's encroachment. Fortunately, Dan Yao had imparted the ice extreme fire transformation technique to Shui Ling early on, allowing for a reversal of yin and yang, thus mitigating any significant issues. Shui Ling, possessing the immense energy inherited from the elder of the Tianji Pavilion, Sun Bai Ling, had gradually refined a quarter of this power under Dan Yao's guidance over the past year, resulting in a rapid surge in her strength to the 7th layer of the spirit platform. In contrast, Qi Ming, due to Dan Yao's intervention altering the original tragic fate, found his villainous protagonist aura considerably diminished. Despite his relentless training, he had only reached the 2nd layer of the spirit platform. While Qi Ming was eager to catch up, he understood that haste would not yield results. The more anxious he became, the more susceptible he was to falling into delusion. As he pondered how to elevate his cultivation, he noticed the rich fire elements of the Dan Tower and promptly sat cross-legged to absorb and cultivate. When Dan Yao pushed the door open, Qi Ming had just completed the 12th cycle of the 9 transformations of mysterious fire. He smiled at Dan Yao. "Annie, you're here. How is this place? Is it not particularly suited for your cultivation?" Dan Yao could easily discern Qi Ming's thoughts. The interactions between men and women, though initiated from the heart and intertwined with love, are ultimately dictated by economic foundations. If there is a stark disparity in economic conditions between the two, whether the man is strong and the woman weak, or vice versa, it seldom bodes well. Many claim that if a man's financial status is lacking, a woman feels insecure. Yet, little do they realize that if a man is excessively wealthy, a woman may feel even less secure. For many men tend to change for the worse upon acquiring wealth. Conversely, if a woman is strong and a man weak, the disparity can breed feelings of inferiority in the man, ultimately affecting their relationship. Therefore, it is advisable for both parties to maintain economic independence and relative equality in strength, ensuring a lasting bond. In this realm where strength reigns supreme, one's cultivation level is akin to one's economic status. Both parties must possess comparable abilities and progress at a similar pace in their cultivation to have a chance of lasting together. This place is indeed remarkable. I did not expect the fire elements within the Dan Tower to be so abundant. It's a paradise for those with pure yang bodies, Qi Ming chuckled. He had initially worried about falling behind Shui Ling in cultivation. Now, seeing the richness of the fire elements in the Dan Tower, as long as Auntie triumphs at the Alchemist Conference and secures a place within the Dan Tower, he could accompany her as a family member and remain here for extended cultivation. Dan Yao patted his shoulder. Then cultivate diligently. There is a formidable battle ahead. And I hope both you and Shui Ling can lend me your strength. Qi Ming nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Auntie. I will strive to cultivate diligently and aim for a breakthrough into the divine void realm as soon as possible. Yes, I believe you can achieve it. Just as Dan Yao spoke, a massive red bean apparition appeared before her. Auntie, what is this? Qi Ming exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the sudden emergence of the ice condensing flower. This is the unique communication emblem of the Xianxia Palace. Dan Yao replied. Qi Ming furrowed his brow slightly. Xianxia Palace? I have heard my master mention that this sect primarily embodies white and light blue. Why would their communication emblem be the red bean? Is not red the clan color of the Xiang family? I am uncertain. But in the memories of the predecessor Yun Mei, this is indeed the communication emblem of the Xianxia Palace. Dan Yao shook her head, but understood why the Xianxia Palace's communication emblem was a red bean. Red beans grow in the southern regions, sprouting branches in spring. May you gather them abundantly, for they symbolize longing. Hence, red beans are also referred to as longing beans. The founder of the Xianxia Palace likely chose this as the sect's communication emblem, perhaps still unable to let go of the man who betrayed her throughout her life. Alas, entanglements often arise from emotions. The Xianxia Palace specializes in the cultivation of cold and yin techniques, naturally at odds with alchemists, and has never participated in the Alchemist Conference. Why would they appear here now? Qi Ming questioned in confusion. If I am not mistaken, they must be here for me. For you? Yes. I once told Elder Shui that I have a friend proficient in alchemy who could secure the championship at the Alchemist Conference and help me obtain the Danpa. However, she is astute and has likely deduced that the person I referred to is actually myself. The unique nature of the cold and yin techniques has caused the Xianxia Palace to miss this once-in-a-millennium alchemist event time and again. Now that a heavyweight alchemist has finally emerged, they naturally wish to observe the commotion. As Dan Yao spoke, a smile unconsciously crept across her face. This is fortuitous. I was concerned that the Xiang clan might disregard the Dan Tower's reputation and act against me at the Alchemist Conference. With the presence of the Xianxia Palace, they likely won't dare to resort to any tricks. You continue your cultivation while I go meet the people from the Xianxia Palace. All right, Qi Ming replied, promptly sitting cross-legged and entering a state of cultivation. Dan Yao exited the room, following the red bean apparition to a bamboo house. The area was lush with greenery, tranquil and elegant, completely devoid of the heat, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding environment. It was unexpected that such a serene and cool space existed in the midst of the scorching Dan Tower. Dan Yao, slightly taken aback, approached and gently pushed the door open. Inside, she found a few tables adorned with old sandalwood incense. On the floor were 2 cushions, occupied by a man and a woman. The woman on the left wore a flowing white garment, her face resembling a melon seed, brows like distant mountains, and her eyes filled with sorrow. Though she was of mature age, she remained an exceptionally beautiful middle-aged woman. To her right sat a man clad in a crimson robe, with a rugged appearance and piercing eyes that sparkled with life, smiling warmly at Dan Yao. Upon encountering Dan Yao, she was momentarily taken aback. "Master, what brings you here?" The man in the crimson robe was none other than Bai Yiping, the esteemed head of the Spirit Herb Hall, who had previously come to the soul-severing gorge to certify as an 8th-tier alchemist. Bai Yiping smiled and replied, "The Alchemist Guild is hosting a grand conference, an event of such rarity that I naturally had to come and witness the spectacle." However, Dan Yao could discern that his presence here was not merely for the sake of enjoyment. At that moment, a middle-aged woman beside them gently cleared her throat and spoke. "You must be the Dan Yao that Elder Shui mentioned. Your talent is indeed remarkable. At such a young age, your spiritual energy runs so deep. No wonder even my disciple fell to you." Realizing that this woman was none other than Pan Yushuang, the moon-seasoned saint of the 12 flower deities of the Celestial Water Palace, Dan Yao responded with a smile. "You flatter me, senior." "I do not flatter. At your age, not only have you surpassed the spiritual platform realm, but your alchemical prowess has also reached the 8th-tier level. Across the continent, it is rare for anyone of your generation to rival you, and even among the elders, those who can surpass you are few and far between." Pan Yushuang's voice was soft and melodious, betraying none of the usual tones of a middle-aged woman. Her gaze appraised Dan Yao, and she continued gently, regarding Jiner. "Elder Shui has already informed me. It is my failure in discipline that led to that girl's waywardness. I've punished her, and I hope you will not hold this matter against her. The purpose of the Celestial Water Palace is mutual support and camaraderie. Female cultivators are already at a disadvantage. If we resort to infighting over trivial matters, it would only serve to invite ridicule." Initially, Dan Yao thought that Pan Yushuang's remark about her disciple losing to her was intended to regain face for Chao Jiner. However, upon hearing Pan Yushuang's sincere words, she felt a twinge of shame for having misjudged her intentions. "Senior, you are too kind. I too have my shortcomings in this matter. And now that the misunderstandings have been resolved, there is no need for further grievances," Dan Yao said earnestly. Pan Yushuang nodded and inquired. "It is said that great teachers produce exceptional disciples. With your remarkable capabilities at such a young age, I presume you must have an extraordinary master guiding you. May I be so bold as to ask who your master is?" Bai Yipeng, intrigued, also turned his gaze towards Dan Yao, eager to discern the identity of the remarkable individual who could nurture such a prodigious disciple. After a moment's hesitation, Dan Yao replied, "My master is from the Celestial Water Palace. I am aware she is from the Celestial Water Palace, but I am curious about which illustrious senior she might be." Pan Yushuang mused. Since hearing Elder Shui speak of her, both the palace lord, Han Xingxinji, and the 12 flower deities had expressed astonishment at Dan Yao's innate talent. They had scoured the personnel records of the Celestial Water Palace, but found no related entries, as if Dan Yao's master had materialized from thin air. Dan Yao hesitated again, glancing at Bai Yipeng. Sensing her reticence, Pan Yushuang encouraged, "White Right Envoy is one of our own. There is no need for hesitation." "White Right Envoy?" Dan Yao was taken aback. "Aren't you the head of the Spirit Herb Hall? How have you become the White Right Envoy?" "In the Alchemist Guild." The hierarchy began with the Tower Master, followed by the left and right envoys. She had never imagined that Bai Yipeng was one of the right envoys. Bai Yipeng chuckled. "I have always been the right envoy of the Alchemist Guild, but due to a misstep a century ago, I was demoted to oversee a branch. It is only recently that I have been summoned back." "Ah, I see," Dan Yao mused, as she had been perplexed by how a mere head of the Spirit Herb Hall could possess such formidable strength beyond the 5th level of the Void Realm. It turned out he was indeed the White Right Envoy, second only to the Tower Master. After a moment of contemplation, Dan Yao stated, "My master's name is Yunmei." "Yunmei?" Pan Yushuang appeared puzzled. Bai Yipeng too wore a look of confusion. "Sister Shuang, I am generally aware of the powerhouses above the Void Realm and the Celestial Water Palace, yet I have never heard of anyone by the name of Yunmei. Neither do I know of a Yunmei, but the name sounds rather familiar," Pan Yushuang admitted, scratching her head in thought. However, she felt a stirring in her heart, convinced that this Yunmei was indeed associated with the Celestial Water Palace. She recalled having seen the name in some records, though she could not immediately remember the details. Dan Yao offered a hint. "My master mentioned she is the Holy Maiden of the Celestial Water Palace." "The Holy Maiden?" Bai Yipeng was increasingly astonished. The disciples of the Celestial Water Palace were known for their longevity, and with each generation having numerous students, it was not unusual to forget a few. However, the Holy Maiden was different. She was the sole heir to the Palace Lord's position, and only one was appointed each time. If this Yunmei were indeed the Holy Maiden, he could not possibly be unaware of her existence. What did you say? The Holy Maiden? Pan Yushuang was taken aback, nearly doubting her own ears. Dan Yao understood her astonishment. She too would find it hard to believe if the roles were reversed. Pan Yushuang's expression shifted dramatically as she murmured, "It must be her. How could your master possibly be the 7th-generation Holy Maiden? Over 1,000,000 years of time. How could she possibly have such a long lifespan? I know it is difficult to believe, but it is indeed true," Dan Yao replied, recounting how Yun Mei had been deceived, how she bore her burdens and retreated to the northern domain, how she had locked herself within the Cloud Pinnacle Palace, and how her soul persisted after death, relying on the fortune of the golden jade Linglong Ding to remain in the world until she encountered Dan Yao and Shui Ling, leading to the eventual dispersal of her legacy. Pan Yushuang listened, cold sweat beading on her brow as she murmured, "So that is how it is." No wonder the Palace Lord could not find any records of the missing senior in the archives of the Celestial Water Palace. It turns out she vanished 1,000,000 years ago. She regarded Dan Yao with a warm smile. It is said that the 7th-generation Holy Maiden is the most gifted in talent since the foundation of the Celestial Water Palace. It is no wonder she could train such an exceptional disciple as you. In her heart, Dan Yao silently acknowledged, "My rapid advancement stems largely from the system, not so much from Yunmei." Nevertheless, as her Mingyu skill had yet to reach its pinnacle, she still needed to leverage her connection with Yunmei to strengthen her ties with the Celestial Water Palace and contend with the Xiang clan. Bai Yiping could not help but sigh. Such an extraordinarily talented woman, yet in the end, she was ensnared by love and ultimately ruined by it. How tragic it is. Pan Yushuang expressed her ire. It is the Xiang clan that has brought her to this plight. We will eventually settle this score with them. With a slight sigh, she added, "I have heard of your situation with the Xiang clan's discarded heir, Xianxiang. I will inform the Palace Lord about your circumstances. The Xiang clan has already destroyed your master. We will not stand by and allow them to do the same to you." "Thank you, Senior." Dan Yao expressed her gratitude earnestly. With the Celestial Water Palace's vast influence and numerous powerful cultivators, the Xiang clan would be unable to pose a threat to her. Pan Yushuang waved her hand dismissively. No need for formalities. The Xiang clan and our faction have been at odds for ages. The Palace Lord dreams of annihilating those wretched individuals. However, the Xiang clan possesses the formidable Xianxiaaudiobooks transformations, derived from the Wedding Garment Divine Arts, a technique of immense power that counters our secret cold jade skill. Thus, eradicating the Xiang clan is no simple task. Dan Yao nodded in silent agreement. The Celestial Water Palace and the Xiang clan had been locked in a stalemate for over 1,000,000 years. If either side had the capability to obliterate the other, it would have been accomplished long ago. It was precisely because the two superpowers were evenly matched, each wary of the other, that the current impasse had persisted until now. As Dan Yao contemplated, she remarked, "Xiangyang is a direct descendant of the Xiang clan, possessing mastery over the 9 transformations of profound fire. It would be prudent to seek an opportunity to inquire about the flaws and vulnerabilities within this technique. Perhaps, during our next confrontation, we could catch him off guard." Pan Yushuang's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, to know both oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in every battle. If we ascertain the secrets of the 9 transformations of profound fire, we could exploit its weaknesses with subtlety and silence, making it a clever strategy. If the senior believes this is feasible, I shall pose the questions to him once we locate Xiangyang. However, Dan Yao was aware that the 9 transformations of profound fire represented the core technique of the Xiang clan. If this knowledge were to be divulged through Qiming, the clan would undoubtedly seek vengeance. This villain should be left to Xiangyang. After all, the blood debt between him and the Xiang clan was destined to remain unsettled in this lifetime, and an additional grievance would matter little. Pan Yushuang nodded in agreement. Bai Yiping then spoke. "Dan Yao, I have come here today to inform you of a matter of significance." Dan Yao lifted her gaze, curiosity piqued. "What is it?" Bai Yiping, with a furrowed brow, replied, "The Alchemist Conference hosted by the Dan Tower is a grand event exclusively for the youth. Only alchemists under the age of 1,000 may participate. The rank of an alchemist is intrinsically linked to their cultivation level. Only those of higher cultivation can hope to refine higher-grade elixirs. The Divine Void Realm represents the most formidable of barriers. Alchemists must divide their focus between cultivation and the study of alchemy, making it exceedingly rare for one to break through to the Spirit Platform Realm, let alone the Divine Void Realm. Hence, none of the previous champions of the Dan Tower's alchemist competitions have surpassed the 8th grade. With your capabilities, victory in this competition seemed all but assured. However, I have just received news from the Tower Master indicating that there may be alchemists among the younger generation who possess ranks exceeding the 8th grade. What? Dan Yao exclaimed, taken aback. Alchemists above the 8th grade? But to ascend to the rank of 8th grade alchemist, one must first break through the divine void realm. Her own unique cultivation method allowed her to continuously harness spiritual energy, enabling her to produce alchemical concoctions over extended periods, thus surpassing the limits to become an 8th grade alchemist. This extraordinary ability derived from the Mingyu technique was unparalleled in the realm. Even the equally profound bridal gown divine technique could not achieve such sustained prowess. Is it possible that there truly exists someone capable of breaking through the divine void realm before the age of 1,000, thus refining 8th grade elixirs? Pan Yushuang was equally astonished by this revelation. An 8th grade alchemist under 1,000 years of age was indeed terrifying enough to make one's scalp tingle. It was hard to fathom that there existed a genius even more prodigious than Dan Yao. Bai Yiping continued, initially, I too was shocked by this news. Yet I must accept that there are indeed 8th grade alchemists among this generation of competitors. Dan Yao, reflecting on her own age of merely 300 years, realized that if she were to obtain the Dan soul, she too could breach the divine void realm, thus entering it before the age of 1,000. Could this individual be a fellow traveler from her past life, endowed with a golden finger, thus achieving the rank of 8th grade alchemist at such a young age? Old acquaintances meeting again, only to be stabbed in the back. If this were the case, she would need to proceed with caution. Dan Yao inquired eagerly, "Are you sure? Do you know who this person is?" To know oneself and one's adversary is indeed the pathway to victory. She had to gather intelligence on her opponent in advance, lest she find herself unprepared during the actual competition. Bai Yiping nodded affirmatively. Yes, among the younger generation, there may be more than one alchemist exceeding the 8th grade. More than one. Dan Yao's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, the compiled list of participants reveals that, aside from yourself, there are 2 others who may also be 8th grade alchemists. Dan Yao pressed on. Who are these 2? Bai Yiping responded slowly. One is the leader of the 10,000 Poison sect, known as the Little Poison God. And the other is Little Poison God. Dan Yao couldn't help but interject. Isn't the leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect the Great Poison Deity? How did he become the Little Poison God? What you may not know is that last year, the Great Poison Deity, in a fit of madness, led a large contingent of powerful members to assault the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. After a fierce battle, both sides suffered losses. It is said that the Great Poison Deity was severely injured during the fray by a mysterious female cultivator's stealthy attack, and seeing his grave condition, he used a secret technique of his sect to pass on all his life's cultivation to his newly accepted disciple, the Little Poison God. The Little Poison God then refined this power, rapidly ascending to become a formidable figure in the divine void realm, ruthlessly suppressing his dissenting disciples to inherit the leadership of the 10,000 Poisons sect. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao's heart filled with suspicion. Although her sword technique was formidable, it did not inflict any fundamental harm upon the Great Poison Deity. How could this old fiend be so gravely injured as to necessitate transferring all his cultivation to the Little Poison God? Was there something amiss here? Moreover, the act of imparting one's entire cultivation before death is a common trope found in many novels and films. For instance, the character Su Zhu from Demigods and Semi-Devils, or Yi Chun, who received the legacy from Xiang Yang in the original text, outshining even the female protagonist. Could this Little Poison God truly be a transcendent traveler? Unbeknownst to Bai Yipeng that the Great Poison Deity's demise was indirectly caused by Dan Yao, he continued. This new leader of the 10,000 Poison sect is under 500 years of age, skilled in the art of alchemy. After receiving the Great Poison Deity's legacy, he can refine elixirs below the 9th grade without being constrained by cultivation level. If his alchemical skills are sufficiently profound, he may very well be capable of producing 8th grade elixirs. Dan Yao's heart sank. Poison and medicine are 2 sides of the same coin. An alchemist can create elixirs for healing or concoct deadly poisons. The 10,000 Poisons sect's expertise in crafting toxic elixirs is on par with any alchemist of the Dan Tower. As the leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect, the Little Poison God is undoubtedly a master in the art of poison crafting. With the cultivation of the divine void realm, paired with exceptional skills in poison creation, he must not be underestimated. Dan Yao then inquired, and the second individual? Bai Yipeng replied, the second is Xianxia from the Xiang clan. The Xiang clan stands firmly in the central region with their unparalleled bridal gown divine technique, and each clan member is adept at controlling fire for alchemy. Xianxia is a standout among the younger generation. Oh, Dan Yao's curiosity was piqued. It was surprising to learn of such a formidable character within the Xiang clan. Why had Xiangyang never mentioned him? Speaking of Xianxia, he was indeed remarkable. He is the fifth-generation great-grandson of the clan patriarch, Xianxiaban. Legend has it that when he was born 1,300 years ago, a rare phenomenon occurred in the central region, a spectacular sight of the sun and moon burning in the sky. Xianxiaban, overjoyed, proclaimed this child to be the auspicious Xiang clan's liner. 1,300 years ago, Danyao was taken aback. Isn't the Dan Towers Alchemist Conference open only to young alchemists under 1,000 years of age? How can he still participate at over 1,000 years? His actual age surpasses 1,000 years, yet his effective age remains under that threshold, Bai Yiping explained, turning to Pan Yushuang. In response to Dan Yao's puzzled gaze, Pan Yushuang elaborated, 1,300 years ago, a conflict erupted between the immortal Water Palace and members of the Xiang clan. In a fit of rage, the Plum Blossom Saint used her ice finger to severely injure 3 elders. After Xiang Yuanshan brought them back, he treated 2 of the elders' injuries, but neglected the one who was most gravely wounded, allowing him to suffer indefinitely. For this elder was not a direct descendant of the Xiang clan, and Xiang Yuanshan did not wish to expend his true essence on an outsider. Such disparate treatment ultimately caused the elder's mental state to become unbalanced. In a bid for revenge against the Xiang brothers for their failure to aid him in his moment of peril, he did not hesitate to rupture his own meridians, transferring the frigid force of the ice finger, which the Plum Blossom Saint had inflicted upon him, entirely into the body of Xiang Banshan's pregnant granddaughter-in-law. This icy energy was insidiously malevolent. Even the slightest contact would lead to a fatal chill, let alone for the fetus within the womb. However, surprisingly, the granddaughter-in-law absorbed this power and did not perish immediately. Instead, she safely delivered her child, just as the Xiang clan believed the child to be a harbinger of destiny. A royal auspice, the chilling energy that had infiltrated her body erupted uncontrollably. In Chapter 1682, a formidable adversary, in a state of panic, Xiang Banshan hastily attempted to counteract the ice finger's extreme cold with the blazing might of the 9 transformations of mystic fire, only to discover that he could not dispel it. Upon investigation, he realized that the elder had deliberately transferred the ice finger's power to the child's mother. Not due to any fortuitous circumstance for Xiang Feng and his mother, but by design. The elder had compressed the ice finger's force repeatedly, allowing it to seep into the fetus during its growth like a slow-acting poison. By the time the danger was apparent, the cold toxin had already infiltrated the entire meridian system. Regardless of Xiang Banshan's formidable cultivation or the strength of the 9 transformations of mystic fire, it could not be mitigated. In desperation, Xiang Banshan opted to act in accordance with the situation, using the precious fire feather sword fragments of the Xiang clan to protect the child's heart pulse, and then detonated the icy energy to encase the child in ice, intending to rescue him when the time was ripe. This encasement lasted a full 700 years. It was only 600 years ago that Xiang Banshan devised a method to resolve the issue, allowing the child to finally break free from the ice. During the process of being encased, the child's bodily functions had nearly come to a standstill, showing no signs of growth or development. Thus, despite his actual age being over 1,300 years, he had only truly lived for a little over 600 years. Every participant in the Alchemist Conference was required to provide a blood sample for age verification, which measured their actual age. Hence, he did not exceed the age limit and remained eligible to compete. After listening to Pan Yushuang's explanation, Dan Yao finally comprehended the situation, so that was how it was. Bai Yiping sighed, stating that the Dan Tower had set the age limit for participants in the Alchemist Conference at under 1,000 years, aiming to select the most outstanding young talents. Given that cultivators generally enjoy long lifespans, it is common to encounter youthful-looking ancient beings, which is why blood tests are conducted to ascertain actual age. As a result, the Xiang clan had exploited a loophole. Pan Yushuang shook her head. It's not exactly a loophole. The child has been encased in ice for 700 years. For him, those 7 centuries are merely an illusory dream. Calculating his age as 600 years is fair enough. Although she harbored deep animosity toward the Xiang clan, she still acknowledged the truth. Bai Yiping nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Dan Tower's Alchemist Conference emphasizes fairness, justice, and transparency. After breaking free from the ice, Xiang Feng quickly displayed astonishing alchemical talent. He began studying alchemy at 6, became a formal alchemist at 8, broke through to the 2nd grade at 10, reached the 3rd grade at 20, advanced to the 4th grade at 50, surpassed the 5th grade at 120, and became a 6th grade alchemist at 330. At 570, he passed the certification for 7th grade alchemy, becoming the youngest 7th grade alchemist in history. He is now 640 years old. Dan Yao felt a weight in her chest. The Xiang clan truly deserved their status as one of the most powerful factions of the age, producing talents in abundance. Her remarkable alchemical abilities were primarily due to the dedication and effort of her fellow traveler, who authored the Fire Pill Divine Scroll. Through studying traditional alchemical techniques, Xianxiafans became a 7th-grade alchemist in just 570 years. Such speed would undoubtedly place him among the top ranks in the annals of alchemical history spanning millions of years. In chapter 1683, I will not be defeated by these two. In an era where 9th-grade alchemists are nearly extinct, the 8th-grade alchemist stands as the strongest presence in the alchemical realm. Even within the Dan Tower, a sanctum for alchemists, only a handful can be found, all of whom are aged beings with lifespans of several thousand years. The appearance of a young 8th-grade alchemist is a cause for great joy, let alone the occurrence of two at once. At this juncture, Bai Yiping's expression turned bitter, sadly. One of these two is an ambitious scion of the Xiang clan, and the other is the despicable leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect, known for his treachery. Should either of them claim victory in the Alchemist Conference, it would spell disaster for the alchemical community. Therefore, Dan Yao, I, along with the Tower Master and others, hope you will seize the championship. Dan Yao nodded earnestly. All right, I promise you. Even if not for the healthy development of the alchemical profession, for my own sake. I cannot allow the 10,000 Poisons sect or the Xiang clan to win the Alchemist Conference and infiltrate the Dan Tower. Noticing Dan Yao's prompt agreement, Bai Yiping smiled. I understand that the opponents you face this time are stronger than any previous Alchemist Conference. The old Tower Master and the Tower Master are aware of your intentions. They wanted me to inform you that as long as you can secure the championship in this Alchemist Conference, you can bypass the Elder Council. All you need to do is ascend to the 13th level of the Medicine God Tower and pass the old Tower Master's test. The Dan Soul will be yours. Good. Dan Yao replied indifferently, her eyes igniting with an unprecedented fervor. Since mastering the profound techniques within the Fire Pill Divine Scroll, her alchemical skills had soared to extraordinary heights. From the southern region to the western region, then from the western region to the northern region, and finally from the northern region to the central region. She had outperformed even the elder generation of alchemists. Her journey had been smooth and unimpeded, leading to a feeling of solitude. Now, encountering two opponents of such formidable strength was akin to a gourmet finally savoring exquisite dishes, or a connoisseur discovering aged wine, pure delight. Competitions with excessively weak opponents hold little interest. True excitement lies in fierce contests where sparks fly. The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Dan Yao, donning a mask, concealed her facial expressions from Bai Yiping, who noticed her flickering gaze, seemingly deep in thought, and mistakenly believed she was concerned about the strength of her opponents. Bai Yiping hurriedly reassured her, of course. Don't worry too much. Although Little Poison God and Xianxiafans are formidable, the extent of their alchemical prowess remains uncertain. The Tower Master assessed their capabilities and believes they might be able to concoct 8th-grade pills to compete for the championship. The Tower Master mentioned might, not definitely, as alchemy is a delicate craft with significant variables. You, however, are an officially recognized 8th-grade alchemist with stable performance. In that regard, you are far superior to them. Dan Yao smiled faintly. I know, and I do not believe I will lose to either of them. This was not mere self-promotion on Dan Yao's part. After years of dedicated study, she had thoroughly assimilated the essence of the Fire Pill Divine Scroll. At this moment, her mastery of alchemy had reached an astonishing level beyond ordinary comprehension. Unless the medicine god were to return, no one could surpass her. Had it not been for her own insufficient cultivation, she could easily concoct 9th-grade pills. As long as Little Poison God and Xianxiafans did not exceed the 9th-grade alchemical level, victory in this competition was assured for her. In chapter 1684, the difficulty of the medicine saint, Dan Yao did not worry much about whether they had already broken through to the 9th grade. The distinction between 9th grade and 8th grade alchemists is entirely different. The 8th rank alchemist is known as the Medicine Emperor, a sovereign among alchemists, yet ultimately just a mortal flesh and blood. In contrast, the 9th rank alchemist ascends to the status of the medicine sage, transcending the mundane realm and entering a realm of extraordinary enlightenment, representing an enigmatic pinnacle among alchemists. Throughout the annals of history on the heavenly profound continent, those who have successfully broken through to the 9th rank medicine sage are as rare as stars in the morning sky. Each of these individuals stands as an undeniable legend of their era, perched atop the continent, basking in the veneration and admiration of countless souls. Currently, among cultivators, the most universally acknowledged and formidable power resides within the 9th level of the divine void realm. Albeit these individuals are exceedingly scarce, yet their existence has not entirely ceased. Conversely, within the ranks of alchemists, the 9th rank medicine sages have seen a concerning decline, often with the elder generation perishing and the younger unable to step up. As she is aware, it has been many millennia since the heavenly profound continent has witnessed the emergence of a 9th rank or higher alchemist. Rumor has it that the previous head of the Dan Tower, having passed the mantle to the current master, has retreated to the shadows to diligently pursue alchemical mastery, successfully breaking through to the 9th rank medicine sage. However, this information has never been substantiated, and the enigmatic master of the Dan Tower has never publicly confirmed it. The challenge of transcending to the 9th rank medicine sage is beyond imagination. To enter this realm, one must first possess a cultivation level of at least the 7th level of the divine void realm. Even those born with extraordinary talent, dedicating their entire lives to arduous practice, may not achieve the 7th level, let alone a dual practitioner like an alchemist. This alone has stymied over 99.99% of high-level alchemists. Furthermore, the understanding of alchemy possessed by an 8th rank alchemist remains entrenched in the realms of concoction and formulation, while a 9th rank alchemist must begin to contemplate innovation and creativity. To break free from traditional paradigms, to stand atop them and usher in the new, to learn the art of creation is akin to scaling the heavens. It is precisely for this reason that the 9th rank medicine sage is so exceedingly rare. Dan Yao dares to assert that as long as her cultivation is sufficient, she can concoct 9th rank elixirs. This is due to her unparalleled insights and innovations gleaned from the Fire Elixir Divine Scroll, which have reached an unprecedented height. If the innovation of a 9th rank medicine sage can be likened to constructing a building, then the Fire Elixir Divine Scroll is akin to the legendary Nuwa mending the heavens. Neither Little Poison God nor Xiang Feng has studied the Fire Elixir Divine Scroll, should they wish to innovate within traditional alchemy. It is altogether impossible without thousands of years of meticulous research. Bai Yiping smiled and nodded, saying, "Your confidence is commendable. The Alchemist Conference is tomorrow. Return and prepare well. I eagerly anticipate your performance." Pan Yushuang added, "I too look forward to it. Remember to showcase your true abilities for all to witness. My immortal water palace also boasts alchemists who are second to none." After exchanging pleasantries with the two, Dan Yao was about to retire to her quarters when a woman clad in the attire of the Dan Tower rushed in, exclaiming, "By Yushur, trouble has arisen in the guest quarters. Tian Lazy has engaged in a conflict with a young couple." Bai Yiping's expression stiffened, and he shot to his feet, furiously declaring, "With the alchemist conference imminent, how dare he cause trouble? Has he lost his mind?" "Tian Lazy?" Dan Yao murmured. "That name sounds eerily familiar. I believe I have heard it before." Suddenly, a flash of realization struck her. The individual sent from the southern region to hunt down Qiming had mentioned before death. "My brother Tian Lazy is one of the 9 elder guardians of the Dan Tower, a person of great standing. If you dare to kill me, prepare to face his wrath." Tian Yangzi, Tian Lazy? Tian Lazy is indeed the brother of Tian Yangzi. This is dire. The young couple he targets is Qiming and Shui Ling. Dan Yao's expression shifted, and she dashed out the door. Upon reaching the eastern guest quarters, she found Qiming and Shui Ling embroiled in a fierce struggle against an elderly man clad in gray. The gray-clad elder bore a deep purple alchemist emblem on his chest, clearly indicating his status as a 7th rank high-tier alchemist. However, what was even more astonishing was his cultivation level at the 4th level of the Divine Void Realm. The Dan Tower differs from other factions, primarily focused on the art of alchemy, and as such, its overall strength tends to be slightly inferior to that of the Immortal Water Palace and the Xiang clan. Within the Dan Tower, alchemists achieving the 4th level of the Divine Void Realm are exceedingly rare, undoubtedly ranking among the most formidable. Even in the central region, they are among the elite. Despite Qiming's exceptional talent and Shui Ling's inheritance from the late head of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, prior to their complete maturation, they remain insufficient to contend with contemporary top-tier powerhouses. The two struggled valiantly, but after merely 10 exchanges, they were both sent sprawling by Tian Lazy, crashing heavily to the ground. "I shall ask once more, where is that wretched woman? Speak, and I shall spare your lives." Tian Lazy bellowed. "You old monster, dreaming of eliminating my aunt. Don't even think about it." Qiming retorted, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he pointed, unleashing the purple morning starfire, which shot forth like an arrow. Unaware of your own mortality, Tian Lazy effortlessly countered with a wave of his sleeve, neutralizing the strike. Shui Ling produced a golden key, reciting incantations. The golden key shimmered and transformed into a long golden sword, thrusting towards Tian Lazy. With a flick of his fingers, Tian Lazy caused Shui Ling to tremble, the sword slipping from her grasp as she was sent flying. "Since you are so oblivious to your impending doom, do not blame me for being ruthless. That wretched woman killed my brother. I will first eliminate you, and then seek her out for retribution." Tian Lazy's face twisted with impatience, his eyes radiating murderous intent as he unleashed a scorching wind, transforming into a fiery blade that struck towards Qiming and Shui Ling. Just as the two were on the verge of perishing beneath the blade, a chilling long needle pierced through the air, colliding with the fiery blade. With a resounding crash, the fiery blade shattered, while the long needle was obliterated by the ensuing heat. The sudden turn of events left Xianxia momentarily stunned. Who dares to obstruct me? Step forth and accept your punishment for thwarting my grand designs. He roared, his fury palpable. Such grandiose threats, what remarkable bravado. In the astonished gaze of Xianxia, a woman clad in azure, her face concealed by a mask, approached with a deliberate grace. Anti-Shiji, Qiming and Shui Ling exclaimed in unison. Do not worry. I have everything under control, Dan Yao replied, her expression as frigid as frost, her voice devoid of warmth. You are that boy's aunt. The infamous pure, maiden whose name echoes throughout the southern region? Xianxia glared at Dan Yao with a malevolent expression. Indeed, that is I, Dan Yao replied coldly. Did you kill my brother? Yes, I killed Xianxia. You. Xianxia appeared taken aback by Dan Yao's forthright admission, momentarily rendered speechless. How audacious of you to slay my brother. You truly have a death wish. Xianxia erupted in fury. Dan Yao remained unyielding, her demeanor ice-cold. Spare me the idle chatter. If you have the capability, seek your revenge. If not, cease your incessant prattling. Dan Yao had no desire to engage in further discourse with someone like Xianxia. She preferred to resolve the matter through direct confrontation. What a bold claim. Then prepare to meet your demise. Xianxia's feet stomped down, unleashing a powerful aura that cracked the ground beneath him. You little wretch. I know you are a disciple of the immortal water palace, skilled in your craft. However, daring to slay my brother means I cannot let you go. Today, I shall take your life to appease my brother's spirit in the afterlife. With a thunderous roar, Xianxia swept his hand, unleashing a torrent of formidable true energy that coalesced into a massive palm imprint, ruthlessly descending upon Dan Yao. The immense hand, forged from the ethereal powers of the fourth tier of the divine void, possessed an astonishing might. Even before the palm imprint reached its target, the sound of its explosive force resonated relentlessly, as though it aimed to shatter the very fabric of the void. A frigid glint filled Dan Yao's eyes. She was acutely aware of the disparity in cultivation levels between herself and Xianxia, and she was far too astute to engage him head-on. As the colossal hand descended upon her, Dan Yao swiftly evaded, slipping away like an eel. The hand struck down, crashing against the ground with a thunderous sound, creating a massive crater in its wake. Such astonishing speed. Xianxia was taken aback. He clenched his hand, channeling his true energy, and unleashed another strike. 9 chilled heavens. Dan Yao leaped into the air, extending a finger as her spiritual energy coalesced at its tip. With a deft motion, she thrust her finger forward, colliding with the giant hand. Simultaneously, she willed her ice crystal-glazed body into action. Bang! The force of her finger met the colossal hand, dissipating much of its power, while the residual force crashed against Dan Yao's ice crystal-glazed body, shattering like an egg against a stone, instantly reduced to nothingness. Profound ice finger. A look of astonishment and disbelief flickered in Xianxia's eyes. He had clearly underestimated the potency of Dan Yao's profound ice finger, emitted from her spirit platform realm, which managed to nullify a significant portion of his palm's might. He was even more astonished that she could withstand the remaining force with her physical body. Indeed, she was a disciple of the immortal water palace, possessing such formidable strength at a tender age. However, if she believed this would suffice to challenge him, she was gravely mistaken. Her life was as good as his. Xianxia grinned ominously, his hands clasping together, summoning forth a surge of intense spiritual energy as a black spear materialized before him. Few could rival the power I wield through the Daoic energy. Today, meeting your end beneath the black cloud spear shall be a stroke of fortune for you. Grasping the black cloud spear, Xianxia stomped the ground, a strange sound wave rapidly radiating outward. Dan Yao felt a tremor in her mind, her soul seemingly on the verge of breaking free from her body, causing her heart to flutter. What an eerie spear. It could directly affect the soul. This would not be easy to contend with. In truth, Xianxia had no intention of employing the black cloud spear against Dan Yao. This treasured weapon was meant for use against formidable adversaries of his own caliber. To truly unleash its value, utilizing it against a cultivator below the divine void realm would be an utter waste. However, he had never anticipated that this mere spirit platform cultivator, Dan Yao, could repeatedly fend off his attacks. While this was undoubtedly due to the extraordinary techniques of the immortal water palace, it was something he could not tolerate. This time, he resolved to employ this lethal weapon to eliminate her once and for all. With the black cloud spear in hand, Xianxia's aura surged, the spear swirling as spiritual energy surged around him. Chapter 1687, Snowfall in the Sky. A beam of black light shot forth from the spear, resembling a black dragon imbued with a terrifying killing intent, charging towards Dan Yao. Sword, come forth. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Dan Yao refrained from engaging unarmed. With a thought, the snow spirit sword flew from her heart. Snow blankets the 9 heavens. Clenching the snow spirit sword tightly, she unleashed a myriad of sword lights, each radiating the unparalleled sharpness capable of cleaving through heaven and earth, striking forth with a single blow. This strike was as swift as a shooting star, as dazzling as a blue rainbow, its brilliance incandescent and blinding. The fearsome sword energy cascaded forth like a torrent from the Milky Way, engulfing everything in its path. An incredible chill descended, instantly dropping the scorching air around them to freezing temperatures as snowflakes began to fall in abundance. Boom! The two forces collided, and the black dragon was instantly shredded by the sword energy. Seizing the moment, Dan Yao directed the snow spirit sword to strike against the black cloud spear. With a sound akin to thick paper being torn, the formidable black cloud spear, his ultimate weapon, shattered into 2 pieces, its divine might utterly dissipated. How is this possible? Tian Leizi's aged eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that his opponent could sever the black cloud spear with a single strike. Look, it's snowing. My heavens, how can this be? Am I seeing things? Snow in a place like the Pill Tower? This is utterly surreal. The alchemists residing in the Pill Tower had initially intended to ignore the battle outside, fully engrossed in their craft. Suddenly sensing a shift in the surrounding spiritual energy, they rushed outside to investigate. Upon witnessing the scene, they gasped in astonishment. In a place as warm as the Pill Tower, snowflakes were swirling down, a spectacle more outrageous than snow in June. Bai Yipeng and Pan Yushuang, who had hurried to join Dan Yao, were equally incredulous at the sight. The snow spirit sword? It is indeed the snow spirit sword. Pan Yushuang sensed the icy energy emanating from the sword in Dan Yao's grasp, a chill far exceeding her own cultivation. No other sword in existence could possess such a cold aura besides the legendary snow spirit sword. She had received word from the Xiang clan years ago that the disciple from the immortal water palace, who had repeatedly thwarted Xiang Banshan's endeavors, wielded the ancient divine weapon, the snow spirit sword. However, at that time, no one in the immortal water palace believed such a disciple could exist, and thus it was dismissed. Never did they expect that Dan Yao truly possessed this sword. Upon hearing Pan Yushuang's words, the onlookers felt a tremor in their hearts. Even someone of Bai Yipeng's stature was taken aback. As an ancient divine weapon lost to the annals of time, the snow spirit sword was shrouded in mystery. Known only by name, seldom seen. Only a select few had heard tales of it or had seen its likeness in ancient texts. Records state that the snow spirit sword resonates with the wielder's intent, causing celestial phenomena when drawn. Even amidst volcanic magma, snow would fall in abundance. Its counterpart, the fire feather sword, would summon a rain of fire upon being unleashed. The legends were indeed true. Bai Yipeng gazed at the brilliantly radiant sword in Dan Yao's hand, murmuring in astonishment. How can this be? How could you possibly possess the snow spirit sword? Tian Leizi exclaimed, clearly unable to accept this reality. Dan Yao replied with a serene smile, whether you believe it or not. My snow spirit sword seldom leaves its sheath. When it does, it demands blood. Prepare to experience its might firsthand. Dying beneath the snow spirit sword today shall be a fortunate end for you. Just moments ago, Tian Leizi claimed that meeting his demise beneath the black cloud spear would also be a stroke of fortune. Chapter 1688, severely injuring Tian Leizi. Now, Dan Yao returns this flower, untouched, right back to you. Tian Leizi's face turned a shade of blue with rage. I refuse to believe you are that formidable. Tian Leizi bellowed, transforming into a shadow, unleashing the full weight of his profound spiritual energy without reservation. The overwhelming onslaught surged forth like a tempest, leaving the spectators with the sensation of being grasped by the throat, unable to breathe. Yet, at the eye of the storm stood the young woman in green, unwavering. Fire to the extreme, incinerate. Tian Leizi's true energy erupted into a fiery storm, swiftly barreling towards Dan Yao. Ice envelopes the miles. Dan Yao unleashed a flurry of thrusts with her snow spirit sword, its chill intensifying as countless icy flowers and snow crystals cascaded forth. Boom! The clash of ice and fire produced a violent collision. The seemingly formidable fiery storm deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing instantly. In contrast, the snow crystals generated by the sword energy, though diminutive in form, brimmed with an exquisitely pure and chilling essence, capable of countering all searing heat. With a series of swift strikes, Dan Yao dispelled Tian Leizi's attack, raising her wrist as the snow spirit sword transformed into a beam of blue light, cleaving directly towards him. Tian Leizi was taken aback, hastily channeling his true energy to its utmost, desperately attempting to withstand the blow. Dan Yao's gaze sharpened, and a delicate figure suddenly emerged from within her, darting behind Tian Lazi to deliver a fierce palm strike to his back. What? Tian Lazi was exerting every ounce of his strength to fend off the sword energy of the snow spirit's sword. But little did he anticipate that Dan Yao possessed a corporeal avatar. As he approached, the devastating force of Xiao Yao's palm had already descended upon him. Ack! The sound of shattering bones echoed alongside his anguished cries as Tian Lazi was sent hurtling backward, crashing into several stone tablets, ultimately landing heavily against a luminous wall. His body deeply embedded within it, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. This spectacle left the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. Pan Yushuang could not suppress her exclamation, while Bai Yiping's eyes gleamed with astonishment. Previously, he had witnessed Dan Yao's prowess at the Spirit Herb Hall and recognized her formidable strength. Capable of challenging those above her rank, boldly confronting powerful beings of the divine void realm. Yet, he could never have imagined her power was to such an extent. Even more surprising was her ability to manifest a corporeal avatar, engaging in combat with one on the front lines while the other executed stealthy strikes from behind. As the right envoy of the Pill Tower, having lived for over 10 millennia and encountered numerous prodigies, he had never heard of nor seen anyone as monstrous as Dan Yao. Just you wait, this matter will not conclude so easily. Tian Lazi spat another mouthful of old blood, struggling to extricate himself from the luminous wall. In this confrontation, he understood that although Dan Yao appeared youthful and possessed only the cultivation of the spirit platform realm, her combat prowess was absurdly high. To eliminate her, one would need at least the strength of a 5th-level divine void expert. A wise man does not rush into danger. It would be better to flee first. With a flicker of his form, he was about to transform into a spirit light and escape, having harmed my nephew and junior sister. Do you think it will be so easy to leave? As she gazed at the panicked Tian Lazi, Dan Yao's eyes glimmered with an icy chill. And the snow spirit sword thrust forth. The sword energy flashed like lightning, booming like thunder, forcing Tian Lazi to turn back and defend himself. At that moment, Dan Yao's figure flickered like a specter as she unleashed another palm strike upon Tian Lazi's chest. Before he could react, the snow spirit sword followed with a thrust. In the blink of an eye, the spectators felt a blur before their eyes. By the time they regained their senses, Tian Lazi's arms had been severed by the snow spirit sword, leaving his body crumpled like a pile of refuse discarded in a corner, yet he still clung to life. White Envoy, Tian Lazi is an elder of the Pill Tower. Please handle this matter accordingly. Dan Yao had initially intended to end Tian Lazi's life with a single stroke. But considering they were within the Pill Tower and that he held the status of an elder, it would be excessively rude to kill him without prior notice. After much contemplation, she decided it was better to allow the Pill Tower's people to address the situation themselves. This old fool's arms were already severed. While a divine void expert could regenerate lost limbs, the chilling energy from the snow spirit sword would infiltrate the wounds and completely lock away their regenerative capabilities. Unless one utilized pure yang blood to forge a 9th-grade blood rebirth pill, regeneration would be impossible. Furthermore, although Tian Lazi was an elder of the Pill Tower, she was also a certified 8th-grade alchemist. Casually attacking a high-ranking alchemist would not be easily overlooked by the upper echelons of the Pill Tower. Observing the half-dead Tian Lazi, blood flowing profusely, Bai Yiping could not help but twitch his lips. Challenging opponents beyond one's rank at the spirit platform realm was one thing, but to so thoroughly incapacitate a 4th-level divine void expert was simply astonishing. Such strength was indeed incredible. Not only were there few in the younger generation who could match her, but even among the older generation, it would be hard to find anyone capable of surpassing her. Pan Yushuang could not help but chuckle. The world has its share of talented individuals. The new generation surpasses the old. It seems we have grown old. Bai Yiping sighed deeply. Indeed, we are aging. The future belongs to the youth. Having dealt with the troublesome Tian Lazi, Dan Yao exchanged farewells with Pan Yushuang and Bai Yiping before retreating with Qiming and Shui Ling to tend to her injuries. At the very moment Dan Yao incapacitated Tian Lazi, within an upscale and not far from the Pill Tower, a man clad in a white robe, adorned with a dragon and phoenix wedding pattern on his shoulders, was leisurely savoring a specially concocted spirit herb. The white-robed man had long black hair cascading over his shoulders, a strikingly handsome visage, and was surrounded by wisps of fiery energy, mingling with the faint, bitter aroma of medicinal herbs, exuding an air of the mysterious. Tell me, aside from one disciple proficient in alchemy, are you certain there are no errors regarding the immortal water palace? The white-robed man spoke gently. His tone as light as a whispering breeze, embodying an air of detachment, seemingly indifferent to everything. Yet, only those who truly understood him could fathom the astonishment brewing within. The immortal water palace was the sworn enemy of the Xiang clan, and after millions of years of hostility, both sides were acutely aware of each other's circumstances. In their minds, the immortal water palace had never produced any alchemist disciples. This was partly due to the feminine constitution being more offering no advantages over males in the realm of alchemy. Furthermore, the immortal water palace inherited the remnants of the Mingyu skill, which was suffused with profound and cold spiritual energy, fundamentally opposed to the methodologies of alchemists, thus ensuring that the women within the palace would remain eternally disconnected from alchemy. My subordinate would not dare deceive you, young master. The immortal water palace indeed has produced a disciple skilled in alchemy, and her abilities are quite formidable. Kneeling before the white-robed man was a figure clad in black. His head bowed respectfully, not daring to meet the gaze of the white-robed man. Formidable? The white-robed man took a gentle sip of tea, continuing to inquire, how formidable? Is she above the 6th grade? The 6th grade was the watershed for alchemists, and in the eyes of cultivators in the central domain, only those above the 6th grade could be regarded as true masters of alchemy. Those below the 6th grade could only fade into obscurity. Indeed, the black-clad man replied. The white-robed man's brow arched slightly, a hint of emotion flickering across his calm features as he asked, how much above? Is she a mid-6th grade, high 6th grade? Surely not 7th grade. The black-clad man hesitated, contemplating, and finally steeled himself to say, not just 7th grade. She is an 8th grade alchemist. What? The white-robed man's expression shifted dramatically. How is this possible? How could the immortal water palace cultivate an 8th grade alchemist disciple? You must be deceiving me. My subordinate would not dare. Every word I speak is the truth. That disciple from the immortal water palace is indeed an 8th grade alchemist. Having passed the certification of the high-ranking officials in the Pill Tower, there cannot be a mistake. The black-clad man spoke with trepidation, hastily recounting the events of Dan Yao's recent certification as an 8th grade alchemist at the Spirit Herb Hall. The white-robed man's eyes were filled with profound astonishment, his fingers lightly tapping the tea lid, his thoughts swirling. I never expected the immortal water palace to harbor such an extraordinarily gifted woman. She is truly remarkable. He waved his hand. You may leave now. Yes, I take my leave. After the black-clad man exited, the white-robed man slowly stood up, bowing to the void. Lord Xianyang, I must trouble you to lend me your assistance this time. The void quivered, and a spirit engulfed in flames gradually materialized, transforming into a youth clad in vibrant silken garments. This youth possessed a face that was unforgettable, with an extraordinary crimson pattern glowing upon his forehead. His left eye burned with a fierce red, vibrant and assertive, while his right eye radiated a serene and elegant blue, deep and captivating. His complexion was fair and smooth, akin to a piece of exquisite mutton-fat jade, embodying a blend of liveliness and striking handsomeness, with a hint of a smile gracing his lips, complemented by 2 delicate fangs. Resembling a pure-hearted youth emerging from a modern youth drama, such a visage could effortlessly captivate women of all ages, without inciting aversion or disdain among men. Those older than him found him both adorable and handsome, while those younger perceived him as an amiable older brother, naturally evoking a sense of closeness. However, no one would have anticipated that this youth, who embodied both innocence and maturity, was an unparalleled powerhouse at the 9th level of the divine void realm. Should anyone underestimate him, they would likely find themselves oblivious to their imminent demise. Gazing upon Xianyang's youthful and unblemished visage, the man in white robes felt a sense of perplexity. This old fellow, possessing such an extraordinary origin, could have transformed into any form he desired. Why then take the shape of an adolescent, still lacking in full maturity, devoid of any gravitas, seemingly indifferent to his own identity? Of course, the white-robed man dared only to voice such thoughts in the privacy of his mind, never to utter them aloud. With a serene expression, Xianyang smiled faintly and remarked, Did you not once boast of your unparalleled alchemical prowess, claiming no peer among the younger generation, insisting that assistance was unnecessary? Why then, do you now eagerly seek my aid? The man in white grimaced. I was once quite confident in my abilities. However, I never anticipated that among the disciples of the immortal water palace, there would emerge such a prodigy, barely over 300 years of age, yet already an 8th grade alchemist. Xianyang could not help but be moved. An 8th grade alchemist at nearly 300 years of age is indeed a genius of extraordinary caliber. Such talent and achievement are not dissimilar to her in her youth. Who is she? The white-robed man inquired with curiosity. Chapter 1691. It is the Kuan Ding. Xianyang shook his head. A person who is no longer among us. Why do you ask so much? The white-robed man, sensing the gravity of the remark, refrained from further inquiries but pondered aloud. My lord, there is one matter that eludes my understanding. What is it? The women of the immortal water palace possess increasingly cold and sinister powers. Such spiritual energy is notoriously detrimental to alchemy. How then? Could that woman produce elixirs and ascend to the rank of 8th grade alchemist? The white-robed man was genuinely perplexed. Nothing is absolute. The world is rife with peculiarities. As was she in her time, Xianyang paused, inhaling deeply before solemnly stating, "What flourishes must eventually wither. Extremes give rise to opposites. The utmost in softness may also yield a fierce and violent force. If my conjecture holds true, this woman must be." At this juncture, Xianyang suddenly recalled something, his pupils constricting as his expression shifted. It is the Kuan Ding. She must have refined the Kuan Ding, harnessing its extraordinary yin power, compounding yin upon yin, thus catalyzing pure yang fire, which enabled her to become an alchemist. The white-robed man exclaimed in astonishment, "The Kuan Ding? How could that be?" I recall the Xian ancestor mentioning that the Kuan Ding, secreted away within the immortal water palace, has been missing for many years. How could that woman possess it? Xianyang's voice grew hoarse. The Kuan Ding has indeed been lost for years. I have infiltrated the immortal water palace multiple times in search of it, yet to no avail. However, this does not imply that the people of the immortal water palace are unaware of its whereabouts. Those wretched madwomen dare to deceive me, knowing full well its location, yet they claim it was stolen long ago and remains missing. It seems this woman has refined it. As he spoke, his anger intensified, memories of past anguish flooding back, and he could not help but grit his teeth in frustration. To stumble upon this treasure without effort is fortuitous. The timing of its appearance is perfect, sparing me the need to search high and low. My lord, do you intend to take action personally? The white-robed man inquired hastily, noting the fury of his companion. Of course, with the Kuan Ding in sight, I cannot allow her to escape. The white-robed man hesitated. But the alchemist tower is heavily guarded, filled with formidable experts. That woman is also protected by high-ranking members of the immortal water palace. It may not be easy to confront her. Xianyang scoffed. What is there to fear? While the alchemist tower may indeed be teeming with experts, none can match my prowess. As for the immortal water palace, their strongest, Pan Yushuang, is no match for me. Last year, the plum blossom saint was severely wounded by my pure yang energy, and the old crone, Han Xing, is currently in seclusion to heal her wounds. She cannot come to her aid. It is the perfect opportunity for me to act. Upon hearing this, the white-robed man chuckled. Your divine power is indeed profound. Those insignificant insects are hardly your match. Last time, that woman outwitted you, but this time, she must not escape. Meanwhile, Dan Yao, having severely injured Tian Lazi, returned to her quarters with Qi Ming and Shui Ling to recuperate, as her true energy circulated through 12 major cycles. Dan Yao observed that both their inner energies were gradually stabilizing. Satisfied that there were no issues, she retreated to her own room. Tomorrow would mark the commencement of the Alchemist Conference. In that moment, Dan Yao felt akin to a high school senior on the brink of the Gaokao. Filled with nerves, a sentiment anyone would feel. In the dead of night, the Alchemist Tower was ablaze with light, yet many participating alchemists had retired early for the night. Dan Yao wished to shed her burdens and enjoy a restful slumber, rejuvenating herself for the challenges that lay ahead. However, after lying down for quite some time, sleep eluded her. Chapter 1692, The Demands for the Kuan Ding, 1. Leaning against the headboard, she furrowed her brow in contemplation. The Alchemist Tower was hosting such a grand event. Based on her understanding of Xiangyang, he undoubtedly anticipated her arrival. Dan Yao murmured, "Ahua, I have arrived at the Alchemist Tower. Why have you not yet shown yourself?" Dan Yao closed her eyes, her mind swirling with Xiangyang's affectionate appellation for her. Yao, with the prefix a suggesting familiarity, typically used in remote regions among kin, like a sister or a younger sister. Such terms, although somewhat rustic, brimmed with intimacy. Initially, when Xiangyang referred to her this way, she felt a twinge of discomfort, finding it awkward, yet over time, she grew accustomed to it. Even now, after their prolonged separation, she found herself dreaming of him constantly. Some emotions, rooted deeply, elude one's awareness, fragmented into the minutiae of daily life. Like air, each breath becomes customary, unnoticed, until the day it is lost, rendering existence unbearable. Not only in terms of address, but many of Dan Yao's habits had subtly assimilated Xiangyang's influence. They would share sly smiles when plotting mischief. During battles, they would exhibit an uncanny synchronicity in their movements. When addressing one another, they infused their names with endearing familiarity and a hint of playfulness. She called him Ahua, and he called her a Yao. In her past life, Dan Yao had heard elders say that couples who love each other deeply, after spending considerable time together, gradually begin to reflect each other's traits in appearance, demeanor, and behavior, resembling one another as if they were the same person, a phenomenon known as couples resemblance. Dan Yao had always been oblivious to this notion until this long separation made her acutely aware of the void within her heart. The more she contemplated, the more agitated she became. Though she could ascertain, following the incident with Su Luzi, that the Xiang clan had yet to capture Xiangyang. Her heart remained heavy with concern. Boom. Just as Dan Yao's thoughts grew tumultuous, an overwhelmingly potent, vast wave of spiritual energy suddenly surged into her room, shaking her very soul. Since her debut, she had never encountered such terrifying spiritual force. Even the previously panicked Xiang Gongzhan could not compare to even a fraction of it. Who could it be? As the heir of the Mingyu skill, Dan Yao's reflexes were swift. Her soul trembled for but a moment before she quickly regained her composure. Undoubtedly, you are the most outstanding disciple among the younger generation of the Immortal Water Palace. Is your master Han Xianxi? A clear and resonant voice echoed through the void, causing Dan Yao's heart to quiver. The voice belonged to a youth, possessing a tone that straddled the line between innocence and maturity, evoking the ethereal sensation of afternoon sunlight filtering through leaves onto a carpet of fallen foliage, a sound so enchanting it could bewitch. Unable to restrain herself, Dan Yao lifted her gaze, and through the distortion of the void, a vividly clothed youth slowly materialized before her. Upon witnessing the appearance of the newcomer, Dan Yao felt her gaze become entranced, her mind momentarily adrift, and her lips slightly parched. Although her journey through time spanned merely 3 centuries, she had encountered a plethora of individuals. This person's features, while not strikingly handsome, could not be compared to the resplendent figure of Xiangyang, who resembled a divine being. Yet, there was a certain allure about him that surpassed all others. The first impression this young man left upon her was not one of striking beauty, but rather an aura of cleanliness. He exuded a refreshing, unblemished, and sunny disposition. Having dwelled in darkness, one yearns for light. Surrounded by deceit and treachery in a fantastical world, the desire for purity and innocence grows ever stronger. This pristine quality, unmarred and imbued with a hint of youthful naivety, was irresistibly captivating. Such allure was devoid of any romantic desire, existing solely as an appreciation and genuine fondness. What further astonished Dan Yao was the young man's attire. It is often said that a woman should adorn herself in elegance, and this adage holds true for men as well. Extravagant garments merely convey opulence. It is the simplicity of one's attire that truly reveals a refined character. Yet, this individual donned garments of exquisite and vibrant silk, which, rather than diminishing his grace, accentuated his youthful innocence and purity. As if merely holding a girl's hand would set his cheeks ablaze. Is your master the Cold Star Fairy? Xiangyang inquired once more. Dan Yao regained her composure and shook her head, replying, no. Xiangyang furrowed his brow slightly. If not her, which eminent figure from the Immortal Water Palace could possibly cultivate such an extraordinary disciple? Why all these questions? Your sudden appearance here must not be merely to inquire about my master, correct? Dan Yao's tone turned frosty. Of course not. I am simply curious about which old codger taught you to be such a prodigy. Xiangyang chuckled, then shifted his gaze, penetratingly stating, I have heard that you are adept in the art of alchemy, a practitioner of the 8th tier. As far as I know, those who cultivate the secret techniques of the Immortal Water Palace are destined to be estranged from the art of alchemy in this lifetime. How did you manage to use cold, energy for your potions? Dan Yao replied icily, I have my methods, but why would I disclose them to you? Xiangyang flashed a charming smile, revealing 2 delightful canine teeth, his youthful exuberance making one wish to rush forth and embrace him. His eyes, a mesmerizing blend of red and blue, fixed intently on Dan Yao. Even if you do not speak, I know that you have mastered a portion of the earthly cauldron from the Qian Justice Cauldron, ranking first on the fire cauldron list, which is why you became an alchemist, am I correct? Dan Yao's eyes flickered with surprise. The origins of the Qian Justice Cauldron are shrouded in mystery. Prior to the emergence of the earthly cauldron, even Xiangyang, the living encyclopedia, was unaware that the top-ranked alchemical cauldron was actually a dual cauldron. How did this individual know about the earthly cauldron? How could he possibly be aware that the earthly cauldron could transform cold, energy into pure, yang fire? She immediately smiled. What earthly cauldron? I have no idea what you are talking about. Stop feigning ignorance. Your ability to become an alchemist is entirely reliant on the divine power of this cauldron. Such a miraculous artifact is not suited for a mere girl like you. Hand over the earthly cauldron, Xiangyang commanded sternly. What Kai cauldron, Su cauldron, earthly cauldron? What nonsense are you spouting? Get out of my way, or I shall call for help. Dan Yao feigned ignorance, adopting an expression of utter bewilderment, while her internal energy surged like boiling water, rapidly circulating. Before her stood someone who, despite appearing youthful, was undoubtedly a formidable ancient being with countless years of experience. His silent approach and knowledge of the Qian Justice Cauldron's secrets indicated that his power was terrifyingly immense. Perhaps the missing half of the earthly cauldron resided within him. It seemed his purpose in coming here was to seize her half and complete the Qiankuan Justice Cauldron. Xiangyang had informed her on multiple occasions that the Qiankuan Justice Cauldron was not only the foremost artifact for alchemy, but also concealed the astonishing secret of how a 9th-tier alchemist could break through to become a 10th-tier god of alchemy. Should it fall into the hands of one with nefarious intentions, it could spell doom for all, even if she were to destroy the earthly cauldron. She could not allow this person to take it away. The earthly cauldron rightfully belongs to me. It was forcefully taken by the immortal water palace through treacherous means. Now, to reclaim it is merely a matter of restoring what is rightfully mine. If you willingly hand over the earthly cauldron, I shall spare your life today. Otherwise, Xiangyang continued, his voice laced with coldness and a chilling intent. Never. Dan Yao resolutely refused. You shall not see me weep until I am faced with a coffin. Do you think you possess the ability to resist me with your meager cultivation? Seeing Dan Yao's staunch refusal, the faint smile on Xiangyang's face vanished entirely. He reached out, and a colossal fiery claw materialized, tearing through the air and swiftly lunging toward Dan Yao. Damn it! Realizing that this individual was prepared to attack at the slightest provocation, Dan Yao's expression darkened, and she hurriedly executed her evasive technique. At the same time, she flicked her fingers, sending forth several 9 heavens mysterious maiden needles. Clang! Clang! The 9 heavens mysterious maiden needles struck the fiery claw with a force akin to eggs smashing against rocks, shattering instantly and vanishing without a trace. Little girl, your strength is insufficient to contend with mine. I shall repeat myself. Hand over the earthly cauldron, or suffer the consequences. Xiangyang's voice rang out sharply. What earthly cauldron? I truly do not know. My ability to become an alchemist stems from a rather unique cultivation method. One that allows me to reverse extremes and invert yin and yang. During this exchange, Dan Yao realized she was not a match for him, and, wishing to prevent the earthly cauldron from falling into his hands and causing endless harm, she hastily defended herself. Do you take me for a 3-year-old child? In this world, only the earthly cauldron can reverse yin and yang and catalyze pure yang fire from the most yin energy. Xiangyang, like a specter, circled around the retreating Dan Yao, his fiery claw coalescing once more to grasp at her. You doubt me? Then witness my next move. Dan Yao concentrated, and a blood-red fire lotus slowly spiraled forth from her palm, hurtling fiercely toward the fiery claw. The scarlet lotus flame hand. This is the Xiang clan's ultimate technique, requiring pure yang energy to execute. How could you possibly master it? Xiangyang exclaimed, astonished, as he sensed Dan Yao's energy shift from the most yin to the most yang. His gaze widened in disbelief as he witnessed the fire lotus collide with the fiery claw, shattering it into nothingness. I was fortunate enough to receive teachings from a great master in my early years and learned a technique called the Ice Extreme Fire Transformation Method, which allows for the reversal of yin and yang and alteration of internal energy. It is precisely because I mastered this technique that I was able to transform the cold yin energy within me into pure yang, and coupled with my innate talent for alchemy, I became an alchemist. Dan Yao spoke, suppressing her inner turmoil, articulating the intricacies of the Ice Extreme Fire Transformation Method in a calm and collected manner. Every word echoed the capabilities of the earthly cauldron, yet it was rooted in the finesse of her own technique, entirely unrelated to the legendary cauldron. Xiangyang listened intently, and with a flick of his sleeve, the fiery claw dissipated into thin air. Furthermore, Dan Yao continued, the Ice Extreme Fire Transformation Method allows for the seamless exchange of yin and yang. The Xiang clan and the Immortal Water Palace each pursue extreme paths, one toward pure yang, the other toward pure yin. It was this very technique that enabled me to transform all my energy into pure yang, allowing me to execute the Scarlet Lotus Flame Hand and cast the blame for Yi Chun's misdeeds on his Xiangyang. She discerned that the fire claws unleashed by Qiangyang subtly contained the techniques of the Xiang clan, likely incited by Xiang Banshan to create trouble for her, and he might well use her past transgressions against Yi Chun as evidence. The adage falsehood mingled with truth was a stratagem taught to her by Su Luzi. Last year, Su Luzi had deceived her into believing that Xiangyang was trapped in the blazing fortress by employing 7 parts truth to 3 parts falsehood, utilizing genuine divination terminology. Had it not been for her fortuitous possession of the Baishui Jade, which discerned loyalty from treachery, she might have met her demise long ago. Now, she sought to replicate that scheme to mislead this individual. Of course, Dan Yao was aware that those who had cultivated to such a level were undoubtedly seasoned practitioners. This ruse might deceive him temporarily, but it could not stand the test of time. Back in her day, she had certified as an 8th-grade alchemist, concocting the 8 Desolation Blood Lotus Pill using the Kuan Ding. If Qiangyang were to realize this and send someone to the Spirit Medicine Hall for inquiries, her current fabrications would surely unravel. But what of it? By the time he discovered the truth, the alchemist conference would have concluded, and she would have successfully acquired the Dan Pua and transcended to the divine void realm, with the Mingyu skill unrivaled among peers. Once she broke through to the divine void realm, even Xianxiaban at the peak of the 9th level would not pose a challenge. So why should she fear this fellow? A glimmer of barely perceptible brilliance flickered in Dan Yao's eyes as she quietly regarded Xianyang. Xianyang's red and blue eyes fluctuated as he spoke in a deep voice. Even if what you say is true, I cannot spare you. Last year, you inflicted such devastation upon the Xiang clan. Should you escape again, the repercussions would be endless. I shall take you back to the Xiang clan. And I do not believe that Xiangyang, that slippery little fellow, will not come forth. With that, Xianyang lunged at Dan Yao with another claw strike. Flash. Dan Yao's complexion shifted dramatically as the Shuepe sword resonated with her thoughts, flying from her chest, its cold, glistening edge fiercely cleaving towards the fire claw. The Shuepe sword? I never imagined it would truly fall into your hands, Xianyang exclaimed, astonished, before sneering. And what of the Shuepe sword? You are not even in the divine void realm. How can you unleash its true power? Witnessing the Shuepe sword sever the fire claw, Xianyang extended his fingers, aiming to pinch the oncoming blade. Dan Yao snorted coldly. The Shuepe sword was unmatched in its sharpness. Even divine weapons could be cleaved in twain by a single stroke, let alone flesh and blood. How audacious of him to attempt to pinch the blade with his fingers. Was he courting death? Yet, the next moment, something incredible occurred. A vibrant green light surged from Xianyang's fingers, and in a flash, he had firmly grasped the Shuepe sword. Dan Yao stood in shock, utterly dumbfounded. Xianyang examined the sword closely, exclaiming, a fine sword indeed. Befitting a supreme divine weapon birthed from the heavens. Alas, I am an indestructible being, an entity beyond annihilation, no matter how formidable this sword may be. It cannot harm me. He released the blade, flicking it with his fingers. Buzz. The Shuepe sword emitted a mournful wail, causing Dan Yao to feel as if struck by lightning, and she could not restrain a mouthful of fresh blood from spilling forth. Enough. I tire of playing games with you, little girl. Come along quietly. As Xianyang prepared to seize Dan Yao, a gentle, flowing stream of true energy surged silently from behind her, rapidly hurling towards Xianyang. Humph. In response to the incoming attack, Xianyang snorted coldly, his finger barely grazing the air, causing the stream of true energy to evaporate instantly, as if it had never existed. Taking advantage of the sword, Pan Yushuang darted forth, seizing the Shuepe sword, unleashing a flurry of chilling sword energy at lightning speed. Although she was not the sword's master and could not achieve perfect harmony with it, her strength at the 7th level of the divine void realm allowed her to wield the sword with ferocity far exceeding Dan Yao's efforts. The terrifying sword energy tore through the fabric of space, targeting Xianyang's vital points with precision. Empowered by the Shuepe sword, Pan Yushuang could exhibit prowess rivaling that of an 8th level divine void practitioner. Yet, such an assault paled in comparison to Xianyang, a being whose physicality had reached an extraordinary pinnacle as a 9th level divine void expert. A trivial skill, Xianyang struck with a fist, executing a seemingly mundane move imbued with overwhelming strength, instantly shattering countless sword energies. After obliterating the sword energy, Xianyang circled past Pan Yushuang, deftly deflecting the blade of the Shuepe sword with his fingers, and lunged fiercely towards Dan Yao. Little girl, you cannot escape. No one can save you tonight. Just as Xianyang's words of confidence left his lips, a sudden wave of immense, overwhelming energy erupted from the void. This formidable aura instantly shattered Xianyang's spiritual energy blockade without disturbing the other sleeping alchemists. The mastery of spiritual energy displayed was nothing short of astonishing, leaving Dan Yao momentarily stunned. At that moment, an ancient voice echoed through the void. The Dan Tower is a solemn sanctuary for alchemists. No one is permitted to act recklessly here. The calm tone, laden with oppressive authority, caused both Dan Yao and Pan Yushuang to change color. Xianyang's once pristine visage now wore an expression of extreme displeasure. He gazed upward into the void, his voice hoarse, a 9th level divine void. You old fossil. You have also stepped into the 9th level? Dan Yao's expression shifted once more. Previously, while cultivating in the southern domain, she had engaged in casual conversation with Xiangyang regarding the powerful figures of the Tianxian continent. Xiangyang had mentioned that in this era, where the ascendant realm had become extinct, the 9th level of the divine void represented the pinnacle of power. According to him, only 2 individuals in the world had reached this realm, the master of the Xianxiaaudiobooks palace, Hanxing Xinji, and the patriarch of the Xiang clan, Xianxiafan's. Beyond them, the old master of the Dan Tower might also have the potential to breach the 9th level. In terms of cultivation talent, the old master of the Dan Tower was not inferior to either Hanxing Xinji or Xianxiafan's. Unfortunately, His obsession with alchemy had led him to invest excessive energy and time into it, detracting from his cultivation. Thus, despite having been a strong practitioner at the 8th level of the divine void for many years, he was unlikely to ascend to the 9th in this lifetime. Dan Yao had believed that the strongest figure in the Dan Tower was merely at the 8th level. Yet she was astounded to discover he had indeed broken through to the 9th. Furthermore, she had not anticipated that the mysterious youth demanding the Kuan Ding from her was also a 9th level divine void expert. It was no wonder that all her efforts had failed to inflict any harm. His strength had already reached the apex of cultivation. Yet, how had he attained such a realm without the vast resources available to the Dan Tower or the Xianxia Palace? If I do not break through to the 9th level of the divine void, the Dan Tower would have likely been devoured by the Xiang clan long ago, leaving not even a bone behind. The ancient voice from the void chuckled lightly. How can a fellow 9th level divine void expert so recklessly disregard his status and strike at a junior? Are you not afraid of becoming a laughingstock? Xianyang replied coldly. This matter does not concern you, old man. Why meddle in my affairs? This is the Dan Tower, and this girl is a contestant in the Alchemist Conference. If you take her away today, how will the Dan Tower maintain its dignity in the central domain? Xianyang's face turned a shade of green with rage. You old fossil, do you really wish to oppose me? I do not care about your grievances with her. The ancient voice declared firmly. In this place, dragons must coil and tigers must lie down. Until the Alchemist Conference concludes, no one is permitted to harm the participating alchemists. Otherwise, I shall not rest until I settle this matter. Such words were resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. You old fossil, consider yourself wise. I will settle this score with you sooner or later. Through the oppressive aura emanating from the void, Xianyang discerned that his opponent's spiritual prowess was not inferior to his own. If Pan Yushuang wielded the Shuepa sword in conjunction with that old coot, there would be no escape for him. He cast a glance at Dan Yao, his voice laced with menace. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Once the Alchemist Conference concludes, you shall see how I deal with you. With that, flames suddenly erupted from Xianyang, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Very well. I shall await your return. Dan Yao's eyes were filled with a chilling resolve. Anyone could make threats. Once the Alchemist Conference was over, and she obtained the Danpa to break through to the Divine Void Realm, she would surely avenge today's grievances. Subsequently, Dan Yao bowed respectfully to the Void, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your rescue. I am eternally grateful. A frail voice resonated from the Void. No need for such formality. You have traveled from afar to attend the conference hosted by the Dan Tower. As the host, I cannot stand idly by while you are harmed. However, this fellow possesses a mysterious background and formidable strength, rarely met with rivals in this world. After the Alchemist Conference, you must exercise caution. Indeed, I shall heed your warning. Dan Yao once again bowed in thanks. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the Alchemist Conference. Have a good night's rest. I look forward to your performance. With those words, the overwhelming pressure dissipated in an instant. Dan Yao turned back and also bowed in gratitude to Pan Yushuang. The latter quickly supported her, saying, no need for such courtesy. You are part of the Xianxia Palace, and I cannot stand by idly. Dan Yao was a disciple of Yunmei from a bygone era, and in terms of seniority, she far surpassed Pan Yushuang. The latter did not dare accept such a grand gesture of respect. After a brief pause, Pan Yushuang remarked, that fellow's strength is terrifying beyond measure. Last year, when you orchestrated the ambush against the Xiang clan, it was his appearance that nearly thwarted your plans. The Plum Blossom Saint was also injured by him and has yet to recover. Dan Yao's expression turned grave. Since my debut, I have never encountered such a formidable opponent. Who exactly is he, and how can his strength be so overwhelming? Furthermore, he demanded the Kuan Ding from me, claiming it originally belonged to him, taken by the Xianxia Palace. What is the truth behind this? The Kuan Ding was an item she had acquired at the last auction held by the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce in the Northern Domain. It was concealed within the Bagua Luodun Ding, belonging to a nested set of cauldrons. How could it have transformed into something belonging to the Xianxia Palace? The origin of the Qian Kuan Justice Ding was shrouded in mystery, with its various wonders known to none. Even someone as knowledgeable as Xiangyang was unaware that the Kuan Ding could enable women practicing yin and cold cultivation methods to become alchemists. This individual not only knew that the Qian Kuan Justice Ding was divided into Qian Ding and Kuan Ding, but also understood the obscure secrets of the Kuan Ding. His background must be anything but simple. This matter is lengthy to discuss, and the night has grown deep. Have a good night's rest tonight. Once the Alchemist Conference is over, we shall speak at length, Pan Yushuang stated. Dan Yao pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. Very well, after this matter passes, we shall converse. Pan Yushuang returned the Shuepa sword to Dan Yao and turned to leave the chamber. After Qian Yang's disturbance, Dan Yao was utterly devoid of sleepiness. She chose to sit cross-legged and regulate her internal energy, closing her eyes to nurture her spirit. The Alchemist Conference hosted by the Dan Tower was not only the Oscars of the alchemy world, but also a grand event in the central domain, capturing the attention of countless cultivators. Numerous forces converged like sharks sensing blood, eagerly awaiting the competition's results, akin to the announcement of imperial examinations in the secular world, scrambling to recruit talents for their ranks. Many factions, eager to attract these talented alchemists, offered unimaginable incentives, even resorting to violence, staining the grounds with blood. After all, those who could secure a ranking in this alchemist conference were the most gifted alchemists, even if their current alchemical skills had yet to reach the astonishing heights of the previous generation. With sufficient resources and training, the returns in the future would be beyond imagination. In contrast to the eager anticipation of various factions, the alchemists who had signed up for this competition were undeniably more exhilarated. This alchemist conference was the most prestigious of all alchemical competitions. Whoever could stand out at this event, not to mention claiming the championship, would achieve glory surpassing that of the top scholar in the secular realm. Such honor was enough to drive any young alchemist to madness. Dan Yao slowly opened her eyes, awakening from her meditative state, murmuring, "Daylight has arrived. It is time to compete." The door creaked open, revealing two figures standing outside. Qiming and Shui Ling. Shui Ling smiled. "Sister, it's time to set off." Dan Yao smiled slightly. "Yes, let us go." She stepped out first, with Qiming and Shui Ling following closely behind as they embarked together. The Alchemist Conference was held at the grand and magnificent Yaoxing Square at the heart of the Dan Tower. Gazing upon the sea of people and the fluttering red banners, Dan Yao's thoughts drifted back to years past in the Southern Domain. At that time, the Alchemist Guild in the Southern Domain had also hosted a similar conference. Although both were alchemist conferences, the one organized by the Southern Domain's Alchemist Guild paled in comparison to that of the Dan Tower. Moreover, she had participated as a judge in that event, whereas this time, she was a contestant. Dan Yao, Qiming, and Shui Ling sat quietly at the seats arranged for the Xianxiaaudiobooks Palace by the Dan Tower, their gazes sweeping around. The various factions gathered here, each exuding an aura that suggested they were not to be trifled with. The myriad clans of the central domain were numerous and powerful, with at least thousands of prominent factions present. If every faction sent representatives to join in this fervor, the Yaoxing Square would surely be bursting at the seams. Therefore, the Dan Tower had to conduct stringent selections. Those who could participate in this grand event were undoubtedly the top forces from various regions of the central domain. Among these factions, each had at least one formidable cultivator in the Divine Void realm overseeing them. Among them, the Xianxiaaudiobooks Palace and the Xiang clan were the most powerful, followed closely by first-rate forces like the Tianji Pavilion and the Wan Poison sect. Due to the unique nature of alchemists, various factions were actively nurturing their own alchemists. Hence, there were over 1,000 alchemists drawn to this conference. These thousands of alchemists would have to endure round after round of competition before entering the final round of pill crafting. After 20 years of systematic training, Dan Yao was already capable of effortlessly concocting high-grade 8th-tier elixirs. Thus, the only opponents worth her attention were the Little Poison God from the Wan Poison sect and Xiang Feng from the Xiang clan. At that moment, a sudden swishing sound of swift wind reached her ears. It was the Xiang clan. They had arrived. Hearing the gasps from the crowd, Dan Yao lowered her gaze, only to see three figures materializing from the space above the high platform. At the forefront was a young man clad in a white robe embroidered with golden threads. His appearance strikingly handsome, yet somewhat effeminate, exuding a rich aroma of fiery alchemical concoctions. Behind this white-robed youth stood two elderly men with snow-white hair, attired entirely in black, their shoulders adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix patterns reminiscent of traditional bridal garments, presenting a rather bizarre sight. The man clad in a golden-threaded white robe is Xiang Feng, the great-grandson of Xiang Banshan, a prodigious talent among the younger generation of the Xiang clan. Not only is he adept in the art of alchemy, but his cultivation has also reached the threshold of the half-step Divine Void realm, being merely a hair's breadth away from attaining the true Divine Void realm. It is rumored that Xiang Banshan has already earmarked him as the future young patriarch of the Xiang clan, barring any unforeseen circumstances. He shall inherit the position upon Xiang Banshan's passing, becoming the new leader of his lineage. Pan Yushuang, noticing Dan Yao's unwavering gaze upon the members of the Xiang clan, whispered an introduction. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao felt a stirring within her, directing her attention more keenly towards the haughty figure in the golden-threaded white robe. The old fox, Xiang Banshan, has lived for so long and has a multitude of descendants. That Xiang Feng, merely the fifth-generation great-grandson, receives such significant attention from him is surely no trifling matter. Pan Yushuang continued. The two ancient figures behind Xiang Feng are the demon sage Xiang Gongming and the monster sage xianxiaaudiobooks, together with another ghost sage, xianxiafan's. They are renowned as the three sages of the Xiang clan, the pinnacle of their strength. Among them, the demon sage xianxiaming is the most formidable, having reached the 7th level of the divine void realm. Aside from the brothers Xiangbanshan and Xianyuanshan, and the Qianyang who attacked you last night, none can compare. Dan Yao, having previously suffered greatly at the hands of Xianxiaaudiobooks, felt a chill upon realizing that the strength of these two surpassed that of Xianxiaaudiobooks. As she regarded the three members of the Xiang clan, it seemed they too had taken notice of her. Xiang Feng's gaze shifted, and his eyes locked with Dan Yao's. Young master, that woman is the mysterious disciple of the immortal water palace. For over 300 years, she has been the one orchestrating schemes that allowed that brat Xiangyang to escape our grasp repeatedly. Last year, she set a trap that caused our clan significant losses, and your great-uncle nearly perished at her hands, remarked the monster sage Xianxiaaudiobooks with a tone of disdain. Oh, so it is she. It appears she possesses some skill. I must have a word with her. A faint, intrigued smile appeared on Xiang Feng's face as he spoke nonchalantly. Young master, do not underestimate this woman. She is ruthless. Should you be careless, you might find yourself ensnared by her schemes, and it could lead to dire consequences. Xiang Gongming cautioned. I am well aware of what I am doing and will not act recklessly, Xiang Feng replied confidently. He swiftly approached Dan Yao and calmly stated, You are the one who repeatedly disrupts the affairs of my Xiang clan, the consort of Xiangyang. The term consort implies an immoral relationship devoid of proper decorum. An insult to refer to a woman in such a manner. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao's expression darkened immediately. Xue Ling and Qi Ming were so incensed that they trembled with rage, standing abruptly. Qi Ming pointed an accusatory finger at Xiang Feng, exclaiming, What do you mean by consort? What filthy words are you uttering? How can you, a young master of a prominent family, lack any semblance of decency? Humph. Who do you think you are to criticize me? Do you wish to court death? Xiang Feng scoffed dismissively at Qi Ming. You. Qi Ming, brimming with indignation, prepared to retaliate against Xiang Feng. However, Dan Yao intervened, fixing her gaze on this prodigious young master of the Xiang clan, and said with a veneer of politeness, Xiang Yang and I are both unmarried. What is wrong with our association? There is no need for terms like adulterer or consort. It is, in fact, your clan's esteemed patriarch who employs despicable and shameless means to scheme against our own kin. Now that is truly eye-opening, warranting admiration. Xiang Feng's handsome face turned a shade of pale. Very well. I have lived many years and have yet to encounter such an audacious woman. I have heard that disciples of the immortal water palace are all breathtakingly beautiful, akin to celestial beings. Why then do you conceal your visage behind a mask? Are you so unappealing that you fear scaring others? Dan Yao retorted with a smile, Certainly not. If we were to speak of beauty, I would dare say that if I claimed the second spot, no one would dare lay claim to the first. It is precisely because of my exceptional beauty that should I remove my mask, I would undoubtedly captivate all these wretched men. And this alchemist conference would be devoid of excitement. Alas, being this beautiful is indeed a burden. Xiang Feng felt nauseated, nearly retching at the very thought. To him, beneath Dan Yao's mask, there must surely be a visage more grotesque than that of Dong Shi. How could one so utterly unattractive presume themselves to be a paragon of beauty, feigning the demeanor of a beguiling maiden? It was utterly repugnant. Those around, including Pan Yushuang and others, could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. They had witnessed arrogance before, but nothing quite like this. Yet, only Xue Ling and Qi Ming knew that Dan Yao's claims were far from exaggerated. Her beauty, akin to her talent, was indeed extraordinary, transcending the ages. However, her manner of expression inevitably led to misunderstandings. Noting Xiang Feng's evident discomfort, Dan Yao continued her theatrical display, adopting an exaggerated tone. As for my beauty, even the Buddha would wish to leap over the wall to behold it. The Buddha himself would long to renounce his vows. How could a mere mortal like you possibly appreciate it? Ugh! Xiang Feng was so repulsed that he openly vomited, exclaiming angrily, You ugly creature! I shall tear your mouth apart. No sooner had he finished speaking than a surge of crimson energy enveloped him, his spiritual power coalescing into a fiery arc, descending upon Dan Yao like the weight of Mount Tai. To tear my mouth apart, you must first determine whether you possess the ability. Dan Yao scoffed coldly. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she raised a delicate hand, and a torrent of chilling spiritual power surged forth, colliding with the fiery arc. The clash of their powers sent forth a series of explosive sounds. Dan Yao felt a tremor in her palm, realizing that the opponent's spiritual energy was intensely scorching, subtly countering her own. This aura bore the mark of the bridal garment divine art, but it was not the ordinary bridal garment divine art. Dan Yao's pupils constricted suddenly, and she exclaimed in disbelief, You have mastered the bridal garment divine art? She was acutely aware of how arduous it was to cultivate this art. If not for the peculiar method of its training, Xiangyang would not have met such a tragic end, being forced to flee his clan. To master this technique, one must either undergo the process of wasting their cultivation to rebuild it or rely on passing their cultivation onto another, effectively creating a bridal garment for someone else. There was no third method. The bridal garment divine art's energy is exceedingly potent. Wasting one's cultivation to rebuild is undoubtedly the optimal method of training. Although creating a bridal garment for another can also lead to mastery, the resultant power diminishes significantly, rendering it incomparable to the Mingyu technique. Though Dan Yao had never practiced the bridal garment divine art herself, she had spent countless years in close proximity to Xiangyang, becoming intimately familiar with its intricacies and the comparative strengths of its mastery. In their recent clash, she discovered not only that Xianfeng harbored the bridal garment divine art, but that the depth of his power was nearly on par with her own Mingyu technique. This revelation suggested that Xianfeng had cultivated the bridal garment divine art not through the method of creating a bridal garment for another, nor had he undergone the arduous process of wasting his cultivation to rebuild. The latter would yield greater strength than the former, while the former would diminish its potency. In other words, the force he wielded was a product of his own cultivation, and he had managed to master the bridal garment divine art without resorting to the rebuilding process. It was unfathomable, and the shock reverberating in Dan Yao's heart was profound. The bridal garment divine art? How could this be possible? How could this brat have mastered it? Pan Yushuang immediately sensed something unusual about Xianfeng. His spiritual aura was far more intense than the renowned 9 transformations of Xianhua, indicating he had mastered the formidable marriage garment divine art. Her astonishment was palpable. The gasps of both Dan Yao and Pan Yushuang drew the attention of others seated nearby, who were equally taken aback. The fact that the Xiang clan possessed the sacred texts of the marriage garment divine art was common knowledge throughout the central region. This ancient technique had circulated within the Xiang clan since time immemorial, yet few had ever truly mastered it or transcended their limitations to attain immortality. Consequently, this art was often dismissed, even by the clan's own disciples, who deemed the 9 transformations of Xianhua a more reliable path. Thus, the revelation that Xianfeng had achieved proficiency in the marriage garment divine art was met with incredulity. One must understand that this was a legendary skill spoken of only in myth. Whoever could master this art, or its equally esteemed counterpart, the Mingyu skill, would shatter the current state of the Tianxian continent, achieving eternal, unyielding freedom as an immortal. Such a lure was enough to drive all cultivators to madness. Your insight is commendable. You actually recognized my marriage garment divine art, Xianfeng replied with a smug smile, casting a condescending glance at Dan Yao. How does my mastery compare to your old acquaintance? Dan Yao rolled her eyes and scoffed. You're leagues behind. Compared to him, you're nothing but refuse. Though her words were derisive, her mind was rife with uncertainty. The intensity of the aura emanating from the marriage garment divine art was so fierce that the practitioner not only struggled to wield it, but also had to endure its relentless torment day and night. Even Xiangyang, with his indomitable will, had nearly succumbed to madness under its strain. Xianfeng, with his arrogant and flamboyant demeanor, did not appear to possess such unwavering resolve. How had he endured the searing trials of the marriage garment divine art until now? How could he wield this power with such ease? At that moment, Dan Yao recalled what Bai Yipeng had mentioned the day prior, that while still in his mother's womb, Xianfeng had been infused with the power of the Xian Bing finger by the clan's elders. Consequently, shortly after his birth, he had suffered a chilling affliction, leaving Xiang Banshan at a loss and ultimately forcing him to encase Xianfeng in ice for 7 centuries. It was only 600 years ago, when the time was ripe, that the seal was finally lifted. The Xian Bing finger was exceptionally cold. Even an ordinary adult would perish from its chill, let alone a developing fetus. Could it be that the Xian Bing finger had altered Xianfeng's constitution and coupled with 7 centuries of entrapment? The internal coldness had countered the blazing intensity of the marriage garment divine art, allowing him to inadvertently cultivate it? If that were the case, everything would fall into place. Dan Yao surmised correctly. The agony of mastering the marriage garment divine art stemmed from its sheer ferocity. The necessity of transferring it to another arose from the overwhelming force it contained. If one could cultivate an internal balance of cold energy during their training to offset some of the fiery energy, they could maintain control within the limits of human endurance, ultimately achieving mastery of the marriage garment divine art. The misfortune Xianfeng faced before birth, like a black swan, had paradoxically become his greatest fortune, making him the first individual in history to attain the marriage garment divine art without undergoing recultivation or transmission. Yet, a greater mystery plagued Dan Yao's mind. Xianfeng's name. imbued with the essence of fire, suggested he was a contemporary of Xiangyang, yet he was 6 or 7 centuries his senior. If he could withstand the fiery energy of the marriage garment divine art, why did Xiang Banshan go to such lengths to scheme against Xiangyang? Was this not a case of overkill? How dare you compare me to that traitor? I shall teach you a lesson today. Xiang Feng seethed, his rage palpable as he unleashed a powerful, fiery wave of energy towards Dan Yao. Do not presume that your mastery of the marriage garment divine art intimidates me. Dan Yao retorted, her palm flipping as she concentrated her energy, meeting his attack head-on. With a resounding impact, a torrent of chilling spiritual power surged forth, overwhelming his fiery force and freezing his arm into an icy sculpture. Impossible. How can your spiritual energy possess such intense coldness? Xiang Feng's complexion turned an ashen green as he stared at his frozen hand, desperately channeling his internal coldness to dissolve the ice enveloping his arm. It is not that my coldness is superior, but rather that your marriage garment divine art lacks refinement. Compared to Xiangyang, you are still woefully inadequate. Dan Yao continued to ruthlessly undermine Xiang Feng's confidence. Although he might have matched the intensity of the Mingyu skill, one must remember that the true strength of Mingyu lay not in explosive power, but in the endurance of its energy output. Even if he could barely hold his ground, defeat was inevitable. Without enduring the bitter chill, how could one savor the fragrance of plum blossoms? The fiery nature of the marriage garment divine art, while the source of suffering, also constitutes its essence. By using his own coldness to offset the fiery energy, Xiang Feng had forfeited the core of its power. In contrast, after Xiangyang's rebirth, he effectively practiced the marriage garment divine art twice, honing it until its sharpness was doubled, far surpassing the Mingyu skill. Only such volcanic force could render the inexhaustible Mingyu powerless against it. Xiang Feng was left reeling. The shock and disbelief were mirrored on the faces of Xiang Gongming and Xiang Gongjue behind him. Our Xiang clan's marriage garment divine art is unparalleled in this era, and with the young master being a half-step into the divine void realm. How could this woman possibly injure him? Kill this demoness. Xiang Feng's ethereal features twisted with rage, his eyes blazing with fury. The marriage garment divine art was the clan's sacred technique. For him to master it without the transfer of spiritual energy marked him as the first in millennia. Even the clan's founder, Xiang Qingtsong, could not be compared to him, as his power was acquired through the sacrifice of others, nothing compared to Xiang Feng's self-cultivation. He believed his future achievements would eclipse even those of the great ancestor, making Dan Yao's humiliation intolerable. Indeed, Xiang Gongming and Xiang Gongjue prepared to act. But before they could, Dan Yao darted forward like a specter. Xiang Feng was startled and hastily attempted to retaliate. He was swift, but Dan Yao was swifter. With a resounding slap, she struck his arrogant visage, leaving the witnesses in stunned silence. Resorting to calling upon elders to bully the weak. What kind of man are you? Pathetic. Useless waste. Dan Yao's icy glare pierced through him, each word striking at Xiang Feng's pride. Ahua, did you see that? I just humiliated the descendant of Xiang Banshan, bringing shame upon the Xiang clan and avenging you. Xiang Feng, wide-eyed, touched his stinging face, trembling as he pointed a finger at Dan Yao. You dare to insult me? Indeed, I insult you, you spineless wretch who cannot even best a woman. Dan Yao shot back fiercely. With a choked gasp, Xiang Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, overwhelmed by rage. Enchantress, you court death. Xiang Gongming and Xiang Gongjue, shaken from their astonishment, fixed their icy gazes upon Dan Yao, their eyes glinting with murderous intent. In unison, they darted forward, each unleashing a powerful palm strike aimed at Dan Yao. Xiang Feng, the prodigy of the Xiang clan and the appointed heir to the family, could hardly fathom that this enchantress would dare to slap his face. Was she not trampling upon the dignity of the Xiang clan? As members of the same lineage, how could they endure such humiliation? Chapter 1704, The Little Poison God. Morong Yuan. Humph. A couple of shameless old geezers, always picking on the younger generation. Observing Xiang Gongming and Xiang Gongjue's simultaneous assault on Dan Yao, Pan Yushuang's expression darkened, and she promptly issued a scathing retort. With a sudden leap, she positioned herself before Dan Yao, her palms thrusting forward with a force that surged like a torrential sea, clashing powerfully with their strikes. Boom. Despite Pan Yushuang's cultivation being at the 7th level of the divine void realm, her prowess far exceeded that of Xiang Gongming and Xiang Gongjue. Even when facing two opponents, she remained effortlessly in control. The collision of the three formidable forces unleashed an astonishing power, causing the very fabric of space to shatter and echo with thunderous roars. Fortunately, the Apothecary God Plaza was protected by the divine power left by the founder of the Alchemy Tower. Otherwise, devastation and casualties would have been widespread. Bang! As the three forces clashed and dispersed, all three retreated several dozen steps, barely managing to steady themselves. Clearly, this encounter had resulted in a stalemate, with neither side gaining any advantage. Xiang Gongming cast a grim glance at Pan Yushuang, remarking, "Old woman, it appears your cultivation has improved significantly over the years." Pan Yushuang clapped her hands and replied with a smile, "You Haven Tea fared too poorly yourselves, but in comparison to me, you still fall short." "Humph. Don't get too smug. Your time to prance about is limited." Xiang Gongming scoffed, turning to Xiang Feng. "The competition is about to commence. Let us proceed over there." Though arrogant, Xiang Feng recognized that Pan Yushuang's strength was on par with that of the two elders. If a conflict ensued, their side would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. And he could only glare at Dan Yao. "Just you wait. I shall deal with you once this alchemist conference concludes." Dan Yao met his gaze defiantly. Who is afraid of whom? If you possess the capability, bring it on. After securing the Danpa, she planned to retreat into the alchemy tower and break through to the divine void realm. Once she attained that level, she would be invincible among her peers. She relished the thought of tormenting this loathsome group. "You just wait." Xiang Feng furiously flicked his sleeves and departed. Before the alchemist conference even began, both sides were eager to clash. Were it anyone else, the alchemy tower would certainly dispatch individuals to teach them a lesson and expel them entirely. Yet, given that one was from the Xiang clan and the other from the Xianxia palace, two of the continent's most formidable powers, neither would suffer repercussions. And they simply turned a blind eye as if nothing had transpired. Soon after the arrival of the Xiang clan, a multitude of other factions began to gather. Although these forces were not as powerful as the Xianxia palace and the Xiang clan, they were still significant players in their own right. As more and more individuals arrived, Dan Yao encountered another formidable rival at this alchemist conference, the newly appointed leader of the Wandu sect, the Little Poison God. Dan Yao lifted her starry eyes to gaze upon the pallid figure of Murong Yuan, clad entirely in black. "I never expected that the recently rising Little Poison God would be you. I should have anticipated it. With the deaths of the 6 Poison Witch, the 5 Poison Boy, and the 100 Poison God, the Wandu sect was left without top-tier combatants. Apart from Murong Yuan, which other young talents could suppress these adept poison users? The Wandu Umbra Cauldron, ranked 12th on the Fire Cauldron list, was a treasure passed down through generations of the Wandu sect. Yet it was found in the Murong family's alchemy chamber, indicating a deep connection between the Murong clan and the Wandu sect. Chapter 1705. Truly, I owe you my gratitude. Connecting the dots, it was easy to deduce that this individual was likely Murong Yuan. Murong Yuan smiled faintly. "What's wrong? Surprised, are we?" Dan Yao replied quietly, "Indeed. I am quite surprised. Although I injured the 100 Poison God with the Shuepa sword, that blow was not lethal. Given the 100 Poison God's cultivation, it was impossible for him to suffer a mortal wound. Your sudden surge in strength and ascension to the position of Wandu sect leader must have been facilitated by absorbing his spiritual power to break through to the divine void realm. Correct?" Murong Yuan nodded with a smile. "Correct. You're remarkably astute to deduce that so quickly. However, I must thank you. Were it not for your clever nephew inciting a conflict between the Tianji Pavilion and the Wandu sect, greatly depleting the 100 Poison Goddess power, and your sword further wounding him, I would not have been able to easily seize his lifelong cultivation and subsequently inherit the Wandu sect. Truly, I owe you my gratitude." "Spare me." Dan Yao shook her head, her tone laced with disdain. "Individuals as treacherous as you are best kept at a distance. I have no desire to entangle myself with you." Murong Yuan's smile was as warm as a gentle breeze. "That may not be entirely up to you. Everything is orchestrated by fate. Had you not acted against the Murong clan back then, I would not have perfected my demonic arts. If you had not injured the 100 Poison God, I would never have become the leader of the Wandu sect. My current position is entirely thanks to you. How could I not express my gratitude to such a benefactor?" His tone was excessively familiar, causing Dan Yao's skin to crawl, and she felt a shiver run down her spine. Murong Yuan continued, "We've known each other for quite some time, yet I have yet to see your true face. When will you remove your mask for me to see? If you wish to see my true face, wait until the next lifetime. That may not be certain. As long as I desire to see it, I will undoubtedly find a way." "Oh, is that so?" Dan Yao raised an alluring eyebrow, her eyes glinting with cold light. "Then it depends on whether you possess the capability." Murong Yuan had siphoned the 100 Poison God's lifelong cultivation. Yet Dan Yao knew that he had utilized the heavenly sorrow and earthly tragedy soul-locking technique to do so. However, while this method could effortlessly absorb all malevolent powers, it came with considerable drawbacks. Much like a power plant delivering electricity to residents, the conversion from high voltage to low voltage resulted in varying absorption levels due to individual physique differences. Even if Murong Yuan had nearly perfected his demonic arts, he could at most obtain 70 to 80% of the 100 Poison God's cultivation. The 100 Poison God was a formidable entity at the 5th level of the Divine Void realm. 70 to 80% of that would only translate to 3 to 4 levels of Divine Void realm strength. With the Xianxia sword in her possession, no adversary below the 5th level of the Divine Void realm could challenge her. Even if Murong Yuan relied on his unique cultivation technique to unleash greater combat strength, he would not gain any advantage. Aware of the Xianxia sword's might, Murong Yuan dared not confront her directly, chuckling softly, "One day, not only will I see your true face, but I shall also have you as my woman." Dan Yao spat disdainfully, returning to her seat to meditate. Unbeknownst to her, a pair of crimson eyes nearby were fixated upon her. Witnessing Murong Yuan's persistent verbal harassment of Dan Yao, the onlooker felt as though they had been doused with a bucket of sour vinegar, a mixture of bitterness and ire. Had gazes been lethal, Murong Yuan would have been reduced to a mere sieve. Chapter 1706, The Left Envoy of the Alchemy Tower. At the central platform of the Apothecary God Plaza, the space distorted, and two figures gradually materialized. One donned white attire, the right envoy of the Alchemy Tower, by Yipeng. Beside him stood a tall, dark-skinned middle-aged man clad in black. It is often said that a fair complexion can mask 3 flaws, while a dark visage can obliterate all beauty. No matter how exquisitely crafted one's features may be, if one's skin is as dark as coal, they can scarcely be deemed handsome. Yet, the middle-aged man clad in black before us is an exception. The darkness of his skin is pure, akin to a block of jade ink, radiant and warm. His eyes twinkle like stars, and without a doubt, he embodies the essence of a strikingly handsome man. Dan Yao had long held the belief that only those with fair skin possessed true beauty, capable of being deemed attractive. However, upon encountering a face so dark yet luminous, she realized that even those with dark complexions could be handsome. Any young girl with a penchant for mature men would surely swoon at the sight of him. As Dan Yao gazed at the two figures on the platform, she pondered that this man beside the white envoy must be the other envoy of the Dan Tower. This was Ling Hanfeng, the left envoy of the Dan Tower, a disciple of the previous Tower Master and a contemporary of the current Master. He was endowed with an exceptionally rare, pure yang body, a true prodigy, his strength having reached the 8th realm of the Divine Void, surpassing even his master brother. Regrettably, his impetuous nature and lack of patience in affairs led him to forego the tedious, monotonous life of alchemy, allowing his brother to inherit the position of Tower Master. As Dan Yao observed Ling Hanfeng, the faint voice of Pan Yushuang echoed in her ear. "A pure yang body, 8th realm of the Divine Void," she murmured, her gaze shifting irresistibly toward Qiming. Sitting beside Dan Yao, Qiming was equally astonished by Pan Yushuang's words. He had never imagined that, apart from himself, there existed another pure yang body, and one that was a top-tier powerhouse at the 8th realm of the Divine Void. Dan Yao reflected on the gathering, questioning why the Tower Master did not make an appearance at such a grand event, opting instead for the envoys to preside. Could it be that the Tower Master, feeling superior by virtue of his esteemed position, deemed it beneath him to oversee the Alchemist Conference? That seemed implausible, for the Alchemist Conference was a meticulously prepared millennial event. There could be no gathering of higher prestige, making the absence of the Tower Master utterly inconceivable. As the envoys of the Dan Tower took the stage, the Apothecary Square fell into a profound silence. Countless gazes converged upon the two figures at that moment. Despite the stark contrast of their appearances, one clad in black, the other in white, reminiscent of the mythic figures of black and white impermanence, none dared to underestimate them. The left envoy, Ling Hanfeng, may not excel in alchemy, yet his formidable strength as a superpowerhouse at the 8th realm of the Divine Void places him among the most promising candidates to ascend to the 9th realm. Conversely, the right envoy, by Yipeng, while slightly less powerful at the 5th realm of the Divine Void, boasts exceptional alchemical prowess, having already attained the rank of intermediate-grade alchemist a millennium ago. These two individuals, renowned throughout the entire Tianxian continent, were legends whose appearances evoked a dreamlike sensation. With a voice reminiscent of a host from a bygone era, Ling Hanfeng addressed the assembly. "I, as the left envoy of the Dan Tower, extend my heartfelt greetings and warm welcome to all who have journeyed from afar to attend this gathering. I hereby declare the commencement of the 999th Alchemist Conference.